Lu Zhi was filled with deep worry. No way. She must be dead already. He could not tell whether it was the sorrow for losing a classmate or the revulsion sparked by the sight of a corpse. Lu Zhi retched twice, but after regaining his composure, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. He then carefully turned over her body to reveal a dirty, delicate face clinging to strands of seaweed, bloodless, yet heartbreakingly beautiful. Lin Qianqian was undoubtedly the campus beauty, gentle, charming, and reserved. Few boys dared to pursue her for her exquisite appearance, intimidated many. Yet many secretly adored her. At least 3 of Lu Zhi's close friends regarded Lin Qianqian as their dream goddess. However, Lin Qianqian had never accepted any boy's confession, leading many to remark that she was a lesbian uninterested in men. Regardless, the thought that a classmate he had once been close to might now be dead pierced Lu Zhi's heart like a knife. He wiped away the seaweed and mud from her face with trembling hands. Yet just as his finger touched Lin Qianqian's cheek, a sudden message flashed in his mind. Lin Qianqian, hey, wake up. He patted her face, calling out Lin Qianqian, but received no response. He even probed her mouth with his finger only to find nothing obstructing it. He then felt her nose, detecting a hint of breath or perhaps the illusion of it, and finally pressed his finger against the left side of her lower jaw. A faint heartbeat pulsed from that spot. Lu Zhi was overcome with joy, his heart soaring with hope. The presence of a pulse meant she was still alive, perhaps salvageable. If saved, he wouldn't have to endure isolation on the deserted island alone. With luck, a rescue team would soon arrive to save them both. And if not, living on the island with such a lovely girl wouldn't be so bad. Qianqian, don't die. Lu Zhi stowed the remaining water in his pocket before hoisting Lin Qianqian in his arms. Being the sports monitor and having regained his strength, lifting a girl weighing around 4,045 kilograms was no challenge for him. He carried Lin Qianqian to the edge of the forest and laid her gently in the cool shade, then began to administer aid. First, he cleared her airway by unfastening her collar, revealing an adorable pale pink camisole. Gritting his teeth to divert his attention, Lu Zhi used the head tilt chin lift method to open her airway and began administering artificial respiration. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed today's check-in energy 1. Energy now at 11. In that instant, Lu Zhi felt as if he had been recharged. Not only was his strength restored, he seemed to have ascended to a higher level. Now, although he still suffered from an unquenchable thirst, his physical abilities had markedly improved. Was this what a check-in meant? Could saving a life be considered a check-in? Lin Qianqian's mouth was soft and sweet. Though acutely aware of the urgency, performing artificial respiration on such a beautiful girl stirred conflicting emotions within Lu Zhi. What could he do? He just had to endure it. Following the system manual, Lu Zhi performed 30 chest compressions followed by 2 artificial breaths in a continuous cycle. After 3 complete cycles, a response emerged from Lin Qianqian's throat. She began to breathe spontaneously. Lu Zhi was overcome with excitement. Unable to contain his excitement, he hastened his artificial respiration. Just then he heard voices not far away calling out, Lu Zhi, Qianqian. That familiar voice filled him with joy. He looked up to see 2 astonished girls approaching. One of them was dressed in a dirty white tennis outfit paired with a coffee-colored short skirt, white cotton socks, tennis shoes, and a backpack slung over her shoulder. With a tall ponytail, delicate features, and an upright posture that exuded a hint of mature elegance, it was none other than class monitor Ning Shu. The other girl wore a tea-colored dress with black stockings and high-heeled shoes. Despite her dress and stockings being torn and her wavy hair a bit disheveled, her once fair face, now smeared with dirt like a sleepy kitten, was instantly recognizable to Lu Zhi. It was Tang Xiaohua. Lu Zhi had heard from his friends that Tang Xiaohua might have a certain affection for him, though he had never taken it seriously, believing it all to be in good fun. Class monitor Tang Xiaohua. Lu Zhi, surprised yet delighted to see a living classmate, greeted them warmly. However, the reply he received was unexpectedly curt. Tang Xiaohua stormed over angrily. Lu Zhi, are you molesting Qianqian? Huh. I mean, molestation is a bit of an exaggeration, he replied. A brief pause fell as Ning Shu glanced at the scene and sighed. Lu Zhi, explain yourself. Lu Zhi looked at the open shirt and pink camisole clinging to Lin Qianqian in his arms, a sight that did seem opportunistic, and retorted, why should I explain anything? Catching his breath, Lu Zhi added, Qianqian had stopped breathing. I was giving her artificial respiration. What? The 2 girls quickly crowded around to check on her condition. At that moment, although Lin Qianqian remained pallid, she had begun breathing on her own, weakly yet steadily, while mumbling indistinct fragmented words. By the way, Lu Zhi quickly retrieved the remaining water and cautiously poured it into Lin Qianqian's mouth. She coughed twice and her breathing grew stronger. Ning Shu looked at Lu Zhi and asked, so, does that mean we misunderstood you? Obviously. Tang Xiaohua blushed and murmured, well, I'm sorry, Lu Zhi. I really thought you were taking advantage of Qianqian. Tang Xiaohua apologized. Where is that really how you see me? He retorted teasingly. Tang Xiaohua, frowning slightly, retorted, you never had much of an image to begin with. Even if you seem simple-minded, you actually wield more tricks than anyone. Humph, not only did you lose your first kiss, but you also failed to cherish it. Idiot, I was saving a life, not stealing a first kiss, Lu Zhi retorted. Ning Shu interjected, yes, Guire, let's not dwell on this. Quickly check on Qianqian. Alright. After a few moments of careful observation, the 3 discovered that Lin Qianqian was breathing evenly, her pulse steady. She appeared to be gradually recovering. Their hearts eased at last. After a pause, Luja asked, "By the way, how did you get down here? Is the plane still nearby? Have you seen Yao Yao?" Yao Yao referring to Jiang Yao. She was the fifth companion who had joined the summer camp trip. Having known Lu Zhe since childhood, attending elementary, middle, and high school together, and eventually entering the same university, they were true childhood sweethearts. Ning Shu delivered the disheartening news, "Lu Zhe, we haven't seen Yao Yao either." Ning Shu recalled her experience with solemn earnestness. "I was awakened by Guire's cry for help. When I regained consciousness, I found myself beneath a broadleaf tree. I believe that the branches and the vast wilderness cushioned my fall and saved my life." "And her?" Lu Zhe inquired, pointing at Tang Xiaohua. She was rather fortunate. At that moment, she was clinging to a tree, her shoes lost in the chaos. Surviving under such circumstances is indeed a stroke of luck. Lu Zhe's face shadowed with worry, expressed concern for Jiang Yao's safety. Ning Shu continued, "After rescuing Guo, I figured the rescue team would arrive soon. Let's head towards the beach. With no cover here, a passing helicopter should spot us quickly." It turned out that upon reaching the beach, they encountered Yu and Qianqian. "Is that so?" Lu Zhe nodded and recounted in detail how he had found Lin Qianqian. "Indeed, we were in the midst of the rescue," Ning Shu admitted with a nod. "Apologies, but that scene could easily lead to misunderstandings." "That's a problem with your thinking," retorted Tang Xiaohua, her tone edged with indignation. "Anyway, my first kiss is lost." "Whose first kiss are you talking about?" Tang Xiaohua pouted. "Of course, it was Qianqian's. What is there to cherish about yours?" Ning Shu responded wearily, "Guo, at a time like this, you're still being headstrong. Can you learn to be sensible?" Upon hearing Ning Shu's words, Tang Xiaohua realized her remark was ill-timed and murmured to Lu Zhe and Ning Shu, "I'm sorry." Suddenly, a faint, delicate voice wondered, "Where exactly are we?" Suddenly, Lu Zhe, Ning Shu, and Tang Xiaohua all sensed something and turned around together, discovering Lin Qianqian pressing her hands against the ground as she struggled to support her weakened body. She had woken up. Though extremely weak, the news was heartening. "Fantastic, Qianqian, you're awake." Ning Shu hurried over to support Lin Qianqian by the shoulder. Lin Qianqian glanced around and asked Monitor Lu Zhe, "Guo, where exactly are we now?" Lu Zhe sighed deeply. "There was an issue with the plane mid-flight. Unfortunately, we crashed, yet luckily we are all alive." Lin Qianqian recalled the scenes from inside the cabin, her eyes reflecting terror and helplessness, as if haunted by a nightmarish vision. Ning Shu felt it was time to change the subject. "Everyone, don't worry. The rescue team should be arriving any moment now." "Let's hope so," Lu Zhe noted as he spotted the backpack on Ning Shu. "There must be something inside. Hurry and take it out to boost our energy. We're nearly dying of thirst." Ning Shu gave a wry smile as she unstrapped her backpack and methodically took out its contents. Good grief. Inside were a female-targeted novel titled Yu Fu Gaoshou, a 100 milliliters bottle of petroleum jelly hand cream, a bundle of high-end elastic hair ties, a pencil case, a diary, 2 packets of tissues, a set of keys, a whistle, and an unopened pack of Chi-Du space sanitary pads. Edibles. They weren't entirely absent. There was a can of Yida xylitol chewing gum and 5 bags of Weilong spicy strips. Lu Zhe picked up one bag and remarked, "Chewing gum is one thing, but why did you bring this stuff?" Ning Shu sighed. "They don't allow chili sauce on the plane. I was worried about not adapting to the in-flight meal, so I brought some spicy strips instead." Lu Zhe sighed helplessly. "Well, this girl just adores spicy food." Meanwhile, he, parched and desperate, could hardly eat spicy strips. They had a 1-liter water bottle, yet only 2 drops of water could be poured out. "Hey, there's no water." Ning Shu shrugged. "There was some before, but Guo and I were so parched that we split it and drank it all. The water was completely finished. All that remained was a backpack filled with useless items." Ning Shu comforted, "But everyone, don't worry too much. Hang in there. This incident is now known nationwide. Before long, the rescue team will arrive, and we'll be enjoying hamburgers and juice while being interviewed on TV." Although Ning Shu's words were reassuring, exceptions always exist. What if they never come? Lu Zhe worriedly remarked, "If, after 5 hours, the rescue team still hasn't arrived, we might as well accept our fate here." At that moment, Lin Qianqian's consciousness returned. Though weak, she spoke with determination. "Everyone, let's not lose heart. I believe Sister Xiao Ning is right. With such a major incident, surely the state will take action. We just have to wait. No, we cannot simply sit and wait for our doom." Suddenly, Lu Zhe thought of something and rummaged in his pockets. "Everyone search for your phones." At his reminder, the others began looking for theirs. Lu Zhe's own phone was already lost, his pockets as empty as his expression. Tang Xiaohua's phone was also missing. Lin Qianqian's phone remained. Rummaging through her pockets, she produced her new model Apple phone, but the continuous stream of water flowing from its charging port revealed that it had been soaked in seawater for far too long and was undoubtedly ruined. After testing, the phone indeed would not power on. Ning Shu proudly shook the screen of her gleaming phone and declared, "See. At crucial moments, you have to rely on your monitor. Stop babbling and hurry. Call." "Call whom?" "Of course 110. But will there even be signal on this island?" Lu Zhe remarked, "Taking a chance is better than doing nothing at all. Besides, 110 has a dedicated maritime police channel. If we are close enough to our nation's continental shelf, we might just receive a signal." Ning Shu quickly unlocked her phone, only to be startled by a pop-up message that would give any phone user a fright attention. "The battery is nearly depleted. The phone will shut down in 30 seconds. The 4 of them exclaimed in unison, "No way." It was still Lu Zhe who was quick-witted, swiftly grabbing the phone, opening the dial pad, and dialing 110. But at that moment the screen suddenly went black with no further response. Damn it. Lu Zhe dropped the phone and sighed heavily. Ning Shu patted the phone and said, "Hey, it hasn't even been 30 seconds, how could it turn off?" Lin Qianqian explained, if the phone battery is too low, making a call will accelerate the power consumption, and it will shut down even faster. Tang Xiaohua couldn't help but complain, "Why do all the bad things happen to us? Class monitor, why didn't you charge it fully?" Ning Shu mumbled, "I thought they wouldn't allow phones on the plane, so I played with it a bit more before boarding. Who knew something like this would happen?" Tang Xiaohua sighed, "What do we do now?" Lu Zhe attempted to seek answers from the system, but other than enhancing abilities through check-ins, the system only provided a survival manual. What to do now? Rationally thinking, they should utilize the survival manual to survive on the deserted island. After ensuring basic survival conditions, they could wait for the rescue team, significantly increasing their chances of survival. Lu Zhe encouraged the three girls, "Before the rescue team arrives, we can't just wait around. We must do everything we can to survive here." Ning Shu nodded. "Lu Zhe, do you have any ideas?" "First, we need to find fresh water," Lu Zhe said earnestly. "A person can survive over 20 days without food, but only a few days without water. If we want to last until the rescue team arrives, we must find fresh water no matter what." Tang Xiaohua doubted. "You can really last over 20 days just drinking water. Which book says that?" Ning Shu patted Guier on the shoulder and said seriously, "This isn't from a book, it's from the Inhumane Human Experiments of Unit 731. Huh. Tang Xiaohua shivered involuntarily and grumbled, "Damn those little devils." Fresh water. Ning Shu looked around. Where can we find it? Other islands have coconut trees, but what kind of rundown island is this? Not even a single coconut tree. Lu Zhe remembered the remaining mineral water he had found by the sea. Although it wasn't much, it solved a big problem. We can search along the shore, some bottles might have residual fresh water. Even if we can't find fresh water, we can collect some bottles and plastic bags. The sun is strong now, and we can use it to distill seawater. Ning Shu nodded, That's a good idea. The problem is. Lu Zhe asked Lin Qianqian, "Can you walk, Qianqian?" "He'll try." Lin Qianqian managed to stand up with Ning Shu's support. She was still very weak and could only walk with help. Lu Zhe wanted to help her on the other side, but Tang Xiaohua quickly intervened and pushed Lu Zhe aside, saying, "You don't need to, I can support her." Fearing that Lu Zhe would touch Qianqian too much, but in the push and pull she ended up bumping into Lu Zhe several times. Lu Zhe reminded, "Remember to walk along the edge of the jungle, don't stand in the sunlight. This will reduce physical consumption." Ning Shu chuckled, "Lu Zhe, you actually know quite a bit. Of course, the more books you read, the more you understand." The four of them searched along the beach like scavengers, finding 2 intact plastic bags and 11 clean plastic bottles. Fortunately, they also found a bottle of Nongfu Spring and a bottle of Pulse. Finding domestic drink bottles indicated that this island might not be too far from their homeland. But unfortunately, not a single bottle contained drinkable water. Lin Qianqian was too tired and wanted to give up, but just then she spotted a black object lying on the beach ahead. "Look over there," Tang Xiaohua exclaimed. "Could it be a stranded dolphin?" Lu Zhe squinted and replied, "What kind of eyesight is that?" "It's clearly not." Lin Qianqian frowned. "It looks a bit like." "Hey, is that Yao Yao?" Ning Shu rubbed her eyes and said, "It really could be her, let's go check it out." Before she finished speaking, Lu Zhe had already rushed to the 5th survivor. She wore a white casual outfit, denim skirt, lace-trimmed princess socks, and small leather shoes. Her skin was exceptionally fair, her cheeks softly rounded with youthful fullness, and her slender pale legs slightly reddened by the sun. It was Zhang Yao, the class's life committee representative and also the dance partner of the club. Spotting a fellow classmate and teammate, Lu Zhe hurried over and gently lifted Zhang Yao's neck. "Hey Zhang Yao." "Yao Yao." He checked her breathing. It was faint. Yet her condition was dire. Her entire body lay exposed beneath the scorching sun, her face burned crimson and feverish, and severe dehydration gripped her. Fortunately, she was still alive. Thanks to his attendance check-in, Lu Zhe had gained physical recovery and advancement, making it far easier for him to lift Zhang Yao. Tang Xiaohua muttered. The moment he sees Yao Yao, he rushes to carry her. Ning Shu interjected, "Xiaohua, now's not the time for chatter. Help immediately." "Oh." As Lu Zhe lifted Zhang Yao, his hands inevitably brushed her skin, and he recoiled inwardly at how fiercely hot her body temperature was. "Let's go, find some shade." Lu Zhe carried Zhang Yao beneath the broad canopy of a large-leaf deciduous tree and laid her gently down on the cool, dappled earth. He recalled the survival manual: excess clothing impedes heat dissipation. Remove garments from the affected person and initiate rapid cooling. Remove her clothes. She'd surely misinterpret his intentions again. Tang Xiaohua would never let it go. But now time was life itself. No hesitation could be afforded. As he began unfastening Zhang Yao's blouse, he adopted a solemn clinical tone. "Zhang Yao is overdressed. This restricts both respiration and thermal regulation. Are you certain you have no ulterior motive?" Tang Guo pouted and frowned. Lu Zhe replied coldly, "Her core temperature is critically elevated. If we don't lower it immediately, she'll succumb to dehydration within minutes. If there is any motive at all, it is singular to keep her alive." Ning Shu murmured, "She does appear gravely ill. Feel for yourselves. Her arms are burning hot. like touching live coals. Ning Shu and Tang Xiaohua recoiled instantly after touching Jiang Yao's forearm. Sun exposure. Lin Qianqian removed Jiang Yao's shoes and gently massaged her delicate feet, then spoke softly. Lu Zhou is right. We must act swiftly to reduce Yao Yao's temperature. Let's remove her clothing now. Agreed. Ning Shu nodded. Xiaohua, assist me. Tang Xiaohua nearly told Lu Zhe, turn your face away. You're absolutely forbidden from peeking. But she found Lu Zhe had already turned aside to inspect Jiang Yao's waterlogged phone. As expected, it was completely inoperable, its screen dark and unresponsive. Meanwhile, with Tang Xiaohua's help, Ning Shu stripped off Jiang Yao's sailor-style top and skirt, laying them beneath her as padding, and loosened the clasp of her bra, leaving it resting loosely across her chest. Next came urgent cooling. Ideally, we'd dampen a towel with cool water and apply it to her forehead, Ning Shu suggested. Cool water. Seawater. Evaporation constantly draws heat away, so its temperature remains lower than ambient air. We can use it instead. Lin Qianqian cautioned. Salt residue on the skin may trigger reverse osmosis, drawing moisture out of her body. Then place a thin plastic barrier between the seawater-soaked cloth and her forehead. Ning Shu nodded. Who has a towel, or even a handkerchief? The three exchanged blank glances. Each shook their head. Lu Zhe's gaze suddenly fell upon Lin Qianqian's thigh-high socks. Such long, seamless hosiery. Wasn't it the perfect substitute for a compress? Quick, Qianqian, take off your sock. Lin Qianqian blinked, stunned. Huh? Delay means death. Okay. Blushing deeply, Lin Qianqian slipped off her shoes and carefully peeled down one thigh-high sock, revealing a dainty snow-white foot, which she instinctively tucked shyly behind her other leg. Her flustered grace was utterly endearing, yet Lu Zhe had no time to admire it. He snatched the sock, dashed to the shoreline, rinsed it thoroughly in seawater, wrung it nearly dry, folded it into a compact square, and placed it gently atop Jiang Yao's burning forehead. Tang Xiaohua fanned Jiang Yao with a broad leaf, while Lin Qianqian rubbed warmth back into her palms and soles. Gradually, Jiang Yao's fever began to recede. At that moment, Jiang Yao's parched, cracked lips trembled faintly. Everyone noticed this subtle movement. Yao Yao's lips moved. Did you see that? I saw it. Yao Yao, can you hear us? Jiang Yao? Yao Yao. A faint whisper escaped her throat. Water. Lu Zhe murmured anxiously. Lowering her body temperature alone won't suffice. She desperately needs fresh water. Exposed to the scorching sun for too long, she must be parched beyond measure. To save her life, immediate rehydration is imperative. Water. Lin Qianqian whispered weakly. But we've walked so far and found not a drop. Ning Shu groaned in frustration. What do we do? I drank most of it, and Guire finished the rest. If only I'd known. I'd have saved some no matter what. There's no use dwelling on it now, Lu Zhe sighed. We must find another way. Yet even as he spoke, he knew he had none left to offer. Fresh water was an exceedingly scarce resource on this island. Given their dwindling stamina, locating a viable source to replenish Jiang Yao's depleted fluids would be nearly as impossible as scaling heaven itself. He consulted the survival manual once more, only to find it prescribed a grim, desperate solution. He stared speechless, but time was slipping away. With no alternative, he lifted his gaze toward Ning Shu and Tang Xiaohua. Ning Shu tensed under his stare. Lu Zhe, what are you doing? You've already drunk water, haven't you? Yes. Then go collect some, now. As he spoke, Lu Zhe handed her a recovered Pocari sweat bottle. If we had water, we wouldn't need to. Wait, Lu Zhe, what exactly do you mean by this? Lu Zhe's voice hardened with solemn resolve. At this moment, life outweighs all else. So ask no questions. Only act boldly when conscience deems it right. Remember, you are saving your comrade's life. Tang Xiaohua grimaced. No way. Ning Shu furrowed her brow, then steeling herself, accepted the bottle. Given the emergency, we must adopt expedient measures. Let's go. With that, she seized Tang Xiaohua's hand and strode off. Minutes later, they returned. Ning Shu extended the bottle brimming with liquid, but as Lu Zhe reached for it, she pulled it back. Remember, if Yao Yao asks, tell her it's seawater from a muddy coastal pool. Isn't it? Lu Zhe replied, utterly deadpan. Ning Shu nodded, satisfied, and finally passed him the bottle. Lu Zhe carefully administered 1/3 of the contents to Jiang Yao, yet she reacted with visceral resistance, a thin trickle escaping the corners of her mouth. Tang Xiaohua flushed crimson. That's enough. Let her rest for a while. Ning Shu gently laid her flat. After receiving the fresh water and resting beneath the dappled shade of trees, Jiang Yao's condition visibly improved. She now only awaited consciousness. Lin Qianqian pointed to the remaining 2/3 in the bottle. May I have a sip? Lu Zhe handed it to her. She strained to drink half. Lu Zhe, would you like some too? I'll pass. For now, I'm holding up. Tang Xiaohua sat hunched beneath the tree, knees clamped tight, casting a pleading glance at Ning Shu. Ning Shu shrugged, a silent, helpless gesture. Lu Zhe felt restless. He could not simply sit idle. After a pause, he said, let's inventory our supplies together, catalog every useful tool and reserve we possess. Only then can we maximize our chances of surviving on this island until rescue arrives. This time, everyone cooperated without hesitation. Ning Shu upended her backpack. You've seen most of these already. A novel hand cream, hair ties, tissues, a thermos, a pencil case, a diary, a spoon, keys, and a pack of sanitary pads, whose purpose, needless to say, lies beyond your concern. Edibles include 1 pack of chewing gum and several packets of spicy wheat sticks. I also have a smartphone, completely drained of power. Luja opened the pencil case, 3 gel pens, 1 mechanical pencil, 2 boxes of lead refills, an eraser, and a plastic ruler. The notebook had only 3 pages used. The rest remained blank, its spine thick and sturdy. Its cover depicted a Chinese girl and a Western girl standing side by side against an abstract world map. Pens and diaries will help record vital data, landmarks, flora and fauna, tidal patterns, and even serve as vessels for message on a bottle coordinates or detailed island maps. You actually thought of all that? Ningshu marveled. Luja countered, and what did you think of first? She answered candidly, shouldn't it be last words, or a farewell letter? Luja gave her an exhausted, exasperated look, and picked up the spicy wheat sticks. These are soy-based, offering minimal protein, but their intense salt and heat will exacerbate thirst. For now, under no circumstances should anyone consume them. All 3 nodded. Ningshu asked, what about the chewing gum? Not bad, but pure sugar would be far more valuable than xylitol at this moment. Then he lifted the whistle and blew twice, sharp, piercing tones. Class monitor, why on earth did you bring this? I bought it just in case we got separated at the airport, Ningshu replied. A whistle serves perfectly for short-range communication during split operations. Next, he examined the keychain, 2 large keys, 3 small ones, and a magnetic door card, none of which seemed immediately useful. The only practical idea he had was prying open scallop shells with a key. Fortunately, the keychain also included a nail clipper, so at least they'd never fret over overgrown fingernails again. That concluded the full inventory of Ningshu's backpack and each item's potential utility. After checking Ningshu's supplies, Luja asked, Qianqian, what do you have? Lin Qianqian rummaged through her pocket and pulled out 3 items, a waterlogged phone number, a card holder containing several bank cards, a student ID, and a total of 11 plastic cards, including shopping mall membership cards along with a few coins. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Luja nodded. The cards can be used to scrape off the water after coming out of the ocean, reducing the amount of salt that clings to our skin. As for the coins, I still don't know their use. If we encounter a vending machine on the deserted island, they might come in handy. Or what about you? Tang Xiaoguo blushed, hurriedly responding as Luja called her name, and took off her items, a Givenchy necklace, earrings, and on her wrist a Longines bracelet watch. Fortunately, the watch was completely undamaged and still ticking. Luja took a look and remarked, the necklace and earrings may not have much use right now, but a watch that can keep track of time is also a vital resource. Ningshu asked, Luja, what do you have? Luja rummaged through his pocket, which had been emptied, and after a long search retrieved a dead hermit crab that had crawled in at some point. My pockets are cleaner than my face now. He then shook his wrist. I have a Casio mechanical watch which not only tells time, but also records the date and sets alarms. Tang Xiaoguo looked at her watch. According to my watch, it's 1:30. Luja checked his watch and confirmed, that's right, it's June 10th, 1:30 in the afternoon. I remember we boarded the plane at midnight. Ningshu recalled clearly. To be precise, we boarded at 1:55 a.m. Lin Qianqian added, I remember we had a midnight snack at the airport at exactly midnight. Tang Xiaoguo asked, didn't we have barbecue together yesterday afternoon? I never expected we would end up in such a dreadful place now. Luja frowned slightly. He found it strange that all the survivors they encountered after the plane crash were classmates. Why hadn't they seen anyone else from the flight? There were no bodies in sight either. Luja recalled how inexplicably they were upgraded to first class after boarding. The first class cabin had suddenly opened up with a large hole during the flight. Could it be that only those in first class encountered misfortune while the others remained safe and sound? He felt an inexplicable sense of being tricked, but Luja did not dwell on it further. Finally, he checked Jiang Yao, finding nothing but a broken phone, and sighed in relief. This is all the supplies we have. Next, we must use these items to survive on this island until help arrives. It's easy to say but hard to do. Luja understood that most supplies seem useless at the moment. One could even say that in the wild, all these items combined are less useful than a lighter or a machete. Moreover, they also had 4 weak girls with them. This situation was actually more challenging than starting with nothing. What should they do now? It was too hot. They needed to find a place to set up a temporary camp, creating a relatively comfortable and cool space. But where should they set up camp? Considering Jiang Yao was still unconscious and Lin Qianqian was very weak, neither was suited for a long trek. Luja combined his knowledge from the survival manual and proposed an idea. We are currently at the junction of the beach and the jungle. In front is the beach, which can provide marine resources, while behind is the jungle, offering shelter from the scorching sun. If a helicopter flies by, we can quickly reach the beach for help. Instead of trekking far, it would be better to make this area cooler and use it as our camp. Ningshu asked, how do we set up the camp? Do we need to pitch a tent? Luja shook his head. We don't have the strength or energy for that now. We can only make a relatively simple, cool shelter that allows us to recover our strength. Then we can rest while distilling fresh water and wait for rescue. Luja's clear plan instilled a sense of trust in the girls. Ningshu was the first to express, all right, Luja, we will do as you say. We must save Yao Yao and wait for the rescue team, then we can go home together. Tang Xiaoguo waved her small fist. Exactly, we came out together, and we must go back together. Although Qianqian was weak, her spirit was lifted. Luja, I can also help with some things. Seeing that everyone was energized, Luja nodded with satisfaction, observing the surroundings before starting to assign tasks. There are many broadleaf plants here, let's pick some nearby to lay on the ground. The leaves have transpiration effects which make their temperature lower than the air temperature. It also helps reduce bites from ants and other insects. During this time, Guire went to fill some plastic bags with seawater. The seawater has a higher heat capacity and is cooler, which can help lower Jiang Yao's body temperature when applied to her skin. Alright, Luja set the tasks as simply as possible so that everyone would be motivated to complete them. Qian said, Luja, what should I do? Just rest for now. If you have the energy, help Yao Yao with her face and fan her. Okay. Luja and Ningxu spent about 10 minutes laying broad leaves over an area of about 4 square meters. They then lifted Jiang Yao onto the leaves, laying her flat, while Qian stayed by her side to wipe her face and fan her. Tang Xiao would dash to the seaside under the blazing sun to fill a few bottles with seawater, feeling it was indeed a bit cooler, though not by much. She placed the water bottles beside Jiang Yao. They couldn't tell if it was psychological or if it actually worked, but everyone sitting or lying on the leaves felt a slight coolness. Outside the shade, the sun remained scorching hot, making the sand burn the feet. Luja thought it would be a good opportunity to make a distiller. He selected a clean bottle, the kind with a smaller opening, filled it halfway with seawater, and buried part of it in the hot sand. He took a larger bottle, bent it into a shape, and carefully positioned it over the smaller bottle's opening using a stick to support it. The heat from the beach combined with direct sunlight would cause the water to evaporate, and the water vapor would condense into droplets, gathering at the bottom of the bent bottle. This would yield drinkable fresh water. Unfortunately, there were only 3 bottles that could be used, and without a cutting tool, Luja could only create a few distillers instead of 10 or 8. However, to get fresh water from the distillers, he would need to wait several hours. He had to think of other methods. The survival manual had some ways to obtain fresh water, but they required certain conditions. Luja looked up, surveying the surroundings. The beach, the jungle, the palm trees, the grassland, and countless unidentified plants. Wait, palm trees. He raised his head, but did not see coconuts hanging from the trees. However, the absence of coconuts did not mean there was no water source. He approached the tree and touched it, receiving information about it in his mind. Palm tree, commonly found in tropical and subtropical regions. It can be used for ornamental purposes, and crafting. Its fronds can be used for making ropes, and it has high economic value. Its sap is rich in tannins and has a stringent taste, poor palatability, but can provide hydration in critical moments. However, it is not advisable to consume in large quantities. Luja thought to himself, if only it were a birch tree. But it's fine. Anything that can help us survive is good enough. Qian, lend me your key. Oh, what are you going to do with it? Lin Qian said, already handing over the key. I'm going to try another water extraction device. Lin Qian looked puzzled. Can a key be used? Meanwhile, Luja selected a spot on the palm tree, using the key's tip to drill and twist into the trunk. After nearly 20 minutes, Luja managed to drill a small hole. He then took a water pen from his pouch, removed the tip and ink cartridge, and inserted the pen barrel into the hole. Ningxu and Tang Xiaohua curiously leaned over to watch. Tang Xiaohua asked, are you trying to extract water from the tree? Ningxu was skeptical. Can it be drunk? The sap of the palm tree contains tannins, so it tastes terrible, but it can be life-saving in critical moments. This doesn't look like it can produce water, does it? At least it's worth a try. Luja spent another 10 minutes securing the pen barrel, then arranged small stones around it to form a simple bowl that would collect the water. After half a minute, a droplet of water indeed formed and dripped into the plastic bag. Tang Xiaohua nodded. There's actually water now, not bad, kid. Ningxu nodded. At this rate, we might collect a bottle cap's worth by tomorrow morning. However, the evaporation rate is likely faster than the accumulation. It starts slow but should pick up soon. Oh, every drop we collect could save a life. Sure enough, after a while the dripping speed increased, with a drop falling every 3 seconds. Should he make another one? Luja looked at his sore palm from drilling and decided against it. Several companions were either lying or sitting on the broad leaves in the shade, managing to create a semblance of survival, no longer looking so miserable. At that moment, Tang Xiaohua and Ningxu had woven 2 headbands from branches and leaves. Though simple and not very colorful, they effectively shielded their heads from the scorching sun. Luja, here's a gift for you. Tang Xiaohua handed one to Luja. She often teased him first whenever there was a problem, but when something good happened, she was always willing to share with him. In Luja's eyes, she was sometimes quite annoying, yet other times very understanding. In short, she was a rather unique girl. Luja took the headband, feeling it was quite well made. Under the sunlight, it indeed helped protect his facial skin from sunburn. Thanks. Several girls sat in the green shade, chatting, while continuing to weave headbands, as they had nothing else to do. Ningxu even attempted to imitate the method of drilling the bark with the key, but quickly ran out of strength after 2 minutes. Everyone sat on the grass, leaves surprisingly, feeling a sense of comfort. Luja was still deep in thought. Considering the situation, if the rescue team could arrive within 24 hours, they might actually be able to hold on. But what if they didn't come? Luja understood that one must always prepare for the worst. If the rescue team didn't arrive, they needed to find more critical survival supplies to stay alive. Fresh water is always the top priority. They couldn't rely solely on tree sap and distillation. They needed to explore other methods. Luja decided to venture into the forest to search around. Only by finding a continuous water source and food could they truly escape the threat of death. Making a decision, Lu Zhi stood up. You three stay here and keep an eye on Jiang Yao. I want to take a walk in the woods to see if I can find some fresh water and food. Ning Shu looked worried. No, it's too dangerous. You can't go alone. Lu Zhi replied. Having more people would only make it inconvenient. I won't go too far. If anything happens, you can blow the whistle. That won't do either. Ning Shu stood up firmly and said, it's not easy for us 5 friends to gather together. If you go alone into the woods and something happens, how will we explain it to your parents? But if we don't go, we might all die here. Tang Xiaohua also said anxiously, even if you can be a bit reckless, you're still our classmate. I won't let you take risks alone. If you insist on going, then I will reluctantly accompany you. Lu Zhi scoffed. Tang Xiaohua, whom are you calling reckless? Tang Xiaohua stuck out her tongue awkwardly. If anyone should go, it should be me and Lu Zhi. Ning Shu stood up saying, Gora, you lost one of your shoes. You've already experienced it in the woods, right? Tang Xiaohua recalled the embarrassing scene of one bare foot and one foot in a high-heeled sandal and nodded helplessly. You stay at the camp and take care of Qian and Yao Yao. If anything really happens, just blow the whistle. We won't go too far. Ning Shu seemed to have made up her mind. Tang Xiaohua reluctantly nodded, saying then, be careful. Lu Zhi also felt that having a sensible girl like Ning Shu accompany them might help, so he nodded and said, all right, let's set off. So where do we enter? Lu Zhi looked around and pointed to a relatively flat area in the southwest, saying, it's easier to enter the woods from here. Our main search targets are small rivers, streams, berries, or tubers. Ning Shu frowned. Rodents. It can't be mice, right? It's sweet potatoes or cassava. Of course, catching mice would be even better. That's a good source of protein. Ning Shu shuddered in disgust. Ew, I hate mice. No worries. If you encounter one, just call me and I'll handle it. You promised. Lu Zhi and Ning Shu put on the newly woven simple headbands to shield themselves from the scorching sun and took a plastic bag containing 2 collected empty bottles into the jungle. The terrain in the jungle was a bit high, covered in weeds and uneven. Walking in such a place consumed a lot of energy. After searching in the grass for a while, Lu Zhi noticed that Ning Shu seemed unable to continue. Class monitor, do you want to take a break? Ning Shu was panting with her hands on her knees and nodded. I just haven't exercised much lately. It's all right, I also wanted to take a break. Ning Shu hesitated. What's wrong? I drank some water earlier, and I feel like I shouldn't say this, but honestly I'm a bit thirsty. She wiped the sweat from her forehead. Lu Zhi knew that more than 2 hours had passed since they met, and after washing the towel to cool Jiang Yao and setting up the camp, Ning Shu and Tang Xiaohua had hardly had a moment of rest. Even though she had drunk a lot of fresh water before, with the increased sweat from walking, her body's water content had begun to decrease. Lu Zhi handed her a bottle of energy drink, gesturing. Is there any left? Ning Shu knew what Lu Zhi meant. Blushing and annoyed, she said no. It seems most of it has already been expelled with sweat. If not, should I take you back to the camp? Ning Shu shook her head. I'm fine. I can still hold on, it's just that my throat feels a bit smoky. Maybe resting for a while will help. Then you sit here for a while, and I'll look around nearby. Hey, don't go far. I'll stay within 20 meters in your line of sight. If I go too far, just call me. All right. Lu Zhi began searching nearby, but after a round he found nothing. Approaching a thicket, he discovered something. He pushed aside the wild grass, revealing a small patch of damp soil. This area was relatively low, and Lu Zhi guessed it was rainwater that had collected here during rainfall, and due to the dense cover in front, evaporation had been delayed. He dipped his finger in it, pinched it, and tasted it with his tongue. It had no salty taste. This indicated that the water in the muddy soil was fresh water. Class monitor, come look. What good thing did you find? Ning Shu curiously leaned over. Lu Zhi brought the damp soil on his finger to her nose. Ning Shu frowned. What's this? It's damp soil, and the water inside is fresh water. Don't tell me this can be drunk. It might be drinkable if filtered. Filtered with what? We don't have filter paper or measuring cups. We don't have those. But we can use pure cotton socks to hold the soil and squeeze it for filtration. Ning Shu looked at Lu Zhi in shock. Lu Zhi, how did you come up with such a crude method? Lu Zhi said seriously, Bear Grylls use socks to filter muddy water to obtain fresh water in Arizona. If you want to survive, you can't be too particular about such things. Now the question is, do we use yours or mine? Lu Zhi's method made Ning Shu feel a bit uncomfortable. I said, Lu Zhi, I've watched wilderness survival shows before. Isn't it said that the water in the soil can't be drunk directly? There are microorganisms in it, and drinking it rashly could infect you with parasites. Lu Zhi nodded. But remember one thing, you can only qualify to be infected if you survive. Right now we haven't found a source of fresh water and don't have the means to boil it. If we want to survive, we can only use temporary solutions. Ning Shu frowned. Does it really have to be like this? Being infected is also a matter of probability, but if we don't drink water, we will certainly die of thirst. Saying this, Lu Zhi took off his shoes and socks. My socks have been soaked in seawater, so they aren't suitable for filtering. How about yours? Ning Shu, feeling both annoyed and shy, said I. Lu Zhi, why do you always think of such crude ideas? That incident before was already outrageous. Can the water filtered through socks be drunk? Of course. Lu Zhi put his socks back on. Don't forget, it was that outrageous incident that helped Yao Yao's bodily functions start to recover. If Yao Yao is fortunate enough to survive, you will be her lifesaver. Let's not mention that anymore, okay? Ning Shu twisted her body, frowning, her stance seeming to waver. I'm just curious, where did you learn this quirky survival knowledge? Survival shows, survival anime, and of course, 100,000 Ys. Are you sure? You're not just joking with me on purpose. Of course not, I'm very serious. If possible, I'd like to borrow one from you. Ning Shu blushed. No way. Giving socks to a boy to drink water, just thinking about it feels weird. Luja nodded, lying on the grass, then drink it yourself. Just remember, if I die of thirst, bury me, so I won't have to get up on the 7th day to look for you. Ning Shu was truly helpless against him. But while she complained, she understood that Luja had done so much for their classmates, and his physical stamina had also been greatly consumed. It was only right that she contributed a little herself. Moreover, she also enjoyed watching survival shows. In retrospect, it seemed that Uncle Da had indeed used this method. She hesitated for a moment and sighed. I feel like I've really gone crazy doing this. Saying this, she took off her sports shoes and little white socks, then hesitated for a moment before shyly handing one of the white cotton socks to Luja. Here, don't dislike it. Luja took it and looked at it. After walking in the jungle for so long, the bottom was still snow white. He sniffed it. It didn't smell bad, just had a faint scent of sweat. Don't smell it. Ning Shu angrily slapped him. I just wanted to see if I could accept it. It seems you have the constitution of a goddess. It's not that hard to accept. Being praised by Luja, Ning Shu actually felt a bit proud. That's right. Then Luja picked up a piece of tree bark and scooped some damp soil into the little white sock. He then tightened the opening and slowly squeezed it. Sure enough, relatively clear droplets of water began to gather at the bottom. Ning Shu was first puzzled, then astonished. It actually produced water. Luja held it above his head, tilted his head back, and caught the dripping clear water with his mouth. It really quenched his thirst. Ning Shu hesitated for a moment, then followed suit, and indeed managed to drink some water. How does it feel? Not bad. Very refreshing, but didn't you say it was fresh water? Why does it still have a bit of a salty taste? That's the sweat on your sock. Ning Shu gagged. Luja teased. Haha, are you disgusted with yourself? That has nothing to do with whose it is, or everyone would be disgusted. You should imagine yourself as a fairy. I was originally. The two of them sat back to back on the grass, bickering while drinking the water filtered through socks. The afternoon sunlight shone down, creating a surprisingly sweet and romantic scene. After changing the damp soil 3 times, they could no longer squeeze out a single drop of water, but their extreme thirst had been alleviated. Luja nodded. Let's go continue searching. Shaking off the dirt from the socks, he tucked them away. Luja pulled her up and the two of them searched the grassy area again, finding neither fresh water nor any tuber plants. At this point, Luja discovered a cluster of bushes bearing dozens of yellow fruits about the size of jujubes. He wondered if they were edible. He picked one and held it in his hand, closing his eyes in contemplation as information about the fruit flowed into his mind. Ning Shu leaned closer. What is this? Little jujubes. Luja shook his head. This is called wild persimmon, scientifically known as Diospyros lotus, a type of wild fruit. It can be eaten when ripe, but it's not ripe yet, too sour and astringent, and can easily cause diarrhea. We might as well remember this place and come back in a few days when it's ripe. Before Luja could finish, a sharp scream echoed from a distance. Then came the urgent whistle, and both Luja and Ning Shu were startled. Oh no, something happened at the camp. Luja couldn't think too much and quickly grabbed Ning Shu, running towards the direction of the camp. Upon arriving at the camp, he saw Lin Qianqian curled up in a corner, holding the unconscious Jiang Yao, while Tang Xiaohua sat in front of them, frightened to tears. About a meter away from them lay a 5-meter-long multicolored snake, raising its head and flicking its tongue while resting on the leaves. Seeing Luja running over, Lin Qianqian exclaimed, Luja, snake. I've seen it. Luja forced himself to calm down. Everyone don't move. Luja remembered a method his grandfather used to catch snakes when he was young. He took off his long pants, tied the 2 legs together, and circled around behind the snake. He pounced forward using the pants as a bag. The snake was good at attacking, but not at dodging, and it was quickly covered by the pants. It tried to bite, but couldn't find a place to sink its fangs inside, instead desperately trying to escape through the bright areas. Just as its head emerged, Luja swiftly pressed it down. Holding the snake, Luja's mind briefly focused, and information about the snake appeared before his eyes. New species: Southeast Asian silver ring snake subspecies, prefers to eat birds and rodents, occasionally stealing seagull eggs, aggressive in nature, will actively attack mammals. System naming designated BM silver ring snake. Its venom is a neurotoxin with a fatality rate of 10. Edible and rich in protein. The snake's body continued to writhe, creating a very uncomfortable sensation. Luja hurriedly stuffed it into the pants and tightened the waistband with a belt to form a sealed bag. He then hung the pants bag on a tree and returned to check on Tang Xiaohua. Tang Xiaohua was in tears, and upon seeing Luja cried out, Luja, I just got bitten. What? Luja rushed in front of Tang Xiaohua. Where were you bitten? Tang Xiaohua bit her lip, enduring the pain. My foot, my toe. Luja picked up Tang Xiaohua's right foot, and on the delicate pale pad of her right big toe, there were 2 tiny puncture marks. It turned out that 2 minutes earlier, this foraging snake had passed by here, heading towards Jiang Yao and Lin Qianqian. Tang Xiaohua screamed in fright. To protect her companions, she tried to drive the snake away, but in a panic she had no better option and kicked it with her foot, and the snake retaliated with a bite. The bite landed perfectly on her right big toe. Ning Shu sighed. Luckily, it's not a triangular-headed snake. This snake shouldn't be venomous. Not all oval-headed venomous snakes are harmless. This is a silver ring snake subspecies, and its venom is quite potent. Oh, hearing this, the other companions were at a loss. Tang Xiaobo cried out, am I going to die? You want? Lu Zhi casually replied, knowing he had no time for hesitation. He immediately rolled down Tang Xiaobo's stockings and pinched the base of her toe to cut off blood circulation. Then he slowly pushed forward, trying to squeeze as much snake venom out of the wound as possible. He applied a bit more force than intended, causing Tang Xiaobo to cry out in pain. Ouch, oh, oh, oh. Lu Zhi scolded Tang Xiaobo, be serious. This time Tang Xiaobo didn't retort, she just blushed and weakly uttered, oh. Finally, no more blood could be squeezed out. It seemed that most of the snake venom had been cleared out, but that didn't mean Tang Xiaobo was out of danger. The survival manual suggested use tannic acid substances to neutralize the venom. This could effectively reduce the poisoning condition. Tannic acid. Yes, that substance can neutralize the alkaline proteins in snake venom and is the best antidote in nature. But where would I find it here? Suddenly Lu Zhi thought of palm juice. The astringent quality of the juice was precisely due to its high tannic acid content. He checked the plastic bag with collected tree sap and found only a small amount. But even this small amount might save Guer's life. Lu Zhi carefully applied the tree sap to her wound. Tang Xiaobo watched as her little foot was held in Lu Zhi's hand, her face turning as red as a ripe apple. After treating the wound, Lu Zhi asked, need a rubber band for support. Ning Shu searched in her backpack, but Lin Qianqian pulled down a hair tie from her own head, saying, use mine. Lu Zhi took it and tightened it around Tang Xiaobo's toe, attempting to cut off blood circulation as much as possible. Guer, how does it feel? Tang Xiaobo shook her head, I don't feel much. Lu Zhi let out a sigh of relief. Even if some venom entered the body, it wouldn't be much. It hasn't damaged the sensory and respiratory systems. She should be able to survive this. Ning Shu felt relieved and asked, Lu Zhi, what is the significance of applying tree sap to the wound? Lu Zhi briefly explained, snake venom is alkaline and the tannic acid in plants can neutralize the venom. The sap of the palm tree is astringent, and almost all astringent foods contain tannic acid, such as unripe persimmons. Ning Shu nodded, then thought of something. By the way, do you remember we just saw a junkianzi plant? You said it wasn't ripe yet, and it tastes astringent. Exactly. Wait here, I'll go pick some. Sure, keep a few for safety. Be careful. No problem. 2 minutes later, Ning Shu returned with a small bunch of junkianzi and applied it to Tang Xiaobo's wound again. The crisis was finally temporarily averted. However, there were now 3 weak girls in the camp. Ning Shu was the only one left who could work. It seemed that the upcoming survival challenges would be even more difficult. Tang Xiaobo nodded, looking at the junkianzi, which was quite cute. She put one in her mouth and chewed, almost flying away from the astringency. She immediately spat it out, exclaiming, wow, so sour and astringent. That's not for you to eat. Are you hungry? Lu Zhi pointed behind him. This snake can be our dinner. Lin Qianqian worriedly said, but wild snakes can have parasites, eating them can make you sick. You don't have to worry too much about that. Lu Zhi assured, the snake population on the island is relatively isolated, so the chance of them being infected with parasites is low. But just in case, we need to cook it thoroughly before eating. Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaobo exchanged glances, both harboring a deep fear of eating such slimy creatures. Ning Shu nodded. I have eaten snake before, it was spicy, but how do we handle this one? I'll take care of it later. Tang Xiaobo said. May the gods bless us, I hope we can find other food. Lin Qianqian added eagerly. It would be great if we could catch a tuna, or something like coconut crab would also be acceptable. Ning Shu sighed, what luck is there? I don't ask for much, catching a wild rabbit to roast would be the best. Tang Xiaobo became anxious, but rabbits are so cute, won't eating them make us feel guilty? Ning Shu sighed. In this situation, we shouldn't feel sorry for the rabbit, having something to eat is already great. Lin Qianqian said, I heard that rabbits have very low fat content, eating too much might make one even hungrier. Ning Shu nodded. So in the wild, their skin and internal organs are more valuable than the meat because the subcutaneous fat and internal organ fat content is the highest, but still far less than pork or beef. Tang Xiaobo stroked her chin, realizing, so rabbits are actually a weight loss delicacy. Lin Qianqian asked, but didn't you just say rabbits are cute? Tang Xiaobo nodded. But if they could maintain their figure, that would be another story. Lin Qianqian patted Tang Xiaobo's calf. Guer, you are already very thin. Ning Shu sighed. I'm done for you, I miss the spicy rabbit heads from my hometown. Speaking of which, why hasn't the rescue team arrived yet? Meanwhile, Lu Zhi was making use of his leisure pants to carry the snake, but fortunately, he was still wearing a pair of everyday sports shorts underneath. This was because he had worn shorts before getting on the plane, but since the air conditioning was too cool, he put on another pair of pants, preparing to take a nap. He checked the surroundings of the forest area once more, confirming that there were no other snakes before feeling at ease. Just as Lu Zhi was inspecting the area around the camp, Tang Xiaobo clutched her stomach, her little brows knitted, an ominous feeling suddenly washed over her. Ning Shu noticed something was off. Guer, what's wrong? It's nothing. Guer forced out an awkward smile and whispered, squad leader, do you have any toilet paper? Ning Shu immediately understood. Young Miss Guer needed to use the toilet. Lu Zhi had already discerned Tang Xiaobo's intentions. To spare her any embarrassment, he said, I will take a stroll by the seaside to see if I can find any seafood. Then he walked alone towards the beach. At this moment it was high tide. On the beach, apart from a few hermit crabs the size of fingernails, he could find no seafood. Luja picked one up and examined it. The larger ones were fine, but these small shells had more meat than shell, providing insufficient calories to digest them. He wanted to find a sharp stone or an oyster shell to carve into a tool, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find a suitable stone. Indeed, real survival was nothing like what those so-called survival experts showcased on Douyin or Kuaishou. It was far from easy. Yet Luja ultimately discovered a useful resource. A large patch of seaweed drifted in with the waves. This item was rich in vitamins and carbohydrates and edible, but due to its toughness, consuming it directly could burden the stomach. But having something was better than nothing. He rolled up the seaweed and placed it into a plastic bag. He returned to the campsite not empty-handed. Tang Xiaoguo seemed to have completed her first toilet endeavor, but looking at her scrunched-up little brows and her indescribable expression, it appeared she hadn't succeeded smoothly. After all, her foot was injured and her snakebite wound was throbbing painfully. There was no toilet here, and squatting was simply impossible. Managing to relieve herself was already quite a feat. How are you? I'm fine, just a bit uncomfortable. I'll be okay soon. Just then a notification suddenly came through Lu Zhi's mind. Ding. Important resources detected within a radius of 100 meters. Strawberry seeds. Lu Zhi was overjoyed. Strawberries were one of his favorite fruits. He understood that if there were strawberries on this island, the quality of life would elevate several levels. Following the direction provided by the system, he walked over and reached the marked location. After roughly 40 meters. He discovered a broad leaf on the ground. The seeds were indicated to be beneath that broad leaf. He walked over in confusion and lifted the leaf. What the? Stunned and in despair. Lost and bewildered. At that moment, he almost fainted on the spot. What the hell did I do wrong to have to experience this? Beneath the leaf lay a small pit with a puddle of yellow substance dotted with a few black specks along with several pristine white tissues. Lu Zhi couldn't help but gag slightly, and then it dawned on him. It must have been that Gui'er had eaten strawberries not long ago, bringing the seeds along to the island. Because strawberry seeds contain anti-digestive enzymes, and possibly due to diarrhea, they were expelled without being digested by gastric juices. So the question arose, what should Lu Zhi do now? Should he give up or bravely search for those seeds and find a quality planting location for them? Lu Zhi's first thought was to abandon the idea and hope the rescue team would arrive soon. But after some rational consideration, he shook his head. What if the rescue team didn't arrive on time? They might need to live here for a long time. Days with strawberries and days without strawberries are completely different worlds, right? No, I cannot betray my principles just for strawberries. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth. I will absolutely not do such a thing. Absolutely not. Lu Zhi was resolute in his decision. However, as soon as he closed his eyes, he felt countless plump, juicy strawberries flying around him. Lu Zhi ultimately expressed his views in a serious tone. We who are stranded on a deserted island must collect every usable resource possible. Before boarding the plane, we ate some fruits, and the seeds of those fruits will enter our stomachs and be carried to the island, as the seeds contain oxidase and won't be fully digested. With these seeds we can clear land and plant fruits. Even if we are rescued later, our lives won't be too miserable. After Lu Zhi said this, the two girls exchanged glances, feeling that it made a lot of sense. Lin Xianxian weakly asked, but how strange is the idea of searching for seeds and feces? Ning Shu said, speaking of which, neither Bai Yi nor De Yi has done such a twisted thing, right? Lu Zhi shrugged. De Yi would roast and eat the undigested beans from his own feces when he was starving to the extreme, and Bai Yi would squeeze water from elephant dung to drink. Compared to that, what we're considering isn't much, right? The two girls simultaneously felt nauseated. That's still pretty twisted. Lu Zhi then brought up a crucial question. By the way, what did you two eat on the plane? Did you eat any fruits? Lin Xianxian frowned in refusal. I don't want to tell you. Ning Shu also put her hands on her hips, saying, you won't find out. Lu Zhi smiled. It's fine if you don't say, but if we don't get rescued in a few months, you'll have to choose between gnawing on tree bark and eating various fruits. It's up to you. Upon hearing this, the two girls were somewhat swayed. Ning Shu whispered to Lin Xianxian. Actually, there is some sense in that. Lin Xianxian blushed and said, but we can't let the boys search for that stuff. It would be so embarrassing. At this moment, not far away, Tang Xiaoguo weakly called out, Class Monitor Qianqian, Lu Zhi, where have you gone? Coming. The matter of searching through feces had to be set aside for now. Upon returning to the camp, everyone noticed that Tang Xiaoguo's complexion was pale, her body was hot, and her breathing was slightly labored. Lu Zhi knew that a small amount of snake venom had still invaded Tang Xiaoguo's heart and lungs. Without an antidote, the unripe wild persimmons themselves were also toxic and could not be eaten in excess. All she could do now was drink more water to speed up her bodily fluid metabolism and expel the toxins. He quickly checked the distiller. After more than 4 hours, the three distillers had each produced about 10 milliliters of fresh water, totaling around 30 ml, which was just a small amount. He quickly gave it to Tang Xiaoguo. As for the two girls' misunderstanding about him searching through feces, let time gradually diffuse that. Lu Zhi looked at his watch. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, and it would be dark in a few hours. He understood that to survive, he couldn't solely rely on distillation. He needed to find more fresh water before dark. He decided to venture deeper into the forest. This time he instructed Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian to take care of Tang Xiaohua and Zhang Yao while he entered the woods alone. Being alone, he climbed into the northern forest from a relatively steep area. Here it was noticeably denser than the southern area with the sounds of unknown insects all around. He searched carefully. Fortuitously, he found a small cluster of fish mint under a tree. He carefully pulled it out, having quite a handful. This plant has a unique flavor rich in nutritional value, providing vitamins and carbohydrates, making it a very high-quality wild vegetable resource. More importantly, it also has some detoxifying effects, although not very strong. Finding one cluster indicates that this species exists on the island. With careful searching, there should be more. He was very pleased. However, he had nearly harvested all the fish mint nearby. Continuing his search, diligence paid off. Finally, he found fresh water at the bottom of a small hill. It was a puddle. The puddle wasn't large, estimated to hold about 2 liters of water. It was likely rainwater dripping from the mountain gathered here into a puddle. He dipped his finger in tasting it. There was no flavor. Fresh water, it was fresh water. This was truly delightful. Unfortunately, the water was somewhat murky. The method is good, but the difficulty in execution is a bit high. Should I just ask to borrow it? Now both girls suspect they have some perverse attributes, yet they still want to borrow that thing. Whether the other party is willing to lend it is another matter. Their perverse image may be impossible to wash clean for the rest of their lives. But upon further reflection, without doing this, they won't be able to obtain clean fresh water. Without fresh water, not only will Tang Xiaohua and Zhang Yao be in danger, but even he himself along with Lin Qianqian and Ning Shu might perish here. There was no room for choice anymore. For survival, for the sake of living, he must push through. He returned to the campsite and found that only 2 of the 4 girls remained. Looking up, he saw Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian gathering sticks in the distance, preparing to make a snake-proof fence around the campsite. Inside, Zhang Yao was still asleep, and Tang Xiaohua was lying down fast asleep. Perhaps they were too tired. Explaining it to them would take a lot of effort, so he might as well just take it first. While Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian were busy, he quietly approached Zhang Yao. He gently touched Zhang Yao's forehead. Her temperature had already dropped, and her breathing was steady and strong. He believed she would wake up soon. Her clothes were underneath her, and the strap of her bra was already undone, simply resting on her chest. If he hurried, perhaps he could finish everything before they woke up. Lu Zhi gently took it. The holy light was dazzling. He quickly shook his head to dispel the terrible thoughts. Then he covered her with clothes. With this, he could filter fresh water. If he acted quickly, he could return it unnoticed. He nodded and hurriedly left. He ran to the muddy puddle. Squatting down, he stacked 2 bowls together and used leaves to scoop up the dirty water and poured it on top. The dirty water slowly flowed out from the bottom through the 2 layers of cotton pads. The murky water became clear. Truly a filtering miracle. This is too useful. He quickly filled his bottle. A few minutes later, Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian returned. Then they saw a bizarre sight. Ning Shu's expression changed as she pointed at the lying Zhang Yao. Doesn't it feel like something is missing? It's the bra. Lin Qianqian exclaimed in panic. Could it be that even on this deserted island there are thieves? She thought for a moment, could it be a squirrel? What would a squirrel want with something like that? I don't know. Ugh, so embarrassing. Qianqian lent a hand. All right. The 2 girls pulled Zhang Yao's sailor suit from under her and covered her up more securely. This is really strange. What's strange? At this moment, Tang Xiaohua woke up yawning. Ning Shu quickly asked, where did you see anyone take Zhang Yao's bra? What? Tang Xiaohua's eyes widened. The bra is missing. Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian both nodded. Tang Xiaohua quickly pulled down her collar to check her own, letting out a sigh of relief. Mine is still here. After thinking for a moment, she worriedly said, could it be Lu Zhi? Ning Shu shook her head and replied confidently. Although Lu Zhi has been acting a bit strange lately, he always approaches problems from a survival standpoint. I don't recall him being the type to steal girls' clothes. Tang Xiaohua pouted, but he's the only boy here. Who else could it be? Ning Shu hesitated and said, how about this? I'll ask him directly. By the way, where did Lu Zhi run off to? Lin Qianqian pondered for a moment. He said he was just wandering nearby. He shouldn't have gone far. Ning Shu imagined Lu Zhi's scene of relieving himself and couldn't help but shiver. He wouldn't have gone to play with that again, would he? Tang Xiaohua was taken aback. Play with what? Ning Shu was sure that if she said, Lu Zhi is playing with the poop you just laid, Tang Xiaohua would surely faint on the spot. So she casually deflected, insects or something. Tang Xiaohua frowned. Do boys really enjoy playing with that? Yes. Ning Shu sighed. Sai, why can't he make things easier for us? Class monitor, don't worry. Lin Qianqian comforted her. Lu Zhi is usually quite reliable. He shouldn't have gone far. Let's just wait patiently for a while. This deserted island is unfamiliar. How can I not worry? At this moment, Tang Xiaohua seemed to hear something. Hey, do you all hear? What sound? It sounds like someone's whistling, and the tune is a bit indecent. Tang Xiaohua listened carefully. It's Pigsy carries his wife. Ning Shu straightened up. I'll go take a look. Lu Zhi meanwhile had filtered a full 4 bottles of fresh water by this puddle. Feeling cheerful, he couldn't help but whistle a joyful tune. He filled his pockets with water and walked back feeling so good that he couldn't help but praise 35D. Oh, and with a familiar milky scent, it turns out my desk mate is truly the real deal. If I used Guerrero's words, it would probably take another hour. But before he reached the campsite, he saw Ning Shu suddenly emerge from behind a tree, hands on her hips, squinting, slightly shaking her head in despair. That look in her eyes was like a weary mother who had endured great hardship suddenly discovering her son, whom she had placed all her hopes on, secretly downloading Japanese adult films. Lu Zhi's heart tightened, and he instinctively hid the item in his right hand behind his back. 3 minutes later, the three girls sat opposite Lu Zhi with Ning Shu very angry, Qianqian very confused, and Guer on the side furious to the point of tears. Jiang Yao's bra lay in front of them like evidence. Do we really need to do this? Tang Xiaohui said sadly. Ever since we arrived on this island, Lu Zhi has transformed from a normal boy into a pervert, even stealing girls' clothes. Who knows what he might do next? Lu Zhi felt helpless. I've said it so many times, him using this to obtain fresh water in the puddle. He shook the water bottle. Look, the evidence is right here. Tang Xiaohui continued. Fine, even if I understand you using this to obtain fresh water, you should at least discuss it with us first. Sneaking it away like this is no different from being a pervert. With the matter laid bare, Lu Zhi became more assertive. Do you think I'd get your agreement if I told you? Honestly, would any of you lend it to me if I asked? Lin Qianqian and Ning Shu exchanged glances, both showing refusal in their eyes. See, I went through all this to save everyone, yet I end up being wrongfully accused of being a pervert. Who said that? Tang Xiaohui mumbled. If you spoke to me properly, maybe I would lend it to you. This response was quite unexpected. Lu Zhi casually said, your cup is too small. Even if I used it, it wouldn't be done in an hour. Tang Xiaohui looked down at her not-so-prominent chest. A strong sense of inferiority combined with a surge of anger made her raise her head, clenching her little fists. Lu Zhi, what do you mean by that? Lu Zhi looked up and saw Tang Xiaohui's expression ready to explode. I am going to strangle you. The little girl pounced directly onto him, straddling his body with her tiny hands gripping his neck. She looked adorably fierce, scaring him to death. Lu Zhi dramatically screamed for help. This made Tang Xiaohui laugh in anger as she twisted his arm. Stinky Lu Zhi, I didn't even use any strength, okay? Just then a vague call came through Lu Zhi. Everyone froze, for it was Jiang Yao's voice. Everyone thought Jiang Yao had woken up and rushed over to check, only to find her eyes closed and her lips trembling slightly. Lu Zhi. Jiang Yao. Yao Yao. Everyone called out together. But Jiang Yao did not respond, repeatedly mumbling Lu Zhi's name indistinctly. Tang Xiaohui angrily remarked, Lu Zhi, why does Yao Yao keep calling your name? How would I know? Lu Zhi also felt puzzled. He had known Jiang Yao since childhood, and they were partners in the dance troupe. Their relationship quite good, but it wasn't to the extent that she'd dream of calling his name. Do you guys have something going on? Lu Zhi pondered. I don't think so. Hesitating means there is. Tang Xiaohui raised her tiny fist and hammered it down. Enough of the nonsense. Lu Zhi grabbed Tang Xiaohui's small hand. And even if there is, what does it have to do with you? Tang Xiaohui glared. I don't want to see you deceive an innocent girl. Ning Shu said, stop arguing, listen carefully. Then they heard Jiang Yao mumble again. Lu Zhi, wash your hands clean before you touch me. Lu Zhi let out a breath of relief. This was Jiang Yao's usual dialogue with him. As dance partners, they inevitably held hands and wrapped around each other during competitions, and Jiang Yao always required Lu Zhi to wash his hands several times. She often said, I love cleanliness and my dance partner must be clean too. Misunderstanding cleared. It was now time to save her. Lu Zhi handed over a bottle of water. Use this. Ning Shu took it clumsily, unscrewing the cap and pouring it into her mouth, but she mismanaged it and ended up choking. Lin Qianqian said, let me do it. She carefully poured water into the cap and then into Jiang Yao's mouth. After a while, Jiang Yao slowly opened her eyes and saw her messy classmates. She exclaimed, nearly fainting again. Everyone hurried to fan her, give her water, and pinch her middle. After a while, Jiang Yao finally woke up. What kind of water is this? Tang Xiaohui blurted out. It's nothing, just water from a muddy puddle. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao started to vomit uncontrollably. Indeed, Jiang Yao, stranded on a deserted island, the first thing she did upon waking was to vomit. This was merely from drinking the milk-flavored muddy water. So disgusting. Jiang Yao screamed in frustration. What should we do? For a moment, Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaohui were at a loss, and Ning Shu was also out of ideas. But Lu Zhi was very clear-headed. Normally, everyone could accommodate her cleanliness obsession, but being in the wilderness with harsh conditions and scarce resources, they couldn't let her act foolishly. Thinking of this, Lu Zhi stood up and said sternly, everyone step aside, let me talk to her. Ning Shu hesitated. Can you do it? Lu Zhi confidently replied, don't worry, I know her best. Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaohui stepped aside. Jiang Yao, stay away from me. Lu Zhi sneered, directly turning her body, pinning her arms, and lifting her up. Jiang Yao was a little confused and anxiously said, Hey, what are you doing? This isn't the time to dance. Lu Zhi domineeringly pushed her against a tree, firmly holding her shoulders, and said gravely, from now on, everything I tell you is true. Even though these things may sound unbelievable, they are what saved your life. Jiang Yao had never seen Lu Zhi like this. She curled her arms, flushed red, and with her big watery eyes she nodded helplessly. We really fed you muddy water, and not only that, I also have to tell you that the bottle we used to hold the water was also scavenged. What? Jiang Yao's face turned red, and she felt nauseous again. Luja sneered, covering her mouth with one hand to prevent her from vomiting. She struggled desperately, but how could she overpower Luja? The other three girls watched in shock, unsure whether to intervene. But even the water from the muddy puddle isn't a big deal. Luja said calmly. To cool you down, we soaked socks in seawater and placed them on your forehead. Socks? On your forehead? Jiang Yao's eyes were filled with despair. This made him feel a bit sorry for her. But he understood that being soft-hearted at this moment would only harm her. He gritted his teeth and continued. You may not be able to handle this, but I still have to tell you there's something even more outrageous. Ning Shu exclaimed, let's not talk about that. Luja ignored her and continued. When we first found you, you were extremely dehydrated and on the verge of death. We had to give you even dirtier stuff to save you. Crack. Like a bolt of lightning, it struck Jiang Yao's mind. At that moment, she felt dizzy. The other three girls were also wide-eyed, not daring to think about what would happen next. Jiang Yao desperately grasped Luja's wrist, unable to speak. She could only emit whimpering sounds. But Luja was still not finished. Even the hand that covered your mouth just now had recently been searching through wild animal feces for more than 20 strawberry seeds. The hand that searched for seeds and feces. Covering my mouth. This blow to Jiang Yao was no less devastating than a nuclear bomb. Tang Xiaowu mumbled, what wild animal? Luja continued seriously, but I want to tell you, while you were unconscious, we encountered a lot of troubles, but we overcame them one by one. Qianqian fanned you and wiped your body and eye, and the class monitor searched for fresh water and food. Guer got her toes bitten by a snake while trying to protect you. Everyone was striving to survive, exhausting all their strength to find limited resources to get through the coming even more difficult days. I ask you, what right do you have to be picky, and what right do you have to waste? These words made Jiang Yao's face flush, and her urge to vomit lessened. Luja knew his measures were having an effect. Next, I will let go of my hand, and I allow you to vomit. But I want to tell you, whatever you vomit, you will have to eat it back later. Remember, this is not a game. This is real wilderness survival. After a few words, Luja slowly lowered his hand that covered her mouth. Jiang Yao stood there in a daze, her pupils trembling, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. She hurriedly covered her mouth, ultimately managing not to vomit. Jiang Yao had never seen Luja behave this way towards her. In her eyes, Luja had always been the kind of guy who was good-natured, responsible, and carefree. Even if girls bullied him, he would never hold it against them. But today she witnessed a different side of Luja. For a moment she was a bit bewildered. Is this still the Luja I know? She felt that she should despise Luja's roughness, but in reality, she felt not a shred of disgust, but rather a peculiar sensation. Xiaozhe. She blushed slightly and said thank you. You're welcome. Luja smiled faintly, his tone softer than before. I understand that expecting you to change completely in a short time is unrealistic, but you must learn to adapt in order to survive. Do you understand? Jiang Yao nodded and replied, I will work hard. Ning Shu stood up and extended her hand, amicably welcomed Jiang Yao to officially become a member of the survival team of the Jiaodong University School of Management. Jiang Yao hesitated for a moment, reached out, and shook hands with Ning Shu. Thank you, class monitor. Then she said to Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaowu, thank you both as well. Lin Qianqian smiled and said, the environment is a bit harsh. I hope the living committee won't mind. Jiang Yao looked around and said, well, it is a bit dirty, but it's okay. Oh, it's all thanks to everyone's efforts. At that moment, she lowered her head, feeling as if something was missing. Where's my Victoria's Secret? This question was a bit difficult to answer. Luja scratched his head and pointed at the beach. Hey, it seems there's something. He'll go check that out. Then he decisively slipped away. When Ning Shu saw Luja leave, she let out a helpless sigh. She handed over the bra. I took it off for you because it was affecting your breathing. Jiang Yao took it and looked at it, suddenly exclaiming in shock, how did it get dirty inside? There's so much mud. Oh, I can't wear it now. Ning Shu smiled helplessly and said, to be honest, these few bottles of water were filtered using that. Whose idea was this? To avoid unnecessary awkwardness between boys and girls, Ning Shu gritted her teeth and decided to take the blame for Luja. It was me. Jiang Yao was momentarily stunned. Class monitor, you. She had expected Jiang Yao to explode with rage, yet she seemed surprisingly calm, even tasting a hint of disappointment. So it was the class monitor who used it. I thought it was Luja. Yao, you won't blame me, will you? How could I? The class monitor's method was quite good. I thought I was useless, but it turns out that even when I fainted, I contributed to the team. Saying this, she deliberately puffed out her chest. Tang Xiaowu looked at her impressive figure and sourly remarked, hey, girls should be a bit more modest. Don't forget there's a boy here too. Are you talking about Xiaozhe? Jiang Yao looked at Luja's figure in the distance and shrugged nonchalantly, but I can't help it. I can't just cover Xiaozhe's eyes. Jiang Yao called out Xiaozhe in an incredibly intimate manner, which made Tang Xiaowu very displeased. By the way, Guer, I heard your foot was bitten by a snake. How is it now? Seeing Jiang Yao asked, Tang Xiaowu stretched out her small foot, showing her injury, and pitifully said, the snake's venom is very strong. Thankfully, classmate Xiao Zhe helped suck out the venom. It's much better now. He personally sucked out the snake venom for you. Jiang Yao exclaimed in surprise. Tang Xiaowu said slyly, it was quite embarrassing, but there was no other choice. At that moment, the situation was dangerous. If he hadn't done that, I might not have survived. Sigh. I wonder if his future girlfriend will think less of him for this. Zhang Yao thought for a moment and smiled lightly. She won't. He did it to save someone. If it's a girlfriend who is understanding like me, she wouldn't only understand him, but would also be proud of him. Tang Xiao was suppressed her anger and forced a smile. Why does it sound like you're already his girlfriend? Just hypothetically. But even as his childhood friend, I think his actions were very manly, don't you think? Well, Tang Xiao was at a loss for words, frowning. She felt that since they had been stranded on the deserted island, she had faced real crises. She compared in her heart, compared to Zhang Yao. Aside from being a bit shorter and having a smaller chest, my looks are not inferior at all. In terms of cuteness, I might even slightly surpass her. Moreover, I can sing and dance and my temperament is elegant. There's no reason for me to lose to this cleanliness freak. I really wonder what Lu Zhe is thinking in that big wooden head of his. As for Lu Zhe, he wasn't thinking about anything at all. He simply walked alone to the beach. He carefully observed the beach and the waves. Soon he discovered an important piece of information. The waves had reached their highest point not long ago, but they could no longer wash up there. This meant that the tide was beginning to recede. Look, the tide is going out. The girls all turned their heads towards the sound. At that moment, the sun hung low in the west, getting closer to the horizon, and the air finally became a bit cooler. Seagulls and terns began to appear flying along the shoreline in search of food. It really is. The girls exclaimed in delight. Ningshu sighed, but still there's no sign of a rescue team. Lu Zhe walked back, checked his watch, and said to the four girls' partners, it's now 4:30 in the afternoon, which is the time for the tide to recede on this island. Lin Xianxian quickly took out her notebook to jot it down. Lu Zhe continued to analyze. The tide will start receding at 4:30 in the afternoon, estimating based on 2 tidal cycles a day, it will reach its lowest point at 10:30 tonight, then begin to rise again. The second tide will occur around 4 or 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, and the tide will rise again at 10 in the morning. Ningshu gave a thumbs up. Impressive, you know all this. Tang Xiao said happily. The tide is out. Can we go beachcombing for treasures now? Like those beachcombers on Douyin who come back with a basket full of seafood every time. Lu Zhe nodded. You can, but don't get your hopes up too high. Most Douyin beachcombing videos are fake, and real beachcombing isn't that easy. Hey, maybe we'll get lucky. Tang Xiao said excitedly. If we find a king crab, then we won't have to eat that broken snake. King crab? Ningshu asked in astonishment. What's wrong? Is that not allowed? Or? Lu Zhe said seriously. I can assure you that the probability of finding a king crab on this beach is about the same as finding a box of fish-flavored pork on rice. Why is that? Lin Xianxian said weakly. If I remember correctly, king crabs live in the cold, deep sea, right? Tang Xiao felt a bit disappointed, but quickly became excited again. Not finding the king crab is fine, and finding a big hairy crab is also quite good. You found a hairy crab on the beach. Zhang Yao was quite surprised. Tang Xiao confidently replied, I really did find one. Ning Shushu smiled and said, are you sure it was a hairy crab and not a blue crab? Tang Xiao thought for a moment. What's the difference? They're all crabs. Lin Xianxian said, of course there's a difference. Some are sea crabs and some are river crabs. Lu Zhe did not want to discuss whether hairy crabs could be found on the beach, so he said, the question is, can your feet walk? Let me try. She tried to walk on her little feet, waddling like a little penguin for 2 steps. See, no problem. But after just 2 steps, the sand from the 3rd step accidentally touched her injury, and she immediately cried out in pain. I think you should stay at the camp. No, I want to go. Lin Xianxian said, how about this? We take turns supporting Guo, and wherever is fun we let her sit there for a while, okay? Several girls raised their hands in agreement. Zhang Yao smiled and winked, inviting, Xiaozhi, you come with us too. To be honest, searching for supplies by the sea was indeed a fun thing, but Lu Zhe knew he had more important matters to attend to. No, you all go have fun, but remember, don't let 4 of you get separated and don't wander too far from the camp. If there's danger, blow the whistle. Zhang Yao pouted in disappointment and reminded, you must be careful. Tang Xiao was sulked. Yao Yao, come help me. Lu Zhe smiled and made an okay gesture. Watching the cheerful figures of the 4 girls, Lu Zhe's mood lightened. Now, with a simple campsite and a few bottles of fresh water to sustain life, rationally thinking the most urgent task was to start a fire. A campfire not only cooks food, but also provides light, warmth, and hope. It can also burn wet wood and plastic to create black smoke as a signal for rescue teams and fishing boats. A campfire is as vital for survival as fresh water. He felt it necessary to start a fire before nightfall. However, he didn't smoke and didn't have a lighter. Even if he did smoke, airplanes don't allow it. What methods are there to start a fire in the wild? Either find flint and create a spark, or use the principle of a convex lens to focus light to ignite. There is also the commonly used method of friction fire. Oh, and using batteries to start a fire. That one is the simplest. But now the 3 phones either have dead batteries or have been soaked in seawater for too long, making them unusable. What about other methods? I don't know where to find flint, and I don't have any devices like a convex lens. The only suitable option left is friction fire. Friction fire also has several variations, including hand drilling, the Iroquois-style pressing fire device, bow drill fire, and the rubbing groove method. Lu Zhe carefully weighed his options in his mind. Hand drilling is definitely not feasible. His hands would be covered in blisters before 10 minutes. What about the Iroquois-style pressing fire device? That won't work either. That device is complicated, requiring drilling. He currently has no drill bit or machete, making it impossible to complete. The rubbing method, also known as the fire plow method. It's the technique Tom Hanks used for survival, and its efficiency is somewhat low. Speaking of which, the best method for him to start a fire would be the bow drill. The fire drilling method most commonly used by the old man. This device is relatively simple to make. Find a flexible piece of wood and a string, create a bow, then find a small stick, wrap the string around it, press it on a piece of wood. As he pulls the bow back and forth, the small stick spins rapidly. It's much more efficient than using his hands to rub. With the plan in place, he began to implement it. First, he looked for a sheltered spot to prevent the small flame from being blown out. He decided to start the fire under a tree 40 meters away from the camp. After the fire stabilized, he would then move it back to the campsite. Next, he needed to find suitable branches, which wasn't difficult. In less than 5 minutes, he found a 30 centimeters long branch. He broke it with his hands, and its flexibility and elasticity were just right. As for the string, he didn't have time to weave one, so he used his shoelaces. First, he tied one end tightly, then bent the stick and tied the other end tightly. In under 3 minutes, a small and simple bow drill was completed. Preparing the fire tinder was also simple. He found 2 dry leaves and rubbed them together in his palm, and it was done. He then found a dry stick about 15 centimeters long and a thick piece of wood. He rounded the ends of the stick on the stone, wrapped the shoelace from the bow around it twice, placing the stick on top of the thick wood and pressing it with the shell. The materials weren't perfect, but they were usable. With his left hand pressing the shell and his right hand pulling the bow, the stick indeed began to spin rapidly. His arms were getting tired. Luja had only pulled the bow for a while, and his shoulders began to ache. There was no choice but to try a different position. He switched to holding the end of the bow with his right hand, moving it up and down while exerting force in the opposite direction with his arm. Hey, it actually felt much more comfortable this way. Before long, a small pit was drilled into the thick wood. But this was just the beginning. To truly start a fire, long patience and perseverance were still required. Half an hour later, Luja had drilled out a considerable amount of wood shavings, and their color began to darken. Luja knew the end of the drill had started to heat up. At this point, he couldn't let up, he had to keep going. Meanwhile, the girls had gathered quite a few good things. A small bottle filled with hermit crabs of various sizes, and a plastic bag filled with colorful shells. Perhaps to them the amount of protein and calories wasn't important, looking good was the kingly way. We found so many things now, Luja can't underestimate us, right? It's a pity we didn't find hairy crabs. But it's okay, we found a bunch of little ones. Those are probably small sea crabs. And they're quite smaller. If you don't look closely, you'd think they were 1-cent coins. By the way, do you know how to eat hermit crabs? No, maybe Luja knows how to eat them. Let's go see him together. The 4 girls supported each other back to the camp, but didn't see Luja. Ning Shushu tiptoed and looked around, spotting Luja sitting on the grass, not far away, seemingly doing something. Over there. Let's go. The 4 girls walked over, but when they were still 30 meters away from Luja, they all stopped in unison. Huh, what is he doing? Not far away, Luja was sitting on a rock facing away from them, vigorously moving his right hand up and down, seemingly doing something. The 4 girls exchanged glances. Tang Xiaohua said, "Who knows what he's doing?" Lin Qianqian shook her head in confusion. "Why not just go ask?" "No way." Ning Shushu suddenly seemed to understand something. Her expression turned very serious. She frowned slightly, her face pale, yet slightly flushed. Jiang Yao asked in confusion, "What's wrong, class monitor?" Ning Shushu bit her lip and said sadly, "I didn't expect he's actually doing that kind of thing that is said to be legendary." "What does it mean?" "The kind of thing from legends." The 3 girls were all confused. Lin Qianqian curiously asked, "What is it exactly?" Tang Xiaohua pressed for more. "Yes, class monitor, can you explain a little more clearly?" "That is, Ning Shu stomped her foot in embarrassment and anger. I can't say it." Jiang Yao shrugged languidly. "Well, since the class monitor won't say, let's go see it ourselves." Tang Xiaohua nodded in agreement. "Yeah, we might discover something fun." Ning Shu immediately ran ahead, blocking their path. I said you can't go. Even if Luja's actions are inappropriate, we must give him at least some respect." Lin Qianqian gently said, "But class monitor, the more you say that, the more curious we are." "What is it exactly?" "All right, he'll tell you. But we have to go back to the campsite first." Ning Shu led everyone back to the campsite and took out a book on mastering husbands. Flipping to a certain page, "Ignorant girls, look at this page." Lin Qianqian suspiciously picked up the book and read a passage aloud in her clear voice. When Shimin Xiang was 14, he discovered a mysterious action in the night. From then on, his understanding of the term trembling was evidently different from his peers, leading him to approach the intentions of Goethe. This now deceased German elder once said, "Fear and trembling are the highest virtues of humanity." The 3 girls looked up, their big watery eyes revealing deep confusion. Ning Shu sighed with worry. "This is a bad habit unique to boys. No matter what, we must save him." While the girls were chattering and deeply discussing how to help Luja quit his bad habits, a thin wisp of black smoke finally rose from the wood ashes on Luja's side. He was overjoyed, forgetting the fatigue in his arms, hurriedly pouring the ashes onto the finely rubbed dry leaves and blowing on it. Seconds later, a flame suddenly leapt up, igniting the dry leaves. "Haha, hard work pays off. I finally have fire. It's fortunate that my physical strength was restored thanks to signing in with Qianqian. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to start a fire in my current state." He carefully tended the flames. Once it blazed a bit more, he could move the fire pit closer to the campsite. "I wonder how delighted those little girls will be when they see I've lit a fire." Seeing the fire stabilize, he wanted to tell the girls to gather more stones and would to build a proper fire pit near the campsite so he could shift the campfire. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked back just in time to see the girls seemingly whispering about something. Luja felt a bit curious. What were these girls discussing? Mysterious. He cautiously approached only to be discovered. Tang Xiao screamed in terror, "Ah, Luja is coming." The four girls immediately huddled together nervously. Luja was puzzled. "Hey, what's going on with you all?" Lin Qianqian in a panic dropped her notebook and Luja quickly picked it up. The four girls shouted simultaneously, "Don't look." Luja was taken aback. Could it be that there were photos of the girls inside? Why can't I see it? Could it be your privacy? No. That is. Luja noticed that the girls were hiding something from him, and driven by a strong curiosity, he took a glance at the notebook. Oh, the four girls turned pale. In elegant handwriting it read, "Plan to help Luja quit his bad habits." Below was a cartoon drawing of a boy carrying a seated figure with wavy lines drawn on his arms representing movement. In an instant Luja understood everything. Beside this diagram appeared various methods for breaking the habit, balanced diet, healthy exercise, and distraction techniques. Exquisitely detailed. Luja froze, instantly petrified into a statue. What the hell? Realizing the matter had been exposed, Ning Shu shifted to a solemn, earnest tone. "Everything I did was for your own good, Luja." Tang Xiaogua sighed helplessly. "Luja, this is inappropriate. You must break the habit." Jiang Yao voiced her concern. "Xiaozhe, though such matters are deeply embarrassing, especially when discovered by girls. I assure you we all act solely out of care for you." Lin Qianqian spoke timidly. "Comrade Luja, please prioritize your studies and refrain from activities harmful to your health." Tears welled in Luja's eyes. Being suspected by girls of harboring an unsavory habit was already mortifying enough. Yet what made it truly unbearable was that these four young women were now united in their zealous assistance and rescue mission. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just wait. 3 minutes later, Luja carried the fire pit to the campsite. He enunciated each word deliberately. "Esteemed goddesses, behold clearly, I was merely drilling wood to kindle fire." The four girls sat side by side before the blazing flames, utterly dumbfounded. A fire pit? No, that was no mere fire pit. It was a collective stage of social execution. We thought. Oh dear, please don't say another word. I'm absolutely mortified. It's all the class monitor's fault. She led us astray. How can you blame me? Anyone would misinterpret such a scene. Only you would jump to that conclusion. We certainly didn't. Oh, how will I ever face anyone again? Luja could only shake his head in wry disbelief. Yet the sight of four campus beauties simultaneously squirming with second-hand embarrassment, feet digging furrows into the earth, was a rare spectacle indeed. So what now? Forgive them magnanimously. Not a chance. This was the perfect opportunity to reassert discipline and reform the group's survival ethos. Luja adopted a stern, deliberate tone and cleared his throat twice. "I've labored tirelessly, drilling wood to ignite fire. For our very survival my arms ache, as if they might snap. Yet you misinterpreted my efforts as some vulgar habit. Speak up." Whose mind wandered so far off course? All three girls pointed at Ning Shu, the class monitor. Ning Shu offered an awkward smile. "Well, I'll accept full responsibility. But Luja, you must understand, as class monitor it's my duty to safeguard every student's physical and mental well-being. After all you've endured so much lately, a young man like you finds it terribly difficult to maintain self-restraint." Luja frowned. "What do you mean difficult to maintain self-restraint? Do you really understand, boys?" Ning Shu sighed. "Not entirely, truth be told. I've simply read a few female-oriented web novels where certain topics are described rather thoroughly. Just a few." Tang Xiaogua curled her lips. "Class monitor, if my memory serves, you spend all your free time reading novels." Indeed, Jiang Yao nodded, mischief dancing in her eyes. "During last term sports day I accidentally glimpsed a particularly scandalous passage. Oh, very scandalous. I saw it too." Lin Qianqian murmured, cheeks flushed. Ning Shu sighed. "How on earth did you?" "Oh, it only happens occasionally. I read for the compelling plot, exquisite prose, and passionate romance. Not for those particular scenes. Who can say for sure?" Jiang Yao mused. Ning Shu bristled about to retort, "Hey, girls. Enough." Luja intervened before the conversation spiraled further. "Let's set aside literary critique for now. Shall we discuss how you four intend to resolve today's grievous misunderstanding?" "How to resolve it? What else is there to do?" Ning Shu hesitated, then pleaded. "Luja, won't an apology suffice?" "Yes, indeed." Jiang Yao swayed lightly as she stepped forward to knead his shoulders. "Classmate, we're just naive girls misled by frivolous books, utterly ignorant. Could you truly bear to punish us? Even if we erred," Tang Xiaogua declared matter-of-factly, "as a gentleman you ought to show grace." Lin Qianqian whispered softly during PE class, "You've always treated us girls with exceptional kindness." Luja clutched his chest in theatrical anguish. "Back then I wasn't wronged. Now I am slandered. Do you grasp the depth of psychological trauma inflicted upon a young man's soul? So, only punishing adorable us can heal your wounded heart." Tang Xiaogua pouted defiantly. "Precisely," Luja confirmed, unwavering. "In that case," at that moment Ning Shu rose to her feet. She tapped her chest with quiet resolve. "As class monitor, I bear primary responsibility. The others are merely accessories. Justice demands I shoulder the full burden. If punishment is unavoidable, let it fall upon me alone." Seeing Ning Shu step forward with such resolve, the other three girls gazed at her with admiration and gratitude. Yet Ning Shu saw clearly what could Luja possibly punish her with at this moment. Nothing more than extra labor, tending to her companions perhaps. What else? Among the girls only she was in peak physical condition, even without punishment she'd have to work. Better to shoulder the burden willingly and earn goodwill along the way. Luja gave an approving thumbs up, truly worthy of being class president, courageous and responsible. Ning Shu responded with a crisp, confident fist salute, too kind. Luja nodded. I'd originally planned to penalize all four, but since the class president has taken full responsibility, I'll assign the penalty solely to her. Speak plainly, what is the penalty? Ning Shu declared resolute. What was the penalty? Luja paused, considering what was the most urgent task at hand. Cooking, building shelter. Both were pressing, but neither was truly insurmountable. Only one task stood as the true challenge. Luja nodded decisively. Very well. Then the class president shall locate viable seeds for us. No problem. Ning Shu replied lightly, then froze. Wait. What kind of seeds? Luja explained, before boarding the plane many of you likely ate fruit, watermelon, muskmelon, or similar. You may have inadvertently swallowed their seeds carrying them here to the island. Ning Shu suddenly recalled Luja sifting through Tang Xiaohua's excrement for seeds, and her face paled instantly. You can't possibly mean I'm supposed to search through feces. Luja raised his thumb again, praising warmly, that's why you're class president. Brilliantly perceptive. Ning Shu stood stunned. A gentle breeze swept across the clearing, tousling the delicate strands of hair across her forehead. She looked down at her own slender alabaster hands, supple, elegant, flawless. Hands that could easily grace a hand model portfolio, yet now expected to dig through that. Was this truly the fate awaiting a young woman as graceful and radiant as herself? Ning Shu gagged involuntarily. Luja, surely rescue teams will arrive before we even manage to grow anything. So there's no need to expend energy on such an endeavor. Luja retorted bluntly, rescue would be ideal, but what if it never comes? Ning Shu hesitated, but there's the flight recorder. Is it lying beside us right now? Luja countered. Do we know how far the aircraft skidded after our ejection? And even if, by some miracle, the black box were nearby, would it truly be found? Ning Shu fell silent. She knew Luja wasn't exaggerating. Locating a flight recorder in open ocean was statistically near impossible. Tang Xiaohua burst into tears. Ah, my parents, and Lu Xiaozhe, must think I'm dead. Luja frowned. Lu Xiaozhe, oh, my Pomeranian. Tang Xiaohua, he snapped, naming your dog after me is frankly excessive. It's just coincidence. Jiang Yao sighed wistfully. Now nothing stands in the way of my parents' dream. They can finally have their second child in peace. Luja spoke from the heart. Friends, let's not indulge in blind optimism, but neither should we surrender to despair. We are alive, and where there is life, there is hope. His voice was quiet, yet carried profound, unshakable reassurance. Ning Shu nodded solemnly, then sniffled. Classmates, don't worry. I'll carry out this task. But Luja, she lifted her gaze and asked a stark, practical question. Surely you don't expect me to search yours too? Luja shook his head. I'm afraid not. I haven't eaten any seed-bearing fruit this past week. If you're hoping to find seeds in my excrement, you'll be sorely disappointed. Ning Shu cried out, flustered, disappointed. I'm utterly relieved. Then, suddenly, a thought struck her. If Luja hadn't consumed seed-carrying fruit in 7 days, what if the others hadn't either? Would that render the entire task unnecessary? Right. What fruits did you three eat before boarding? Lin Qianqian, Jiang Yao, and Tang Xiaohua all shook their heads vigorously. None at all. Luja sighed. Fine. Jiang Yao and Lin Qianqian might have skipped fruit, but you, Tang Xiaohua. That's suspicious. Tang Xiaohua pouted. I really didn't. Luja pulled out a small plastic pouch containing strawberry seeds. Then tell me. What is this? Tang Xiaohua feigned ignorance. How should I know? Where did you get it? Don't you realize these strawberry seeds were extracted from your own excrement? No way. You must have found them elsewhere and blamed me. I'm a fairy. Fairies don't relieve themselves like Lu Xiaozhe does willy-nilly. Tang Xiaohua, drop the fairy act. Just be human, please. No, it's too humiliating. Luja sighed deeply. It seems you've all resigned yourselves to surviving the next 4 months on tree bark alone, for its modest carbohydrate content. At that moment, Lin Qianqian spoke up softly. I believe Lu Zhou is right. On a deserted island, having fruit, or lacking it, defines two entirely different existences. And I think cultivating and tending plants brings purpose and hope to daily life. Luja nodded approvingly. There, see, our study committee representative understands. Lin Qianqian, you said you ate fruit before boarding. What did you have? I had pineapple, peaches, and passion fruit tea. Passion fruit seeds may well survive. Excellent. We now have 2 viable seed types, strawberries and passion fruit. Jiang Yao, what about you? I ate. Jiang Yao blushed deeply, hesitated, then confessed starfruit, sweet oranges, and watermelon. Watermelon seeds almost certainly survived, so that makes 3. And you, class president? Looks like there's no escaping it. Ning Shu sighed. All right. I ate bananas, cherry tomatoes, pineapple, and muskmelon. Muskmelon. Did you spit out the seeds? Ning Shu shook her head. Actually, I love eating the seedy pulp, so I will. Why sigh? This is good news. Class president, are you prepared? Ning Shu stared at her delicate porcelain hands and shuddered. It meant searching through every surviving girl's excrement for seeds. She tilted her face toward the sky, voice trembling with despair. Rescue team officers, when will you come save me? Seeing the class monitor like this, Lin Chanqian sighed. How about this? Let's not make it hard for the monitor alone. We can all accept the punishment and find our own way. Jiang Yao nodded. I agree. The thought of letting someone else find their own is just too sinful. I'd rather find it myself. Lu Zhi nodded. That's fine, but we must be thorough and not miss a single seed. Tang Xiaohua spread her hands. Since you've already found mine, does that mean I don't need to search anymore? Lu Zhi waved his finger. No, we must gather as many seeds as possible. Don't worry, I've emptied my stomach. Just as she said this, halfway Tang Xiaoguo's stomach let out a loud growl, and that overwhelming feeling returned. Tang Xiaoguo's face turned red and she thought bitterly, damn, wild persimmons, they've caused me so much trouble. Ningxu curiously asked, Gui'er, do you need to go to the bathroom again? Tang Xiaohua felt distressed. Just after claiming to be empty, the urge struck again. This was too embarrassing. She couldn't admit it no matter what. At least hold on for a while until Lu Zhi is distracted. She flushed, shaking her head. How could that be? I already said I'm empty. I'm just a bit hungry. Lu Zhi didn't pay it any mind and said, speaking of which, everyone must be hungry now. The other three girls nodded. Lu Zhi glanced at his watch. It was 6:30 p.m. and the sun was just setting at the horizon. He noted the date and the time of sunset, then closed his notebook. Now let's prepare dinner. Yage, I can't wait. What are we eating? Snake. As he spoke, Lu Zhi took out a pouch containing a snake. He had watched his grandfather deal with snakes when he was young. Once the head was handled, the snake completely lost its ability to strike. Lu Zhi's method was simple and brutal. He observed where the snake's head was and smashed it flat with a rock. After several strikes, the snake began to convulse, and upon inspection, its head had become quite abstract. Then he pressed the snake against a stone and picked up another rock, grinding it at the neck. Soon the head was completely removed. For safety, he dug a pit and buried the head along with the fangs. The headless snake continued to twist. Lu Zhi was utterly unconcerned. He bit the snake's skin and pulled hard. It came off cleanly, like peeling a casing off a sausage. The whole process was slick and clean, comparable to a professional snake butcher. Tang Xiaohua watched in horror, but she couldn't afford to be scared right now. She just wanted to find a chance to distract Lu Zhi so she could go to the bathroom with the class monitor. Lu Zhi, go process the snake somewhere else. Doing it here is both cruel and disgusting. Before Lu Zhi could respond, Jiang Yao rebutted. It's getting dark. Where do you want Xiao Zhi to go? Yao Yao, do you enjoy watching such cruel things? Ningxu said, Gui'er, stop making a fuss. Lu Zhi is doing this for everyone. Class monitor, you're being biased. In truth, Tang Xiaohua didn't really mean to oppose Lu Zhi. Her stomach was growing more and more restless. She furrowed her brows, trying hard to hold it in. But she was close to losing control. That had to be resolved. Suddenly, Tang Xiaohua thought of a reason. Class monitor, I don't want to see such a cruel scene. Take me away. As she spoke, she glanced at Ningxu, only to find her also fixated on Lu Zhi. Class monitor, why are you like this too? Ningxu spread her hands. It's already done. What are you in such a hurry for, Gui'er? But just then a series of distressing sounds rang out, causing everyone to pause and look at Tang Xiaohua in unison. With disheveled hair, a pale face, and desperate eyes, even the most cold-hearted person would probably feel a pang of sympathy. In the current situation, the only option is to rinse with seawater. If we fill bottles with seawater and wash nearby the camp, we can perfectly preserve the seeds. Ningxu was at a loss, saying, what should we do? Lu Zhi sighed bitterly. Class monitor, find a few clean bottles and fill them with seawater. He then said to Jiang Yao, go find a few large leaves, the whole ones. Okay. Finally, he assigned Lin Chanqian, use your card. There was no time to explain further. Everyone quickly followed my instructions. The three girls, seeing Lu Zhi's serious demeanor, knew this matter could not be taken lightly and hurried to comply. Tang Xiaohua cried, what should I do? Lu Zhi pointed at her belly. Is there more? Tang Xiaohua nodded aggrievely. Can you squat down? Tang Xiaohua pouted and shook her head. At that moment, Jiang Yao had already brought the large leaves. Lu Zhi laid the leaves on the sand, step on them, and take off whatever is stuck. How do I take it off? Tang Xiaohua stomped her feet anxiously. Lu Zhi noticed her distress and turned his back. Is it okay now? Well, it is okay. But Tang Xiaohua, who once prided herself as a little fairy, was in a state of utter embarrassment. She wished she could transform into a hermit crab, crawl into a shell, and burrow into a sand hole, never to come out again. But there was no alternative. The overwhelming feeling in her belly forced her to comply. Minutes later, she finally completed the epic task of social death. Afterward, Ningxu and Chanqian also prepared the seawater and bottles. Pour the seawater over her to help clean her body. Oh, okay. Ningxu hurriedly complied, but halfway through pouring, she puzzledly asked, why not just let Gui'er wash in the sea? Lin Chanqian noticed the key point and whispered, I think it's probably to avoid rinsing off the seeds. The seawater from the bottle washed over Tang Xiaohua, washing away the dirt that landed on the leaves. The gentle sea breeze carried away the unpleasant odors, making the situation a little less awkward. At this moment, Lu Zhi had washed his hands clean in the sea and continued to handle the snake meat. He hung the snake's skin on a branch and scooped out the snake's entrails, placing them in a torn plastic bag. Then he found the large kelp he had picked earlier, wrapped the pale, fleshy snake in that piece of kelp, and twisted the snake's skin into a rope, tying it section by section. thus creating a kelp snake meat roll. Finally, he arranged the kelp snake around the fire. The heat evenly transferred to both the kelp and the snake meat, and soon the aroma of the meat wafted through the air. Tang Xiaohua earnestly washed herself several times at the seaside, and Qianqian used the card to help scrape off the seawater. She was clean, but her clothes were now soiled. Qianqian lent her khaki vest. However, it covered the top, but below, she couldn't be completely bare. Tang Xiaohua kept pulling down the hem of the vest, trying to cover her little backside, feeling so embarrassed, it was unbearable to watch. The several girls exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Just then a pair of shorts was tossed over. "If you don't mind, wear mine." Tang Xiaohua was stunned to pick it up, but turned out to be Lu Zhi's sports shorts. Boys' shorts. No, he gave me his shorts, but what is he wearing? Turning back to look at Lu Zhi, he had put on the casual pants he had worn earlier while packing the snake. Tang Xiaohua looked up at Lu Zhi. A wave of indescribable gratitude surged in her heart. Even after seeing so many of my embarrassing moments, he still didn't dislike me. It seems that among all the girls, I am still the most important. She pouted, feeling sweet inside. She quickly put on Lu Zhi's shorts and tightened the waist string. Although the vest and shorts were a bit big, they were much more comfortable than wearing a dress. She felt clean again, and her mood brightened. "Lu Zhi, thank you." This time Tang Xiaohua sincerely thanked Lu Zhi. However, Lu Zhi's response was, "Now you can pick out the seeds by yourself, right?" Tang Xiaohua. Yes. Sincere thanks were initially expected to be met with generous understanding, leading to reconciliation and becoming close friends. Then, because the girl didn't mind wearing the boy's shorts, it led the boy to develop feelings that surpassed friendship, resulting in a passionate romance. Isn't that how sweet love stories are written? Then together they are rescued, graduate, and take postgraduate exams, walking into the hall of marriage with the blessings of their classmates. The bridesmaids must be the class monitor Qianqian and Jiang Yao. After all, there's a revolutionary friendship here. After getting married, don't rush to have children, spend 3 years traveling the world, and in the 4th year have a boy and a girl. The boy should be a bit stronger than Lu Zhi named Sheng Jia, and the girl should be as cute as me named Ai Gua. That's right. At the moment Tang Xiaohua put on Lu Zhi's shorts, she had already thought of names for their 2 children. However, Lu Zhi's words abruptly pulled the romantic fantasy back to reality, searching for seeds. Ultimately, she must bear the burdens that at her age should not be hers. Well, let's consider it a sacrifice for love. She walked back to the nearby large leaves, which had a layer of yellow dirty water. Floating on top were some small black sesame seeds. Could these be the strawberry seeds? She closed her eyes for a moment, then picked up a small stick and squatted down. Holding her nose with one hand and the small stick with the other, she began to pick the sesame seeds one by one onto a tissue, cleaning them. Finally, she could no longer see a single floating black sesame seed, and Tang Xiaoguo's tears streamed down her face. Finally, it was done. She found another stick and dug a small hole in the sand, burying the leaves along with the dirty water. An innocent little hermit crab was inadvertently buried as well, and she could only apologize. "I'm sorry, little hermit crab." However, the little hermit crab touched the yellow substance and did not flee. Instead, it extended its small pincers and happily began to eat. Tang Xiaohua screamed in embarrassment, feeling completely abnormal, and immediately developed a psychological shadow towards the hermit crab. Regardless, the most challenging task was considered accomplished. She approached Lu Zhi bashfully, handing him the small packet of seeds. "I've completed my task." Lu Zhi took it, opened it up to look, estimating there were over 30 seeds, each one thoroughly cleaned. He nodded in satisfaction. "Guo, you did well." Qianqian teased, "Yeah, only a cute girl like Guo can preserve sweet strawberry seeds." "Don't say that, Qianqian." Tang Xiaohua pouted, "I really want to never eat food with seeds again." At this moment, the sun had completely set below the horizon. The sky was not yet very dark, but the moon had already appeared. At this time, Lu Zhi noticed that the temperature was also starting to drop rapidly. The long-awaited rescue team has yet to arrive. The campfire has become the brightest source of light, bringing warmth and solace to everyone's hearts. It's hard to imagine what kind of night they would face if the fire hadn't been lit. Meanwhile, the snake meat has been roasted to perfection, emitting an enticing aroma. "Dinner is ready, let's eat. I've been looking forward to this. I just wish it wasn't snake meat." Lu Zhi used a branch to lift the seaweed-wrapped snake and placed it on a clean stone. At this moment, the seaweed had been roasted to a crispy texture, and the saltiness had permeated the snake meat. It smelled heavenly. Lu Zhi peeled off a piece of roasted seaweed, chewed it in his mouth, making a crunching sound. "So delicious. I seem to have a talent for cooking. Would you all like to try?" The 4 girls looked at each other, each taking a small piece and chewing it. Then they all exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, this is incredibly delicious. This is just seaweed. You haven't even tasted the snake meat yet. But it's a venomous snake. Haven't you heard that the more poisonous the snake, the better it tastes? This is considered a delicacy among snakes." "Oh." Lin Qianqian quickly took out a small notebook to jot it down. Lu Zhi pulled apart the seaweed. Inside was tender snake meat, cooked to perfection, emitting steam, white and fluffy. He pulled off a piece of meat which was hot to the touch. He blew on it and put it in his mouth, followed by a bite of spicy shrimp and fish mint. This flavor is absolutely amazing. At first, the girls hesitated about the snake meat, but they couldn't resist the aroma from Lu Zhi's taste test and carefully took a little to taste. At that moment, everyone let out a happy squeal. A snake, a piece of seaweed, a handful of fish mint, a bag of spicy strips, and boiled muddy water in a can became the first dinner for the 5 people stranded on the deserted island. Delicious food and a warm fire made it feel more like a camping trip with good friends, bringing a touch of happiness. But Lucia understood that this was just the beginning. If the rescue team didn't arrive, they would face even more severe survival challenges ahead. After eating the snake and seaweed, everyone felt a bit full. Lin Qianqian asked, "Lucia, can we eat the hermit crabs?" Lucia picked up a small hermit crab, and information about hermit crabs flashed in his mind. He explained, "The meat of the hermit crab's abdomen is edible, but it has a strong odor, and these you caught are too small. They don't provide enough energy to digest themselves, so it's not recommended to eat them." Jiang Yao curiously picked up a hermit crab, sniffed it, and disdainfully tossed it aside. "It really doesn't smell good, like it fell into a toilet." Tang Xiaohua remembered the image of hermit crabs eating feces and gagged slightly. Ning Shu was a bit curious. "Lucia, where did you learn all this strange knowledge?" Lucia certainly couldn't tell them it was from his systems education, so he casually said, "When I was young, I often watched 100,000 Whys, and as I grew up, I watched survival shows, so I naturally learned a bit more." Tang Xiaohua nodded. Just like the class monitor who often reads strange fanfiction, even knows the weird preferences of boys. Ning Shu retorted, "It's purely literary. I'm not a fan of that. And Qianqian also reads novels. By the way, Qianqian, what kind of stories do you read?" Lin Qianqian thought for a moment and casually mentioned a few. "I read The Deep Sleep, A Dream Has Its Command, and those heartwarming stories like Thumping for You." Ning Shu was taken aback. "Huh, those seem to be Yuri stories." Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaohua exclaimed in surprise, "Yuri stories?" Lin Qianqian panicked a bit, defending softly, "Just because I read a certain genre doesn't mean the reader is like that." Ning Shu nodded. "True, I occasionally read them too." Then she asked Lucia, "Lucia, what are you most concerned about right now, eh?" Lucia thought for a moment and replied with 2 words, "Temperature." Just as he finished speaking, Ning Shu unexpectedly sneezed. Was it a psychological suggestion? No. The other 3 girls also sensed that the temperature had dropped unexpectedly, and the sea breeze brought a hint of coolness. Jiang Yao hugged her shoulders. "I didn't notice this until you mentioned it. Why is it suddenly so cold?" Lucia shook his head. "Is it because of the large temperature difference between day and night on the island?" Ning Shu retorted, "Aren't we in the tropics? Even if the temperature difference is significant, it shouldn't be this cold." Lucia wasn't sure of the reason, but he guessed perhaps there are cold and warm currents alternating near this island. Lin Qianqian looked at the fire pit being blown around by the wind and added, "Different temperatures converging can also cause the air to circulate faster, hence the stronger winds at night." Jiang Yao said, "So what should we do?" Tang Xiaohua hugged herself tightly. "We're definitely going to catch a cold tomorrow." Lucia glanced at his watch. It was already 8 in the evening. He said solemnly, "Usually at this time, everyone would either be lying on the couch playing with their phones or studying. But now we have to work together to face the cold night." "How do we do that?" Ning Shu asked. "Should we build a shelter now?" "There's no time." Lucia shook his head. "Even if we had the time, we have already exhausted a lot of energy today looking for food, fresh water, and starting a fire. It'll be difficult to have the strength to build a shelter, so we can only implement basic measures." "Lucia, what do you plan to do?" Lucia thought of gathering some firewood to expand the fire for more warmth. But looking at the bottomless jungle, he hesitated. Venturing alone into the jungle at night is too dangerous, and bringing a girl along would only slow him down. He had no choice but to give up. He checked the survival manual, which suggested boiling water to create a hot water bottle. Suddenly, Lucia's eyes lit up. "I have an idea." Ning Shu asked, "What idea?" "The sand on the ground is cool, but the sand next to the fire is hot." Jiang Yao said, "But we can't stay too close to the fire all the time." Tang Xiaohua added, "Even if we stay beside the fire, it can only warm our hands and feet. Our bodies are still cold." "All right, let me finish." Lucia continued, "This task consists of 3 steps, and each step is not very difficult to execute. But I need everyone to cooperate unconditionally." The girls exchanged glances and nodded. "The first step is to dig a sandpit. We can all sleep in the pit and put broad leaves around to shield us from the sea wind." Ning Shu nodded. "Digging a pit in the sand isn't too difficult. Inserting broad leaves is also simple. What's next?" "The pebbles we dig out can be heated in the fire." Tang Xiaohua asked in confusion, "Heating stones? Aren't we the ones feeling cold?" "Exactly, but we need to use the stones to keep warm." Lin Qianqian nodded, understanding. "The third step is to lay a layer of heated stones in the sandpit. This way the temperature in the pit will be higher than outside." Lucia shook his head. "That's not right. If we just scatter them, the heat will dissipate quickly." Jiang Yao asked, "Then how do we do it?" Lucia picked up a bottle. "We can use a collected bottle to hold seawater and place several hot stones inside. We will have a warm water bottle with a temperature of about 50 to 60 degrees. "What a brilliant idea!" Ning Shu exclaimed admiringly. Qian counted the bottles. "We've collected 20 in total, equivalent to 20 portable hand warmers. These 20 hand warmers should carry us safely through the frigid night." "Truly remarkable," Jiang Yao added approvingly. "Most importantly, the method is simple to execute and easily replenishable at any time." Tang Xiaohua nodded. "She has my flair from back in the day." Lucia cautioned, "Be careful when placing the heated stones into the bottles. Avoid scorching the rims, or they won't seal tightly. Jiang Yao replied confidently, leave that to me. With the plan finalized, they immediately set about implementing it. The sand was fine and soft, making excavation effortless. Lu Jia and Ning Shu took charge of digging. Tang Xiaogua gathered stones, and Jiang Yao heated them over the fire. Lin Qian fetched seawater, while Jiang Yao used twigs to carefully lift the scorching stones and place them into the bottles. Hiss! As the searing stones entered the bottles, the seawater sizzled violently. Yet with a gentle shake, it swiftly tempered into warm water, hovering around 50 to 60 degrees Celsius. Though still warm to the touch, the bottles remained unscathed. Within just half an hour, Jiang Yao had assembled over a dozen such thermal bottles. To retain heat, they buried the bottles in the sand. Meanwhile, Lu Jia and Ning Shu dug a square pit, 2 meters long and 2 meters wide, using sturdy branches. They dried the pit thoroughly over the fire, then slanted broad leaves along its perimeter, draping them like a quilt to cover the entire depression. Warm vapor rose steadily from the thermal bottles nestled within the pit, radiating gentle, steady heat like a furnace, dispelling the biting chill of midnight. Tang Xiaogua lay curled inside, beaming. Wow, so cozy, so blissful. Jiang Yao settled down beside her and mused aloud. It feels, oddly, like sleeping inside a grave. Do you suppose some native might creep up at midnight and bury us all alive? Tang Xiaogua shrieked in terror. Yikes. Ning Shu shuddered involuntarily. Yao Yao, must you tell horror stories in the dead of night? Jiang Yao stuck out her tongue playfully. How exhilarating. Tang Xiaogua cried out indignantly. Exhilarating. I'm practically peeing myself. Just then Ning Shu raised a new concern. A 2-meter-wide pit is barely enough for 4 people. There's no way Lu Jia can squeeze in. Lin Qian blushed faintly. Besides, we're all girls, sharing a space is perfectly natural. But having a boy here makes things rather awkward. Jiang Yao, lying at the edge, pushed aside the leafy covering and scooted over. Xiaojia, squeeze in. Sleep right beside me. Tang Xiaogua, jostled by the shift, protested. Yao Yao, stop squishing me. Jiang Yao waved it off. I'm simply concerned for Xiaojia. I want him to get proper rest. Can't you make a little room? Tang Xiaogua bristled. So only you know how to care for others. Jiang Yao smiled teasingly. Of course. Unlike you, who only seems to stir up trouble for Xiaojia. Ning Shu sighed wryly. Why must you two sound so dripping with sarcasm? She's the one being sarcastic. I certainly am not. Oh, wait. Class leader Lu Jia, why didn't you dig a larger pit? Because it isn't necessary. Lu Jia gazed toward the distant sea. Why not? Has the rescue team arrived? Not a soul in sight. He explained calmly. Tonight, not all 5 of us can sleep. We must assign 1 person to keep watch. Huh. At the words, keeping watch, all 4 girls gasped in unison. We actually need a night watch. We're utterly exhausted. How could anyone possibly stay awake? I'm so drowsy I'd sleep until mountains crumble and heaven and earth collapse. Only Ning Shu spoke with quiet gravity. Is a night watch truly indispensable? Lu Jia nodded firmly. This is our first night stranded on this island. Should unforeseen dangers arise after dark, we must respond swiftly and decisively. Moreover, the fire must be tended, fresh kindling added regularly, and warm bottles rotated among our companions. If rescuers do appear, we must be ready to signal them instantly. Thus, someone must remain vigilant throughout the night. But everyone is utterly spent. We'll draw lots, or take shifts. If no one volunteers, I'll take the watch myself. Ning Shu paused thoughtfully, then declared resolutely, Lu Jia, you've borne the heaviest burden today. It would be unjust to ask you to stand guard as well. If a watch is unavoidable, then as class leader I shall assume that duty. Her selfless resolve moved them all deeply. Lin Qian reflected a moment, then offered, Class leader, you're already exhausted. I've done little since waking, let me take the watch instead. Tang Xiaogua, likewise stirred, added earnestly, truthfully, I'm not nearly as tired. I'm fully capable of keeping watch tonight. Let me handle it. Seeing their sincerity, Jiang Yao stepped forward. Let's end this debate. I woke latest and contributed least. I'm the most fitting choice to stand watch. Lu Jia realized, though these girls often chattered incessantly, they proved remarkably mature and responsible when it truly mattered. As for himself, he possessed the system's enhancement, granting him physical stamina far surpassing his former self. Though he'd expended considerable energy, he was far from depleted. Given this, he resolved not to let them bear the burden. Stretching languidly, he declared, I've just recalled. What if a prehistoric serpent or even Godzilla crawls ashore tonight? You wouldn't know how to react. So for tonight, I'll personally hold the watch. Tang Xiaogua pouted, you're scaring us again. Jiang Yao frowned with concern, but you can't stay awake all night. Lin Qian echoed softly, your body will suffer. Lu Jia smiled reassuringly. I'll catch up on sleep at sunrise. Then you may relieve me. Ning Shu considered it, then proposed, no need to wait until dawn. I'll rise in 4 hours to take the second half. Until then, everyone else rests undisturbed. Lu Jia weighed her suggestion and agreed. Very well. Rest now. Replenish your strength for tomorrow's trials. Surely tomorrow will bring no further trials. The rescue vessel will arrive to fetch us. That would be ideal. Thank you, class leader, and thank you, Lu Jia. Then good night. Good night. Qian, you're holding me far too tightly. I'm sorry. Side by side, the 4 girls nestled into the sandy pit. and soon sweet, gentle snores filled the air. They were utterly spent, so weary that the moment they lay down sleep claimed them without resistance. Luja sat before the crackling fire, warming his hands, gazing upon the four exquisite young women resting peacefully before him, his heart swelling with fierce protectiveness and solemn responsibility. First he fed the flames. Snapping several dry branches, he layered them onto the blaze. The fire leapt and snapped, casting flickering light and gentle warmth across the hushed starlit night. Luja tucked a warmed sand bottle inside his tunic, the comforting heat radiating against his chest. This would be a long, arduous night, and since daylight had offered no reprieve, he seized the quiet stillness of night to open his system interface and examine his own status data. Host Luja, age 18. Abilities. 1. Survival Manual. 2. Discriminatory Insight. 3. Toxin-resistant physiology. Luja had already grasped the essential traits and usage methods of all three abilities. The survival manual was an encyclopedic repository of survival knowledge accessible at will within his mind. Discriminatory insight allowed him to discern the intrinsic properties of any object upon physical contact. His toxin-resistant physiology rendered him completely immune to poisons. Let us examine his baseline attributes. Strength 10, Endurance 10, Agility 11, Mental Acuity 10, Physique 10. Note 10 represents Luja's innate physical baseline. Each point added corresponds to a 10 increment over his original baseline. Detailed explanations follow. 1. Strength enhances limb power, explosive force, bite strength, leaping capacity, and throwing force. Measurable manifestations of raw physical might. This attribute is unbounded. 2. Endurance increases maximum stamina, reserves recovery rate, and overall resilience. Each point also instantly restores 1 unit of Luja's baseline stamina. This attribute is unbounded. 3. Agility improves running speed, reaction time, leaping velocity, climbing efficiency, and evasion capability. This attribute can asymptotically approach the biological limits of carbon-based life forms. 4. Perception augments all sensory systems. Vision, including adjustable long-range and night vision, as well as enhanced precision in throwing and marksmanship. Hearing reaching the theoretical limit for carbon-based organisms, enabling precise sound source localization, and olfaction likewise attaining peak biological sensitivity. He may freely toggle between baseline and enhanced sensory states. 5. Physique reinforces muscular density, skeletal integrity, dermal resilience, antiviral and anti-infective resistance, and injury recovery speed. This attribute too can asymptotically approach the biological limits of carbon-based life forms. These were his 5 core attributes, impressive in theory, yet their growth rate seemed painfully slow. He gained 1 random point per daily sign-in, thus, after an entire day's exertion, he had earned only a single point of endurance. Were this not a deserted island, 3 or 5 years of consistent sign-ins might forge a physique rivaling that of Captain America. When then would the next sign-in be possible? Daily sign-in resets at midnight. Weekly, monthly, and annual sign-ins are also available. Weekly sign-in after 7 consecutive days receive 1 critical insight. Monthly sign-in after 30 consecutive days gain 1 randomly selected skill with 1 year's worth of proficiency. Important notice: failure to sign in within any 24-hour period constitutes a break in the streak. Missed sign-ins cannot be retroactively completed. While daily sign-ins remain unaffected, weekly and monthly rewards will be forfeited. Host, take heed. I see. But precisely how does one perform a sign-in? Such a pivotal function remained conspicuously undefined by the system. Had he simply overlooked the instructions? Or did the system presume he already knew? Luja recalled his first successful sign-in, occurring precisely while rescuing Qian. Could it be that saving a life constituted a valid sign-in? That would be extraordinarily difficult. Sighing, he combed through the system's interface once more, but found no further clues. Enough. Relying on this underwhelming system was less promising than relying on himself. Next, he turned his thoughts toward tomorrow's tasks. As always, if rescue arrived, every problem would vanish. But what if it did not? Securing fresh water and sustenance remained the utmost priority. Relocating to a superior campsite warranted careful consideration. Once a site was chosen, constructing a durable shelter became imperative. Firewood was indispensable, and gathering branches by hand was tedious. If feasible, crafting a stone axe for efficient timber felling would be ideal. He must also seize tomorrow's low tide at 10 o'clock, scouring the shoreline for flotsam, plastic bottles, bags, aluminum cans, and other discarded debris. Every usable item was precious. Additionally, he needed to identify an open vantage point to lay out a conspicuous distress signal, ensuring swift detection by helicopter or speedboat crews. And yes, he ought to conduct a full circumnavigation of the island along its coastline, locate its highest peak, and sketch a rudimentary topographic map. Left unexamined, the island seemed tranquil, but the moment he began planning, urgency multiplied, each task pressing, vital, and inseparable from survival. Indeed, enduring life on a resource-scarce island proved far more formidable than he'd ever imagined. Best to focus for now on what lay immediately before him. He reached for several sand-filled bottles, now cooled, intending to refill them with heated seawater. As his hand, shielded by leaves, slipped into the sandy hollow, something warm and delicate brushed against his palm. Warm, slender, exquisitely delicate, his pulse quickened. By position it must belong to Yao Yao. Apologies. This was no deliberate act of intimacy. He sought only the sand bottle beneath her feet. He retrieved the cool bottle and replaced it with a freshly warmed one. Shifting slightly, his fingers encountered another small foot. Luja froze. This one was icy cold. Tracing upward, he felt the calf trembling faintly. Gently tapping it, he murmured Guaer. No reply came. Yet beside him Jiang Yao stirred, rubbed her eyes, and sat up. With a pout and a teasing lilt she said, Xiao Zhe, if you're going to touch, at least do it discreetly. I'll pretend not to notice. Why call out Guaer's name? I mean, you weren't asleep. She smiled softly and brushed her bare foot lightly against his arm. Well, you certainly woke me just now. Oh, so you've always enjoyed touching girls' feet. Luja sighed helplessly. It's a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? You touched mine, then went straight for Guaer's. No it isn't. Luja winced. I only discovered Guaer's foot was freezing while swapping her sand bottle. Really? Jiang Yao extended her foot to test Tang Xiaoguo's, and recoiled with a gasp. Whoa, so cold. Her cry roused Ning Shu and Lin Qian, who now sat up blinking sleepily. What's wrong? Guaer isn't right. Wake her up. Tang Xiaoguo lay nestled between Lin Qian and Jiang Yao, and both girls called out to her in unison. She trembled faintly, murmuring incoherently. Bad. She's shaking violently. No, it's not chills. Luja pressed his hand to Tang Xiaoguo's forehead, and her vitals flashed into his awareness. Minor serpent venom has breached the patient's immune defenses. Severe exposure to cold has triggered wind-cold influenza. So that was it. His discriminatory insight could even diagnose illness. It's wind-cold influenza induced by compromised immunity, not chills. Wind-cold influenza. Jiang Yao exhaled in relief. Well, that's just a common cold then. Ning Shu shook her head. Without medicine or antibiotics, even a common cold can prove fatal. And this is no ordinary cold, Lu Zhe said gravely. It is a complication born of serpent venom overwhelming her immune system. Lin Qian added quietly, which means, until her immunity recovers, even the slightest exposure could trigger serious illness. Precisely. Ning Shu looked anxious. Then, what do we do now? Lu Zhe paused, thinking. We have no medicine. First and foremost, we must stabilize her body temperature. Gather all the warm sand bottles together. Instantly the girls collected every remaining warm bottle and arranged them closely around Tang Xiaoguo. Yet she remained unconscious, murmuring deliriously, her body shuddering uncontrollably. A sea breeze swept across them, chilling sharp, and the girls instinctively drew their shoulders inward, huddling against the cold. Tang Xiaoguo's immune system was compromised, resulting in a cold that left her shivering uncontrollably. Lin Qian weakly proposed, rubbing our hands can warm them. We can use this method to keep Guer warm. Ning Shu nodded. Good idea. The group rubbed their hands together until they were warm, placing them on Tang Xiaoguo. However, even with this it felt like a drop in the ocean. Moreover, it seemed to have worsened compared to before. What should we do? Lin Qian said, feeling heartbroken as she watched Tang Xiaoguo mumbling incoherently. Lu Zhe reached into the sand pit and was suddenly alarmed. He discovered that the temperature of the sand pit had dropped compared to before. He understood. Although they had placed sand bottles around Tang Xiaoguo to provide heat, the other three girls sat up, unaware that they themselves were stable heat sources. By lifting the broad leaves and moving away from the sand pit, they severely let the warmth escape. Lu Zhe checked the survival manual, which provided suggestions that were not new. In cold conditions, companions can huddle closely together to prevent heat loss. This reminded Lu Zhe of scenes often depicted in dramas: a woman falling into icy water and a man using his body to keep her warm. The warmth of a companion. However, while it sounded somewhat cliched, it was indeed an effective method. If he were to suggest it, he would surely be suspected of ulterior motives. No worries, there are still 3 girls here. Saving Guer is the priority. I need you all to huddle together to provide warmth to Guer with your body heat. Ning Shu thought for a moment. That could work. He'll go first. Lin Qian blushed and said, no, let me go first. If it can save Guer, I don't mind hugging her while undressed. Ning Shu frowned. No need to be undressed. Lu Zhe added, it's best if 2 people are positioned front and back. That way we can retain her warmth to the maximum extent. Then there's no need to argue. Qian, you go in front, and he'll go behind. Lin Qian blushed. Okay. Lin Qian and Ning Shu hugged Tang Xiaoguo tightly, using their body heat to warm their companion. Indeed, Tang Xiaoguo's condition seemed to have improved somewhat. Jiang Yao asked, what should I do? Lu Zhe, while changing the water and sand, replied, you can continue resting. They'll call you if I need you. Jiang Yao thought for a moment and sat beside Lu Zhe. I might have slept too much during the day and now can't fall asleep. Let me help you. Before Lu Zhe could respond, she began to lend a hand. With her assistance, Lu Zhe's speed in heating stones and filling bottles significantly increased. Before long, another round of hot water bottles was ready. Lu Zhe handed the last 2 hot sand bottles to Jiang Yao. Thank you for your hard work. You can rest now. Hey, we've been friends for so many years, why are you being polite with me? Saying this, he placed the 2 bottles at Tang Xiaoguo's feet and sat beside Lu Zhe. Honestly, Xiao Zhe, I feel that you're quite warm. Do you mind if I lean on you for a bit? We're the best partners, of course, I don't mind. Come on. Lu Zhe generously patted his shoulder. Jiang Yao smiled, sweetly linking her arm with Lu Zhe's and gently resting her head on his shoulder. Like a young couple, they sat in front of the fire without saying a word. However, after a while, Luja noticed that Jiang Yao had started to quietly sob. Hey, what's wrong? Nothing. Jiang Yao sniffed and wiped her tears with the back of her hand. I just felt very moved seeing everyone working together to save Guar. I think. While I was sleeping, everyone must have been desperately trying to save me too. Luja knew that despite often bickering, Jiang Yao and Guar actually cared for each other. Indeed, when we found you, you had been exposed to the sun for who knows how long. Your body temperature was scorching. If we had been 10 minutes later, you would have been cooked. How mean. Jiang Yao lightly pinched him and added. And then Guar, when confronted by the snake, her first reaction was to run away. Instead, she chose to kick it away to protect me. She looked at Tang Xiaohua, her eyes filled with gratitude. Guar, although she can be quite troublesome and headstrong at times, she really is a very good girl. This was the first time Luja had seen Jiang Yao so sentimental. But it was understandable. Under immense disaster, people's mental states inevitably change. Luja, do you think the other passengers will all die? Luja sighed. Frankly speaking, since waking up, he had not seriously contemplated this question. It wasn't that he was too lazy to think, but rather that he was afraid to think. Afraid that the results of such thoughts would trigger overwhelming pain that could destroy his will to survive. And now Jiang Yao had asked. Luja could only shake his head. Actually, I don't know either. But with so many passengers on the plane, why is it only us who survived? Yet it's strange that only a few of us from our class made it. Logically speaking, there should have been different passengers on board, as some should have survived while others perished. Jiang Yao nodded. Could it be because we were in first class? Originally a rather absurd statement, but it sparked a thought in Luja's mind. He turned to Jiang Yao. You might be onto something. Speaking of which, the summer camp organized by the school has been around for 7 years. The 16 universities in the district are friendly schools hosting an international academic summer camp every graduation season. Each school sends dozens of student representatives to participate in various knowledge and physical competitions. Meanwhile, each class at Mo Du Jiaoda sends 1 to 5 academically accomplished and well-mannered representatives. This time, due to flight issues, 5 seats were missing. On June 9, the other 50 students from other classes flew to Australia, while the 5 students from the management class could only take the flight on June 10. At that time, the beautiful flight attendant said, to make up for the flight error, we will upgrade the 5 of you for free. A few students initially thought they could enjoy real leather recliners, sipping coffee, and leisurely arriving at their destination. Little did they know that this very cabin suffered a massive breach mid-flight. Luja nodded. That means it's possible that only the few of us were forced out of the plane, and the others may not have been. That is a possibility, Jiang Yao pondered and added. If only the first-class section had a breach, would the others continue to reach their destination with the plane? Luja contemplated for a moment, shaking his head, setting aside whether the plane can return to its original altitude. Even if it can, a plane with a breach could very likely break apart due to pressure and impact. Does that mean they have no chance of survival? Luja thought again. Not necessarily. If the plane were to make an emergency landing in the ocean, the overall material of the plane is relatively light, so initially seawater would not flood in through the breach. If rescue personnel arrived at that moment, everyone on board could be saved. Jiang Yao sighed. Do you think we're lucky or unfortunate? Luja smiled. Lucky, I suppose. Yes, while the final speculation has a certain probability of occurring, the chances are minuscule. It's also possible that everyone on board could perish in the ocean. Luja's words offered Jiang Yao some comfort, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Leaning against Luja, she adjusted to a more comfortable position and gradually fell asleep. Luja held her a bit tighter to prevent her from getting cold. Under the moonlight, Jiang Yao's hair obscured her beautiful face, making Luja feel a flutter in his heart. He reached out, gently brushing Jiang Yao's hair aside, and couldn't resist kissing her hair lightly. Just then a prompt popped into his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the sign-in. Agility 1. You have signed in for 2 consecutive days. Luja was startled. How had the sign-in suddenly completed again? He glanced at his watch. 155 a.m. What on earth had triggered it? He did not know. It did not matter. In any case, it seemed oddly easy to complete the sign-in now. What use was agility at a time like this? Strength would likely be more useful. During meditation, he could clearly feel his body growing lighter. His personal best for the 100 meters was 11.9 seconds. He wondered how fast he might run now. Xiaozha, Jiang Yao murmured in her sleep. Luja could sense Tang Xiaoguo's thoughts, and in the same way he could perceive Jiang Yao's as well. At this moment, confessing to either of them would probably establish a relationship. He asked himself honestly which of them did he prefer. After long reflection, he could not arrive at a definite answer. He felt fondness for Lin Qianqian and Ning Shu as well. It was only natural. Each of the 4 girls possessed her own sweetness and charm. Choosing among them felt like solving a world-class problem. Moreover, once he committed to one, he would have to deliberately distance himself from the other 3. Future interactions would be fraught with considerations which would neither aid survival nor be good for classmates' relationships. So the prudent course was to maintain the status quo. Thinking this, drowsiness swept over Luja. Just as he intended to nod off, he heard an achoo. Who sneezed? It was me, Ning Shu's voice answered. Jiang Yao, who had not slept soundly, woke and asked, how is Guo? Her condition has not improved. I also. Achoo. She sneezed again. It was obvious the chill had affected her. She sat up and hugged a hot water bottle, trembling. Where is Qianqian? They parted the leaves, and by the light of the fire saw Lin Qianqian holding Tang Xiaohua. Jiang Yao sighed. Reading too many Yuri stories must make one act strange. Ning Shu scratched her head. I read them too, but I would not be like her. Jiang Yao reached out and touched Lin Qianqian's hands and feet. They were ice cold. She fretted. If this continues, Qianqian might catch cold as well. Lin Qianqian heard and woke. It's okay, Achu. Luja said as I thought she has a chill. You two must stop this now. But Guer is still cold. Lin Qianqian reproached herself. Alas, my constitution is too weak. Jiang Yao said there is nothing to be done, we girls are simply too frail. Then she suddenly thought of something and slowly lifted her head to look at Luja. He felt a little embarrassed. What is it, he asked. Although I have some misgivings, there is no other choice. The task of saving Guer must fall to you. Me. Among us you have the best constitution, in such cold weather you are still warm. If you and I both hold Guer, we will surely help her recover from the chill. Well, mentally the idea of embracing a pretty girl did not bother him, but to accept outright would seem too eager. He pretended to demur yet feared delaying Guer. At that moment Ning Shu said, Guer might misunderstand, but this is urgent and there is no other way. Luja, you should do it. Lin Qianqian added, even if Guer is angry, I believe she will forgive you. Ning Shu snorted. She won't be angry at all. With the three girls so insistent, there was nothing left to worry about. Very well, I will reluctantly help her this once. By the way, class monitor, what about you and Qianqian? Lin Qianqian said, don't worry, we can hold each other to keep warm. Ning Shu shouted, who would want to hold you? Lin Qianqian answered earnestly, survival shows say that companions holding each other reduces heat loss. Luja and Jiang Yao exchanged a glance and nodded, tucking Tang Xiaohua safely between them. The 2-meter-wide sandpit felt narrower as everyone huddled together. With space reduced, they barely fit the 5 of them. Sure enough, Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian gradually grew warmer. Luja and Jiang Yao flanking Tang Xiaohua provided a steady source of heat. Only then did Tang Xiaohua's condition truly stabilize. Xiaozha, moi. Jiang Yao pursed her lips and said, do you think we look like parents holding a sick child? Tang Xiaohua stood only about 1.55 meters tall, petite, and endearing. In Luja's and Jiang Yao's arms she indeed resembled a little sick child. Your imagination is too rich. If I had such a daughter, I would not want a second child. Jiang Yao smiled and took Luja's hand. Don't you think so, Xiaozha? He murmured a casual having no mind for playing house. He knew that at the start of this survival ordeal, they still had no steady source of fresh water. He must conserve his strength and restrain his emotions. Recklessness and indulgence would endanger Guer and himself. What to do? Recite classical prose. He had forgotten most things, but he could still recite the Chu Shibiao. He recited it twice, and even while holding a pretty girl soon fell asleep. He slept for an unknown length of time before the system roused him. Luja lazily opened his eyes to a gray sky. Suddenly a shaft of sunlight pierced through. Through the gaps in the broad leaves it fell upon his and Tang Xiaohua's faces. It was a beautiful morning. He checked his watch, 5:45 a.m. My goodness, he had slept 11 hours. Tang Xiaohua still lay in his arms, her nose less than 2 centimeters from his. Her breathing was steady as she no longer murmured in her sleep, and her temperature had returned to normal. Luja felt quietly pleased. Guer had pulled through. Only then did he allow himself to look closely at Tang Xiaohua. Her skin was as soft as cream, unmarked by freckles or blemishes, fringed by long lashes, and faintly scented. No wonder so many boys at school pursued her. Unwittingly, he felt his heart stir and leaned a little closer. At that moment, Tang Xiaohua opened her eyes with a small sound. Their noses were almost touching. Ah, she said, puzzled. She wondered when she had gone to sleep with her girlfriends, how had she woken up in Luja's arms? What had happened? Her cheeks flushed red. Is he going to kiss me? Why did he stop? Luja, why can't you be braver? She thought that she would not blame him. Why did he hesitate? He realized that if he kissed Tang Xiaohua, they would truly be a couple. His hand still held Jiang Yao's. Then unexpectedly Tang Xiaohua thrust forward, collided with him, and their mouths met. The kiss happened. Afterwards she cried in annoyance, who bumped into me? Jiang Yao opened her sleepy eyes in confusion. I didn't move. Tang Xiaohua pouted. Yao, you bumped me and ruined my first kiss. First kiss. And you too, Luja. Tang Xiaohua gave Luja a light, irritated thump. I was bumped and came over. Couldn't you have at least dodged? Standing there so still, it's obvious you wanted to take advantage. Guer, be reasonable. Even bandits are not as unreasonable as you. Is that so? Guer's face flushed. Well, in any case, my first kiss is gone. What should we do? Tang Xiaohua's antics left Luja with the distinct impression had been set up. And why exactly did I wake up in your arms? I haven't even had my first kiss. Now I'm already sharing a bed with you. How will I ever marry? She pummeled his chest with tiny fists. I don't care. You're responsible. Stop being so willful, Xiaohua. Who's being willful? You sneaked your arms around me while I slept, and now you won't take responsibility. Sigh, Jiang Yao murmured. You fainted from hypothermia yesterday, nearly died. Everyone pressed close to warm you with their own bodies until you pulled through. And yet the moment you wake, you start causing trouble. Yesterday. Your whole body trembled violently, like someone seized by malarial chills. It was that severe. Tang Xiaohua recalled the dreamlike sensation of plunging into an icy abyss, and shuddered inwardly. But didn't we have a fire? A fire? At the word, Lu Zhi suddenly remembered. Yes, the fire. He hastily lifted Tang Xiaoguo's head aside and pushed aside the broad leaves to crawl out. Could you please be gentler, she cried. Lu Zhi paid no heed to her protest. He rushed straight to the fire pit. Disaster. The open flame had vanished entirely, only half-charred embers remained emitting a single wisp of pale blue smoke. Behold, the consequence of neglecting a fire. Hastily Lu Zhi added dry branches and blew steadily until at last golden flames leapt upward once more. Lu Zhi broke into a cold sweat. Phew, what a narrow escape. Zhang Yao asked Xiaozhi what's wrong. The fire nearly went out. What? But never mind, it's saved now. Zhang Yao exhaled deeply in relief. Then Lu Zhi glanced at his watch, 600 M. It was June 11th, the second day stranded on the island. Dawn had just broken, the sun rose over the horizon as waves crashed rhythmically against the shore. Across the endless expanse of sea, no rescue vessel appeared on the horizon. Lu Zhi mentally calculated the minimal difference between day and night length suggested they were situated between the Tropic of Cancer and the equator. Yet the drastic diurnal temperature swing hinted at intermittent cold currents passing nearby. Though the air remained temperate for now, he knew tropical heat would soon descend upon the island. Where then were the other two girls? Parting the foliage, he found Ning Shu sprawled supine across the sand, while Lin Qianqian lay curled against her arm, her hand resting gently on Ning Shu's chest, her legs draped over hers. She clung to her companion with quiet dependence. Hearing the commotion, both Lin Qianqian and Ning Shu stirred awake, rubbed their eyes, and sat up from the sandy hollow. Lin Qianqian pursed her lips and murmured softly, "Good morning, everyone." Ning Shu stretched languidly. "Ah, what a splendid day. Oh, Xiaoguo, you're all right. Little princess has fully revived," Tang Xiaoguo grinned. Zhang Yao smiled approvingly. "It seems everyone's holding up remarkably well." Lu Zhi nodded. "Congratulations, we've successfully survived our first day on this deserted island." After brief morning greetings, Ning Shu passed around a piece of chewing gum to each person, and then they began planning their survival strategy for the day ahead. Find fresh water, forage for food, maintain the fire, build shelter, construct distress signals, collect seeds, forge tools. Every task seemed urgently vital. Yet Lu Zhi believed three matters stood above all others, absolutely paramount. First, locate fresh water. A healthy adult requires 1 to 2 liters daily. In this sweltering tropical climate, even more would be needed. Yesterday's muddy puddle had yielded their only supply, and every drop had long since been consumed. Now not a single drop remained. They had to secure sufficient water before temperatures soared. Second, sustain the campfire. Fire was indispensable. It could cook food and distill seawater into drinkable water. It provided warmth through the chill of night. And if ships passed offshore, plastic items tossed into the blaze would generate thick black smoke, serving as a visual beacon. Yet sustaining the fire demanded ample fuel. Without it, the flames would inevitably die. Their current stockpile of branches was nearly exhausted, so gathering abundant firewood ranked among their most critical priorities. Third, erect visible distress signals. Though barely 24 hours had passed since the crash, authorities undoubtedly knew of the incident, and search and rescue teams might arrive imminently. Since black smoke couldn't be generated on demand, they required unmistakable enduring signals, such as spelling SOS across an open stretch of sand or hoisting a vivid flag atop a high vantage point. Such markers would aid helicopters and rescue vessels in spotting them. Should they miss the first sweep, subsequent searches of this exact location would dwindle sharply, and any delayed efforts would prove futile. Lu Zhi concluded firmly, today's morning agenda comprises 3 tasks: locate fresh water and edible resources, gather firewood to sustain our blaze, and construct clear distress signals. With the plan confirmed, execution followed. Ning Shu stretched again. Shall we split into teams, or work together? Lu Zhi paused thoughtfully. We must divide up. To search effectively, we'll need to leave the camp. Xiaoguo can't undertake long treks yet. Someone must stay with her. Who'll remain here? I can walk, Tang Xiaoguo insisted. Lu Zhi shook his head. No. Your immunity is dangerously low. If anything else goes wrong, there may be no saving you. Besides, firewood is scarce. Someone must tend the fire. You'll stay at camp. Lin Qianqian volunteered immediately. I'll stay with Xiaoguo. Agreed, Zhang Yao nodded. Qianqian and Xiaoguo remain here. Lu Zhi class rep, and I will scout for supplies. Fine. Ning Shu turned to Lu Zhi. How does this division strike you? Fair enough, Lu Zhi replied. Where shall we begin? He pointed toward the shoreline. The tide's receding now. We'll head west along the beach. That stretch remains unexplored. We'll collect every usable item: plastic bags, bottles, cans, every edible shellfish, snail, and crab. Anything useful, we gather it all. Ning Shu and Zhang Yao simultaneously flashed an OK sign. Then the trio bid farewell to Lin Qianqian, and Tang Xiaoguo slung empty backpacks over their shoulders and set off westward together. The sun had risen only moments earlier, yet daylight already flooded the world. The morning sea breeze flowed soft and tender. The sky blazed a flawless sapphire. Nearshore waves gleamed like snow, distant clouds drifted like cotton wool, and the cerulean vault shimmered pristine, punctuated only by the occasional cry of unknown seabirds, their ongoing calls lifting the spirit. Ning Shu spread her arms wide. If our clothes weren't caked in grime, I'd swear we were attending a beach summer camp party. Indeed, Jiang Yao agreed. Had the plane not crashed, we'd be across the ocean by now. Luja glanced down at his trousers and shirt, both heavily dusted with pale gray sea sand, grimy and disheveled. No matter, just shake them off and put them back on. Much better, Jiang Yao teased. Shaoxia boys can casually strip and shake sand loose. But what are we supposed to do? Luja smiled. I'll turn around. I won't look. Jiang Yao smiled faintly. I'd love a bath. With that, she strode to the water's edge and dove in with a graceful arc. The dawn sea held unexpected warmth, not cold at all. She swam freely, and the salt water swiftly rinsed away every trace of grit and grime clinging to her skin. Emerging from the waves, strands of wet hair clung delicately to her cheeks, droplets traced paths down her collarbone, her silhouette ethereal like a mermaid newly stepped onto land. Hi Shaoxia, she cheerfully splashed water at Luja, then burst into a peal of giggles. Only then did Luja notice. Jiang Yao's figure was truly exquisite. He'd never realized it despite having partnered with her for so long. Ning Shu pressed a hand to her forehead and said, Yao Yao, have you forgotten what's missing from your outfit right now? Jiang Yao suddenly recalled her soiled bra. She wore only an outer garment, now drenched and clinging tightly to her body, revealing her lithe, alluring silhouette. You splashed water straight onto my face. Oh dear, I didn't notice. I'm so sorry, truly sorry. Jiang Yao hurried over to Luja and tenderly exclaimed, Oh, let me wipe it off for you. She lifted the hem of her garment to dab at his nose, unintentionally exposing her slender waist. Was this really about wiping away water? Was she doing it on purpose? Could we please stop fooling around? Though flustered, Luja knew full well this was no time for romantic distractions. He furrowed his brow in feigned displeasure. We're running out of time. If we don't locate fresh water before noon, everyone's safety will be at risk. Jiang Yao nodded. Oh, let's keep moving forward and stay alert for any useful items along the way. Without looking back, Luja strode ahead. He needed to lead, not only for practicality, but to conceal the subtle change beneath his trousers lest Ning Shu misinterpret it with awkward suspicion. Pouting slightly, Jiang Yao murmured fine and followed after him. The trio continued onward, collecting plastic bottle soda cans, shopping bags, and several pairs of sandals. Fortuitously, they found 2 women's flip-flops, though mismatched in color, one crimson and one sun yellow, both were size 34, forming a perfect pair. Ning Shua tried them on. They're slightly small, but Guerra can wear them. She won't need heels anymore. They also gathered a small pouch of mussels and several crabs and conch shells. Barnacles clung to the rocks, but without a suitable knife, prying them open was impossible. They abandoned the effort and pressed onward. Then at last they encountered what they'd long hoped for: coconut palms. 2 towering trees stood before them, each heavy with 15 or 16 ripe, plump coconuts, while clusters of unripe ones hung high among the fronds. A few mature coconuts had already fallen to the ground, their husks tinged a soft coffee brown. This discovery filled them with exhilaration. Ning Shu and Jiang Yao instantly slapped palms and laughed aloud. Jiang Yao beamed. Each coconut holds roughly 200 milliliters of juice. 30 coconuts would yield about 6,000 milliliters in total. Ning Shu snapped her fingers. Today's freshwater supply is secured, and with distilled water added, will be nearly self-sufficient. Luja felt genuine relief. Though these 2 palms wouldn't sustain them indefinitely, their presence confirmed that coconuts grew on this island, a promising sign that more might yet be found. That meant more could potentially be located elsewhere. The fallen ones are easy, but how do we bring down those still aloft? We should still inspect the fallen ones. Some may have spoiled and be unsafe to consume. Luja studied the 2 palms. They appeared to be different varieties, one tall and slender, the other short and stout. The slender trunk measured roughly 30 centimeters in diameter and soared over 10 meters high, curving gently outward. Luja rubbed his palms together, gripped the trunk, and scaled it effortlessly, then plucked each coconut one by one, dropping them onto the sand below. In moments, 15 coconuts lay scattered on the beach. The second palm stood only 5 meters tall, but its trunk approached half a meter in girth and bore even more fruit. Yet its immense girth offered no foothold for climbing. We simply can't reach them. What now? Hurl stones at them, or wait for them to fall naturally? Luja shook his head. We can't afford to wait. He paused, then conceived a plan. At 8 meters tall, he stood taller than Ning Shu. At 67 meters, and Jiang Yao, at 64 meters. If the 3 stood atop one another's shoulders, their combined height would approach 5 meters, perhaps just enough to grasp the coconuts. Right, we can coordinate this. Class leader, you'll stand on my shoulders first. Then Jiang Yao will climb up and stand atop yours. Ning Shu's eyes lit up. Brilliant. Then she hesitated. But Luja, you'll bear the weight of both of us. Are you certain you can manage it? Luja smiled. That weight is nothing. I'm more concerned whether you can endure it. Me? Of course I can. Jiang Yao added. Standing on the class leader's shoulders feels rather awkward. Ning Shu waved dismissively for survival. It's trivial. Luja nodded. Here's the plan. I'll crouch low against the trunk. Class leader, you go first. Jiang Yao, you follow last. Remember, lean your bodies forward, press yourselves against the trunk, and never arch backward. Understood? Both young women nodded in unison. Understood. Luja moved beneath the tree and bent low. Ning Shu slipped off her shoes and stepped barefoot onto his shoulders. All set. Your turn, Jiang Yao. Class leader, forgive me. Jiang Yao kicked off her shoes, gripped Lu Zha's arms, and climbed upward, then ascended further onto Ning Shu's shoulders. Slowly, Lu Zha rose upright. Then Ning Shu straightened. Finally, Jiang Yao extended fully skyward. Ning Shu balanced barefoot upon Lu Zha's shoulders while Jiang Yao steadied herself with one hand on the trunk and stretched the other upward, straining to reach the coconuts above. With little effort, she grasped one. It dropped with a sharp crack onto the sand. Huh, perfect. Jiang Yao, you're amazing. Keep going. It's easier than expected. Jiang Yao's always excelled at standing high. Another coconut came loose, this time landing on a protruding rock before bouncing onto the sand. One after another, more coconuts followed. As the pile of coconuts swelled, excitement surged within each of them. That one's just out of reach. Xiaozhi, could you shift left slightly? All right, hold on tight. Lu Zha edged slowly left, but as he shifted barely an inch, Jiang Yao nearly tumbled. Watch out. You too. I wasn't ready yet. He instinctively looked up, only to see something startling. Ning Shu wore a tennis skirt, yet no undergarment beneath. What met his gaze was white fabric trimmed in pink, adorned with a whimsical cartoon bear. Pure, unanticipated coincidence. I truly hadn't intended to witness this. Ning Shu sensed something amiss, glanced downward, and froze at the sight of Lu Zha's upturned face. Realization struck like lightning. Her whole body shivered involuntarily. Ah, pervert. It was accidental. Truly, no. Don't look. Instinctively, she reached to tug her skirt down, forgetting entirely to maintain balance. Her body lurched backward, toppling into empty air. Fearing injury, Lu Zha lunged to catch her, only for the cartoon bear to fill his vision as it descended directly toward his face. Ah, thud. 3 people cried out in unison and tumbled down. Ning Shu rubbed her lower back. Ouch. Yet a muffled, gravelly voice rose from beneath her. It's me who should be saying ouch. She froze, realizing she was sitting squarely on Lu Zha's face. She could even feel the warm, rhythmic breath of his speech against her skin. That must be his nose. Her cheeks flushed crimson like ripe tomatoes. Ah, she leapt up in alarm. Lu Zha, are you all right? He massaged his aching nose. Never mind me. Check on Yao Yao first. Ah, it hurts so much. Jiang Yao's voice trembled with tears. Ning Shu suddenly recalled, compared to herself, Jiang Yao had fallen from far higher. Her injury must be far worse. She rushed over. Yao Yao, how are you? My foot struck a rock. Ning Shu gasped. The ankle peeking from Jiang Yao's sock was already swollen and deeply bruised. This is bad. Lu Zha knelt and gently probed Jiang Yao's ankle. Ow, ow, OW. A system alert chimed. Ankle ligament sprain. Colloquially known as a rolled ankle. It's serious, but at least it's not a fracture. Oh heavens, Yao Yao. Ning Shu whispered, stricken with guilt and tenderness. Jiang Yao shook her head. Class rep, it's truly not Lu Zha's fault. I asked him to look up. Ning Shu opened her mouth to protest, then hesitated, sighed deeply. Actually, I know. Lu Zha frowned. Know what? I know you needed to shift your footing, and to do that you had to look upward. And when a young man looks up, well, it's only natural he'd linger a moment on what catches his eye. Jiang Yao nodded. Exactly. That just proves how charming you are, class rep. Yao Yao, could you please think straight for once? Ning Shu muttered under her breath, then added softly, honestly, this is all my fault. I got you hurt. It's fine, Jiang Yao murmured, but her brows remained tightly knotted, betraying fierce, unspoken pain. Lu Zha, how is Yao Yao? He examined her ankle carefully. At this severity, full recovery will take at least a week. And during that time, her foot must remain completely immobilized, treated daily with herbal poultices and gentle massage. Then, I can't walk at all, Jiang Yao exclaimed. Lu Zha nodded solemnly. Frankly, yes. Ning Shu still berated herself. I should have worn leggings. And even if something was glimpsed, safety, for myself and my companions, should have come first. Lu Zha nodded. The fact you recognize that means you're not entirely beyond redemption. Ning Shu looked helplessly at him. Lu Zha, think of something. The situation is grave. He paused, weighing options. Yao Yao can't travel far now, and Tang Xiaogua over there can't either. So we must choose: carry Yao Yao back to camp, or bring Guo and Qian Qian here. Without hesitation, Ning Shu declared, camp's that way, and the fire's burning there. Obviously we take Yao Yao back. But what about these coconuts? Ning Shu blinked. Right? There are so many. Even carrying 4 or 5 at a time, we'd need dozens of trips. Lu Zha mentally estimated Jiang Yao weighed roughly 90 Jin, Tang Xiaogua less than 80. Logically, the lighter one was far more efficient to move. Jiang Yao shrugged. But then Guo, the little flirt, will surely complain. Or better yet, just help me walk back. We'll ferry the coconuts over gradually. No one else is on this island. Nothing will be stolen. Little flirt. Ning Shu latched onto the odd phrasing. Yao Yao, where did that phrase even come from? That's beside the point. Lu Zha stood and scanned their surroundings. Notice anything? The flora here is far richer than at camp, and there are many more stones. Ning Shu studied the area closely, recognizing numerous plants unseen at the original campsite, and nodded. You're right. I hadn't noticed until you said it. More vegetation means more potential food sources. More stones mean easier signal construction for rescue. Zhang Yao winced and nodded. Ah, ouched. Lu Zhi spoke with quiet authority. Class rep. You stay here to care for Zhang Yao and gather firewood and stones. I'll return for Qian Qian and Guer, and bring the campfire with me. Ning Shu gave a crisp thumbs up. With instructions delivered, Lu Zhi set off alone toward the original camp. He moved swiftly, reaching camp in under 10 minutes. Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaogua stared astonished to see him return alone. Tang Xiaogua blurted, Lu Zhi, you lost class rep and Yao Yao. Lin Qianqian frowned. Guer, don't say such ill-omened things. Tang Xiaogua clapped a hand over her mouth. Lu Zhi's voice turned grave. Zhang Yao injured her leg. She can't walk far. Rather than drag her back, I propose we relocate here. We'll move the entire camp. Hearing of Zhang Yao's injury, Lin Qianqian grew anxious. How severe is it? Lu Zhi shook his head. Not life-threatening, but serious enough to immobilize her for the foreseeable future. Tang Xiaogua thrust out her foot in protest. Why do we have to move? Look, I'm still injured too. Stop projecting your own weakness. This location offers superior survival conditions, coconut palms included. It's far more suitable for camp. Lin Qianqian's eyes widened. Coconut palms. Are there coconuts? Lu Zhi nodded. We've already harvested over 20. Really? That's wonderful. When do we leave? Now. Lu Zhi retrieved an aluminum can, stuffed it with dry grass, placed a half-lit charcoal ember inside, packed more grass around it, and sealed the opening tightly. This way the ember would neither extinguish nor burn too rapidly, easily sustaining heat for 30 minutes or more. Everything else could wait, retrieved later. Lu Zhi carried the fire canister and torch. Lin Qianqian supported Tang Xiaogua as they walked forward, but progress was agonizingly slow. Lu Zhi glanced at the fragile flame. At this pace, it would surely die before they reached the new site. Should he carry Tang Xiaogua? Walking barefoot on sand was unstable enough. Adding the weight of another person risked both falling. Then, better to shoulder her. Where do you want to ride in a vehicle? Tang Xiaogua suddenly had an excited expression. And why are you being so kind today? Walking like this is too slow. We must quicken our pace, or we won't reach our destination before the fire goes out. Do you want me to carry you? Tang Xiaogua tilted her head. No, Lu Zhi replied, squatting down and grabbing Tang Xiaoguo's waist, lifting her up. Tang Xiaoguo's waist rested on Lu Zhi's shoulder, her two snow-white legs dangling in front of his chest. Hey, why do it this way? I mean, big brother, you don't know how to carry a princess. Lu Zhi grunted, shut up. If you say another word, I'll drop you. Oh. Tang Xiaogua obediently closed her mouth. With Tang Xiaogua on his shoulder, his right hand supported her to prevent her from falling while his left hand held a bag of empty bottles and cans, indeed not requiring much effort. The fire starter was being taken care of by Lin Qianqian. Lin Qianqian smiled. It feels like carrying a little pig. After about half an hour, the three arrived at the 2 coconut trees. Ning Shu had gathered a pile of wood nearby and prepared the bonfire, now struggling to crack open the coconuts. At this moment, the fire starter in Lin Qianqian's hand was nearly extinguished, so Lu Zhi hurriedly set Tang Xiaogua down and rekindled the fire. Lin Qianqian set her things down to check on Zhang Yao's sprain, noticing it had swollen to the size of a large radish. Lin Qianqian said with concern, does it hurt? A little. Zhang Yao glanced at Tang Xiaogua. Speaking of which, Guer, aren't you being a bit willful? Xiaozhe is so tired and you're still bullying him. Tang Xiaogua pouted. It was Xiaozhe who voluntarily offered to carry me. I refused several times, but he must have felt sorry for me, insisting that I shouldn't walk by myself. Tang Xiaogua, I beg you to act like a decent person. Lu Zhi wore an expression of helplessness. It was indeed my initiative to carry you, but it was because letting you walk by yourself was too slow. I was afraid that it would take too long and the fire starter would go out, which is why I brought you along. Tang Xiaogua sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Zhang Yao gave a look of realization. Oh, so that's how it is. Haha, it feels like a father carrying his daughter. Tang Xiaogua angrily retorted. Who is the daughter? Zhang Yao replied leisurely. Whoever is cute is the daughter. This left Tang Xiaogua at a loss for words. As they were chatting idly, Lin Qianqian discovered over 20 coconuts on the ground and exclaimed in delight. Wow, there really are a lot of coconuts. Now we have something to drink. Quick, open one. I'm almost dying of thirst, Tang Xiaogua urged. Ning Shu rubbed her sore arms and said, don't be too happy too soon. I've been smashing for half a day and haven't opened a single one. What did you use to smash it? Lu Zhi asked. Ning Shu pointed at a protruding rock on the beach. I also watched a survival show. He used rocks to smash coconuts. That's one way to do it, but this rock isn't sharp enough and your strength isn't sufficient to break it, so it's normal that you can't open it. So can you do it? Of course I can. But as Lu Zhi looked at the 20+ coconuts, he thought to himself, while it is possible to crack them open, doing so for all these coconuts would be exhausting. Is there a tool available now? Nothing at all. At that moment, Tang Xiaogua blew a small bubble with her chewing gum. Lu Zhi suddenly thought of a method. Class monitor, give me your chewing gum. One piece isn't enough for you, she replied. Just give me what you have. Ning Shu hesitated for a moment, blushing as she handed the chewing gum in her mouth to Lu Zhi. Sister, I meant the one in the box. Oh. Ning Shu awkwardly tossed the chewing gum over. Lu Zhi took out a few pieces, chewed them a couple of times, then spat them out, shaping them into a cone on the rock. Then he lifted a coconut and smashed it hard against the cone. Puff. The chewing gum had disappeared, and upon inspecting the bottom, only a white remained, which was the gum embedded in the coconut. Luja pried the chewing gum out, and indeed a small hole appeared. Haha, it worked. He lifted it to his mouth, and a stream of coconut water flowed down into it. Ning Shu's eyes widened. Wow, Luja, you really can think of such absurd methods. Tang Xiaowu exclaimed, this is so unscientific. Lin Qianqian said, actually, it's very scientific. This is a non-Newtonian fluid that becomes very solid upon impact, and it has a scientific basis. Zhang Yao nodded, strange knowledge one. Hey buddy, how come I never noticed you were so creative before? Luja was not modest at all. That's because you didn't observe carefully. Had you observed earlier, you would have discovered it sooner. Wait a moment, they'll open a few more for everyone to drink together. Deal. Luja used the chewing gum as a sharp object and opened 5 coconuts in a row. Cheers. Each person got one, drinking heartily. It felt so good. Everyone replenished about 200 milliliters of coconut water. However, this was limited to drinking the coconut water. They still couldn't eat the coconut meat inside, but it was good enough. Finally, I've had coconut water. I said, where is the wilderness survival without coconut water? Tang Xiao said happily. Zhang Yao worriedly asked, but does that mean we have to use several pieces of chewing gum each time? Ning Shu shook the chewing gum bottle. There are still over 40 pieces left, enough for 7 or 8 more times. Luja weighed a stone in his hand. Don't worry, there are no sharp stones here. There must be some elsewhere. As long as we have enough strength, opening coconuts won't be a problem. Tang Xiao said, actually, we just need to hold out until the rescue team arrives. Oh, why haven't the rescue team uncles come yet? Are they really leaving us here? Ning Shu, however, expressed her concern. What if the rescue team arrives, but the landing point happens to be where our previous enemies are? Luja shrugged it off. It's fine, as long as the rescue can find traces of our existence, they will search the island. When we left the camp, I left our route information on the rocks. If the rescue team passes by there, they will definitely see it. Ning Shu asked again, so what should we do next? Just wait here. Luja thought for a moment. We can't just wait, of course. I want to make a landmark and gather some tools. No matter what, we have to be prepared for the possibility that the rescue team might not come. Lin Qianqian weakly said, Luja, we don't know what to do. Ning Shu also stated, we all trust your judgment. Luja nodded and said, now while the sunlight isn't too strong, let's collect some stones nearby. First, we can set up a distress signal, and second, we can look for sharp stones to make tools. Additionally, I saw some cow tendon grass by the beach. Let's try to pull some and lay it on the rocks to dry. Once there's enough sunlight, in a few hours it will dry into hay. Ning Shu asked, what's the use of hay? For fuel. Luja pulled out 2 blades of grass. Hay can be twisted into ropes and made into grass shoes. Even if we do nothing else, we can lay it on the ground as a blanket. It's much more comfortable than sleeping directly on the beach. Ning Shu stroked her chin. That's a good idea. Sleeping in the sandpit yesterday almost made me miserable. Yes, since we've ended up here, we not only need to survive, but also make our stay as comfortable as possible. Otherwise, eczema and dermatitis might just take our lives. Lin Qianqian also said, now I'm a bit eager to get things done. Zhang Yao said, then I and Guier can't just go collect stones and pull grass, so we need to do something. Yao Yao, you can boil seawater in a can, then put it aside, covering it with a plastic bag. After a while, the steam will condense on the plastic bag, turning into drinkable fresh water. Aren't we fine with coconuts? These few coconuts won't last us long. Until we find a sustainable source of fresh water, we must collect every drop of usable fresh water. Tang Xiaowu asked, should I do this too? Luja took out Ning Shu's plastic bag and poured in some collected mussels and small crabs. Guier, could you grill some seafood for us? We'll have it for breakfast. Sure, our family runs a restaurant. This is my specialty. With that, everyone began to split up and get to work. There were many stones of various sizes on the beach, and soon the nearby stones were nearly all picked up. In total, there were over 80 pieces. Luja arranged these stones into a large SOS landmark that was 5 meters wide and 8 meters long. He believed that if a helicopter circled the island searching even without seeing any fire or smoke, this symbol would definitely be visible. Qian also collected 3 bottles and 2 cans nearby, along with different types of plastic bags and a beer bottle cap. Ning Shu, on the other hand, spent a long time pulling weeds, her hands almost swollen, and only managed to gather a small pile, which was not very efficient. The temperature during the day rose quickly, and by around 10 in the morning, the temperature on the island approached 30 degrees. Luja weighed the situation and realized that continuing to work hard might lead to heat stroke. Taking appropriate breaks and conserving energy was also key to survival. He then called a few companions to drink water and cool off under a tree. The coconut juice, rich in electrolytes and sugars, helped restore everyone's energy somewhat. On Zhang Yao's side, she had already obtained 50 milliliters of fresh water through steam distillation. Though not much, it meant there was a second source of fresh water. Tang Xiaoguo's stone plate crab and mussel skewers were ready as well. Everyone endured the exaggerated fishy smell and ate a nauseating seafood feast. However, this was not Guiter's fault. With uncontrollable heat and unseasoned seafood, the burnt taste and half-raw fishy flavor mixed together, making it a challenge to enjoy. Yet on a deserted island, this was already the best food available under the circumstances. After finishing this meal, their energy was finally restored somewhat. The sun climbed high in the sky, and the temperature continued to rise. At this point, they could no longer work under the scorching sun. He decided to take this opportunity to make a tool. What should he make first? He rummaged through the available materials. He spotted a 20-centimeter plastic ruler. The plastic ruler could be sharpened into a small knife, but what use would a plastic knife have? Isn't this just what we need? He tossed the ruler to Ning-Shu. Class monitor sharpened the plastic ruler on one side to make it sharp enough to cut grass. Hey, that's a good idea. My hands are going to be worn out. Don't sharpen the centimeter side for now, but sharpen the inch side. It might come in handy later. Understood. Ning-Shu found a stone to sharpen it, if only it were a metal ruler. Suddenly Lu Zhe remembered the beer bottle cap that Qian had picked up. An idea suddenly struck him. If he flattened the bottle cap and sharpened its edges, wouldn't that make a small knife? Then with a wooden stick to hold it tight, and some grass rope to secure it, it would become a small knife with a handle. What can this small knife be used for? It likely wouldn't work for chopping wood or hunting, but it should suffice for cutting fish or shrimp and skinning rodents. It could also be used to sharpen branches, and once he had a sharp branch, it would be equivalent to having a weapon for self-defense and a true hunting tool. Lu Zhe found 2 stones and began to carefully strike them together, trying to flatten the bottle cap as much as possible. Then he ground the edges on the stones, occasionally pouring some seawater to lubricate it, making the blade sharper. Jiang Yao watched for a long time, then tied her hair back with a leather strap. Lu Zhe, this is simple. Just leave it to me. All right. Lu Zhe handed the round piece of the bottle cap to Jiang Yao. Just sharpen one side. Got it. With the task delegated, Lu Zhe didn't want to be idle. He continued searching for stones on the beach, hoping to find suitable stones for making an axe. At this point, it would be impossible to find the perfect stone. He could only select the most suitable ones from the available stones. Lu Zhe checked the SOS stone again, but found not a single suitable one. Yet he reminded himself not to lose heart. If he couldn't find it, he would simply create it himself. He picked up a large stone weighing about 5 or 6 jin and smashed it hard against another stone. Bang! The 2 stones collided violently, sending shards flying. Upon closer inspection, there was only a large white spot on the stone. It was surprisingly hard. He picked it up and smashed it again. Bang! Lu Zhe struck 3 times in succession before the stone finally cracked. After breaking it apart, he still hadn't found any suitable material to make a stone axe. Tang Xiaowa, puzzled, asked Jiang Yao beside her, "Hey, what is Lu Zhe doing?" Jiang Yao also didn't know. After pondering for a while, she replied, "Maybe he's trying to use the impact to create air waves, causing the satellite to deviate from its predetermined orbit and then letting the rescue team traverse the space-time rift to find us. Your explanation is too absurd. Can you come up with something even more ridiculous?" Then he's making stone tools. Tang Xiaowa sighed helplessly and looked at what Jiang Yao was holding. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yao looked at the polished small circular piece. Actually, she didn't know what this little gadget was for, but after thinking for a moment, she earnestly explained, "Perhaps it's a quantum key generator for microscopic dimensions, resonating with the ripples of dark matter in the universe through the special polishing of its surface microstructure." However, it now looked more like an ordinary small iron disc with one end polished smooth. Tang Xiaowa, feeling exhausted, said, "Yao Yao, can we speak in human language for a change?" Jiang Yao smiled sweetly. "Whatever Xiaozhe asks me to do, I will strive to do it without questioning why." Tang Xiaowa blushed and shouted in frustration, "Lu Zhe, find me something to do. I can't stand this green tea anymore." Lu Zhe glanced at Tang Xiaowa and seriously advised her, "You still have snake venom in your body. You just strive to live, rest hard, and don't die." After saying that, he once again smashed the stone in his hand down hard. Bang! Another stone shattered. This time, as he pried the stones apart, Lu Zhe was pleasantly surprised to find a stone about the size of a palm, weighing over 3 jin, which resembled an axe head. If he polished it well and tied it to a wooden stick, it could serve as an axe. Lu Zhe was overjoyed and hurriedly began to polish the stone. Meanwhile, Ning-Shu was using a sharp ruler to cut grass, significantly improving her efficiency. However, the ruler wore down quickly. Qian was using a newly found bottle to make a distiller, documenting the distillation effects in her notebook. No one paid attention to Tang Xiaowa, so she fanned Lu Zhe with a large tree leaf. Lu Zhe felt warm inside. That usually proud little girl had her adorable moments at times. The edge of this stone was already chipped away, making it suitable as an axe blade. However, it couldn't be too sharp, or it needed to be intentionally dulled a bit and have a thicker edge so that the axe wouldn't break easily. Lu Zhe spent little effort polishing it to his desired state. On Jiang Yao's side, she had already sharpened the edge of the flat bottle cap very well. "How about this, my old friend? Am I doing well?" Lu Zhe took a look and said, "Awesome, just what I need." He found a few wooden sticks and used a small knife to peel off the bark. Then he used a thicker wooden stick as the axe handle, tying it to the stone axe head with bark rope, tightening it bit by bit. "You really made a stone axe." Lu Zhe swung it in his hand. "Using this thing to chop wood is far more efficient than picking up firewood." Jiang Yao picked up the small circular piece. "What about this?" "Just wait." He used the stone axe to chop off a branch about 20 centimeters long and the thickness of a thumb, and then used the round blade to smooth the surface. Then he split the branch in half, inserted the round blade inside, and tightened it up and down with tree rope, creating a uniquely shaped small knife with a handle. "This is our second tool, right?" Ning-Shu shook the very thin ruler in her hand. "Mine is the first tool." "Lu Zhe, we can't polish it anymore. If we do, it will break. Can we make a sickle or something?" "That won't do either." Lu Zhe glanced at the large pile of cow tendon grass on the ground. "If we dry this grass and spread it on the ground, it will let us have a good sleep." Put the ruler away for now, it might have other uses in the future. After a busy day having crafted 2 decent tools, everyone's stomachs were growling once again. They hadn't gone to the beach to scavenge for food, and the rescue team was nowhere in sight. However, with the axe in hand, they could attempt to eat something else. Luja gripped the stone axe, feeling as if he held the entire world. He channeled his chi and struck down hard at a coconut. Thud! The coconut was split open and coconut water gushed out. He quickly cupped his hands to drink it all. Luja struck several more times, finally splitting the coconut completely open, revealing its white, tender flesh. He tore off a piece and said, "Everyone take a bit." Tang Xiaohua took a small piece and remarked, "It's nowhere near as crisp as the coconut meat from a can." Ning Shu tasted it and nodded, "The flavor is alright, just a bit greasy." Luja split open another coconut, saying, "For us, this greasy coconut meat is more valuable, let's eat more." They ate a few raw pieces, then used a small round knife to cut it into smaller chunks, roasting them on a stone before eating more. As warmth spread through their stomachs, strength surged into their limbs. With renewed energy, Luja took the axe to chop down a small tree. It took little effort to fell a small tree about the thickness of his wrist that had already died. The branches were broken into segments, serving as firewood for the night. The long trunk was left intact as they considered using it to build a proper shelter. Then Luja discovered something interesting. "Oh, this little tree fork is quite nice." It was a fork with a main branch about 2.5 centimeters in diameter, and the 2 smaller branches were slightly thinner, but still thicker than a thumb. Such a perfect shape, would be a shame not to make it into a slingshot. Watching the seagulls and terns flying in the distance amidst the scattered pebbles, Luja felt it was necessary to give it a try, starting with gathering materials. The tree fork would serve as the main body of the slingshot. Next, he needed to find elastic bands. Right, he remembered that Ning Shu had a bundle of high-quality hair ties, 20 pieces in a pack. There were still quite a few left after using some, but he wasn't sure if they would be suitable as slingshot bands. Luja took one out using a sharp round knife to cut through the outer decoration. Inside was a circular rubber tube resembling a valve core, which was much thicker and had far greater elasticity. The ring fit perfectly around a girl's slender wrist, and when stretched it measured 15 centimeters long and could be pulled to an impressive 40 centimeters. Moreover, its rebound quality was exceptional, perfect for crafting a slingshot. For the padding, he would use the sole of a beach sandal he had found. Everything was ready. Next, he rounded off the broken ends on the stone, then used the small round knife to slice open the bark of the small vertical fork, peeling it away to reveal a smooth surface. To enhance the strength, Luja dismantled 8 rubber bands, tying 4 together, and then used a ballpoint pen to make holes in the padding, securing one end of the rubber bands to the padding. Thus, a perfect slingshot was created. Luja pulled it back and thought, "Wow, that has some serious power." He took a round pebble and aimed the slingshot at a tree 20 meters away. With a released bang, the stone shot out. It struck the trunk with a loud thud, leaving a large white mark on the bark. Luja ran over to inspect it and found that the bark had been smashed. If it had hit a bird, it would have been quite exhilarating. He tried a few more times, but unfortunately the round pebbles were too scarce, affecting his accuracy. His hit rate was only around 30. Luja remembered the system's ability, precision. It could provide accuracy. This should help when using the slingshot. He wondered when it would reach an effective level. The girls had not been idle either during this time. They had washed everyone's dirty clothes and socks. Naturally, they used seawater. The clean clothes were hung on a makeshift clothesline made of branches, allowing the sun to dry them. After drying, the clothes became stiff due to the salt, and when rubbed and shaken, a large amount of dry salt granules fell off. Though wearing them still felt a bit rough, it was certainly better than being covered in filth. Tang Xiaohua's dress was also clean now. However, she remarked that the light shoulder top felt much more comfortable than Luja's shorts. Although it occasionally revealed a bit too much, and sometimes her little backside was exposed, she seemed not to care at all. Comfort was the priority. Checking the time, it was already afternoon. In the distance, the blue sky and white clouds met the emerald sea, yet the rescue team was still nowhere to be seen. It seemed they wouldn't be rescued today, either, leaving everyone feeling quite dejected. They could no longer muster the energy for physical labor. Luja attempted to use the slingshot to shoot a bird, but failed. The oval pebbles seemed to have a mind of their own, flying in unpredictable directions. Now that they were all flying, perhaps it would be easier to hit them if they landed. However, there was no time to be idle. Luja began to ponder whether he could calculate the island's position based on the current conditions. To know the location of the deserted island, one needs a compass. Crafting a compass sounds somewhat challenging, but upon calm reflection, it may not be impossible. To create a compass, a magnetic needle is necessary. What do I have at hand that is magnetic? Ning Shu's magnetic door card, Lin Chanchan's bank card magnetic strip, and there are also magnetic-like components inside the phone. It seems there is more than one way to make a compass. Let's go with the simplest method. Luja took out a bank card, marked 2 lines with a ruler and pencil across the magnetic strip, spaced about 3 millimeters apart. Then, using a small round blade, he repeatedly cut along these 2 lines. After about 50 cuts on each line, the magnetic card was sliced through, resulting in a thin plastic strip measuring 54 millimeters long and 3 millimeters wide, with a magnetic piece in the middle. Next, he trimmed the excess plastic from the other end of the magnetic piece, leaving a plastic magnetic needle about 35 millimeters long. Finally, he took a half bottle, filled it with water, and gently placed this magnetic needle on the surface of the water. In no time, the needle pointed in a certain direction. Luja tried it a few times, and the direction was consistently accurate. Meanwhile, the girls were sitting in the shade chatting to escape the heat. Tang Xiaowu lamented, "It seems we won't be rescued today either. They must think we are dead and won't spend time looking for us." Qianqian remarked, "It's only been half a day, perhaps they'll search for us this afternoon." Ningshu listened for a moment, and suddenly said, "Listen, I think I hear the sound of a helicopter." This statement excited everyone, and they eagerly turned their ears to listen. Finally, Zhang Yao sighed, "What helicopter? That's probably just your stomach growling, Captain." Upon listening again, it indeed was. "Sigh, eating so little has no effect. There's still coconut meat over there. I can't eat any more, but it's too greasy." "Me neither." Tang Xiaowu hugged Ningshu's belly, exasperated. Captain, hurry and bring out the helicopter to rescue us home." Ningshu replied, "Get away from me." At that moment, everyone noticed that Luja had been silent, drawing something in Ningshu's notebook. Ningshu asked curiously, "Hey, what are you doing, our chief?" Luja replied, "I'm calculating our position." "Position? Can it be calculated?" "Though not very precise, theoretically it should be possible." Luja's words piqued the interest of the others, and they all gathered around. Ningshu hurriedly asked, "Quick, tell us, where are we? Let's discuss the thought process first." Luja paused for a moment before continuing. "In the northern hemisphere, during summer the days are much longer than the nights, yet here the difference between day and night is less than half an hour. Do you know what that means?" Tang Xiaowu, looking confused, asked, "Are we in the southern hemisphere?" Zhang Yao stroked her chin and said, "Are we not on Earth?" Luja shot her a disdainful look. "Then where are we?" Zhang Yao replied in disbelief, "Aren't you the one calculating?" Luja was speechless. It was Lin Qianqian who provided a sensible answer. "The closer you are to the poles, the greater the difference in day and night. The closer you are to the equator, the smaller the difference." "Exactly." Luja finally nodded in approval, pointing to the background map on the notebook cover. "Today is June 11th, around the summer solstice. Here the day and night differ by about 2 hours, indicating that we are at a low latitude, likely between the equator and the Tropic of Cancer." As he spoke, he carefully drew a horizontal line on the hand-drawn map. Attention to detail. Ningshu patted Luja's shoulder. "Dude, I didn't even notice this notebook has a map of the Pacific Ocean. And you filled in the parts that were blocked." "Oh, the blocked part is the Indian Ocean. It's actually not that important." Luja glanced at the map again. "Though it may not be very accurate, it should be generally correct." Ningshu observed, "At this latitude, it should be between 15 and 30 degrees, almost reaching Indonesia." Zhang Yao asked again, "Now that we have the latitude, how do we calculate the longitude?" "Simple." Luja drew a vertical line on the map. "By drawing a line connecting Pudong Airport and Kingsford Smith Airport, we can find the intersection point with the latitude line, which tells us our approximate location." He then marked a small circle at the intersection of the two lines. The four girls looked at it. "Where is this?" "To the west is the Philippines, to the east should be Palau and Micronesia, to the south is Indonesia, and to the northeast are the Mariana Islands." "If you ask which island we're exactly on, I actually don't know." Zhang Yao said, "So you're saying the black box might really have fallen into the Mariana Trench?" Ningshu asked, "If we don't know which island, can we at least know which country's territory it belongs to?" Luja shook his head. "I'm not sure about that either. We are likely in international waters, but it can be confirmed that we are definitely outside our country's jurisdiction." Upon hearing this news, the girls were both dejected and disappointed. Tang Xiaowu sighed, "No wonder the rescue team hasn't found us. It turns out we're stranded out here." "Yes, and based on the perimeter of this circle, we could be over 800 kilometers from any nearby country." Tang Xiaowu imagined 800 kilometers. "That doesn't seem too far." Luja nodded. "Yes, it's not far, about the same distance as from our capital to Seoul." Tang Xiaowu wasn't very sensitive to numbers, but the mention of place names suddenly made the distance feel real. Her little face turned pale. "Is it really that bad?" "There's one more thing I don't understand." Lin Qianqian tilted her head and thought, since we are in the tropics, it shouldn't be so cold even at night. Under normal circumstances, it shouldn't be very cold, but if we are at a confluence of cold and warm currents, this situation could occur. Zhang Yao asked curiously, "Shouldn't this be the warm pool of the Pacific also having cold currents?" "That's not ruled out." Luja adjusted to a more comfortable position. "I speculate that the Kuroshio current splits into two when it reaches the Philippines, with a small cold current flowing here, causing the significant day-night temperature difference due to its interaction with the north equatorial warm current." Upon hearing Luja's explanation, Lin Qianqian suddenly recalled, "I remember studying world geography. The Galapagos Islands in South America are like that, where the cold Peru current from the south meets the warm equatorial current from the north, resulting in a significant day-night temperature difference in the tropical islands, which have both tropical rainforests and penguins." "Tropical penguins? That's too abstract," Zhang Yao exclaimed. Luja nodded. "Compared to the Galapagos Islands, the warm currents here are stronger and the cold currents are weaker, so it's not as cold, but compared to other tropical islands, the day-night temperature difference here is still too large." Luja's expression turned serious. Just as the girls were worried, not being on their homeland makes it complicated for the national rescue team to enter territorial waters, reducing the chances of being found significantly. Moreover, in this vast maritime area, there are nearly 1,000 islands of varying sizes. They don't even know which island they are on, even if the rescue team had all the proper procedures. Could they search all the small islands? Tang Xiaowu said with a crying tone. "So we won't be found, right?" Luja comforted her. "As long as we are alive, there is hope. Everyone, don't lose heart. We can send information to the rescue team in our own way. The four girls looked at each other, all wearing a blank expression. We all know we need to contact the rescue team, but the phone is either broken or out of battery. What else can we do? Zhang Yao asked. Then let's use the most primitive method. Luja picked up a bottle and shook it. We'll make a message in a bottle. A message in a bottle? The four girls looked at each other. Oh, right, we can find many garbage bottles on the beach. We also have a notebook to write notes to stuff inside. So, we have all the elements needed to throw our messages in bottles. However, Zhang Yao still had some doubts. But how much can we increase the chance of being found? Honestly, it won't increase the probability of being rescued by much, but it's still better than doing nothing. Even increasing the chance of being found by 1% is still worthwhile. So should we go for it? Ningshu nodded absolutely. Qian added. Yes, just like the teacher said when we were preparing for college entrance exams, every little effort increases our chances of success. Zhang Yao and Tang Xiaohua both nodded in agreement. All right, let's get started. Ningshu waved her small fist. United we stand and don't rely on divine intervention. At this time we should still believe a little. What if someone really handles this and delivers our messages to the rescue team? Zhang Yao said. It must be the Mazu or the Dragon King of the East Sea handling this. Zhang Yao nodded. Then let's pay our respects. After all, they are gods too, so let's not be picky with them. Making a message in a bottle requires a sturdy bottle with good sealing. Only then can it float across the sea to reach land. Since survival also requires bottles, and they didn't have many on hand, they ended up with 3 relatively clean ones. Lin Qianqian traced out 3 maps on the notebook cover and marked SOS at the approximate location of the incident. She also wrote down their number names and other crucial information in both Chinese and English. Once the notes were ready, Lin Qianqian handed them to Luja. Can you take a look and see if there's anything that needs to be added? Luja glanced at them and noted that Lin Qianqian had done a thorough job, but there was still one important piece of information missing. Qianqian, add one more detail. Today is June 10th. The sun set last night at 6:30 p.m. and rose this morning at 5:45 a.m. With the date and the precise times of sunrise and sunset, Lin Qianqian pressed her pen against her beautiful face. This information will greatly assist the rescue team in accurately determining our location. Luja praised exactly. Following Luja's suggestion, Lin Qianqian added the sunrise and sunset times to each of the 3 notes. So, should we throw the messages in bottles now? It's high tide now. If we throw them out, they'll just come back. We should wait until the tide goes out before we throw them. Of course, they might still be washed back, but there's also a certain probability they will enter the current, but the effect will definitely be much better. Lin Qianqian nodded. Understood. Zhang Yao drew a cross on her chest and earnestly said, Amit Ba Buddha, may the Almighty bless us. I hope the rescue team can find our messages in bottles. So are we just waiting for the tide to go out now? Yes, wait for the tide to go out, throw the messages in bottles, and then catch some seafood for tonight's meal. Then he turned to Lin Qianqian. By the way, Qianqian, how much water did we distill just now? Lin Qianqian shook the bottle, about 300 milliliters. There's already a thick layer of salt frost inside the container. Scraping it off is a bit tricky, otherwise we could have boiled more. Luja nodded. Not bad. I'll make a few more natural distillers with a knife. I estimate we can distill an additional 100,200 milliliters of fresh water in a day. We can make soup tonight. Lin Qianqian said happily. I'm looking forward to it. It has been over 24 hours since they woke up. The sun on the beach in the afternoon was too scorching, making it unsuitable for searching the coastline. They decided to search around the campsite first and throw the messages in bottles later. He walked around the campsite and discovered a small pile of black beans under some bushes. Picking one up, he pinched it between his fingers, releasing a faint fishy smell. A voice echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations, host, you have found healthy rat droppings. What, this is rat poop? It would be abnormal for an island not to have rats. Luja also knew that although rats were synonymous with viruses and diseases in the city, not all rats were like that. There aren't many disease-carrying rats on islands. In the wild, they can even be a delicacy on the survival menu, rich in protein and amino acids that aid digestion. Compared to low-quality seafood, rats actually taste much stronger. Of course, Luja had never eaten them. He just heard it from Guyi and Beiyi. But just encountering rat droppings without seeing a single rat, how could he catch them? Should he smoke them out from their burrows? Not knowing how many burrows they are doing, so would only alert the snakes. Snakes. Remembering that snake, he also recalled the remains of its entrails. Originally meant to be used as fish bait, why not use it as rat bait instead? He thought of the old saying, snakes eat rats for half a year and rats eat snakes for half a year. That is to say, in summer snakes catch rats, and when winter comes snakes hibernate. Once discovered by rats, they will be treated as kin food. Both species rely on each other for sustenance, both enjoying eating the other, and they are both delicacies on each other's menus. Using these snake entrails as bait would surely attract rats, allowing him to set traps for a perfect catch. So how do we make traps? Luja opened the survival manual and found a method for making traps using spring devices. First, you need a very fine and soft long rope. Ning Shu had a small bundle of rubber bands in her pencil case. He took 3 of them, and with branches they could serve as a substitute for the long rope. He made a loose knot and tied it to the end of a branch. Then he found a flexible branch to stick in the ground and used a small piece of branch as a trigger propped against a stone. Next, he could pour the snake entrails on the ground as bait. As long as any hungry rodents passed by here and triggered the branch or the trigger, it would immediately spring up tightly, trapping the rat's foot or tail. After setting up the traps, Luja tested them twice to confirm they were effective, then looked for another spot to set up traps. He spent over half an hour making 3 rat traps. Not wanting to wait idly for the rats to take the bait, Luja decided to do something else. Checking the time, it wasn't yet time to throw the messages in bottles. Last night, sleeping on the sandy ground, Tang Xiaogua almost froze to death. It was time to build a proper shelter. He took his stone axe and went into the woods to find small trees suitable for building a shelter. The forest was overgrown with weeds, and unknown bugs crawled among the bushes, making one feel disgusted. Luja carefully drove them away. There were many types of plants here, but finding suitable wood was not easy. Thankfully, with the stone axe, once suitable trees were found, it would be much easier to cut them down. After an hour of work, he cut down several branches about 2 to 3 meters long and the thickness of a thumb. Just as he was preparing to bundle them up and take them back, he heard a whistle from the campsite. Something's happening. Luja hastily dropped the log and sprinted toward the camp, only to find several girls waving him over, their faces alight with excitement. Luja, come take a look. His first thought was that a rescue team had arrived. He dashed to the shoreline, but saw nothing at all. Turning back, Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian each held a cluster of green banana-like fruits, their exhilaration unmistakable. Had they truly found bananas? Bananas are calorie-dense fruits rich in carbohydrates and essential vitamins, capable under certain circumstances of serving as staple food. That alone warranted sheer elation. Luja approached and asked, "Where did you find these?" "Just now, over by the woods." He paused, startled. "Why did you go into the forest? You boys really are something." Accompanying Qianqian to the restroom, Ning Shu playfully punched his arm. "By the way, did you find any seeds yet? Is your mind only on seeds? Can't you just relieve yourself? Isn't there something far more urgent right now?" "Bananas. These are Musa textilis, a miniature variant of banana." Ning Shu explained with practiced confidence, then broke off a segment and offered it to Luja to taste it. As his fingers brushed the fruit, a system alert chimed in his mind. Ding. Critical survival resource identified abaca. Below appeared an encyclopedic entry, yet Luja clearly read the bolded warning, "Not edible." "Hey, have you eaten any yet?" "No, we're waiting for you to share. See how thoughtful we all are." "Yes, Xiaozhi, just look how blessed you are." Luja nodded gravely. "Good. You haven't eaten them." "What do you mean by that?" He weighed the fruit in his palm. "You've indeed discovered a vital resource. But this is abaca, not mini banana. It is toxic and absolutely inedible." Tang Xiaogua blinked. "Abaca, mini banana, cauliflower, broccoli. Do they really differ?" Skeptical Ning Shu peeled one open. White flesh emerged. "Looks just like banana." She snapped off a segment, and suddenly swarms of black specks erupted forth. Ning Shu shrieked and flung the fruit away. "Ah, bugs. So disgusting." The other 3 girls dropped theirs and huddled together in alarm. No need for panic. Luja remained unflustered. He retrieved the half-peeled fruit and began instructing, "Those black specks aren't insects. They're seeds. Both pulp and seeds contain potent toxins. Absolutely inedible." Hearing this, the girls leaned in curiously and confirmed the specks were motionless. Lin Qianqian gasped, "Truly seeds." Zhang Yao sighed, "Same botanical family. Why can't it be eaten? And why does it look so revolting?" Tang Xiaogua retorted, "Because it's not playing by the rules." Luja gathered several abaca seeds and sealed them in an empty bottle. Lin Qianqian asked, "Luja, earlier you said abaca qualifies as a critical survival resource. Is that correct?" "Exactly." Luja nodded. "Since it's inedible, what can it be used for?" "This plant, abaca, also known as Manila hemp, resembles banana in fruit shape, yet ranks among Southeast Asia's most vital cash crops. Its stem and leaves abound in resilient plant fibers, ideal for crafting ropes, fishing nets, and more. Rope made from it far surpasses ordinary bark cordage in strength and durability." Ning Shu nodded approvingly. "Absolutely." Tang Xiaogua frowned. "But we need food and fresh water, not rope. What uses rope to us?" Luja clarified, "Xiaogua, rope is indispensable in survival. Its importance rivals that of flint, machete, cooking pot, or tarpaulin. It secures shelters, constructs rafts and hammocks, even crafts safety lines." "Really? Let's go inspect the abaca firsthand." "Qianqian, stay with them. I'll guide Luja," Ning Shu declared. Luja followed her deeper into the woods, where within minutes they spotted a towering abaca plant. Standing roughly 2 meters tall, its trunk was as thick as a thigh, long, broad leaves sprouted densely, bearing clusters of banana-like fruits. Roughly estimated, a single plant could yield dozens of meters of usable fiber rope. And surely this grove harbored more than just one such plant. Ning Shu stepped forward, only to be abruptly halted by Luja's firm grip on her arm. "What MMPH?" Before she could speak, he covered her mouth and pointed silently ahead. Ning Shu peered closely and saw a large rat cautiously emerging from nearby foliage. Had Luja not muffled her, she'd have cried out instantly. "Don't shout," he whispered near her ear, then quietly picked up a stone. He waited, poised to strike as the rodent drew nearer, yet the rat advanced only a few steps before pausing at 2 damp patches on the ground. It sniffed. then recoiled in panic, vanishing into the underbrush. Lu Zhi dropped the stone, disappointed he'd missed his chance. Ning Shu frowned. Do rats have obsessive cleanliness? Was that where you and Qianqian relieved yourselves, eh? She huffed, yeah. Lu Zhi reflected, then concluded, many mammals gauge another's size, and thus perceive threat, by scent and volume of urine, interpreting intrusion as territorial violation. Clearly it mistook this spot for your claimed territory. Claimed territory. Ning Shu instantly pictured dogs marking tree trunks, and trembled with indignation. Unbelievable, Lu Zhi. Girls merely relieving themselves. Is that really territorial marking? Class rep, please don't get angry. Truthfully, my explanation holds merit. Human urine can deter certain animals, particularly small, sensitive rodents, when perceived as a sign of larger predators. Male urine, in fact, proves more effective than female urine for this purpose. And if we pooled our 5 samples beneath a tree trunk, enough to ward off mid-sized carnivores. Ning Shu sighed helplessly. I simply cannot fathom where you acquire such bizarre knowledge. Lu Zhi couldn't reveal his survival manual embedded in the system, so he deflected, 10,000 whys. Didn't we all read it as children? I read too, yet never encountered such disturbing facts. While others built fires, you led a squad of girls in reforming male habits. Come now, your knowledge seems even stranger, class rep. At this, Ning Shu deflated, instantly muttering. You acted exactly as described in those books. How could anyone not suspect something? What kind of book are you reading that contains such content? Honestly, when survival hangs in the balance, past reading matters little. Let's focus on the abaca. Lu Zhi walked over and plucked a leaf, pulling at its base to reveal a long fiber. The fibers detached from the leaves could be made into thin ropes. For a sturdier option, one could extract fibers from the stem, though it would be more time-consuming and labor-intensive. Ning Shu joined in to help clean off the remaining leaf flesh. In no time, the two had extracted 10 thin ropes from the banana fiber leaves. Ning Shu noticed they had enough and said that should be sufficient. We need at least 60, Lu Zhi replied. What do we need so many for? To build a shelter. Are we finally starting the shelter? Ning Shu perked up. It's definitely better to have a dormitory, let's hurry. Half an hour later, the two had gathered over 60 strands of rope, each over 2 meters long. They then braided every 3 strands together to form thicker ropes, saving them for tying. Only then did they head back. Next, Lu Zhi went to carry back the 7 long branches he had previously cut. Ning Shu found a relatively sheltered spot between 2 naturally growing small trees and said, friends, let's build our shelter here today. Tang Xiaohua couldn't contribute much. What if the rescue team arrives while we're halfway through? Lu Zhi smiled, then we'll celebrate. But I think we should prepare for the worst. Jiang Yao sighed. I really don't want to sleep in a sandpit again. Ning Shu declared, enough talk, let's get to work for our dormitory. Lu Zhi picked up the longest branch and said, monitor, help me hold that side. We'll tie the longest one between the 2 small trees and then place the other branches on top. Got it. Lu Zhi began to wrap the branches together. Lin Qianqian also wanted to help. What can I do? Go gather a lot of leaves, as many as possible. We'll need them for windbreaks later. Okay. Zhang Yao and Tang Xiaohua replied, what about us? Yao Yao, weave the leaves together. Guorer, continue collecting fresh water. Lu Zhi thought for a moment and added, be careful not to burn yourself. Understood. The group worked together. Although it was tiring, their cooperation and encouragement allowed them to temporarily forget their despair. Lu Zhi first placed 2 sturdy branches together, deeply embedding them into the sandy ground, and then set up another pair of branches 3 meters away. At the top of the 2 sets of branches, he tied another branch at each end. This created a relatively stable framework for the tent. Next, Lu Zhi tied fine rope between the 2 structures, and then placed the leaves that Lin Qianqian and Zhang Yao had arranged on top as a windbreak. Finally, he spread dried wild grass inside, completing a fully functional shelter. Although the shelter looked quite simple, it was highly practical. During the day, one side could serve as a windbreak for shade, while the other side could be removed for ventilation. In the evening, as the temperature dropped, they could pull ropes on all sides, hanging leaves as windbreaks, providing excellent warmth. As soon as it was finished, several girls immediately sat inside. Tang Xiao was stretched and said, wow, it feels much cooler now. Lin Qianqian rubbed her dirty little face and said, yeah, I don't feel so scared anymore. It's starting to feel like summer camp, but I really want to sleep. Ning Shu lay in the tent. Zhang Yao stretched her legs out and picked up a dried coconut fruit, saying, making the best of a bad situation, ew, I still miss the snacks and drinks from home. While saying that, she scooted over a bit. Lu Zhi, you come in too. Lu Zhi sat down and indeed felt much better. Looking at the sky outside the tent, he said, the sun is setting. Everyone can take a break now. Let's gather our strength and wait for the tide to go out before launching the bottles and heading to the sea. Just then, Zhang Yao frowned slightly. She then whispered something in Ning Shu's ear, who shook her head. After hesitating for a moment, she said something to Lin Qianqian as well, and the 2 girls nodded together. Lin Qianqian pulled out 10 tissues from her backpack, giving 5 to Zhang Yao, then helped Zhang Yao up and said, you all rest for a bit while accompany Yao Yao to handle a little matter. Little matter? What little matter? Lu Zhi guessed that the 2 girls might need to go to the bathroom and quickly reminded them, remember the seeds. Zhang Yao replied helplessly, I know. Lin Qianqian supported Zhang Yao to the woods, and before long Zhang Yao's scream was heard. Did something dangerous happen? Ning Shu and Tang Xiaohua became tense immediately. Lu Zhi said in a deep voice, stay here. I'll go take a look. Be careful. Luja worried about encountering wild animals or snakes, so he grabbed a stone axe and rushed toward the sound. It turned out to be a false alarm. It was just that Jiang Yao had twisted her ankle and, unable to crouch properly, had sat down and gotten herself dirty. After a bout of nausea and vomiting, Lin Chanqian helped her wash off by the sea. Luja realized that letting her pick seeds by herself was no longer realistic. He had no choice but to take care of it himself. When you have such an experience, you will realize no matter how cute the little girl is, she doesn't smell like crystal macarons with a fruity fragrance. That thing would make anyone feel overwhelmed just by looking at it. However, this glance allowed Luja to see the small black dots inside. He remembered Jiang Yao mentioning that she had eaten dragon fruit. Were those living dragon fruit seeds inside? Carefully, he used a twig to pick one out and gently touched it with his finger. Ding! Congratulations, host, for discovering important resources, viable dragon fruit seeds. Indeed, it was as he thought, and Luja couldn't help but laugh and cry. Should he break it open and crush it to pick the seeds? No, there was another way. He took off one of his socks and used 2 twigs to pick up the object, placing it into the sock. Luja knew that in the wilderness, waste was also a very important survival resource. It sounds incredible, but it is indeed the case. Human feces contain a lot of fats which serve as an excellent nutrient source for many wild animals. For instance, fish. Bear Grylls and other survival experts often use their feces as bait to catch small fish. Moreover, feces have a certain warning effect. On the African grassland, survivors, to avoid being disturbed by lions and hyenas, will gather everyone's feces together, mixing in some blood and bone scraps, and pile it near the camp. A large pile of dung with its strong, bloody smell resembles a habitat for large and terrifying carnivorous animals, causing lions and hyenas to think twice. Additionally, the feces of many animals have their uses. Some can be used as medicine, some can be burned for fire, some can mask human scent, and some can even be used as sunscreen. The most outrageous yet true thing Luja had heard was that the people of the grasslands would use cow dung to wash dishes. Moreover, this treatment was only available to the privileged. Now for the sock, Luja had a twofold idea: to use it to catch small fish and to separate the seeds with his sock. He returned to the campsite where the coastline had now risen to its highest point and the SOS landmark was partially submerged in seawater. Luja knew that just in front of the distress signal there were some large rocks. Several rocks were clustered together, forming small enclosed pools after the tide receded. If any fish remained in the pools instead of leaving with the tide, they would be trapped here waiting for the next tide to escape. Isn't this the perfect fishing spot? Guer, I need to borrow your stockings. Tang Xiaohua, who was busy distilling water, blushed suddenly, saying, Luja, what do you need them for? Fishing. You can fish, but it can't be for anything inappropriate. Though she said this, she felt quite pleased inside. Luja had a feeling that she almost wished he would do something inappropriate. He took a stocking, inspected it, and found that while some parts were frayed, there were no holes. The quality of Balenciaga was still quite good. He found some resilient branches, bent them into a circle, and tied them tightly with banana hemp rope. Thus he made 5 circles with a diameter of about 15 cm. Then he put the stockings over each of the circles, leaving about 10 centimeters of space in between. The branches supported the stockings, making them look just like a fishing net. But having a fishing net wasn't enough, he still needed bait. This was readily available. Luja placed the socks given by Jiang Yao into the fishing net. Then he pressed stones at different positions of the net to prevent it from floating up. With this done, he just had to wait for the little fish to swim in. Luja washed his hands thoroughly several times, and then drank a coconut. At this time the sun was setting, the temperature was comfortable, and the tide had started to recede. It was time to go to the sea again. But this time should they all go together? Previously, 3 girls caring for Tang Xiaohua had already been quite inconvenient. This time with 2 girls having foot injuries, it was really hard to take care of everyone. Jiang Yao said, forget it, I won't add to everyone's trouble, I'll stay at the campsite to tend to the fire. Tang Xiaohua originally wanted to go, but seeing Jiang Yao say that, she also said, then I won't go either, I'll continue to distill fresh water for everyone. Luja also felt it wasn't necessary. We don't need too many people for fishing, 2 sick ones need someone to take care of them. I can go by myself today. No way. Ning Shu wiped her small dirty hands on her clothes. Even though you're a guy, going alone is still risky. How about I go with you? Okay, let me get ready. What else do you need to prepare? Luja placed the distilled sea salt blocks on a rock, crushed them into powder, and then packed the salt powder into a bottle. Let's see if we can catch some clams. Luja and Ning Shu walked side by side on the beach in the evening, watching the sunset reflecting red on the sea, their shadows stretching long. This made Ning Shu feel a bit cheerful, suddenly having the urge to hold hands with the boy beside her. But immediately she shook her head. She secretly told herself, what am I thinking? What's with this situation? Why am I thinking about such things? Besides, in the class monitor, I can't be infatuated like Guer and Yao Yao. However, when she looked sideways at Luja, she found this boy to be quite handsome, growing more and more appealing. It seems Guer really has good taste. If it weren't for a bit of hentai attribute, he could really be considered the type for a boyfriend. Clearly both Yao Yao and Guer were interested in him. But which one did he prefer? If he didn't like either, could it be that he liked someone else? Perhaps himself. How about asking him which of the 4 girls he'd choose as a girlfriend? Hey, Luja, Ning Shu asked hesitantly. What is it? I want to ask you a question. Luja nodded seriously, saying, I know what you want to ask. Ning Shu's face turned a bit red. So, is it convenient for you to tell me the answer? Of course. Okay, then you go ahead. Lu Zhi said seriously, look carefully. Saying this, he pointed to a small hole in the sandy ground, right here. Then he poured the crushed salt powder into the hole, and soon a bamboo clam poked its head out. Lu Zhi quickly reached out to grab it, slowly pulling it out, then waved it in front of Ning Shu, explaining, see. This salt powder is used to catch this. Ning Shu's mouth dropped open, her eyes twitching. This guy. Thought I wanted to ask what the salt powder was for. Not all small holes will yield bamboo clams. Some contain sea snails, and others hermit crabs, but they won't come out on their own, we have to dig them out. However, without proper tools we might dig deep and not find any. Saying this, Lu Zhi dug into another small hole where no creature had emerged, and soon pulled out a sea snail. He shook it, saying, look, I'm really lucky. Ning Shu took it, and upon looking saw that this sea snail was as big as a baby's fist, the largest one caught since they arrived on the deserted island. Its white soft flesh kept retracting into the shell, ejecting bursts of seawater. Really remarkable. Lu Zhi generously praised her. The class monitor is understanding and focuses on survival with me, while those little girls only think about boring things. Ning Shu awkwardly smiled. Just a minute ago, she had wanted to ask Lu Zhi something very trivial. In this situation, it was better not to ask. The two walked about 2 kilometers, collecting quite a few empty bottles, broken swimsuits, old flip-flops, plastic bags, and other materials. Lu Zhi also found a bunch of seaweed. Pulling it up, he discovered it was covered with more than 20 mussels of various sizes. So far, they had caught 5 bamboo clams, over 20 mussels, 2 sea snails, and several starfish. Ning Shu was puzzled. Can starfish be eaten? Lu Zhi nodded, of course. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ning Shu immediately grabbed a plastic bag to collect starfish from the beach. Hey! Lu Zhi quickly stopped her. Starfish can't be collected carelessly. Why not? Only females can be eaten. How do you tell male from female? Lu Zhi took out a starfish and pointed to its center on the back. Look at its mouth. The female is orange and the male is white. Moreover, not all females can be eaten, only those in the breeding season can be, so we need to look for heavy females. Ning Shu looked at the mouth that was writhing like a chrysanthemum and felt something was off. They flipped over 50 to 60 starfish along the way, finally picking out 3 that were somewhat similar. As expected, it's not so easy. Ning Shu stood up, supporting her waist, and then she spotted something unusual. A ship. A ship. Upon hearing her mention a ship, Lu Zhi hurried to the shore. From afar, there seemed to be something indistinctly parked on the distant sea surface. It was unclear what it was. Ning Shu shouted with all her might. Lu Zhi shouted a few times too, but quickly realized something was wrong. Stop shouting, it's too far, they can't hear us over there. Then what should we do? We don't have a fire either. Wait, I'll climb a tree to take a look. Lu Zhi looked around, but found no suitable tree to climb. With no other choice, he directly lifted Ning Shu. You stand on my shoulders. Oh, okay. Ning Shu wobbled like a circus performer, standing on Lu Zhi's shoulders while Lu Zhi held her ankle to help her balance. Ning Shu stretched her hands out to look in that direction. But just then the sun had already set on the other side of the island. The distance became a blur, and the specific appearance could no longer be seen. Ning Shu anxiously shouted, why is the sun setting at this time? Lu Zhi let her down. The sun hasn't set below the horizon. We turned to the other side of the island, and were blocked by the high ground of the island. Lu Zhi, is that really a ship? Lu Zhi shook his head and frankly said, to be honest, I don't know either. What do we do now? 2 options, either wait here, or go back to the campsite. If we wait here, we might freeze to death at night. Lu Zhi nodded. Ning Shu continued, if we go back to the campsite. If we miss this rescue, we may never have another chance. Lu Zhi nodded as well. However, we can make a distress signal here, and arrange small stones to spell out our names, letting them know there are people here. We can check back tomorrow. That's the only way. Let's hurry. The 2 quickly set down their things, and began collecting stones to make a landmark. After more than half an hour of busy work, they finally completed a small-sized SOS landmark. They also arranged small stones to spell 5 people on the island need rescue. Ning Shu looked at these words, but the sky is getting darker and darker. Even if a ship passes by here, they might not be able to find us. Rescue ships generally don't search at night. It's about time, let's head back. Only then did the 2 of them carry their belongings back. Just then Lu Zhi noticed that the object seemed to flicker. It was very subtle and very swift, a fleeting sensation. Did you see that? What? That thing seemed to flash for a moment. I didn't notice it, Ning Shu said, tiptoeing to take a look in that direction. There's nothing there, maybe you saw it wrong. Lu Zhi gazed at the moon rising in the distance and replied gently, perhaps. An hour later, the 2 returned to the campsite, but they saw no one by the campfire. Where is everyone? Were they taken away by the rescue team? No way. Upon closer inspection, they found 3 girls huddled in the shelter, trembling in fear and too scared to come out. Lu Zhi asked, what happened to you all? From inside came the voice of Tang Xiaohua. There's a ghost. It's making ghostly sounds. Ghostly sounds. What ghostly sounds? I only hear you 3 scaredy cats shouting. Zhang Yao said, no, really, there is a ghost. Lin Qianqian said, yes, listen, it's still making sounds. Was it just auditory hallucination? There was clearly nothing there. Just then a rustling sound came from nearby, followed by a shrill scream of ah. Ning Shu's scalp felt like it was about to explode. She suddenly hugged Lu Zhi tightly. There really is something. Luja finally heard it too. The sound wasn't very loud, but it was sharp and chilling. He heard it suddenly, and it did sound like a ghostly wail. However, Luja quickly understood what was happening. He wasn't frightened, instead, he was quite delighted. Haha, that's not a ghost. Just wait a moment. The three girls finally poked their heads out. It seems Luja knows something about this. Then why didn't he tell us? He wouldn't want to scare us on purpose, would he? Scaring girls is quite ungentlemanly. Luja is a bit peculiar, but he wouldn't be that bored. While the girls were talking, Luja had already taken a torch and ventured into the jungle. Before long, he emerged holding a large rat. It was making that strange noise from earlier. The girls turned pale with fright. Luja shook the rat, saying, "Look, it's just a rat. This guy stepped into the trap I set. I understand the logic, but why would a rat make human sounds?" Tang Xiaohua shouted. Jiang Yao speculated, could it be that the rat has turned into a spirit? As soon as she said this, the girls huddled together in fear. Many rodents make such strange sounds in emergencies as a subconscious way to protect their kind, warning them to stay away from danger. Lin Qianqian exclaimed, "Life is truly miraculous." Ning Shu sighed. Incredible, even rodents can speak foreign languages now. The greatness of life sometimes lies in how it ensures the survival of the species. This spirit of sacrificing the individual for the greater good is truly admirable. So I decided to give it a chance to prove its value. Saying this, Luja grabbed it by the tail and slammed it against a rock. With a thud, it immediately stopped squeaking. "Eat it," Ning Shu said blankly. "Should it be thanking you?" "No need for thanks, but it should be proud because it is the first rodent on this island with the opportunity to become human food." As he spoke, Luja used a small circular blade to cut open its skin and pulled hard. The entire rat's skin was torn off. Then Luja cut off its head, tail, and claws, inserted his fingers into its bloody body, pulled out the innards, and tossed them aside, washing the body clean with seawater. A rat quickly transformed into a rat fillet. Then he spread its body open and tied it to a branch. Next, Luja pried open a starfish, scooped out its yolk, and placed it in a spicy snack bag, squeezing and shaking it. This allowed the leftover spicy oil and starfish yolk to mix thoroughly, which he then spread over the rat meat. Finally, he placed the rat meat over the fire to roast. Jiang Yao whispered to Qianqian, "It looked so disgusting just a few minutes ago. Why does it seem like I'm starting to salivate now?" Lin Qianqian smiled. "I consider my cooking skills to be decent, but I never thought I could make rat meat look like this." Tang Xiaohua said, "No matter what, I want to eat that stuff." Ning Shu nodded. "I hate rats the most." Luja said nonchalantly, "It's fine you on a deserted island like this. Even if no one else eats it, I can eat it myself." Ning Shu sighed. "We'll just prepare other things." Tang Xiaohua asked, "Class monitor, did you find anything else?" Ning Shu emptied the contents of her plastic bag. The several girls were astonished when they saw the bamboo clams. How could Luja catch something like this? Why did we only find hermit crabs and sea snails? Ning Shu laughed and said he used a special method. "Ooh, I can teach you later." The girls began to prepare the food together. They roasted mussels and placed the bamboo clams, seaweed, and sea snail meat into a can, adding water to cook soup. Nearby, they roasted dried coconuts as the staple food. Compared to the first night, the quality of today's meal had significantly improved. Before long, the rat meat began to emit an enticing aroma. This protein aroma was different from seafood. It had a hint of chicken. It made everyone's appetite awaken. Luja tore off a small leg and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing vigorously. "So delicious, do you want some?" The four girls exchanged glances. Lin Qianqian was the first to speak. "Give me a little bit." Luja tore off a large rat leg and handed it to Lin Qianqian. Though it couldn't compare to chicken legs, it was the meatiest part of this rat. Lin Qianqian tore off a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. "It's really tasty. Just like chicken." Seeing Lin Qianqian eat, Tang Xiaohua swallowed hard and said, "Give me some too." Luja tore off another leg and handed it to Tang Xiaohua. She took a bite, her mouth full of oil. "Wow, so fragrant." Luja proudly said, "I told you it won't be left over." Ning Shu and Jiang Yao looked at each other, chuckled, and immediately snatched it, tearing the remaining rat meat into 3 portions. After finishing off the rat, although each person only had 1 or 2 bites, the taste of the rat meat brought an unprecedented sense of satisfaction to everyone. After they finished the rat meat, Ning Shu used a blade to cut open several bottles, using the bottoms as bowls and shells as spoons, serving everyone seafood soup and roasted coconut meat. The seafood soup, although a bit fishy, was still quite delicious. The fear of the future was not as strong anymore. Lin Qianqian remarked, "Living in the wild isn't as terrible as I imagined." Ning Shu smiled and patted Luja's shoulder. "Actually, we really should thank our sports committee member." Jiang Yao laughed. "That's right, Xiaozhe never lets me embarrass myself." Tang Xiaohua frowned. "Hey, Xiaozhe is one of us. Why do you speak as if he's family?" Ning Shu said, "Gora, you can't deny it. After being stranded on this deserted island, I truly feel like we are a family." Lin Qianqian nodded. "The class monitor is right. Luja has given me a new perspective on boys." Luja was a bit curious. "What perspective?" Lin Qianqian smiled and said, "Boys can sometimes be quite nice." Jiang Yao looked suspicious. "Qianqian, you don't have feelings for Xiaozhe, do you?" Tang Xiaohua said, "Hey Qianqian, aren't you into girls?" Gui finally asked a question that everyone was curious about. "Is Qianqian really a lily?" Lin Qianqian, blushing, furrowed her brows and said, "Of course not." Hao Xiang, not very certain, added, "I just think girls are a bit cuter." Ning Shu, with one arm around Jiang Yao and the other around Guer, asked, so who do you think is cuter among us three? Huh. Qianqian looked at the three girls who all appeared a bit dirty, but could not hide their beauty. Lin Qianqian unconsciously swallowed. You all are so cute. By the way, Lu Zhi, if it were you, who would you choose? Only children make choices. Lu Zhi chuckled, extending his right hand in a grabbing motion, and said, hee hee, I want them all. You wished. You greedy little thing, wanting them all. Scumbag, what are you thinking? The three girls immediately protested, jumping on Lu Zhi and starting to poke and hit him. Lu Zhi quickly protected his head, knowing that the girls weren't really using much force. A bit of playful bickering helped relieve the despair and pressure of the deserted island. The girls laughed and shook the newly built tent back and forth. Hey, stop. The little tent is going to be flipped over. Then you can set it up again. Yeah, who cares about that? Though the three girls said this, they did indeed stop. After their playful antics, each of them had a slight blush on their faces, and their hair was a bit disheveled. Qianqian was stunned, her heart racing. Guer, with a hint of pride, waved her little fist in front of Lu Zhi and said, humph. They'll let you off this time, but if you talk nonsense again, it'll make you pay. Jiang Yao's cheeks were flushed as she tidied her hair and asked, hey, seriously, have you guys encountered anything fun this time? Lu Zhi and Ning Shu exchanged glances and replied, actually we did. We saw something strange, but it was too dark at night to see clearly. It looked a bit like a boat. Ning Shu then recounted what they had encountered on the horizon that resembled a boat. Jiang Yao said, could it really be a rescue team? Tang Xiaohua expressed her concern, what if they come to this island and we aren't there? Wouldn't that be a missed opportunity? Ning Shu reassured them, we also set up a signal for help over by the island. If they are indeed a rescue team, they would surely see it as they pass by. Lu Zhi continued, if it's just a passing merchant ship or fishing boat, then at that distance, even if we shouted ourselves hoarse, they wouldn't hear us. Lin Qianqian nodded and asked, Lu Zhi, what do you plan to do? Lu Zhi set an alarm on his watch and replied, I'll wake up early tomorrow and go check it out. Ning Shu said, they'll go with you tomorrow morning. Lu Zhi nodded, that works. Tonight's dinner finally gave everyone a slight sense of fullness. Then the girls squeezed into the shelter and started inviting Lu Zhi in. Being companions stranded together, they did not isolate him because of the gender difference. Lu Zhi, you should come in too. Yeah, it's quite cold outside by yourself. You're like a little heater, with you around the temperature here will rise a couple of degrees. We have enough firewood today, so you don't have to worry about the fire going out. Besides, the shelter is built by you, it wouldn't feel right to let you sleep outside. Lu Zhi didn't refuse, saying, since you all are so sincerely inviting me, I won't be polite. The group used warm sand and seawater to create some warm bottles surrounding them. Outside, the sea wind howled, but the shelter felt mildly warm like spring. Ning Shu arranged, to avoid unnecessary awkwardness between the genders, the four of us girls will sleep in a row, and Lu Zhi, you sleep upright. Is that okay? Tang Xiaohua, blushing, said, what if I get cold at night? Why don't we let little Zhi sleep next to me? Ning Shu frowned and said, you don't have any messy thoughts, do you? The tent is small, but there are still others here. How could that be? I'm just very innocent, okay? Jiang Yao shot Tang Xiaohua a glance and said, sorry, but I don't see that at all. Lu Zhi knew that Tang Xiaohua wanted to get close to him, but recalling the intense feelings from that night, he rationally thought that what he needed most right now was quality sleep, so he declined, saying, it's warmer here than the sand pit yesterday, and since you're in the middle, you generally won't get cold. It's better for us not to disturb each other. He said this and lay down. However, Tang Xiaohua was not content and poked Lu Zhi's belly with her cold little feet. Lu Zhi grabbed her and asked, what are you doing, Guer? Your hands are so warm, warm me up, please. Lu Zhi pretended to be annoyed and sighed, holding her feet in both hands. That's too perfunctory, isn't it? If you think it's perfunctory, then take it away. No way. After a while, soft and sweet snores began to fill the shelter. The little girls fell asleep again. After a while, Lu Zhi also felt sleepy and gradually closed his eyes. Morning arrived. The alarm on his watch beeped, and Lu Zhi sat up. June 12th, the third day, stranded on the deserted island. The three girls were still sleeping in while Ning Shu had already left the shelter. He pushed aside the grass and saw Ning Shu roasting coconut meat in front of a fire. Good morning, class monitor. You're awake, Lu Zhi. Is breakfast still roasted coconut meat? Lu Zhi stretched. His strength had recovered quite a bit after a night's rest. What's there to discuss? Having food is already great. Thank you for your hard work. No problem at all. He crawled out of the shelter and noticed the tide had receded. The place where they had set traps with Yao Yao yesterday was now separated from the ocean, forming a small pool of water. Looking into the distance, he found the scenery much clearer. Relaxing a bit, his vision returned to the level of mild nearsightedness of 200 degrees. What's going on? In contemplation, Lu Zhi discovered that the system data had updated. Power 10. Stamina 11. Physique 10. Agility 11. Perception 11. Checking the system log, he found that he had completed the sign-in at midnight, increasing his perception by 1. No wonder his vision improved. With a bit of contemplation, his hearing and sense of smell also became more sensitive. How he completed the sign-in, he didn't know. But thankfully it was done. He checked how the traps he set yesterday were doing. The mouse traps had yielded nothing. He walked over and picked up Tang Xiaohua's stocking trap, instantly overjoyed. In the stocking there were surprisingly 20 to 30 small fish, each about an inch long, bouncing around. Ning Shu came over to take a look and asked, You caught so many small fish. What did you use as bait? Luja took out his sock from inside. My sock and Yao Yao's seaweed. What? Ning Shu made a face looking quite disturbed. How could such cute little fish like that kind of thing? Human feces contain a lot of fats which are a rare source of nutrients for them. He turned the sock inside out and added, but there's something more important. Ning Shu saw that there were small black sesame-like specks stuck to it. Look, most of the waste has soaked in water and seeped out through the socks, seems leaving only dragon fruit seeds. Using seawater and the sock to separate the waste from the seeds. Ning Shu gagged and said, that's a clever method, but what about those fish? You're not planning to eat them, are you? Of course we are going to eat them. Ning Shu's eyes widened. You can't be serious, you don't know what they eat. Luja nonchalantly replied. In fact, many marine creatures feed on the feces of other organisms, including the seafood we eat in the city. It's quite normal. So what's inside their bellies? Luja understood what Ning Shu was concerned about. It's simple. We'll use a small knife to cut open their bellies and remove the intestines, and the dirty stuff will come out. It's just that these fish are too small, and it's a bit tricky to extract the intestines, but with a little care it can be done. Saying this, Luja took a small round knife and carefully cut open a small fish's belly using a twig to delicately pull out the fish's intestines. Then he sharpened another twig and strung it through the fish's mouth, saying, just like this strung together, they can be grilled. The small fish, having lost its intestines, was still wriggling, making Ning Shu feel a bit uncomfortable. By the way, we still have 2 bags of spicy strips left. We can spread some spicy oil on them for a unique flavor. Ning Shu hesitated and whispered, all right, but don't tell them how you caught them or what bait you used. Got it. In total, 30 small fish were caught, the intestines removed, and every 6 were strung together, making 5 strings, just right. Coating them with spicy oil and grilling them over the fire, the aroma of grilled fish soon wafted through the air. The delicious smell drifted into the shelter, causing the 3 little girls to crawl out. It smells like fish. Wow, it smells amazing. I want to eat some. Class monitor Luja, where did you get the fish? Just as Luja was about to speak, Ning Shu pinched his arm and quickly said, Luja caught them by the sea. The meal is ready, come out and eat. Luja is amazing. Thank you, class monitor, for your hard work, Luja. On behalf of all the beautiful girls from Modu Jiaodong University, I sincerely thank you for your hard work. By the way, what else is there to eat? Ning Shu smiled and said, besides the spicy grilled fish, we also have roasted coconut meat and crab kelp soup. This is our last bit of spicy strips. The situation remains dire, but breakfast is still quite nice. Everyone chatted while enjoying their meal. Ning Shu asked an important question. Luja, what are your plans for today? Luja looked at his watch. It was 7:40. I will go check the other side of the small island soon to see if that thing on the horizon is still there. Luja referred to the thing as the potential rescue team or the mysterious island. Everyone understood. Ning Shu also agreed, deeply stating, yes, this matter is very important. If what we saw yesterday was indeed a rescue team, we could go home today. Let's pray. By the way, how much coconut water is left? There are 5 bottles of water left, and 11 without water. Luja pondered and said, we need to find more fresh water. Qian, could you distill some more for us? We also need to gather more supplies. The more cans and bottles, the better. Lin Qian tilted her head and smiled, no problem. What about you, class leader? Ning Shu tasted the last bit of spicy strip oil from the branch and said, I can't let Luja go there alone. I want to go with him. I probably can't stay with the girls at the camp. A few girls were indeed worried about Luja going alone. Jiang Yao patted Ning Shu's shoulder, saying, please take care of Xiaojia. Luja and Ning Shu quickly prepared, taking half a bottle of coconut water and an empty backpack to explore the other side of the island once again. Along the way, they gathered some supplies. Luja cleaned and carefully stacked the items he deemed useful. There was quite a bit of litter on the unexplored beach. Bottles, plastic bags, torn fishing nets and ropes, and a single slipper. Ning Shu picked up a bottle, while joking, when we get back, we can set up a recycling station. Does my brother's temperament look like someone who collects waste? Ning Shu scrutinized him carefully. The original Luja was sunny and handsome with abs, but after these few days of hardship he appeared a bit haggard and disheveled. But he still couldn't hide his inherent handsomeness. Ning Shu teased, you look just like it. You could follow the path of a sharp guy in the future. Luja nodded, alright, I'll be the boss, and you can be the employee. Why should I be the employee? Then what do you want to be? The boss wife. Ning Shu lightly poked him, hey, you dare to take advantage of me, see if I don't twist you. Luja quickly withdrew his arm, always twisting people. Are you a big white goose? Luja, why are you so annoying? She pretended to be angry, but her eyes started secretly glancing at Luja. To be honest, Luja was quite handsome. If one disregarded his occasional strange traits, he was a good choice for a boyfriend. However, since Gora and Yao Yao were already arguing fiercely, if she inserted herself into it, it would likely create chaos. Yet the thing she couldn't ask last time, she still wanted to ask Luja, hey, can I ask you something? Go ahead. Can't you see? Both Yao Yao and Guyer are interested in you. Luja frankly nodded. That's right, many girls have been interested in me since childhood. My mom says I have no other faults, just good fortune with women. A fortune teller said I am fated for peach blossoms, a rare young girl killer. Luja. Ning Shu looked at him earnestly and said, if you don't brag, we can still be friends. Brag. I'm quite modest. Don't give me that to be serious. Ning Shu changed to a more serious tone. If Guer and Yao Yao let you choose one as your girlfriend, who would you choose? Luja smiled. Do I have to choose just one? Can I have both? How greedy. Ningshu pointed at him. I'm serious. You should answer me seriously. Luja rarely saw the class leader this serious. What? Are you going to report to the teacher if I date a classmate? Am I that kind of person? Luja thought for a moment. Well, to be honest, I don't know. I want to say I like both, but I'm afraid you'll call me a scumbag. But in reality, Ningshu angrily said it's not. You really like both, huh? Not really. Luja also adopted a serious tone. I like all four of you, including Qian and you class leader. Me. Upon hearing this, Ningshu felt a bit surprised. She thought she should be very angry, but she couldn't. Why? She didn't know. You. Do you want to play both sides? Hey. Luja sighed. I know this isn't good. But all four of you have your own merits, your own charms, and also your own little flaws. If I have to choose one, I'd rather die. Ningshu pretended to be angry and said, then just go die. Then she mumbled, just asking you a question, and I can tell you're just being perfunctory. Not a single honest word. Luja scratched his head. He didn't feel he was being perfunctory at all. On the contrary, he thought he was quite sincere in his answers. The two chatted as they walked, and before long they arrived at the place they visited yesterday. Hey Luja, look. Luja looked toward the object, and sure enough it was still there. Has it not moved at all? It seems to have come closer. It could also be that the lighting was poor last night. Is it a boat? It doesn't look like one. This time Luja saw it more clearly than last night. After a moment of contemplation, he felt as if he were wearing a pair of exceptionally fitting quality glasses. Then he saw clearly the green top. Confirmed. It was indeed a small island. Can you see what it is? Ningshu asked. It's a small island. It's not a rescue ship. No wonder it's lying there unmoving. Ningshu sighed in disappointment. This small island was somewhat far away, making it difficult to see its specific appearance, and due to the curvature of the horizon, the lower half of the island was obscured. To see more clearly, one would need to climb to the highest point of the current island. He turned back to look at the dense tropical jungle. Venturing into the jungle isn't easy. One needs to contend with insects, snakes, and other unforeseen circumstances. But this was a very necessary task. Even if it wasn't to observe that small island, he needed to gather some information about the current island. For example, where there were rivers, bamboo groves, and suitable fields for planting. Therefore, from any perspective, it was imperative to reach the highest point of the island. Thinking of this, Luja said to Ningshu, class leader, I need to go into the jungle. Why? I need to get to the highest point of the island. Firstly, to see the conditions of the opposite island more clearly. Secondly, it will help me understand the situation on our current island. Ningshu nodded. All right, let's go together. Luja also felt he couldn't leave Ningshu here. After thinking for a moment, he said, okay, well, enter the jungle together. But we must be extremely careful. There may be many dangers in the jungle. We've explored jungles together before. That time was just on the edge. This time we have to go deep into the jungle. The level of danger is different. Ningshu nodded earnestly and said, don't worry, I'll listen to you and be very careful. Luja nodded and extended his hand. Ningshu was taken aback. What are you doing? Let me hold your hand. In case of any emergencies, we can help each other. Oh. Ningshu hesitated for a moment, but then placed her hand into Luja's palm. At the moment their fingers touched, Ningshu felt her heart jump as if it had been struck by a little deer. This was a sensation Ningshu had never experienced before. She froze instinctively, her heart fluttering inwardly. What on earth is happening? She recalled their last trek into the jungle, when they'd held hands just the same, yet felt nothing like this. Could it be? I've developed feelings for him. No, it can't be. This is survival, not a social gathering. Blushing deeply, Ningshu followed Luja into the jungle, her steps uneven, her thoughts swirling in restless disarray. The jungle here was treacherous to navigate. To ensure safety, Luja proceeded with meticulous caution, tapping the undergrowth ahead with a slender branch to flush out resting venomous insects and serpents. As they advanced deeper, Luja spotted something extraordinary, a shrub bearing clusters of small crimson berries. The moment he grasped one, a surge of information flooded his mind. Thornberry. A wave of elation surged through Luja. Though its flavor was merely tart-sweet and unremarkable, the fruit possessed potent properties, quenching thirst, moistening the mouth, clearing heat, and detoxifying the body. An exceptionally valuable wild fruit. They gathered a modest pouchful, each ate several. After pressing further inward, complications arose. Suddenly Ningshu clutched her abdomen. A pressing urge to relieve herself overwhelming her. Damn it. Why now of all times? What's wrong, squad leader? Ningshu offered an embarrassed smile. I need to use the restroom. Luja scanned the surroundings, then nodded. Right here will do. I'll turn away. No, wait, that won't work. Why not? Ningshu flushed crimson, flustered beyond measure. It's a bowel movement. A bowel movement. Luja exclaimed, feigning delight. Heavens, so the legendary melon seed is finally about to make its grand debut. Ningshu swatted his arm. Don't mention seeds, just wait. I'll find a spot myself. She glanced around, searching for sheltered cover. Luja located a protruding boulder, inspected it carefully, and found no traces of venomous snakes or insects. This spot is ideal. Ningshu surveyed it, then nudged Luja aside. All right, shoo, keep your distance, and I'll handle the seed matters myself. Fine, I'm off. Hey, you, don't wander too far. Understood. I'll stay within your line of sight. Call if you need anything. And don't you dare turn around. I have no such vulgar curiosity. Luja remained nearby, observing local flora, assessing which wild greens and herbs might be edible or medicinal. Moments later, Ning Shu exhaled deeply. All done. But as she reached to pull up her trousers, a chilling realization struck. Disaster. No toilet paper. What now? Luja, what is it? Do you have any tissue? No. Ning Shu's voice trembled on the verge of tears. Then what am I supposed to do? Luja's solution was blunt and uncompromising simple. Skip wiping altogether. Just pull up your pants. We'll rinse thoroughly at the seaside later. Ning Shu bristled. Luja, are you deliberately trying to humiliate me? He replied calm and unruffled, not at all. This is simply the safest, most rational and scientifically sound course of action. You certainly can't expect me to hike all the way back for it. That is rather far. Ning Shu conceded with a nod. I'll figure something out myself. Luja suddenly stiffened. Squad leader, I urge you entertain no alternatives, especially not wiping with leaves. Pull up your pants immediately and step out. Don't trouble yourself. Ning Shu emerged holding a tightly knotted small plastic bag. Mission accomplished. Luja seized her wrist. Did you wipe? Mind your own business, she retorted, raising a brow. Yet after 2 steps, an unbearable maddening itch erupted deep between her thighs. She longed to scratch, but feared compromising her dignity. Suppressing it only intensified the torment. Luja noticed instantly. You wiped with a leaf, didn't you? Ning Shu protested. I'm a girl after all. Surely I couldn't possibly just leave it exposed. So I grabbed one, randomly. Luja's tone turned grave. Even brief exposure is safer than injury. Do you know what happened when reinforced troops in Southeast Asia used unidentified golden bark leaves for hygiene? Guess. Ning Shu blinked, bewildered. What did happen? Luja mimmed a pistol with his fingers, tapping his temple. Bang, suicide. Is that supposed to be funny? I assumed poisoning. Heard similar jokes before. The dog died after eating mushrooms. The owner vomited violently, yet the real cause was being run over by a car. Luja's voice hardened. Then do you know why they chose suicide? His solemnity sent a chill down Ning Shu's spine. She stammered, WWHY. Unbearable, ceaseless itching, worse than death itself. Oh. Ning Shu shuddered violently, then recalled her own searing discomfort. Cold sweat broke across her brow. Which leaf did you use? Just. She tried to step forward, but her legs prickled as though swarmed by 100 crawling insects. She stamped helplessly, unable to ease the torment. Luja's side approached and lifted a leaf smeared with residue. Instantly, its botanical profile flashed in his mind. New species, Urtica genus. Dense with stinging trichomes. Contact induces sharp pain and relentless itching. Purple-backed variants possess medicinal value, pungent, bitter, cold in nature, and highly toxic. Indicated for intractable vomiting. For snake venom, crush and apply topically. For early-stage urticaria, dab onto lesions. Symptoms vanish overnight. Evidently purple leaves neutralize toxins, but this specimen was green, devoid of therapeutic utility. More critically, even minimal contact with the back of the hand triggered persistent agony. Applied to delicate, sensitive tissue. Ning Shu's impending suffering was unimaginable. Ning Shu cried out, throw it away now? It's revolting. Her distress was absolute. Not merely physical, but visceral shame at seeing her class's paragon of masculinity holding a soiled leaf. Having absorbed the entry, Luja relaxed slightly. Though the itching would be excruciating, it posed no mortal threat. Now, the urgent question: how to counteract it. He consulted the system manual, which listed 3 remedies. First, copious washing with soap and water. Impossible here. Second, application of herbal antidotes: wormwood, aster, hediotis, diffuso, wild mint, crushed and applied topically. None were presently available. Third, field emergency protocol: immediate urination directly onto the affected area. Half a minute later, Luja handed a bottle of warm water to Ning Shu, saying, here, use this to wash up. Ning Shu took the bottle and glanced at it. Boss, what is this? Luja's expression was calm. Don't ask, just know it's sterile water. Ning Shu finally understood Luja. Luja patted Ning Shu's shoulder. There's no other way now. This is the only choice. You can either continue to suffer or face it positively. The choice is yours. As he spoke, Luja placed the bottle down and walked away. Ning Shu looked at the bottle with frustration, muttering with a quivering voice, oh heavens, why do I have to go through this? Just kill me already. Gritting her teeth, she began to rinse. The unbearable itching finally subsided. Are we done? Yeah, then let's go. She didn't move. Seeing that she hadn't followed, Luja turned and asked, what's wrong? How about we date? Huh? Luja turned back and noticed Ning Shu still standing there. The usually bright and straightforward girl seemed somewhat gentle and shy today. What is wrong with you? Ning Shu sniffed, speaking with a hint of longing. Can we just date for a day? What? We've gone beyond friendship. Ooh, I can't quite accept it. Let's just date for a day and break up tomorrow. Luja realized that although Ning Shu appeared very open, she was actually quite traditional. She cared deeply about crossing the line with boys, unless they were her boyfriends. If she rejected this, she might suffer for a long time. Luja, you won't dislike me, right? Luja smiled. We agreed on just one day. Okay, just one day. Then he smiled and extended his hand. Can we walk together now, my class monitor goddess? Ning Shu blushed, bit her lip, nodded vigorously twice, sniffed, and stepped forward, placing her hand in Luja's. The small island wasn't large, though the central area was steep. It wasn't very high, and the two climbed up in half an hour. Looking around, there was indeed no higher place. On the ridge over 200 meters high, there was a large banyan tree. Luja took off his shirt, pulled out a pen, and began to observe and record this small island. He didn't have a notebook, so he drew the map of the island on his tank top. Ning Shu looked at Luja's perfect abs and felt inexplicably dizzy. However, Luja's thoughts were on the island. Judging by the size of the island, it was only as large as 20 soccer fields surrounded by the sea. The center was high ground, dense forest with beaches and coastlines around it. There were no lakes, no streams, not even a puddle in sight. Freshwater resources were so scarce, if the rescue team didn't come, how would they survive? This left him somewhat disappointed. At that moment, Ning Shu pointed to the west coast. Look, there are so many coconut trees over there on our island. Luja observed and analyzed the current flows from north to south, bringing coconuts from the opposite island to this side, where they take root and grow coconuts. I see. Let's go over there later and pick some to take back. We'll have freshwater for tomorrow. But what about after tomorrow? This small island was too deficient in freshwater resources. It was insufficient to meet the daily needs of 5 people. What if they switched to another island? Once Luja had this thought, he began to observe the opposite small island. The 2 islands were quite far apart, but he could vaguely see a volcano with a green peak that clearly hadn't erupted for a long time. The area of the island should be large, at least much bigger than the one they were on, because even standing at the top of the mountain, he couldn't see the bottom part of the island. At this time, the sun was shining brightly on the ground, and the muggy feeling returned. On the northeast beach, a wisp of blue smoke slowly rose. That was the direction of the camp. Let's take a break. We can head back later, Luja said. Ning Shu nodded okay. The 2 leaned against the banyan tree together. Looking at the nearby beach, the distant waves, and the small island beyond the sea, both of them were lost in thought. Luja, what if the rescue team never finds us? Luja thought for a moment and replied, we survive. I believe a fishing boat will eventually pass by here. Will it take long? Luja pondered for a moment and shook his head, I don't know. Ning Shu sighed, gazing at the sea for a while. Let's give this small island a name. Luja's heart stirred. That's a good idea. Ning Shu thought for a moment, since the 5 of us ended up here together, how about calling it 5 People Island? Luja shook his head. That sounds like a mooncake. It'd be better to call it Egg Yolk Lotus Seed Island or Rose Red Bean Paste Island. Both are tastier than 5 Nut. Uffed. Ning Shu couldn't help but laugh again, lightly punching him. Be serious. I am serious. Ning Shu thought for a moment, but 5 Nut does indeed sound like a mooncake. Looking at the island's shape, it resembled an egg, so let's call it Egg Yolk Island. The one opposite with a volcano, we can call it Volcano Island. All right. Then she took out 2 prickly berries and handed one to Luja. Ning Shu cheerfully said, cheers to us being able to return to our homeland and school one day. Luja found it a bit childish, but considering they were in the wild, a positive and optimistic heart was also an essential element for survival, so he decided to play along. Here's to never failing any classes after we return. Haha. The 2 clinked the small berries together and then popped them into their mouths. Then they looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Ning Shu said, I feel so silly. It's you one much more normal. Hateful. Ning Shu lightly pinched Luja again. Are you a big white goose? Why are you pinching people again? Do you think I pinch just anyone? Ning Shu smugly replied, I only pinch people I'm close to. Those I don't like, I wouldn't even want to touch. So does that mean I should feel honored? Of course. Unconsciously, the 2 had moved a bit closer, their faces almost touching, both feeling a bit shy and awkward. They adjusted their sitting positions. Ning Shu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, gazing at the clouds in the sky, and casually said, how about we kiss? What? Luja was somewhat surprised, thinking he had misheard. Ning Shu blushed and looked up. No matter what, we are technically day-long boyfriend and girlfriend. Since they would break up soon, why not do something that a boyfriend and girlfriend should do? It wouldn't be a wasted day. That makes some sense, but Ning Shu immediately put on a serious face and extended a finger. Let me tell you, this opportunity only comes once. Once it's missed, it's gone. Then this opportunity is indeed quite precious. Stop saying useless things. Just one question. Are we kissing or not? Kiss. If we don't, it's a waste. Come on. Come on. The 2 closed their eyes, leaned in, and their lips gently brushed against each other. It was as light as a dragonfly touching the water. Yet it made Luja feel a flutter in his heart. In that instant, he felt Ning Shu tremble slightly. What's wrong? Nothing. It's just a first kiss, a bit exciting. Me too. Stop pretending. I saw you kiss Chanqian and Guor. Kissing Chanqian was to save her. Guor was purely an accident. Hearing Luja's sly reasoning, Ning Shu not only didn't get angry but smiled instead. So it's settled. They don't count. I'm your true first kiss in every sense. All right, I should go certify this exclusively. Ning Shu smiled slightly. Do you know Luja? I've read so many romance novels, and I always wanted to have a relationship in college. But I never found the right one until today. She exhaled, tears glistening in her eyes, yet her face radiated warmth. I, Ning Shu, am fulfilled. After saying that, Ning Shu stood up, spread her arms facing the wind, and shouted at the blue sky and sea with all her might. Yoo-hoo. The sweet shout was carried away by the wind and waves, but did not take away the sadness and troubles. In that moment, Luja felt genuinely moved. Ning Shu's candor made Luja's heart flutter for the first time. Yet he understood that while playing house was permissible in their current situation, they could never truly embark on a romantic relationship. It would hinder their survival and also affect the relationships among the girls. Right now, nothing was more precious than unity. Feeling tired, Ning Shu sat beside Luja again. Let me lean on you for a bit. she said, wrapping her arms around his and resting her head on his shoulder, soon falling asleep. There was a bit of wind at the mountaintop, and Luja, fearing she would catch a chill, held her close. A slight smile curved her lips as if she were dreaming something sweet. Luja chuckled, guessing she had fallen asleep, and gently kissed her hair. After a while, he too felt a bit weary, leaned against a tree, closed his eyes, and soon fell asleep. When they awoke, it was already past 3 in the afternoon, and the sun was setting. It's time to head back, Luja said. I'm so hungry, though I wonder if Qian Qian and the others have prepared any food. We still have some berries here, Ning Shu said, grabbing a few to eat. We'll leave the rest for the other companions to try. They haven't had any yet. These aren't exactly the best fruits, they're far from what we have in the city, she added. By the way, Luja, now that we have the seeds, when can we plant the fruits? Luja shook his head. We haven't found a stable freshwater source nor suitable planting grounds. We need to meet these conditions before we can plant anything. Oh, Ning Shu sighed in regret. So if we do plant them, how long until we can eat the fruits? Luja stood up. Strawberries won't take less than 4 months, cantaloupes usually within 4 months, and if we're lucky 2.5 months might do. Watermelons will take around 5 to 6 months. That's so long. Yes, surviving on a deserted island isn't easy, and if you want quality of life, it's even tougher. We must be prepared for the worst. Ning Shu nodded. It seems that for the first few months, we'll have to satisfy ourselves with berries and coconut meat. Saying this, she tossed another prickly berry into her mouth. Luja smiled. Don't worry, everything will be all right. Let's go back. We'll take the same path down the mountain and walk back to the camp from the other side. And let's collect more coconuts while we're at it. Absolutely, we're relying entirely on coconuts now. The two retraced their steps to the spot where they had first observed the island, then walked along the beach in another direction. Following this route back to the camp would complete a circle around the island. This was just in time to record all the information about the island. By 5 in the afternoon, they reached the coconut grove. Although it was called a grove, there were only about 20 or 30 coconut trees. But this was already exhilarating. Without rushing for the coconuts high up, they picked up 8 ripe coconuts from the ground. While the water inside might not be very tasty, the flesh was even more delicious. For drinking water, they still needed the green coconuts. They couldn't carry more than that. Luja packed them into his backpack and plastic bags. Besides the coconuts, they also found some plastic bottles washed ashore. On a deserted island, bottles are essential supplies, the more the better. Ning Shu and Luja selected the clean ones. Suddenly Ning Shu spotted a bottle and picked it up, saying, "Strange, how did our drift bottle end up here?" Luja took a look at it. The bottle had a red cap and was quite clean, but the label had been torn off. Indeed, one of the 3 drift bottles they had prepared looked just like this. Could it be that Lin Qian threw away the drift bottle at low tide, and it ended up on this side of the island? Luja muttered to himself, that doesn't make sense. Ning Shu affirmed, I was the one who tore off the label. Luja nodded. Then let's take it back, we can throw it again at another time. Okay. The two hurried back to the camp with a large haul of coconuts and bottles, finally returning before dark. Lin Qian, Tang Xiaoguo, and Zhang Yao were all anxious and almost rushed to them. You guys took too long and we were almost worried sick. Yeah, we thought a sea monster had grabbed you. Wow, where did you get so many coconuts? Luja took off his vest and showed everyone the drawn map of the island. Ning Shu recounted everything they had seen and heard, focusing mainly on that little island. Of course, she kept silent about using the restroom, injuring her backside, and spending a day as Luja's girlfriend. Then Ning Shu took out the drift bottle, saying, we really are fated. One of the drift bottles you tossed got picked up by us. Lin Qian was taken aback. How could that be? We threw it several times, but it kept coming back. We were just about to discuss throwing it at another time. What? You didn't throw it out? Tang Xiaoguo shrugged. Yeah. Zhang Yao pulled out 3 drift bottles. We're not lying, all 3 of our drift bottles are right here. This is the 4th one. What's going on? 2 of them are identical. Suddenly, everyone realized a terrifying detail. One of the drift bottles is not ours. Could it be from another castaway? Let's open it and see. The bottle looks the same, but the contents are different. Ning Shu took it over, and upon unfolding it, they all gasped in surprise. We used pages torn from my diary for our note, but this one used tissue paper. Luja nodded. This is not the same drift bottle as ours, it just happens to be the same type of bottle. Ning Shu immediately grew anxious. Then is this from someone else who washed up on the island like us? It seems so. Let's open it and see. Luja twisted off the cap, inserted a stick inside, and carefully pulled out the tissue paper. The moment it unfolded, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Written in both Chinese and English on a full sheet of paper, SOS. I am a survivor of Flight CZ-125 from China to Australia. I am now stranded on a small island in the Pacific. The island is located near the Philippines and Indonesia, but I am not very sure. It is quite large with 1 volcano, bamboo groves, and banana plants. I am the only survivor, and there isn't much food left. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. I plead with the kind person who finds this bottle to quickly deliver this letter to the China embassy or send someone to rescue me. I would be immensely grateful. Signed, Flight CZ-125 Stewardess Wan Bing. Ning Shu exclaimed, wow, we really encountered another castaway. Just like us. Hey Luja, didn't you say only the first-class cabin had a hole? Yeah. Luja pondered, but who else was in the first-class cabin besides us? The girls exchanged glances, and Qian Qian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. That beautiful flight attendant in black stockings. Jiang Yao proposed a hypothesis. What if the flight attendant is on the same island as us? Ning Shu shook her head. That shouldn't be the case. We walked around and didn't see any signs of human life. Luja looked at the information on the tissue. Doesn't it say that there's a volcano on the island? Where's the volcano on our small island? Ning Shu nodded. True. Luja pondered for a moment. Do you remember? The coconuts here probably drifted over from that small island. So the message in a bottle likely came from that island as well. The girls exchanged glances. I didn't expect there to be survivors besides us. Being alone on a deserted island is worse than our situation. But she has food. She's definitely better off than us. We can only survive by eating snakes. Ning Shu contemplated. Luja, what do you think about this? Luja had been pondering a question all along. That is moving. After all, the resources on the island they were on were too scarce, while according to the flight attendant's description, the opposite island had much richer resources. Luja said solemnly, today, I and the class leader climbed to the highest point of the small island to survey our surroundings, and we found that freshwater resources are extremely lacking. Don't even mention planting, there isn't enough for daily drinking. Tang Xiaohua said, hey, didn't they say there are several coconut trees on this island? The coconuts on those trees can only last us about 2 weeks. What about after those 2 weeks? Are we just going to rely on distilled water? That's too unrealistic. The 4 girls were also very worried. They understood that despite currently surviving fine, once the freshwater resources ran out, everyone would face the danger of dying of thirst. Jiang Yao said, so what you mean is, we need to go to that small island. Though it's a bit troublesome, we must consider moving to a place with a continuous freshwater supply to survive. Tang Xiaohua asked suspiciously, are you sure you just think the flight attendant is pretty? Lin Qianqian hurriedly explained, no. It's not that. Tang Xiaohua frowned. I'm talking about Lu Jia. Ning Shu said, all right, from a survival perspective, Lu Jia's assessment makes sense. We can't survive here long term and should indeed consider moving. That island is much larger than this one. Perhaps there will be lakes or small rivers. Jiang Yao gently scratched her neck. I can't wait to go to a place with unlimited fresh water where I can take a shower. I feel like I'm going to stink to death. But the problem is once we leave this small island, what will we do if the rescue team can't find us? Lu Jia thought for a moment. We can leave a message at our camp here, making it easier for the rescue team to find us. Tang Xiaohua blinked. So are we leaving tonight or tomorrow? Lin Qianqian sighed. Guer, we don't have a boat yet. Jiang Yao also looked helpless. Not to mention boats, we don't even have a swimming ring. Ning Shu finally looked at Lu Jia. Old buddy, do you have any plans? Lu Jia contemplated for a long time before stating his plan. I want to build a sturdy wooden raft within the next 5 days, prepare paddles, stockpile freshwater food, and bring essential supplies, aiming to row against the current to the volcanic island within 7 days. Is it possible to paddle that far? Lu Jia sighed. If we can't, we'll just have to return and wait to die. I and Xiao Ning have only spotted this one island nearby, and it's our only chance for survival. What do you all think? I'd like to hear everyone's opinions. Ning Shu was the first to raise her hand. I agree with Lu Jia. Lin Qianqian also raised her hand. Me too, after all, the flight attendant is quite nice. She even made us coffee, though she was a bit clumsy. Jiang Yao also raised her hand. I long for days with fresh water. Using seawater to clean myself is turning me into salted fish. Finally, everyone looked at Tang Xiaohua together. Tang Xiaohua looked confused. I have no objections. Wherever everyone decides to go, I'll go. Just don't leave me behind. Qianqian comforted. Guo, you're so cute. How could we possibly leave you behind? Once the future plan was decided, everyone began to feel hungry again. Jiang Yao roasted some coconut meat, Tang Xiaohua cooked a crab and kelp soup, while Lin Qianqian gathered some mussels and clams from the sea. It wasn't enough to fill them, but it barely chased away their hunger. Tang Xiaohua sighed. Eating roasted coconut meat for every meal was fine at first, but now just smelling it makes me feel nauseous. We won't be eating this forever, right? Lu Jia shook his head. No, we won't. The melon seeds we obtain today, if we go to the volcanic island and find a suitable place to plant them, we can eat melons in 2 to 3 months. Jiang Yao asked, class leader, have you completed that task? Ning Shu smiled sheepishly. Although there were a few hiccups, everything went relatively smoothly. Now we have seeds for melons, watermelons, and strawberries. Tang Xiaohua said, speaking of which, it seems like you are the only one who hasn't completed your task, Qianqian. Yeah, Qianqian, it seems you haven't gone to the bathroom since we got stranded on this deserted island. Could it be that you're constipated? No. It's not. Lin Qianqian's face immediately turned red. This is something you all don't need to worry about. Ning Shu smiled. All right, we only need to worry about the passion fruit seeds. Counting it up, this was already the evening of the 3rd day, stranded on the deserted island. Qianqian still hadn't gone to the bathroom. It could be constipation or perhaps discomfort from being stranded on the deserted island. Perhaps she would be fine by tomorrow, and everyone was too concerned about it. Everyone rest early. Tomorrow morning, well, prepare to gather supplies and build the raft to start the moving plan. That night, everyone had already crawled into the shelter early. Lu Jia set the alarm on his watch for 11:55 p.m. and then closed his eyes. He needed to determine the specific method for check-in. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of the watch alarm was not very loud, but it still woke Lu Jia up. Luja rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up. In the dark, he couldn't see the sleeping positions of the girls clearly, but he felt someone's little foot resting on his belly, the touch soft and delicate. Luja cautiously held onto the ankle and gently lifted it, placing it aside, as if afraid to disturb her dream. He also got up to relieve himself. He crawled out of the shelter. The firelight danced in the dark, illuminating the surrounding trees and shadows on the ground. The flames swayed, giving life to the desolate island. The sky was filled with an incredible number of stars. Luja had never seen so many stars in the city. Luja, Ning Shu's sleepy voice asked, "Where are you going?" "To the bathroom." "Wait for me. Let's go together." "You?" Luja smiled bitterly. This was the first time in his life a girl invited him to the bathroom. "No way. Seeing that they are all sleeping soundly, I didn't want to wake them up. I'm a bit scared to go alone, so let's stick together." As she spoke, Ning Shu had already crawled out of the shelter. Under the moonlight, her thick and messy hair and lazy eyes made her originally charming and fresh face even more beautiful. In that moment, Luja's heart fluttered again. "Hey, what are you looking at?" "Looking at you." "Don't look. Oh, I must look terrible right now." "Not at all. You look quite nice." Luja wasn't being dismissive. He genuinely thought so. Ning Shu smiled sweetly and playfully hit Luja's arm. "Let's go." The two walked to the edge of the jungle about 20 meters from the camp, maintaining an unspoken distance of about 3 meters. Luja faced a small tree while Ning Shu squatted down. Enjoying the tranquility of the deep night, the gentle sound of flowing water echoed. "Hey Luja, there are so many stars tonight. I've only seen this many stars back in my hometown." "Yeah, with the stars you can tell direction without a compass." "Come on, you big straight guy, can't you think of something elegant and romantic at a time like this?" "Isn't it romantic enough to go to the bathroom with the class leader? If I told the guys in the dorm, they'd be so envious of me." "Haha, it's my first time with a guy too." "Hey, does it still itch?" "Occasionally, but it's much better now. Next time make sure not to use anything of unknown origin." "Don't worry, I will never let a single leaf come near my backside." With that, Ning Shu stood up and Luja adjusted his shorts. Luja looked at the watch. It was already 1203. On the 4th day of being stranded on the deserted island, there was still no sign of the check-in information. What could trigger the check-in information? The two slowly walked towards the camp. "Luja, today we have to break up. To be honest, I feel a bit reluctant." Luja continued walking, but Ning Shu had already stopped. Luja also halted and turned back. Under the moonlight, Ning Shu's eyes seemed slightly red. "If one day you marry Yao Yao or Guer, don't forget about me, okay?" Luja smiled. "I won't." Ning Shu nodded and then walked over. Suddenly, she quickened her pace and leaped into Luja's arms. Luja felt her hug tightly. But he did not struggle. Instead, he gently embraced Ning Shu and kissed her forehead lightly. Just then, the system's voice echoed in Luja's mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the check-in. Strength 1. You have checked in for 4 consecutive days." Looking at the system panel, strength 11, stamina 11, physique 10, agility 11, perception 11. A moment of contemplation made him feel a significant increase in his strength. That feeling reminded him of last year right after the college entrance examination when his body was in peak condition after a month of hard training at the gym. Luja felt a bit dazed. What did I do? However, in the depths of his mind, he seemed to recall something. On the first day of check-in, he performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on Qian, earning 1 point in stamina when their lips touched. On the second day of check-in, he stayed up with Jiang Yao at midnight. At dawn, Jiang Yao leaned against him, and he kissed her forehead under the moonlight, gaining 1 point in agility. On the third day of check-in, he slept holding Guerre's small feet, and inexplicably gained 1 point in perception at midnight. On the 4th day, which is now, when Ning Shu hugged him, he lightly kissed her forehead and gained 1 point in strength. Could it be that contact with companions triggers the check-in? Luja decided to pay attention to this tomorrow. "Thank you, Luja." Ning Shu pushed Luja away, sniffled. "It's pretty cold outside. Let's go back and sleep." Luja nodded okay. They slept soundly until the alarm rang. Luja stretched and called everyone up, then ran to the sea to wash his face. The sky showed a hint of dawn, but the air still carried a chill. There was still no sign of the rescue team. Today is June 13th, the 4th day on the deserted island. A few girls also got up. "Classmates, without sufficient stamina, we can't work efficiently, so the first thing we need to do is cook." Going to check the traps, none of the 3 caught any mice, and the snake's entrails had already rotted and smelled. Luckily, Guerre's stockings caught over 20 small fish. These small fish, along with roasted coconut meat, coconut water, and the last 5 spicy strips, made for a rather meager breakfast. Then Luja began to arrange tasks. Tang Xiaohua and Jiang Yao had injuries on their legs and couldn't walk long distances, so Luja assigned them camp duties. "Guer, you continue to distill fresh water." "Oh." Tang Xiaohua replied helplessly, "This boring task again." Guer, fresh water is an indispensable resource on a deserted island, and distilled water has unparalleled benefits compared to coconut water, so your task is very important. With that, Tang Xiaohua nodded. "Oh, I see. That's fine. Yao Yao, I will chop down banana trees and bark later, and I need you to help me make ropes to tie the raft. Additionally, lunch will be up to you and Guer." Jiang Yao thought for a moment. "I can make ropes, but for lunch? It seems we have no food other than coconuts." "That's right." Luja continued. "Class leader Qian, you two need to take backpacks and plastic bags to the West Coast Coconut Grove to continue gathering supplies. Whether it's bottles, torn clothes, flip-flops, or coconuts and seafood, gather as much as you can. But remember, don't take risks for coconuts that are too high to reach to avoid injuries. Also, don't take too much at once. You can make multiple trips. Once you get food, give it to Guo and Yao Yao to prepare lunch. Ning Shu gave an okay hand gesture. Lin Qian asked no problem, but Luja, aren't you coming with us? Luja shook his head. I need to chop down as many trees as possible. The bark makes good ropes and the trunks are the main part of the raft, so I can't join you. Ning Shu looked at Luja with concern. Hey, you're going into the woods alone. Luja nodded. There's no choice. But there's a patch of forest southwest of the camp. I've observed that there are some trees of suitable thickness there, and it's not too far away. Lin Qian nodded and advised Luja be careful. Luja handed his watch to Ning Shu. Everyone be careful. At noon, when Yao Yao sounds the spoon, we will gather here. Ning Shu took Luja's watch and put it on her wrist. Okay, at noon everyone must return safely. Okay, everyone split up to carry out their tasks. Luja searched the area but found no herbs, so he headed to the banana tree with a stone axe. To be precise, this was a cluster of trees. Each long leaf could yield hundreds of fibers, producing dozens of thin ropes. After removing the tissues and drying them, twisting them together results in hemp ropes comparable to nylon. Luja didn't exert much effort to chop down this cluster of banana trees. Then he pulled out a few fibers and tied 3 knots around the upper, middle, and lower parts. He carried it back to the camp and handed it over to Jiang Yao. Wear plastic bags on your hands while handling this. Try not to use your bare hands. Understood. After that, Luja went into the woods to start chopping down trees. Luja arrived in the jungle, needing to find a tree trunk with a girl's calf thickness, then chopped it down with a stone axe, removing the branches to turn it into a log. This was a tedious and laborious job. Fortunately, his physical strength and power had improved significantly. There was no way to let the girls do this. They might not even be able to swing the stone axe. With the system's support, Luja chopped for a while and then took a break. He dared not chop too hard, fearing the stone axe might break. This stone axe was their most important survival tool at this stage. Thus, Luja's efficiency in chopping was not very high. After a whole morning, he had obtained 13 5-meter-long tree sections. He then carried them one by one back to the campsite. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaowa were dumbfounded. Wow, classmate, what did you eat to grow so strong? Tang Xiaowa nodded. You're like an elephant, ha. Luja tossed the last log on the ground and wiped his sweat. Hee. I'm like Tang Xiaowa. They are complimenting you, yet you tease them. Teasing or not is another matter. Can you not spread your legs while working? Why? Sister, you are wearing my shorts. Don't you realize they're almost showing everything? Tang Xiaowa looked down. How annoying. She quickly changed to a more ladylike posture. Jiang Yao sighed. I reminded you several times before. Who knows if you were paying attention? As she spoke, she shook her head and continued to pull the rope. Luja had no time to pay attention to Tang Xiaowa's little thoughts. By the way, has the class monitor and Qian come back yet? Jiang Yao replied. They came back 3 times this morning, each time bringing back quite a lot of stuff. They should be back soon. Or what time is it? Tang Xiaowa looked at her watch. It's exactly 12 o'clock. Just as Luja was worried that something might happen, he saw Ning Shu and Lin Qian returning, dragging a large piece of tarp. It turned out they had found a large tarp somewhere and used it as a stretcher, carrying over a dozen coconuts and bottles of mineral water, as well as some trash that had drifted onto the island. Luja smiled in approval. Not bad. Whose idea was this? Ning Shu proudly hugged Qian. I found the tarp, and Qian came up with the idea. Qian's little face turned red as if she was lost in the clouds. Ning Shu urged us, stop talking, hurry, and open a coconut. It's so hot. The 2 girls were exhausted, sitting down in the shade and fanning their necks. Their faces were flushed, drenched in sweat, and their hair stuck to their foreheads as they gasped for breath. A different kind of scenery. Luja used the axe to chop open several coconuts, then used a long grass stalk as a straw, handing one to each person. Report on the work progress. I chopped 1 banana fiber and 13 logs. Jiang Yao shook the rope in her hand, 45 ropes of hemp. Tang Xiaowa shook the bottle in her hand, 1 bottle of distilled water and half a bottle of naturally sun-dried distilled water. I'm currently boiling seafood soup. Ning Shu, hands on her hips, looked at the ground. As for the things we used, we collected 35 mineral water bottles, 2 pieces of torn clothing, 3 slippers, and a torn tarp the size of a bedsheet. Lin Qian added, as for food, we have 21 coconuts, 37 mussels, 1 conch, and 2 sea urchins. And some seaweed. That's quite good, everyone. Luja nodded, glancing at the blazing sun. In the afternoon, the sunlight is too strong. Gathering will consume more moisture, which would be counterproductive. After we finish eating, let's take a break and do some simple work at the campsite and wait until the sun isn't so hot before doing the heavy labor. Qian agreed. Yes, I didn't feel too tired the first time back, but the last time I felt like I was about to be roasted alive. The last time I felt this tired was during military training. Ning Shu chuckled. Military training compared to this? That's child's play. Drink more water. Luja again used the stone axe to chop open several coconuts, distributing 1 to each person. After having lunch, they all hid under the shelter to escape the heat and chatted. Luja rested for a while and felt his strength had significantly recovered. Still, he needed to find something else to do. Right now, the wood was still insufficient. The raft, made of 13 logs, could only support 1 person. To make the raft sturdy and stable enough to safely bear the weight of 5 people, he needed more wood. However, the suitable small trees near the campsite had been almost completely cut down. Thus, he considered walking deeper into the forest to search for more trees or bamboo groves. Everyone stay at the campsite. I'm going to explore the jungle. Are you going to act alone again? Luja looked around. There are no suitable trees nearby. To make a bamboo raft, I need to find other forested areas. No way, it's too dangerous to go into the jungle alone. If you insist on going, I'll accompany you. Ning Shu said, standing up, but immediately that irritating itch returned. So she grabbed a tissue and ran behind a tree to scratch. Lin Xianxian said, Luja, the class monitor seems to be inconvenient. I'll go with you. Luja waved his hand. No need, I can go alone. No, you cannot go into the depths of the forest alone. From behind the big tree, Ning Shu's voice came. Also, here's your watch. Lin Xianxian picked up a notebook. Luja, don't worry, I won't slow you down. Also, I want to learn survival skills from you and do more for my companions. Luja thought for a moment. It made sense. The female classmates were clearly willing to act with him alone, evidently full of trust in him. How could he betray their trust? All right, but there's one condition. What condition? In the jungle, you must listen to me on everything. Don't touch unfamiliar plants and definitely don't use unfamiliar leaves as tissues. Do you understand? Lin Xianxian blushed. Who would do that? Luja chuckled nonchalantly. No one. Just reminding you. Luja emptied his backpack, specifically took 2 tissues, and walked into the forest with Lin Xianxian. Luja, are we mainly looking for suitable tree trunks this time? Luja nodded. Tree trunks are important, but other materials are equally vital. Remember these kinds of leaves. He took out a notebook and, according to the system manual in his mind, drew several types of leaves. What are these leaves? This is sweet potato leaf, this is cassava leaf, this is potato leaf. Root vegetables not only provide a large amount of carbohydrates for the body, but also provide a sense of fullness. They can be transplanted near the campsite. Upon seeing them, he had to remind Lin Xianxian to write them down quickly. I didn't expect to learn so much knowledge in the wild. Don't worry, I will pay attention. What else? There are also fish, mint, purslane, and other wild vegetables, as well as thorny raspberries, black raspberries, and nightshades. They are all very important foods. It seems there are quite a few things to eat in the wild, but finding them is not easy. 99 of the plants in the jungle are not suitable for human consumption. Understood. The two walked and chatted. Lin Xianxian was also a top student with a strong desire to learn. No matter what Luja said, she appeared very curious and diligently noted it in her small notebook. This gave Luja a small sense of accomplishment. He secretly thought, what a good girl, if only she were not a lesbian. He had some doubts about Lin Xianxian. Was she really a lesbian? Why not take this opportunity to ask her? Hey Xianxian, may I ask you something? It's a bit sudden. Oh, please don't mind. And sure. And Lin Xianxian pressed her lips together and smiled. How rare for the survival expert himself to seek my opinion. I'm truly honored. But my survival knowledge is quite limited. I can't answer many such questions. And it's not about survival. And then what is it? And do you have a boy you like? Huh? Lin Xianxian tilted her head, intrigued. Why do you suddenly ask me that? And just curious. No need to answer if you'd rather not. Lin Xianxian glanced at Luja, hesitated, then nodded slightly. Well, I suppose I do. And so you're not a lesbian? Oh. Lin Xianxian flushed, paused uncertainly, then finally murmured, I like girls too. And bisexual then. Please don't use terms like that. It makes me feel somehow abnormal. And Luja gave a wry smile. Well, isn't that a little unusual to begin with? Yet everyone carries private truths of their own. For someone to share hers openly with you is an act of profound trust. There's no need to view others through a lens of judgment. Luja nodded. Understood. And at that moment, a delicate, refreshing fragrance wafted toward them, drawing both their attention. In following the scent, they spotted clusters of small white, pink, and purple flowers blooming amid low shrubs. They resembled dandelions in shape, but their fragrance was far richer and more intense. And unfamiliar with the species, Luja quickly cautioned, be careful. Lin Xianxian froze too, startled to move. And Luja knew little about botany. He could only identify the flower by touch. And he extended his hand, slowly, gently brushing a petal, and instantly its name and properties surfaced in his mind. Aster Pterychus, family Asteraceae, genus Aster, followed by a flood of botanical details. And Luja skimmed past them, scanning ahead. Intoxicity, non-toxic. Pharmacological properties in 1. Relieves wind cold invasion and common cold symptoms, expels phlegm and soothes coughs. In 2. Alleviates itching and exhibits antibacterial activity. And Luja exhaled in quiet relief. So this flower not only carried a captivating aroma, but also served as a valuable traditional herbal remedy, potentially easing Ning Shu's discomfort. Ni's hand was already outstretched. Withdrawing it abruptly would seem odd, so he simply plucked the blossom. He inhaled its fragrance, then offered it to Lin Xianxian. Don't worry, it's Aster Pterychus. Exquisitely fragrant, and a fine herbal remedy for itching and bacterial irritation. His intention had been for her to log the plant in her notebook. And this time, however, she did not. Lin Xianxian gazed up at Luja with wide, luminous eyes and whispered shyly, thank you, Luja. And then, cheeks flushed, she accepted the flower, breathed in its scent, and tucked it gently into the front of her blouse. Luja blinked, momentarily stunned. And could this be no misunderstanding? Yet speaking plainly now would only embarrass her terribly. After a pause, he decided against clarification. And pulling out a plastic bag, he said, let's gather some to take back. And Lin Xianxian nodded, her lips curving into a quiet, joyful smile. We can place some around camp. to make our home smell sweet and fresh. Our home. An unexpected warmth stirred in Luge's chest. Yes, that's a lovely idea. Together they gathered Aster Tetericus, then walked on, and soon discovered wild mint, another herb effective against mosquitoes and itching, plucking several leaves into their bag. A few hundred meters farther, Lin Qianqian finally spotted the vital resource Lu Zhe had been searching for most intently, several sweet potato vines. Tucked unassumingly beneath a shrub, the vine struggled, shaded from sunlight, and starved of nutrients by surrounding vegetation. Lu Zhe's heart leapt with exhilaration. And Lin Qianqian beamed, let's dig it up right away, and we'll need to be extremely careful. Hand me a card. I hereby entrust you with full financial authority. And with a playful grin, Lin Qianqian handed him a sleek black bank card. Lu Zhe knew her family was exceedingly wealthy. The balance on that single card likely ran into the millions. Yet here it was repurposed as a digging tool, an irony he couldn't help but note. He carefully severed nearby weeds, then used the card's rigid edge to excavate the soil with meticulous slowness. And, Lu Zhe, do you really need to be this careful? It's not the tubers I'm worried about, but the stems and leaves. And, wait, you mean you intend to transplant the entire plant? Exactly. Sunlight is blocked here, we'll relocate it to a better spot, where it can thrive and yield larger sweet potatoes. After several painstaking hours, Lu Zhe successfully unearthed the whole vine. And 7 small tubers clung to its roots, some as large as fists, others no bigger than eggs. He found a larger plastic bag, wrapped the entire vine inside, and left a generous portion of soil clinging to its roots to prevent desiccation and wilting. Still, despite his caution, a few leaves tore loose. And, is that sap? White like water. And Lu Zhe picked one up. Many plants exude milky sap when injured. Some are highly toxic. Sweet potatoes do too. Their roots, stems, and leaves all secrete abundant white sap. Yet this sap is not only non-toxic, but rich in vitamins, and even aids digestion, relieving constipation. At the word constipation, Lin Qianqian blushed deeply and let out a soft, flustered, ah. And Lu Zhe chewed a leaf, thoughtfully swallowed, then offered another to her. Care to try one? She hesitated, then accepted it, and nibbled a tiny piece. Not especially tasty. Without seasonings it's plain, but with proper preparation, blanched sweet potato leaves make an exquisite cold dish. Oh, Lin Qianqian hastily jotted it down. And though they'd yet to locate water, this single sweet potato vine was an extraordinary find, truly invaluable. In Ming Dynasty China, a single smuggled sweet potato vine, brought secretly from Southeast Asia, saved countless lives from famine. And their harvest today was nothing short of remarkable. Lu Zhe checked his watch. It was nearly 5. If they delayed, returning darkness would overtake them before reaching camp. And he urged Lin Qianqian to hurry back. By 5:30 p.m., they arrived at camp. Tang Xiaohua and Zhang Yao were still twisting rope and distilling fresh water, but Ning Shu was nowhere in sight. Where's squad leader again? Zhang Yao shrugged. No idea. She slipped into the woods several times today. Tang Xiaohua added. And she won't say where she's going. Lu Zhe nodded. Qianqian, organize the supplies. I'll go look for her. Okay. Following guidance from his survival manual, Lu Zhe split open a coconut, crushed the Aster Tetericus and mint leaves, and mixed them with coconut water to create a soothing anti-allergic herbal paste, intended to relieve Ning Shu's itching. Rounding the grove, he found her exactly as expected, scratching frantically. And though clearly disheveled, she instantly composed herself upon seeing him, lifting her chin with a frown. Hey, you could at least announce yourself before approaching. Fine, I'll whistle next time. Whistling's unnecessary. What brings you here to check on you? And having been caught in such an undignified moment, Ning Shu frowned. Do you enjoy watching me humiliate myself? Don't put it that way. I'm here to help, and help me. Ning Shu immediately imagined Lu Zhe scratching her back, and though assistance might indeed be more effective than self-scratching for a girl of such refined innocence, the very notion felt startlingly intimate. That wouldn't be appropriate. I'm offering medicine, not a massage. What's inappropriate about that? With that, Lu Zhe placed the prepared herbal paste beside her. Apply this. It reduces inflammation and relieves itching. Medicine. Ning Shu managed a strained smile and wiped sweat from her brow. Staring at the pulpy herbal mixture, she asked curiously, how do you even know how to make this? Where did you learn? Lu Zhe brushed it off. From a childhood book, 10,000 Whys. It mentioned this. I'll teach you later. You're certain this works, and it won't match pharmacy-grade medicine, but it will ease your symptoms. All right, I trust you. For girls, the days without toilet paper are nothing short of a disaster. Ning Shu was applying medicine to herself, while Lu Zhe, ever the gentleman, gazed at the distant waves and asked Lu Zhe, what if we run out of toilet paper? What will we do? You need not worry about that. Even without wiping it won't affect one's life, it will only be a bit smelly at worst. Ning Shu frowned and replied, that sounds quite terrifying. Lu Zhe calmly nodded, there are still ways around it. Ning Shu had almost finished and adjusted her skirt. What ways? There are actually many substitutes for toilet paper in the wild, like clean wild mint leaves, bamboo leaves, leftover coconut meat, and fish fillets. You know all of this. Don't forget I've read 100,000 Whys. I read it too when I was young, but I don't remember seeing so many strange things. Different versions, I suppose. When we get back, you must show me your version of 100,000 whys. Well, all right. Luja smiled faintly, unwittingly changing the subject. By the way, I'm starving. Dinner should be ready over there. It's still small fish, crabs, seaweed, and mussels. Today we have something extra. Wild sweet potatoes. The girls were elated at the sight of the sweet potatoes, a joy that was simply beyond words. Although wild sweet potatoes are much harder and not as sweet as those sold in supermarkets, to everyone they are already the best food one can eat right now. Tang Xiaohua said, "We've been eating roasted coconuts every day and we've run out of chili oil. It's getting monotonous. Sweet potatoes are so much better." Zhang Yao also exclaimed, "I've never felt sweet potatoes to be this delicious in my life. Let's eat half today, and tomorrow I'll make sweet potato porridge for everyone," Lin Qianqian said. Tang Xiaohua sighed. Porridge. Isn't that a delicacy only deities can enjoy? Luja suddenly remembered something. Has Lin Qianqian not gone to the bathroom yet? Qianqian nodded with a sense of grievance. Ning Shu asked with concern, "Hasn't it been 3 days? Has it been like this before?" "Before. It was quite normal," Lin Qianqian said, blushing. This was the first time she had openly discussed constipation issues with her classmates, especially with boys present. What could be the reason? Lin Qianqian set her voice as soft as a whisper. Maybe. I'm just not used to going on the ground." The other 3 girls exchanged glances, all in agreement. Luja didn't think much of it, digging a deeper hole would solve everything, but it seemed that it wouldn't work for the girls. Suddenly, he had an idea. To create a simple toilet device. Although it sounded a bit odd. While others on a deserted island would focus on finding fresh water and food, here, he was making a makeshift toilet. It felt too abstract. But upon further thought, the 4 girls were different from him. They had varying discomforts, making it unsuitable for them to squat for long periods. For them, a temporary toilet device was indeed necessary. Of course, the most important thing was that this toilet device should not require too much effort to make and should be very simple. After dark, the 4 girls gradually fell asleep. Luja was trying to figure out the sign-in method and couldn't sleep, so he crawled out of the shelter. He first gathered some broken tree branches as materials, then tied them together with banana fiber rope side by side. 2 40 centimeters long, slightly thicker tree segments were tied horizontally, and a dozen thinner segments about 20 centimeters long were tied vertically at both ends of the longer poles, leaving about 15 centimeters of space in the middle. Thus, a sitting board with a gap in the middle was created. Luja tested it and found it quite sturdy. Then he twisted several thick ropes from banana fiber and extended them using sailor's knots to make 2 equally long ropes. He then climbed that bent coconut tree, fixed one end of the ropes to the trunk, jumped down, and tied the other end to the sitting board. Finally, he wrapped the sitting board with a piece of torn clothing he found, leaving a 15 centimeters square hole in the middle. By nearly midnight, a simple toilet device was completed. Luja sat down to test its stability and was quite satisfied. The toilet device was very sturdy. He thought to surprise them. When midnight arrived, Luja did not receive the sign-in success message as expected. He was a bit puzzled. He went into the shelter, checked on Ning Shu, Jiang Yao, and also touched Tang Xiaohua and Lin Qianqian, but none of them reacted. Where was the promised sign-in? Why wasn't it working? He decided to sleep on it. June 14th, the 5th day, stranded on the deserted island. The sea was as calm as ever with no sign of a rescue team. Luja worried, did the search and rescue team really overlook this island? What puzzled him more was that he had not completed the sign-in even on the 5th attempt. What was he missing? Just then, Tang Xiaohua and Ning Shu, who had agreed to go to the bathroom together, saw something strange and screamed together. Their screams woke the other 2 girls. What happened? Did the rescue team come? Tang Xiaohua shouted, "A swing, it's a swing." Ning Shu asked in surprise, "Luja, did you make that?" Luja stretched and replied, "Indeed, it was I who made it." Tang Xiaohua exclaimed, "What were you so bored to make this for?" "Don't say that to Xiaozha, he made this for us to play with. Now we won't be bored at camp." "Hey, why is there a big hole in the middle?" Luja also crawled out of the shelter, although this thing looks a bit like a swing. It's actually not. Jiang Yao rubbed her eyes in curiosity. Then what is it? A nuclear reactor or a particle collider? Ning Shu nodded, seriously pondering. Maybe it's a rocket launcher. Huh. The girls burst into laughter. I tell you, ladies, stop guessing wildly. Let me tell you, this is a toilet. Ah, toilet. In an instant, the 4 girls were dumbfounded, all frozen in place. Looking back at the swing, they felt completely off. Lin Qianqian murmured, "But this thing looks just like a swing." Luja felt it necessary to explain how to use it. He walked over to the swing and said, "Although it looks like a swing, it possesses all the functions of a toilet. Sitting on it can relieve the pressure on your legs, whether your toes have been bitten by a snake or your ankles are swollen and sprained, or you are constipated or have used unfamiliar leaves." Ugh. Before Luja could finish, Ning Shu covered his mouth and said, "If you're going to talk about it, just talk about it and don't keep bringing up the past, okay?" How awkward for everyone. But aside, at least the class leader is considerate of our feelings. Unlike Luja, this straightforward guy doesn't understand what it means to cherish ladies. Well, it seems like only the class leader has no past. Jiang Yao frowned and thought, what did Luja just say about leaves? What's going on? Nothing is going on. Ning Shu laughed awkwardly and whispered in Luja's ear, "Keep the leaf incident to yourself forever." Then she let go of Luja. It was at that moment that Luja in shock realized that at the moment Ning Shu covered his mouth, the sign-in information he had been waiting for finally rang in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the sign-in strength 1. You have signed in for 5 consecutive days. Luja seemed to understand. Could it be that only the lips could sign in? To summarize, on the first day, he saved Qianqian. On the second day, he lightly kissed Jiang Yao's hair. On the fourth day, the first kiss with Ning Shu. On the fifth day, Ning Shu covered her mouth with her hand. Wait, what happened on the third day? At that time, he was holding Tang Xiaoguo's little foot and didn't do anything at all. Who molested me while I was sleeping? No way. Luja still didn't understand. But fortunately, the sign-in for the fifth day had already been completed. Now Luja's system data is as follows: Strength 12, Stamina 11, Physique 10, Agility 11, Perception 11. Compared to before, he could clearly feel that his strength had significantly increased. Several girls also discovered that this swing toilet, though seemingly absurd, actually possessed most of the functions of a regular toilet. First of all, it allows one to sit comfortably. It relieves the pressure on the legs, making the experience of using the toilet remarkably easy. Secondly, it's quite hygienic. Digging a sand pit, the tide would wash the waste into the sea, benefiting the marine life. Thirdly, it incorporates romantic elements that girls pursue. Just think about it, the feeling of using the toilet while swinging on a beautiful beach. This is the correct posture for a little fairy to relieve herself. But something still felt a bit off. The four girls looked at this contraption with somewhat complex expressions. Jiang Yao said, "But Luja, if we really use this to go to the toilet, won't that mean we have no privacy?" Ning Shu agreed, saying that's a problem. With the door wide open, didn't you see everything? Lin Qianqian added, and it seems too close to the campsite. The smell would be quite unpleasant. Tang Xiaohua asked, what if it splashes on my feet? Luja helplessly replied, come on, we are stranded on a deserted island. Who cares about all that? What you all mentioned isn't really a problem. Then Luja began to explain item by item. First, regarding privacy, when you use it, I can just look away. As for the smell, there's a sea breeze, and we won't be here for long, and we can bear it. In 3 days, we will set sail to the volcanic island. Don't forget, if we arrive late, the flight attendants might just end up with boxed lunches. Ning Shu nodded. Luja has a point. Jiang Yao recalled her embarrassing scene sitting on the ground, and also nodded, saying, although it feels quite strange to use the toilet on a swing, it's still better than accidentally sitting on something unpleasant. This idea is quite clever, Tang Xiaohua said. I think it's pretty cool too. Lin Qianqian doesn't have to worry about constipation from squatting for too long. By the way, Xiaozhi, you haven't answered my question. Lin Qianqian blushed and said, Guir, as long as you don't use the toilet while swinging, it won't splash everywhere, right? That said, it still feels quite strange for boys to consider such matters. Although the girls said this, they understood deep down that this could indeed solve their major issue. Luja stretched lazily. After we eat, we need to start a new day's work. I'll continue to gather resources in the forest. The four girls said in unison, you don't need to worry about that. Lin Qianqian's sweet and warm sweet potato porridge made with an iron pot paired with dried fish brought a sense of comfort and happiness. Unbeknownst to them, their diet on the deserted island had improved significantly compared to the beginning. After finishing their meal, Luja found a soft patch of ground near the campsite to plant the sweet potato vines. He then circled the area and marked it with his urine to warn off rodents. He then carried a stone axe into the forest to chop wood. In just one morning, Luja cut down over 20 logs, neatly stacking them near the campsite. Then he thought of going to chop 2 coconuts to quench his thirst, but saw Tang Xiao was strolling slowly. You can walk now, Guor. Tang Xiao was shrugged. Not bad. Hey, where are you going? I'm parched. I'm going to chop some coconuts to drink. Oh no, you can't go right now. Tang Xiao hugged Luja's arm and took out half a bottle of distilled water. Here, drink this first. Luja took a sip and asked, what's wrong? Guir, whispered Lin Qianqian, is using the toilet. You need to avoid it. Luja proudly said, using the swing I made. Exactly. Haha, the 4th type of seed is finally in place. Then I'll just hold on for a bit. After a while, Lin Qianqian came back with Ning Shu's support. Before Luja could speak, Tang Xiaohua eagerly asked, is it a boy or a girl? Oh no, I meant, did it come out? Lin Qianqian weakly shook her head. My stomach feels really uncomfortable, but it just won't come out. Seeing her weak state, it was clear she had been trying for a long time. Luja comforted, don't worry, take your time. Lin Qianqian nodded shyly. After chopping wood for a whole morning, Luja felt his arms a bit sore and decided to do something else, continuing to gather resources. As evening approached, Luja found something good. A broken plastic oil barrel that once held cooking oil. Unfortunately, it had a hole at the bottom and couldn't be used as a container for storing fresh water. He discovered a beehive under some rocks, and after scaring away the bees, he obtained a chunk of honey. It was dark, resembling a broken brick. A lick made his throat sticky, but it was quite flavorful upon savoring. Good things must be preserved well. There was also a piece of broken wood with nails. Luja counted and found over 20 nails of various sizes stuck in it. Judging by the level of rot in the wood, it had been around for a while. It was likely from a fishing boat's hull or mast that fell during a storm. While the wood was of little use, the nails were excellent survival resources. They were just right to make a useful tool suitable for making fish hooks or weapons. Why not make a spear directly? When I go to sea, I can use it to spear some fish, improving the food situation. Luja used the stone axe to split the wood and remove the nails. Then he chose 2 10-centimeters long nails, hammered them straight with a stone, and ground off the iron shavings. He left 7 centimeters protruding outside, hammered one end into a thin wooden stick from the side, and then tied it tightly with a strip of cloth. A double-pointed spear was completed. Luja tried it. Although it was simple in structure, it felt good in hand. As for the oil barrel, even though it was leaking, it still had its uses. Lu Zhi cut the top lid of the oil barrel open with a round blade, filled it with soil, and carefully transplanted the sweet potato vines into it. After a busy day, Lu Zhi went to bed early. In the middle of the night, Lu Zhi felt a suffocating sensation and woke up to find someone's calf resting on his neck. Checking the time, it was 2:30 in the morning. He hadn't completed the sign-in. With a nervous heart, Lu Zhi gently kissed the calf on whose leg he was lying. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the sign-in. Strength 1. You have signed in for 6 consecutive days. Strength 13, Stamina 11, Physique 10, Agility 11, Perception 11. Lu Zhi was stunned. Confirm this is the real sign-in. What kind of nonsense setting is this? Fortunately, I have good relationships, otherwise I would still be confused about how to sign in. But knowing this eased his mind. However, he still felt that secretly kissing a classmate's calf in the middle of the night was quite perverted. Just then that foot gently lowered, lightly nudging Lu Zhi's abs. Lu Zhi swallowed hard. It seemed he had been discovered. But he didn't make a sound. Wouldn't it affect his image as a male god? It was now June 15th, the 6th day on the deserted island with no sign of a rescue team. Lu Zhi and the 4 girls had been busy all day. The raft had been assembled, and after making a few paddles they could try the water. This island had basically had all its coconuts picked. After removing what they had consumed over the past few days, there were still more than 20 left. They had also accumulated 5 bottles of distilled water. They had prepared dried fish, sun-dried sea snail slices, cooked clams and mussels, and roasted kelp. Some purslane and fish mint were also reserved. They could serve as supplies for fresh water and energy at sea. Everything was ready. Yet there was still one matter that remained unresolved. Lin Qianqian had yet to relieve herself, which had become a troubling issue for everyone. A few friends were anxiously trying to help, even attempting to use centrifugal force to assist Lin Qianqian, but ultimately they failed. Tang Xiaohua got splashed and screamed for the entire morning. Lin Qianqian, feeling embarrassed, wished she could hide in a hole. Lu Zhi checked his watch. It was already 4:30, half an hour later than he had anticipated. We can't wait any longer. We must set off now. What if Lin Qianqian needs to use the restroom? Then she'll have to do it on the raft. That's fine, as long as she can go, it doesn't matter where. After discussing, the group decided to leave immediately. Since the class leader and Yao Yao have difficulty walking, everyone needs to board the raft here and row around to the side of Egg Yolk Island before heading directly to Volcano Island from there. Okay, everyone check if we forgot any supplies. Don't forget to take down the swing. What about the nylon fishing net and mouse traps? The fishing net has already been taken apart. The skin of the mouse trap has also been removed. Hey, why is there one less sweet potato leaf? We ran out of paper towels. I used one for Lin Qianqian this morning. Didn't you say the sweet potato leaves were safe? What the heck? You spendthrifts. Wait, wiping. Right, have the seeds come out yet? No, she's still in the bathroom. Forget it, how many bottles did we bring? 36, that should be enough. What about fire starter? Burning charcoal is packed in soda cans and compressed with sawdust. It can last for 2 hours. Yao Yao is watching the fire. If it goes out, we'll all be in trouble. All set. The 5 friends sat on the raft, gazing at their former campsite, their eyes reflecting a hint of sadness. Regardless, this small campsite had strengthened their friendship and brought them hope for survival. Goodbye, our campsite. Goodbye, Egg Yolk Island. Goodbye, swing toilet. Lu Zhi and Yao Yao sat on either side of the bamboo raft, rowing with wooden paddles as the raft began to move slowly. Half an hour later, they rounded to the other side of the small island. On the island, there were still the rescue messages left by Lu Zhi and Ning Shu. In the distance, the outline of Volcano Island could be faintly seen. Look, it's over there. Ning Shu pointed excitedly. There must be endless coconut juice there. A small river, a stream, and we can take freshwater baths. I can't wait. The girls looked up, their faces filled with curiosity and anticipation as they happily paddled against the current towards Volcano Island. Let's row our paddles. The little boat pushes through the waves. The sea reflects the beautiful white tower surrounded by green trees and red walls. The girls sang sweetly in unison while rowing. Unknowingly, they had already left the sheltered waters. The raft drifted in the vast ocean, lonely and small, surrounded by the deep blue sea, giving a sense of eeriness and oppression. Singing at least eased some of the fear in everyone's hearts. After singing for a while, Jiang Yao looked into the distance and said, if we keep this up, we probably won't reach Volcano Island before dark. Lin Qianqian nodded. Because we can't see the whole picture, we don't know the height of the peak, so we can't calculate the distance accurately. The elevation of islands like this is rarely over 200 meters. If we assume it's 200 meters, we can reach the destination in at most 4 hours. The fastest we can reach is in 2 hours. Though he said it confidently inside, he wasn't so sure if the island's highest point exceeded 200 meters they would have to row longer. Tang Xiaohua remarked, but it will be dark by then. Lu Zhi comforted, arriving at night has its perks, but at least it won't be too hot. A shadow passed smoothly beneath the raft, causing Lu Zhi's heart to tighten. Meanwhile, the girls were still chatting and hadn't noticed this mysterious visitor. A shark. He didn't tell the girls, but reminded everyone not to play in the water and to paddle evenly. He understood that sharks have a very keen sense of perception. Any sign of panic would attract their hunting instincts. However, as long as they maintained a steady pace and rhythm in their paddling, they generally wouldn't disturb these predators. Gradually, he noticed more and more shadows swimming beneath the water. In this area alone, there were at least 30 to 50 sharks. It was hard to imagine what would happen if they all attacked the raft. But just then an unexpected event occurred. Lin Qianqian frowned. It's coming. Tang Xiaoguo was taken aback. What's coming? Though it's obviously time to use the restroom, Jiang Yao said. Ning Shu grinned. Perfect, just give it to the sea as an offering to the creatures of the ocean. No way, Lu Zhi decisively said. Why not? Jiang Yao asked. Because we need to collect the seeds. This is no longer just about seeds. Lu Zhi knew that if he continued to keep this a secret it could lead to serious trouble, so he said, there are sharks in the water. Human waste will attract their curiosity towards our raft and lead to an attack. They'll eat us, right? You don't need to worry too much. Oh, we're not on their menu. They usually won't eat us. The girls sighed in relief, but Lu Zhi added, they might just bite us out of curiosity. What? The girls turned pale and looked down into the water, indeed seeing black shadows swimming. Jiang Yao exclaimed, my goodness, this is a shark's den. Tang Xiaoguo worried, they're waiting to eat us, right? No need to worry too much. Aside from great white sharks, bull sharks, tiger sharks, and hammerhead sharks, other sharks typically don't attack humans. What if it's one of those 4 types? Ning Shu asked. Don't worry, from their swimming style, they seem to be resting. As long as we stay calm and paddle slowly, they generally won't attack us recklessly. Though Lu Zhi said this with his enhanced vision, he noticed that the sharks' heads were sticking out sideways, resembling descriptions of the hammerhead shark. But the hammerhead shark is the least threatening of the 4 types that pose a danger to humans. Lin Qianqian frowned. I feel a bit. You can't hold it any longer, right? Lin Qianqian nodded. Ning Shu suggested, use a plastic bag. That's too embarrassing. But it's the safest option. Lin Qianqian looked utterly reluctant, but it was no use. Tang Xiaoguo and Ning Shu exchanged glances. Qianqian, it's urgent, we must act. Yeah, we've all had embarrassing moments. This is nothing. All right, fine. The 2 girls picked a plastic bag and put it on Lin Qianqian's leg. Gui'er said, come on, Qianqian. Ning Shu reassured, don't worry, Lu Zhi can't see. Lin Qianqian looked at the makeshift plastic bag, her toes silently digging into a 3-room apartment. Encouraged by everyone's urging, Lin Qianqian hesitated, then crouched down. It was almost unimaginable that Jiaodong University's most beautiful campus queen would one day relieve herself in such a manner. Yet she had no choice. This was still far preferable to being devoured by sharks. More importantly, she could not endanger her companions. Qianqian steeled herself, but before she could even exert any effort, a small wave struck the raft, causing it to sway gently, and she tumbled forward onto the deck. I can't hold steady while crouching. Indeed, crouching on a wooden raft adrift upon water sounded simple enough in theory, but with constant rocking and rolling, the practical difficulty proved immense. Grab the canopy pole. Everyone help steady Qianqian. I'll shield you with my coat. Is that really necessary right now? No, it's a boy. Even girls shouldn't watch. It's too humiliating. Clutching the frame of their former shelter, Lin Qianqian finally managed to crouch down. 10 minutes later, everything was done. The constipation that had plagued them for days had finally been resolved, and the contents were sealed inside a plastic bag and set aside. But just as fate would have it, something bumped the raft, causing it to shudder violently. The bag, resting precariously at the raft's edge, slid straight into the water. No, we can't let it fall into the sea. Can you imagine several young women lunging desperately toward the raft's rim, not for survival, but to rescue a single bag of waste? First, the bag contained precious seeds. Second, they feared attracting sharks. Yet they fell agonizingly short. Just 3 centimeters separated Ning Shu's fingertips from the bag when it slipped irrevocably into the waves. The girls stared, stunned and speechless. Lu Zhi handed Ning Shu a paddle. Class leader, help me stabilize the raft. Then he seized the fish spear, preparing to hook the plastic bag with its iron prong. But just as the spear neared its target, a massive maw erupted from the water and swallowed the bag whole. The creature swam a few strokes, recoiled in disgust, and spat the bag back out, its contents scattering irretrievably across the ocean. Instantly, the scent drew other sharks near. Damn it! Lu Zhi flinched, but quickly regained his composure, observing closely the sharks had already fixated on that floating mass. Their swimming accelerated. Paddle, get us out of here now. What about the passion fruit seeds? Seeds? Right now we're fighting for our lives. The girls scrambled to row, just as another shark surfaced. Its flattened head, bulging eyes, and absence of visible sharp teeth gave it an oddly harmless, even comically naive appearance. Yet in that instant, cold sweat broke out across Lu Zhi's brow. He recognized the species instantly, the hammerhead shark. Unwilling to provoke this notoriously irritable predator, Lu Zhi gently tapped the shark's snout with the blunt end of his spear. The creature recoiled at the contact and swiftly veered away. Then came a third, followed by the first, which had circled back underwater. Then a fourth, then a fifth. They had grown intensely curious about this strange floating object. Lu Zhi kept deflecting each approaching shark, but their numbers only multiplied. The girls panicked, striking at the sharks with their paddles, until Gui'er's paddle was seized in a shark's jaws. She clung to it fiercely, refusing to let go. With a violent tug, the shark began dragging her toward the water. Her temper flaring, she snatched up a wooden rod and struck the shark squarely in the eye. Lu Zhi lunged, gripping her waist. Let go now. Only then did she release her grip. The shark dragged the paddle beneath the surface, chewed it briefly, snapped it cleanly in two, and discarded the pieces before vanishing. Yet the other sharks remained undeterred. Tang Xiaowa, caught up in the heat of the moment, had wrestled the paddle from the shark, only to recoil in horror moments later, her skin prickling with goose flesh as she burst into tears. Meanwhile, Ning Shu, Lin Qianqian, and Jiang Yao all wielded paddles to fend off encroaching sharks, until Ning Shu's paddle too was wrenched away. Soon after, Jiang Yao's paddle followed it into the sea. Worse still, a shark clamped its jaws onto the raft itself, snapping loose several logs from one side. Other joints began loosening as well. At this rate, the raft would disintegrate long before they reached safety, and none of them would survive. What strategy could save them? A sudden idea struck Lu Jia. He grabbed a coconut and hurled it squarely at the head of an approaching shark. Stunned by the impact, the shark immediately spotted the round object. Enraged, it seized it in its jaws. But finding it tasteless, it chewed once, spat it out, and swam away, tail flicking dismissively. Lu Jia understood. These sharks had never encountered a raft before, and thus attacked not out of hunger but out of curiosity and tentative probing. They did not yet perceive it as prey. Yet they knew coconuts well. Once they realized the raft held nothing more than unappetizing coconuts, their interest waned. Use coconuts. The girls followed suit, hurling coconuts into the water. All 30 vanished into the sea, drifting outward in widening arcs. The sharks pursued them, bit at them half-heartedly, and soon abandoned the chase altogether. As the odor of waste dissipated, the sharks resumed their tranquil, unhurried patrols. Calm returned to the waters, and the survivors sat breathless upon the raft. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. Lin Qianqian burst into tears. Ning Shu replied gently, everyone must answer nature's call. This is no one's fault. If anyone's to blame, it's me. I failed to hold onto the plastic bag. Tang Xiaowa murmured, crestfallen. Jiang Yao sighed. We're all comrades. Blame serves no purpose. What matters is that we're all still alive. Lu Jia nodded. Yao Yao speaks truly, no self-reproach. Our survival is everything. Ning Shu exhaled deeply, but we've lost all our coconuts, and every paddle. How will we reach the volcanic island? The sky is darkening fast. Lin Qianqian murmured, gazing upward. Tang Xiaowa wept. What do we do now? Lu Jia paused, then spoke with quiet gravity. Comrades, the situation is dire but not hopeless. We still have several bottles of distilled water, and we can fashion new paddles from branches. As long as we draw breath, we must hold fast to hope. His words carried an almost magnetic force, rekindling a fragile ember of hope within each girl. Now, let's take stock of our supplies. Jiang Yao reported, all coconuts are gone. We retained 5 bottles of distilled fresh water, several empty bottles were lost, but otherwise our provisions remain intact. Lin Qianqian added, of the 4 paddles, only 1 remains. 1/4 of the raft has come apart, some firewood was lost, but we still have a little left. Lu Jia nodded, assessing their predicament. Though we've sacrificed our coconuts, the raft now bears less weight. So even with several logs dislodged, it remains sound enough to carry us all. Ning Shu asked, what do we do next? Lu Jia paused and thought. Team leader, gather all our supplies together. Pack whatever fits into backpacks and bundle the rest securely. I'll carry them. Ning Shu gave an okay gesture. No problem. Yao Yao, take good care of the fire in the jar. Keep it burning at all costs. If it grows cold tonight, this fire will be our only warmth. Jiang Yao nodded. Understood. Guor. Tang Xiao was still trembling from fright, wiped tears from her tear-streaked face. Lu Jia gently brushed away her tears. Are you afraid? Tang Xiao was sniffled and nodded. Lu Jia knew well that this delicate young lady, who once couldn't lift a teacup without trembling, had bravely wielded a wooden club against sharks. That alone was extraordinary. Guor, your courage just now was truly admirable. Tang Xiaowa lifted her smudged, tear-stained face. Really, you drove off several sharks, and even dared snatch something from a shark's mouth. Though you didn't quite succeed, Tang Xiaowa murmured, I was so close, just a hair's breadth away. At that moment, I thought, fine, I'll fight it to the death. But afterward, fear just washed over me. Lu Jia reassured her, that's perfectly natural. In moments of crisis, the body floods with adrenaline, dulling pain and overriding instinctive fear. But next time, let's stay steady. We can craft new paddles. But if Guor were gone, who would distill fresh water for us? In hearing this, Tang Xiaowa pressed her lips together, then nodded with quiet pride. She wriggled slightly. So, what else do I need to do now? You and Qianqian inspect the raft carefully. Tell me immediately if anything feels loose. I'll resecure it. Tang Xiaowa and Lin Qianqian exchanged glances, then answered in unison, don't worry, we've got it. The 4 girls worked with unwavering focus, while Lu Jia turned his full attention to reinforcing the raft's weakened joints. 2 hours later, the raft was repaired, smaller than before, yet still sturdy enough to bear the weight of 5 people. Tang Xiaowa, having helped Lu Jia complete the repairs, beamed, all done. Shall we set off again? Lu Jia shook his head helplessly. We can't leave, Lin Qianqian sighed. Do we even know where we're going? How could we not know? Isn't it toward? Tang Xiaowa had nearly pointed toward the volcanic island, when suddenly she froze, struck by a chilling realization. The sun had long since vanished beneath the horizon. The vast, boundless sea stretched into absolute blackness, no island silhouette in sight. Both the volcanic island ahead and the egg yolk island behind had dissolved into the deep, impenetrable night. Lu Jia frowned, scanning the sky, hoping to catch sight of a familiar constellation, any celestial landmark, to orient himself. Yet a faint shimmering mist rose from the water's surface, veiling the heavens entirely. He pulled out the compass he'd painstakingly crafted, only to watch its needle spin wildly useless upon the open sea. Was there a local magnetic anomaly? Nor were the waves simply too turbulent. Neither way, such obstacles were wholly unforeseen for any survivor anywhere. Yet this wasn't the gravest concern. And the true crisis lay in their utter lack of reference points. No way to tell whether they drifted aimlessly with the currents or remained motionless anchored in place. Perhaps by dawn sunlight would reveal they'd already drifted hundreds of miles into the Pacific, leaving them hopelessly lost. And they needed to anchor the raft, immediately, to halt the drift. Easier said than done, how? And even survival legends like Bear Grylls or Les Stroud would struggle here. Just then his sharp eyes caught something drifting on the water's surface. It was slightly smaller than a sunflower seed, jet black and smooth. And curious, he reached in and fished it out, whereupon a voice echoed in his mind, "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a passionfruit seed." Passionfruit, not seed. And that must be the one from Qianqian's stool. And wonderful. I'd assumed it was lost forever, yet fate has returned it. Soon after he spotted another passionfruit seed. And minutes later he retrieved an empty bottle. And Ning Shu recognized it instantly. It was the very one they'd lost earlier. Truly remarkable luck, reclaiming such a tiny object amid the open sea where drag, buoyancy, and countless other forces should have scattered it irretrievably. Unless, that instant Luge's mind snapped into clarity. Fog meant no wind. And the fact that the raft kept encountering these seeds meant they hadn't drifted far from the site of the shark attack. Within dozens of miles of any island, reefs and micro-islets commonly lurked beneath the waves. And if they could locate even one, they could secure the raft and wait for the fog to lift at dawn, then resume their course toward the volcanic island. Suddenly the solution crystallized, and he began braiding 3 thick ropes into one, stronger, heavier, longer, then joined them end to end. "Luge, what are you doing in an anchor? We'll use it to moor the raft." And he tied one end tightly around the handle of his stone axe and dropped the axe into the dark water. "I'll use it to probe the seabed. If the raft drifts onto submerged reef during the night, the axe head will wedge itself into the rock, acting as a makeshift anchor." Jiang Yao voiced her concern. "But what if a shark strikes it?" And sharks usually veer away from hard, immovable objects. Even contact won't provoke aggression. They'll mistake it for part of the natural landscape. He sighed softly. "Only pity. The rope isn't long enough to reach the seabed directly. Our only hope lies in shallow submerged reefs." Ning Shu frowned. Could such reefs even exist nearby? I don't know, but nature is boundless in its artistry. It conjures wonders beyond imagination. If they exist, let's not miss them. And with that he secured the ropes free into the raft's stern and lowered the stone axe into the depths. And everything was ready. Exhaustion weighed heavily on them all. "I'm utterly spent." Tang Xiaowei yawned, stretching languidly. Lin Qianqian and Jiang Yao leaned weakly against each other. Ning Shu uncapped a bottle of distilled water along with strips of dried fish and shredded coconut meat, and portioned them equally among them. Is there anything left to do? No, heavy labor remains, but light tasks still await." Ning Shu asked, "What kind of light tasks?" And Luge considered a moment, then assigned duties. "Team leader, you'll lie flat and monitor the water beneath us closely." "Beneath us?" Ning Shu peered down through the bamboo slats into the inky blackness. "I can't see a thing, see nothing, or see everything. You must report anything the instant it appears." Jiang Yao asked, "And what about us?" "Yao Yao, you'll lie back and watch the sky. Alert me the moment you spot stars, or the moon." "That's simple enough." And Luge handed a spear to Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaowei. "Qianqian, you'll lie on your sides and scan the water's surface. Spear any floating bottles or coconuts you see." But what if I fall asleep?" Then sleep. Rest is vital. I'll keep watch through the night." "No, that's too much for you alone. Then let's rotate shifts." "I agree." Luge and a few companions were floating in the ocean. Several girls were chatting casually and gradually fell asleep. Fortunately, the deep night on the sea wasn't as cold as Egg Yolk Island, and everyone huddled closer together to endure the night. After staying awake for 3 hours, Luge had collected 3 floating coconuts, 2 bottles, and 15 seeds of passion fruit. It seemed that the last type of plant seed had finally arrived. At that moment, Ning Shu rubbed her eyes and sat up, yawning. "Luge, hurry and sleep for a while. They'll take over the night watch from here." Luge, feeling a bit drowsy, nodded when he heard Ning Shu say this. "Okay. Thank you for your hard work." "Hey, you're the one working hard, go to sleep." Luge lay down in the spot where Ning Shu had just slept and soon fell asleep. However, not long after, he was awakened by Ning Shu's astonished voice. "Luge, there's something underwater." Luge opened his eyes and looked towards the surface of the water, instantly shaking off his sleepiness. He saw a scene that would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. The deep sea, flickering neon lights, and that familiar shape. It was a commercial airliner resting on the seabed. "Oh my God." Ning Shu covered her mouth, tears brimming in her eyes. The other girls were also awakened and began to sob at the sight before them. "We found our plane, but now it has landed on the seabed." Yes, beneath the tranquil depths was the enormous outline of an aircraft. The navigation lights on the wings and the anti-collision lights were blinking on and off. Luja hadn't expected to see their plane here, and for a moment he felt a bit dazed. Lin Qianqian bit her lip. The plane still has its lights on. Is there a chance someone is still alive? Luja shook his head. Most likely not. Even if the economy class cabin was well sealed, it couldn't provide enough oxygen to sustain breathing for 7 days. Moreover, considering the plane's condition underwater, it was likely that the fuselage had already leaked. Oh dear, Tang Xiaohua cried. Luja felt it was necessary to check on the plane's condition. After thinking for a moment, he said, I need to go down and take a look. Are you going to rescue someone? That's too dangerous, Ning Shu remarked. I don't have the ability to save anyone. I just want to see if I can return to the first-class cabin's opening. Maybe I can find some usable supplies there. Even if you can't find anything, I can tie a rope to the plane to prevent the raft from drifting too far. Jiang Yao suddenly grabbed Luja's arm. No way, that's too dangerous. I won't allow you to go down either, Tang Xiaohua added, gripping his other arm. Lin Qianqian said there are sharks. Luja looked around. Don't worry, this area of the sea doesn't seem to have sharks. Besides, even if I encounter one, as long as I don't provoke it, it generally won't attack. I know what I'm doing. But that's too dangerous. If I don't check what's below, it'll always feel uneasy. Don't worry, if something goes wrong, I'll tug the anchor line 3 times, and you all pull me up as hard as you can. After finishing, Luja casually saluted and flipped over into the water. The 4 girls shouted in unison. Luja was quite good at swimming. His enhanced physique included endurance, allowing him to stay in the water for a long time. He pulled the rope downwards, the sound of water swirling around his ears. The underwater world was very dark. He was certain that if it weren't for the strong, penetrating navigation lights still shining from the plane, he wouldn't have been able to find it at night. The plane was submerged about 30 meters underwater. When he descended to around 20 meters, Luja felt immense pressure squeezing his chest, and the seawater stung his eyes, making him feel faint. Should he stop descending? He took a moment. Although it was still a bit suffocating, he could definitely continue diving. Luja remembered that the record for human free diving without equipment was 113 meters. Although he couldn't reach that record, he should be able to persist. As the rope was nearly running out, Luja finally reached the location of the plane. He looked through the front glass of the plane. Everything was gray and hazy, and suddenly a pale face pressed against the glass, causing Luja to release a stream of bubbles. He struggled to calm himself. The man seemed to be in his 40s, wearing a uniform, his mouth open, as if trying to say something. This must be the pilot. He couldn't help but wonder how much pain his parents and family would feel upon seeing him like this. Behind him was another floating person, long since deceased, their face unrecognizable. As expected, his initial guess was correct. The other passengers on the plane were unlikely to survive. Then Luja began to swim toward the back. At the rear of the plane was a cabin door. Luja tried to open it from the outside, but failed. The survival manual did not provide methods for opening the cabin door by hand. Now there was only one way to enter the plane. The front part of the cabin was where he had once been. Luja found the broken entrance there. At that time, he and his companions had flown out of this cabin through the hole. Now, because the angle of the navigation light couldn't shine inside, Luja had to feel around to get in. However, when the plane made an emergency landing, most items in the cabin had been swept out by the immense negative pressure, leaving almost nothing behind. Most of what remained was fixed to the aircraft, and even if he could take them, they couldn't be disassembled. For example, the in-flight television desk lamps, and so on. As Luja felt around for usable supplies, he unexpectedly found something useful, a dining knife. This was a type of knife used for cutting steak. Since it was for first-class use, it had no sharp tip, only a wavy serrated edge, slightly smaller than usual, with a blade length of about 15 centimeters and average sharpness. However, the material was excellent, highly corrosion-resistant, and remained smooth even after being soaked in seawater for 7 days. After sharpening, it would be much more useful than a small round knife. Luja tucked it into his pocket. Next, he found a remote control. It was originally for controlling the LED screen, very high-end. When he pressed it, the small red dot in front lit up. This indicated that the battery was still usable. He kept it. Then he found a plastic bowl along with a thin plastic tube and a thin line. And not just one, there were others nearby. Luja immediately understood that these were oxygen masks from the commercial aircraft that would pop out when the cabin pressure was too low. He tugged on the thin line, and bubbles began to emerge from the plastic bowl. It was still functional. This was oxygen. He hadn't expected to find this here. He hurriedly placed it over his mouth and took a few breaths of bubbles, feeling instantly refreshed. While the oxygen tank couldn't be removed, the several plastic tubes, plastic bowl, and cotton line might be useful, so he cut them with the small knife and kept them. Then he discovered a thick curtain. When he lifted the curtain, preparing to take it down for later use, he was immediately stunned by the scene behind it. Through the glass, he saw a massive compartment. Several beams of navigation lights shone in, illuminating the pale faces of the passengers seated in their seats. Some were floating in the cabin, while most were seated. It seemed that all the passengers on this flight, except for the few of them, had perished in the sea. Luja did not pull down the curtain, but instead covered it back up. This was his way of leaving the remaining dignity for the passengers. That overwhelming sense of suffocation surged over him again. He could not delay any longer. Upon boarding the wooden raft, several young girls were found crying, their faces resembling rain-soaked flowers. What's wrong? Do they also know that the passengers have perished beneath the sea? Why are you crying? Ning Shu wiped her tears with her wrist, her voice filled with indignation as she said, Luja, you really are something, staying underwater for 5 minutes. To her surprise, she realized she had actually been underwater for a full 5 minutes at a depth of 30 meters. Although she was a good swimmer, she never expected to be this formidable. Luja wiped his face, trying to appear as relaxed as possible. By the way, isn't the world record 22 minutes? I still need to work harder. You're telling me. You scared us to death. I thought you wouldn't come back. Tang Xiaoguo wailed as she hugged Luja. Luja felt a warmth in his heart as he patted Tang Xiaoguo's head. Don't cry, Guo. Luja, you must not take such risks again. You need to know that we are all counting on you. Ningxu sniffed again, looking earnestly at Luja. He understood how much weight he carried in the hearts of these girls. Having been away for so long, they were genuinely frightened. All right, I promise I won't do anything so dangerous in the future, seeing how you're all crying. Besides, there are 4 beautiful girls waiting for me. How could I bear to die? If it's good that you understand. So did you see anything? Luja pulled out a plastic hose, a remote control, and a dinner knife. This is all I found. The knife can be sharpened into a weapon, but I'm not sure what the hose and remote are useful for. Jiang Yao picked them up and looked. Oh my, you really did get inside the plane. Luja nodded. What about the other passengers? At the mention of the other passengers, Luja's expression turned heavy and solemn. He shook his head. The expressions of the girls also revealed their sadness. Ningxu finally sighed. It seems we are still lucky. Yes. Jiang Yao suddenly thought of something. Right, since the plane crashed here, the rescue team should find us quickly based on the black box, right? Luja shook his head. The black box does have a location signal, but there are interference magnetic fields here that may block the signals emitted by the black box. Otherwise, the rescue team would have found us long ago. I see. Just then, the plane's electrical system finally succumbed to the corrosion of seawater, and with a swish, all the lights went out. The remnants of the plane vanished into the depths of the sea, no longer visible. If the wooden raft had passed here just now, they would never have discovered the plane resting on the seabed. In an instant, they lost their point of reference again. This caused the girls to worry once more. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. After drifting aimlessly for 20 minutes, Luja's stone axe anchor finally came into play. The wooden raft suddenly lurched violently to the side, the hemp rope snapping taut. In the next moment, the raft shook violently under the pull. Luja's heart leaped with joy, realizing they had hit a reef, and quickly protected the fire jar. Not good, we've hit a reef. Don't say that, it's a good thing. Everyone hold on tight. However, Ningxu still fell into the water. With a splash, she landed in the sea, and Luja was about to go save her when he saw that she stood up. What's going on? The water here is very shallow. Luja quickly warned class leader, don't move while standing there. Ningxu nervously replied, you don't need to tell me to move. Ooh, I wouldn't dare. Luja observed that the water only submerged Ningxu's ankles, and some glowing little fish swam around. This indicated that the reef underwater was only about 1,520 centimeters from the surface. He felt overjoyed and cautiously jumped down from the wooden raft. Feeling the uneven seabed beneath his feet, he could sense the protruding corals and slippery seaweed. A coral reef. It really was a coral reef. Unfortunately, it did not protrude above the surface. But this was still very good. Luja first leveled the raft, then took the spear and disembarked. Ningxu asked Luja, what's going on? We struck it lucky. This is a coral reef, and we can secure the raft here. That's great, we really found it. And it's shallow here, so we won't have to risk diving. Come down and stand for a while. The raft is shaking so much it's about to make us lose our dinner from last night. You all wait a moment. I'll check if there's any danger nearby. Luja secured the raft, holding a stick in his left hand and the spear in his right, carefully probing underwater as he waded forward. Beneath his feet, he could see glowing algae and small fish, as well as beautiful sea slugs. These little creatures swam around his feet, showing no fear of humans. There were also flatfish hiding on the seabed, which suddenly darted out several meters before lying still. After walking more than 10 meters, the depth suddenly changed, and he stuck a branch into the coral reef. Exploring further to the sides, he also found depths of several meters, inserting a stick as a marker. It seemed that this reef was not very large, with only a 100 square meter area near the surface. But this was already enough for them. Everyone can come down and move around, but remember to wear sandals or flip-flops to avoid cutting your feet on the stones. The activity range is within the markers I placed. Oh, it feels like we've arrived at a tourist spot. Got it, Luja, the tour guide. The girls changed into flip-flops they had found and stepped into the water. The cool seawater washed over their calves and feet, feeling extremely pleasant. Tonight we can only spend the night here. Tomorrow, when the sun rises and we see the volcanic island, we can set off. Tang Xiaoguo and Lin Qianqian played in the water for a while, collecting a few scallops and sea snails, while Ningxu and Jiang Yao further secured the raft and then sat on the edge to rest. At that moment, Luja's foot brushed against something. Then he noticed not far ahead a large fish that resembled a shoe insole flopped twice and swam forward a few meters. Then another fish nearby was startled and swam 2 meters away. It was a flounder. Luja felt a thrill of joy in his heart. It seemed that today he could have some decent fish meat. Luja picked up the spear, quietly wading through the water, and suddenly thrust at a fish. However, the fish was too sensitive and dodged with a twist of its body. After trying 2 more times, he still failed to hit it. Luja felt that his reflexes and speed were somewhat improved compared to before, yet he still couldn't pierce the flounder. Recalling the series of encounters after boarding the ship left Luja feeling a bit dejected. He wondered if he had acted impulsively. Choosing to escape from Eggshell Island with everyone might have doomed them all to the sea. Even if they managed to reach the other side with great difficulty, what if there was no fresh water? What should they do then? As these thoughts crossed his mind, his feelings of dejection became evident on his face. At this moment, Jiang Yao felt a pang of sympathy as she used a handkerchief to help Lu Zhi wipe the seawater accumulating on his face. Unintentionally, Jiang Yao's hand brushed against Lu Zhi's lips. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the sign-in Agility 1. You have signed in for 7 consecutive days. Congratulations, host, you have completed the weekly sign-in and received an important tip. The volcanic island has sustainable freshwater resources. The system's message acted as a shot of adrenaline for Lu Zhi. Indeed, his judgment had been correct. Staying on Eggshell Island meant certain death, venturing to the volcanic island was their only chance of survival. With agility once again enhanced, his desire to survive grew even stronger. At the same time, his eyes and hands became more stable. Lu Zhi stealthily approached, suddenly throwing the spear, accurately piercing a flounder. Ye scored a point. Cheers and applause erupted from the girls behind him. Should keep it down, or you'll scare away the other fish. Oh. After removing the soul's entrails and venom sac, its flesh proved remarkably tender and flavorful. Lu Zhi slit the fish open, rinsed it thoroughly, and handed it to Lin Qianqian to roast over the makeshift fire can. Though each aluminum can was small, arranging 3 side by side allowed them to continuously feed in twigs, producing just enough steady flame to cook a whole soul. With enhanced agility, Lu Zhi reacted faster. Within moments, he had caught 5 sols. Though only one could be roasted at a time, their slender bodies cooked through swiftly. Tiny fish shimmered beneath their feet, with an eerie, iridescent blue glow. As the companions savored the roasted soles, the gnawing dread of being adrift upon the boundless ocean softened, if only slightly. Lu Zhi, rest again once you've finished eating, Ning Shu said with quiet concern. Tang Xiaohua added, yes, you must be utterly exhausted. Lu Zhi nibbled the flaky flesh while meticulously calibrating his handmade compass. Perched atop the reef, the needle spun wildly, proof that unknown magnetic forces still distorted its readings. I'm fine, he replied half-heartedly. Fine or not, you're no pack mule. With only one boy in our group who'd carry us if you collapsed. Jiang Yao's complaint carried unmistakable tenderness. Lin Qianqian chimed in, just sleep. We'll hold the fort here. Exhausted from a night without proper rest, Lu Zhi sighed. All right then. I entrust everything to you all. He climbed onto the raft and laid his backpack beneath his head as a pillow. Only for Tang Xiaohua to snatch it away, I needed to lean against. Lu Zhi blinked in surprise. Then she stretched her legs out with a faintly haughty air, no pillow left. Fine. I'll reluctantly let you rest your head on my lap. Is this a perk? Absolutely. A rare, extraordinary privilege. Refusing felt ungracious, so with a resigned sigh, Lu Zhi lay down, albeit with profound, reluctant acquiescence. Soon he felt Tang Xiaohua's gentle fingers kneading his temples, soothing beyond words. Didn't expect you had this talent. Hush, just sleep. Lu Zhi closed his eyes and slipped into deep slumber. Hours later, sunlight breached the horizon and sea breezes swept away the lingering mist. Feeling fully rested, Lu Zhi stretched and sat up. The 3 girls beside him stirred awake, roused by his movement. You're awake, Jiang Yao yawned. Evidently, she had kept watch through the latter half of the night. Now it's your turn to rest. Lu Zhi, look over there. Following Jiang Yao's outstretched finger, Lu Zhi spotted an island on the horizon. Though their bearings had shifted, he recognized it instantly, the volcanic island. Indeed, it loomed larger than anticipated. Lu Zhi nodded. We paddled toward it last night, but overnight currents must have carried us off course. Fortunately, we never drifted beyond sight. Lin Qianqian studied the water's flow and remarked, Lu Zhi, the distance remains great, and now we face a direct head current. Lu Zhi nodded. He knew the challenge of reaching it would far exceed expectation. Yet no alternative presented itself. A single paddle won't suffice. We'll need to craft several more. What material shall we use? We'll have to dismantle part of the raft's timber frame. Just then Ning Shu gasped, hey, look in the water. Lu Zhi noticed a shark's dorsal fin slicing the surface nearby, as if lying in silent ambush. Focusing harder, he saw more. Over a dozen sharks circling the submerged reef, restless and agitated. They surged repeatedly toward the shallows, but the water remained too shallow for them to advance. Their intent, however, was unmistakable. The 5 castaways had become prey. What's happening? There were no sharks here yesterday. Yao Yao you. Jiang Yao blinked. What about me? You're bleeding. She glanced down, seeing a thin crimson thread tracing down her pale calf, dissolving into the seawater. Oh no, is it that time? Now it made grim sense. Yao Yao's menstrual blood had seeped into the sea, drawing the sharks in like scent hounds to carrion. Lu Zhi knew sharks possessed preternatural olfactory acuity. Even trace amounts of blood triggered their predatory frenzy. Yao Yao might well have bled for hours, and much of it had likely leaked through the raft's gaps into the water below. It was as if starving hounds had caught wind of a succulent bone. Jiang Yao groaned. Of all times, why now? Lin Qianqian urged, don't panic. Class rep, do you have 7 degrees space? Ning Shu hastily opened a fresh packet and discreetly helped Jiang Yao apply it, then rinsed the blood from her leg. Instantly, the sharks reared into frenzied agitation, churning waves as they lunged futilely at the shore. The girls froze in terror. And then, worse still, Lucia realized the tide had risen significantly since nightfall. Last night, water barely lapped at their ankles. Now it reached mid-calf. At this rate, waist-deep waters would arrive within half a day. When that happened, the sharks would surge ashore and tear them limb from limb. Lucia reminded himself in crisis clarity was the first weapon. Only with calm could sound strategy emerge. Stay calm. Let me think. His words stilled their panic. Huddled close, they turned their gaze to him alone. Lucia exhaled slowly. For now, absolute silence. Not a drop of blood or bodily fluid may enter the water. Tang Xiaowo whispered, not even to relieve myself. Hold it. If absolutely necessary, use a bottle, and not a single drop may escape. No scent, not even the faintest trace, may reach them. The girls nodded solemnly. The tide rises, yet they still lack the depth to breach the shallows. I'll devise a way to deter the sharks, so crafting paddles falls entirely to you. Let's aim to depart this place within 2 hours. The four exchanged determined glances. Agreed, let's pool our ideas. While the girls conferred on raft modifications, Lucia fell into deep thought. He needed something to repel sharks. Just then the ashes in the fire cooled and overflowed. He tipped some out, preparing to replenish the fuel. As the black ash dispersed into the water like a smoky veil, tiny fish darted away in panic, startled by the sudden darkness. A spark ignited in Lucia's mind. Of course, fish instinctively recoiled from dark plumes in water. That was precisely why fragile cuttlefish and squid survived the ocean's predators, by ejecting ink to vanish into obscurity. He quickly emptied most of the ash from the can, let it cool, and sealed it tightly in a container, then fed fresh twigs and kindling into the fire. Lucia and several young women dismantled their shelter to fashion a makeshift canopy for their raft, using branches, tattered clothing, and scraps of tarpaulin to craft several crude paddles. Lucia tested one, though inferior to his own handcrafted version, it could at least propel water. The four young women shared a single bottle of water, leaving only one final bottle of fresh water and a single coconut. Rations had to be strictly conserved. Companions, Lucia announced, though the heat is oppressive, we must depart now. This journey will be grueling, but if we hold fast and persevere, survival is certain. The young women all nodded in solemn agreement. Lin Qianqian asked, but what if the sharks attack? I've already devised a way to deal with them. Lucia replied, his voice steady and confident. It was now the 7th day, stranded on the island. The wreckage of the lost passenger aircraft lay motionless nearby. Lucia and 4 young women were marooned upon a shallow coral reef in the Pacific Ocean. Their goal to breach the sharks' territorial domain, paddle upstream against the current, and steer their bamboo raft several nautical miles to a volcanic island they had named Volcano Island. At that moment, the young women sat trembling at the raft's center, gripping its frame with white-knuckled intensity, terrified that even the slightest misstep might provoke the sharks and hurl them into the sea. Lucia hefted his stone axe and steadied the raft with a harpoon as he pushed off from the reef. In that very instant, a shark glided forward. Lucia prepared, lightly tapped the shark's forehead with the harpoon, prompting it to veer away instantly. That single gesture served as a stark warning to the others, deterring further aggression. Yet the sharks did not retreat entirely. Instead, they began ramming the raft with their bodies. Lucia swept his paddle sideways. The rear row of sacks mounted on the raft tumbled into the water. Each sack burst open, releasing dense clouds of wood ash that instantly blackened the surrounding waters. Startled and disoriented, the sharks scattered in panic. Recognizing his stratagem's success, Lucia urged urgently, now, paddle quickly. The 4 young women seized their paddles without hesitation and began to row. All 5 pulled in unison. Though fighting an upstream current, their speed remained remarkable. Yet having left the reef, they had not yet escaped the sharks' hunting grounds. As the first wave of ash clouds dissipated, the sharks circled back cautiously, only to gradually forget the scent of blood, drifting once more into aimless, meandering patrols. Only then did Lucia exhale deeply and sink onto the raft. Are we safe? Ningshu whispered. Wiping sweat from his brow, Lucia nodded. For now, yes. That was perilously close. Lin Qianqian sighed in relief. Jiang Yao pressed a hand to her chest. My heart nearly leapt from my ribs. I thought we'd all perish here. Tang Xiaowo murmured, brushing away tears. We must remain vigilant, maintain steady, even strokes. No sudden movements to provoke the sharks again. The young women nodded. Understood. Having narrowly evaded the sharks' assault, their sole remaining task was to keep rowing steadily toward Volcano Island until they reached its shores. Yet another grave challenge now loomed: scorching heat, relentless sun exposure, and critically dwindling freshwater supplies. After half an hour of rowing, the young women were drenched in sweat, their lips cracked, foreheads glistening with beads of perspiration. Lucia knew immediate action was needed. A sunshade must be erected to curb dehydration and solar exposure. But materials were scarce, having dismantled the shelter for the canopy and repurposed every available branch for paddles. Even the tarpaulin, originally fit for a sunshade, had been torn apart by the young women to reinforce their paddles. Now he possessed virtually nothing capable of shielding them from the sun. Another 30 minutes beneath that searing sun would leave them dangerously dehydrated, and even if they avoided collapse, the fair-skinned young women risked painful deep sunburn. He surveyed salvageable items, a few ragged garments scavenged earlier. Piercing holes with nails and lashing them together with thin cord, he stretched the cloth across wooden supports. but the shade was insufficient. To cover them all he needed more fabric. Tang Xiao's formal gown, his own t-shirt, and every other garment they could spare. Still a gap remained. To ensure balanced propulsion, everyone must paddle simultaneously from both sides. But to cast shade over all the canopy clearly falls short. We'll need everyone's clothing. Then what do we do? Whatever can be removed must be removed. Off. The young women hesitated, but Luge's expression conveyed no trace of jest. Luge first shed his long trousers, standing bare-chested in only his briefs. The four young women instinctively covered their eyes, blushing. Moments later, stealing cautious glances, they confirmed he had indeed fashioned a functional canopy. Yet, just as he'd warned, even adding his own garments left it incomplete. Shade now was worth more than gold. Tang Xiao ventured softly. I'll contribute Qianqian's sleeveless top. Qianqian, you won't mind, will you? Not at all. Jiang Yao shrugged indifferently. I still have my capris. A bra and panties will suffice. Fine. Let's call it a swimwear party then. After brief discussion, each kept only her innermost layer and surrendered everything else. With that, the final gap in the canopy was sealed. They truly resembled attendees of a swimwear party, shy yet stirred by novelty, curiosity, and a quiet, thrilling pulse of vulnerability. Modesty dissolved equally among all. We're quite literally laid bare before one another. Luge, could you please stop staring? It feels rather improper. Well, given how lovely you all are, it would be far ruder not to look, even for a second. That's actually true. Go ahead, look all you like. With the canopy now in place, and occasional splashes of seawater cooling their skin, they felt markedly more comfortable. Yet this only eased surface heat. Deeper challenges soon surfaced. Relentless rowing rapidly drained their stamina. Though Volcano Island drew nearer, signs of dehydration, dry mouths, dizziness, fatigue, began appearing in all. Luge split the coconut open, each took a single sip, then it was gone. The last bottle of water yielded merely 100 milliliters per person, barely easing their thirst. To replenish fluids, they would need another solution, fast. He paddled on one side, while the four girls paddled on the other. The little wooden raft steadily made for the volcanic island. Everyone hang on. Once we reach the volcanic island, there will be plenty of coconuts. The girls exchanged glances and reassured one another, declaring that they could still endure. They rowed for another half hour. I really have no strength left. Me neither. Luge lifted his head to the island. It had grown ever nearer. Only 200 meters remained. We must not stop, push harder, and keep rowing. Just over 200 meters to go. When we reach the shore, I'll open coconuts for everyone. They urged one another on. Hold on. Row harder. For the sake of survival, for the coconuts, I must not become a burden. But at that moment, an unexpected wave slapped over them. This time the consequences were far graver than mere embarrassment. Jiang Yaoyan's blood stained the sea and drew the attention of the hammerhead sharks. The sharks instantly went into a frenzy, their curiosity toward the raft rekindled. Hammerhead sharks are ferocious and voracious, willing to devour nearly any creature of the sea and showing violent hostility and aggression toward beings that do not belong in the ocean. Wreckage and refuse humans, even their own kind. Everything becomes their food. Luge knew there was no choice but to leave the area as swiftly as possible. He urged urgently to row and get them out of the waters. Victory was almost within reach. The shore lay before them. With the last of their strength, they paddled as if their lives depended on it. Yet they were still attacked by sharks. Because a sea snake trailed behind the raft, the sharks assaulted from both flanks. The raft had been hurriedly repaired only the day before and was far from sturdy. Many planks came loose and fell away. At this rate, the raft would sink before they reached shore. If that happened, none of them would survive. As the attacking sharks multiplied, Luge knew they could not stand and fight. His eyes swept desperately for options. Suddenly, Luge spotted not far ahead a tiny islet protruding above the waves. Islet was generous. It was little more than a knoll breaking the surface, only 15 or 16 square meters exposed. Though small, it would suffice as a temporary refuge from the sharks. Luge ordered them not to stop and to head that way. There were too many sharks. Oh, it's going to bite me. The raft is going to sink. Luge looked back and could not help but be startled. No fewer than 7 or 8 sharks were attacking the raft. Half of the planks had been torn away and the girls' legs were already submerged. In such circumstances, even Di Yi and Bei Yi would be befuddled, let alone the girls. In his urgency, there was no other choice. Luge swung the oar and knocked the brazier that was stuck on the raft into the water. When the burning charcoal met the seawater, it hissed, sending up a cloud of steam. Black ash scattered across the surface, frightening the sharks into scattering. Now's our chance. Luge rowed with all his might, and the girls did the same. Half a minute later, by the time the sharks recovered and tried to attack again, they had already made landfall on that tiny islet. The girls sat huddled together in the center of the islet, faces pale, with terror, sobbing uncontrollably. Fortunately, none of them had been wounded. Luge dragged the remaining part of the raft ashore. Luckily, although most of the planks had been torn away, the bottles, sealed in plastic bags, numbered more than 20. The backpack containing their essential supplies had not been lost. The makeshift sunshade of clothes still attached to its supporting poles held together. Luge hauled those garments up as well. They propped it up again to make shade. The girls were too overcome to speak. Let them cry a while. Luge washed his face with seawater, forcing himself to calm down as he began to assess their situation and devise a plan. They were only about 50 meters away from the sandy shore of the volcanic island. Beneath their feet lay shallow water and soft sand. Lucia could clearly see numerous coconut palms dotting the island. Nearly 2/3 of the trees bore plump ripe coconuts. If they could reach the island, they could quench their thirst with fresh coconut water. Yet crossing those 50 meters of open sea proved perilously difficult. Beneath the surface lurked a large number of sharks. Their raft had been utterly destroyed. The remaining timber was far too scant to support the weight of 5 people. Swimming across recklessly would likely result in being torn apart by sharks. Yet remaining where they were offered no solution either. Glancing at his watch, he noted low tide would occur at 4 o'clock, currently 2 p.m., still deep within the rising tide. In just a few dozen minutes, this spot would be submerged, sealing their fate beneath the waves and the jaws of the sharks. Relying on any system now was futile. Survival depended solely on their own ingenuity. He took a slow, steadying breath and walked toward the 4 young women. Don't lose hope. We still have a chance. Lucia, Ning Shu spoke with quiet resignation, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Don't comfort us. If you can escape, go ahead. Save yourself. Lin Qianqian nodded softly. You must have a way out. But we're only holding you back. Tang Xiaoguo burst into quiet, trembling sobs. Jiang Yao trembled slightly as she wrote something intently. Yao Yao, what are you writing? A farewell letter, she replied with a faint, wistful smile, gazing at Lucia. It's just a pity. I'll remain a virgin until the very end. Lucia sighed deeply. Ladies, this is truly not the moment for such thoughts. Can't we rally our spirits? We must not surrender so easily. Lin Qianqian exhaled heavily, but soon the sea will rise and swallow this place whole. Tang Xiaoguo whispered through tears, then the sharks will devour us. Wah. So we must devise a plan before the tide rises. I swear I won't abandon you. If you perish, even if I survive alone, what meaning would my life hold? His sincerity stirred them all. The 4 women lifted their heads, eyes glistening. That's right. You're all so beautiful, so lovely. In my dreams, I've long wished to marry one of you. Ning Shu flushed faintly. Ah. So you truly thought that? Of course. In fact, I'd gladly marry every single one of you. That's far too greedy. It doesn't matter. Lucia's voice turned grave and resolute. Listen carefully. Earlier, when danger struck, each of you responded with courage and composure. Cooking, tending the fire, gathering supplies, even fending off sharks. Now I need you to stand with me once more. Dry your tears, and together all 5 of us will land on that island and survive there side by side. Hearing his words, hope flickered anew in their eyes. Lucia, you found a way. Not quite a solution, yet it's worth trying. Ning Shu wiped her tears and stood up straight. Tell us, what do we do? First, inventory our supplies. See what might be useful. They began searching the debris. Fortunately, most essentials remained intact. Jiang Yao reported a pencil case, a slingshot, a novel tightly wrapped in plastic, a whistle, and 3 dead mobile phones. Mobile phones. Wait. A sudden realization struck Lucia, and simultaneously Lin Qianqian's eyes widened. In unison, they declared sharks are highly sensitive to electric current. But do any still hold a charge? Ning Shu shook her head. Mine is completely drained. Lin Qianqian sighed. After soaking in seawater for so long, even residual power would have short-circuited and burned out. Jiang Yao added, mine too. Lucia nodded slowly. Though the phone batteries are useless, they've given us a crucial insight. We can improvise a substitute. Lucia pulled out a remote control. First-class cabin gear really is premium. Even this remote is waterproof. We'd forgotten about this. He opened the remote and removed 2 AA batteries. Then he affixed them to the 2 iron prongs of a spear, oriented in opposite directions. Lin Qianqian observed seawater itself conducts electricity poorly, but shark skin is highly conductive. Lucia nodded firmly, precisely. And sharks fear electric current above all else. Even the faintest jolt sends them fleeing in terror. Behold, a new shark deterrent complete. Jiang Yao murmured, crestfallen, but I'm on my period. Then let's reframe the problem. Lucia's gaze remained calm, focused, unshaken. Could her menstrual blood serve to distract the sharks? Would that even work? Watch closely. He dismantled several wooden fragments and lashed them into a small, buoyant raft. Then he stripped the sunshade canopy and instructed everyone to don spare clothing, fashioning a crude sail from branches and salvaged rags. Extending his hand, he said gently, now, please give me your sanitary pad. Jiang Yao pressed her lips together, blushed deeply, and turned away. Handing a sanitary pad to a man was profoundly awkward for any woman under any circumstance. But necessity brooked no hesitation. At this moment, it was their sole lifeline. After a brief pause, she handed him a neatly folded packet. Here. Lucia unfurled the sanitary pad without hesitation. So it really does smell of blood. Surely no explanation is needed for this. Jiang Yao flushed crimson, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Lucia placed the sanitary pad along the rear edge of the makeshift raft. In a moment, I'll push this decoy raft away from the island, against the current. With today's southwesterly wind, it will drift steadily outward, drawing attention far from us. The scent of blood will lure the sharks in pursuit, giving us the perfect window to swim in the opposite direction. Ning Shu nodded thoughtfully. That's actually quite clever. But I can't swim. Tang Xiaoguo blurted out, panicked. Lin Qianqian shook her head, voice trembling. I can't either. I can swim, Jiang Yao murmured, still flushed, knees pressed tightly together. but entering the water risks attracting sharks. Of the 4 girls, 3 were utterly unable to swim. Yet none of this posed an insurmountable obstacle. Lucia picked up a plastic bottle in one hand and the anchor rope in the other. We'll divide the rope, bind the remaining empty bottles together, and secure them around our arms, forming crude flotation vests across our chests. That way we won't sink. All that remains is to paddle forward with steady effort. Ning Shu frowned, but what about Yao Yao? Lucia paused, then replied calmly, that too is easily solved. He gathered the leftover timber into a tight bundle. Though these logs alone cannot bear the weight of all 5 of us, they're more than sufficient to support Yao Yao alone. Lin Qianqian's eyes lit up in sudden realization. Right. If Yao Yao lies flat atop the raft cushioned by a fresh sanitary pad, the bleeding will be contained. Exactly. Lucia tied the bottles securely with rope into buoyant vests and helped Ning Shu and the others strap them onto their upper arms. All set, Yao Yao. You'll lie atop this log raft. Our clothes and essential supplies will rest safely with you. Jiang Yao nodded silently. Remember, paddle evenly, stay calm if you can. I estimate the water shall shallow within 20 meters. Our feet should soon touch solid sand. Then we'll walk ashore hand in hand. Understood. Lucia rose, seized the decoy raft, coiled his strength, and with a powerful thrust sent it gliding 10 meters outward, drifting swiftly into the distance. Once the raft had drifted well clear, Lucia selected the smoothest, most spherical stone, loaded it into his slingshot, and aimed precisely at the raft's stern. Snap! A clean, sharp impact. The sanitary pad tumbled instantly into the sea. True to expectation, several sharks veered sharply toward the blood-scented lure. Now go! Lucia shoved the log raft bearing Jiang Yao firmly toward the volcanic island. The other 3 girls entered the water beside him. Tang Xiaohua and Lin Qianqian, both non-swimmers, moved ahead while Lucia and Ning Shu treaded water behind them, supporting from below. Though Jiang Yao lay prone on the raft, she paddled vigorously with both hands. Slowly, painstakingly, the 5 of them advanced toward the shoreline. Just as they neared the shallows, a shark indeed noticed them. It surged forward, yet Lucia was ready. In one fluid motion, he pivoted and thrust backward with the spear, its tip fitted with a battery. The shark convulsed violently, thrashed its tail, and fled. It actually works. One shark, barely manageable. More would overwhelm us. Hurry. Almost immediately another lunged forward. Lucia countered with the same swift reversal, but this time he struck harder. The nail pierced the shark's hide. With a furious lash of its tail, the creature shot away into the deep. Then, disaster struck. The wounded shark bled freely into the ocean, leaving a vivid crimson trail. Other sharks caught the scent and charged, heedless of all else. Jaws wide and merciless, they tore into their own kin, ripping the injured shark apart in seconds. Tang Xiaohua froze in terror, until Lucia called out, calm and clear, we've reached the seabed. He clenched the spear between his teeth, planted his feet against the sandy floor, and shoved forward with every ounce of strength. The log raft shot ahead 10 meters, carrying the 4 girls with it. Behind him, a shark barreled in. In a flash, Lucia twisted aside and drove the spear straight into its eye. The beast recoiled in agony, thrashing the surface violently, drawing yet more predators. Lucia vanished beneath the waves in a single, seamless dive. The girls screamed in unison. Lucia, come back. I'm going after him. Lucia, Lucia, I'm coming too. And then, there he was, bursting up through the water right before them. Needs saving. Move now. By then the water had receded enough. The 4 girls pushed Jiang Yao forward into the shallows. Jiang Yao leapt down, abandoning the raft entirely. She snatched up their bundled supplies and sprinted alongside the others. Anyone who stumbled was instantly hauled upright by a comrade. At last, bruised and breathless, the group staggered onto the shore. Utterly spent, the 4 girls collapsed onto the sand, gasping, trembling, utterly drained. Meanwhile, the surrounding sea shimmered ominously red, stained by the sharks' spilled blood. Are we dead? No. No, we survived. Is everyone here? If you're missing, say something. All present. Thank the heavens. Their eyelids fluttered shut, too exhausted even to blink. Deliverance from death stirred tears in their throats. Lucia exhaled deeply, only then realizing his own body had been pushed to its absolute limit. This escape had demanded every shred of his strength, every reserve of stamina. He rose slowly, gazing upon the 4 girls, pale, panting, utterly spent, and at last allowed himself a quiet sigh of relief. The tide will rise soon. This stretch will flood. What a... Rest briefly. Then we'll head inland toward the woods. I can't even stand. Don't speak of walking. I doubt I could crawl. Lucia gathered their supplies and carried them ahead alone. After roughly 10 minutes, the rising tide lapped at their toes. Lucia pulled them upright, and the 5 of them, leaning heavily on one another, staggered to the forest's edge and sank down together. Safe from the tide's reach, the spot felt secure. Fortunately, coconut palms abounded. Lucia collected over a dozen, split them open with his stone axe, and shared them among the group. Each drank 3 coconuts before thirst began to ease. Then they tore off the tender flesh, chewing ravenously. Half an hour passed, and gradually their breathing steadied, their limbs regained warmth, their spirits lifted. Jiang Yao sighed, breath shaky. Truly, a brush with death. Tang Xiaohua muttered wryly, this island shouldn't be called Volcanic Isle. It ought to be Shark Isle. Ning Shu scanned the perimeter. Hey, where's the flight attendant? Lin Qianqian replied. Our course veered off as she must have landed on the opposite side of the island. Jiang Yao groaned. You're not suggesting we go there now. I can't move a muscle. Tang Xiaowu whispered weakly. Neither can I. Lu Zhi shook his head. Our physical reserves are critically depleted. Recovery time is essential. He checked his watch. 4:30 p.m. We'll spend tonight here resting deeply. Tomorrow, fully restored, we'll begin exploring this volcanic island together. Lu Zhi's proposal received unanimous approval. Indeed, everyone was utterly exhausted. Taking even a few steps proved arduous. How then could they possibly circumnavigate half the island to search for others on the opposite shore? The most rational course now was clear secure sustenance to survive the night safely and defer further action until strength returned at dawn. Fortunately, coconuts were plentiful. Fresh water and carbohydrates were no longer concerns. Only protein remained to be sourced. With that in mind, he said he'll head to the shoreline to scavenge supplies. You tally what we still have. Lu Zhi, can you even walk? Don't worry about me. But watch out for snakes. Then be careful. Alone along the shore, Lu Zhi reflected quietly. Earlier, to drive away the shark, he had discarded the aluminum can used to preserve fire, thus losing both his cooking pot and ignition source. The spear used to repel the shark was also abandoned. He would need to craft a new one. Otherwise, battery-powered ignition remained an option. A lighter would be ideal. If fortune smiled further, perhaps even a carton of instant noodles. Lu Zhi walked several hundred meters along the beach, finding no cans, but instead various discarded items. Plastic bags, broken sandals, branded instant noodle wrappers, chip packets, aluminum cans, water bottles, and plastic twine from cardboard packaging littered the sand. Squeezing the noodle wrapper, he sensed something inside. Peering in, he discovered a small blue square pouch seemingly full. Condiments. A surge of delight rose within him. Without inspecting it further, he slipped it into his pocket. Next, he pried several barnacles from the rocks, a plentiful resource though laborious to harvest. He also gathered a strip of kelp and a crab no larger than a thumbnail. Weighing the haul in his mind, Lu Zhi concluded it would suffice to meet their protein needs. Returning to camp, Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian had nearly completed their inventory. All books are sealed in plastic bags. None suffered dampness. Nothing originally in the backpack was lost, but the spicy strips ran out 3 days ago. 10 pieces of chewing gum remain, and only a few wet, unusable tissues are left. Good, nothing's missing. What else do we have to eat? Lu Zhi nodded. My stone axe remains, though heavily worn. The slingshot and pocket knife are intact, and I've acquired a Western-style dinner knife. The dried fish are gone. Half a block of honey remains in its jar, and the sweet potato vine has snapped. At this, Lu Zhi's heart sank. Still, the tubers themselves could be eaten today. A severed vine rarely meant certain death. Replanting could wait until recovery allowed. Ning Shu asked Lu Zhi, did you find anything? Mostly refuse, bottles, plastic bags, and I collected barnacles, a tiny crab, plus the sweet potatoes. Tonight's protein rests upon these. Raw. Without fire, raw is our only option. Lin Qianqian added, I'm not quite accustomed to the taste of raw barnacles. Ning Shu stretched lazily. If I had rice vinegar and horseradish, I wouldn't mind eating them raw. Lu Zhi recalled the pouch he'd found. He withdrew it and shook it lightly. Look what I've uncovered. He wore a self-satisfied smile. The seasoning would at least lend flavor to tonight's otherwise monotonous meal. Yet the girl's reaction startled him. What is this? That word reads. Ning Shu repeated it twice, then suddenly remembered. Her expression shifted instantly. She coughed twice, then asked Lu Zhi, did you really pick this up? Yes, and who'd have guessed? We'll put it to use soon. You use it? Ning Shu glanced at her friends, then down at herself. Her voice tinged with disbelief. Are you absolutely sure you still have the strength? Lu Zhi nodded nonchalantly. I'm fine. Yet pausing, he considered. Perhaps the assumption wasn't entirely unreasonable. After all, surrounded by 4 young women dressed lightly, any ordinary man might harbor certain unconventional thoughts. So, with whom did Lu Zhi intend to use it? Or perhaps, was he envisioning using it with all 4? She pondered silently, too embarrassed to ask aloud. Just then seabirds appeared along the shore, and Lu Zhi felt the urge to hunt them once more. Yet his aim remained unreliable. Not a single seabird had fallen to his efforts thus far. Time was pressing. While energy lingered, he must seize one swiftly. And so Lu Zhi dashed back toward the shore to pursue the seabirds. Hearing Ning Shu's words, Tang Xiaowu felt a bit awkward and shifted her body, but she is also sacrificing herself for the greater good. Jiang Yao nodded, getting up and saying, Gui'er may not be able to control herself. If someone had to manage Lu Zhi as a girlfriend, I believe no one is more suitable than me. After all, we were classmates in high school and partners in the figure skating club. I disagree. Tang Xiaowu disdainfully pointed at Jiang Yao. Everyone take a look at Yao Yao's appearance. The 3 of them looked over together. Jiang Yao sat there like a little duck, one strap hanging down, pouting with disheveled long hair, and a pitiful gaze exuding an enchanting charm in her every gesture. Lin Qianqian sighed and said, Yao Yao, I can't even stand your appearance, let alone Lu Zhi. Tang Xiaowu stated, in any case, Yao Yao absolutely cannot. Ning Shu nodded, saying, if Yao Yao can't do it, and Gui'er can't either, it looks like it's up to me, the class monitor. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaowu said together, the class monitor can't do it either. Ning Shu puzzled asked, why can't I? Jiang Yao replied softly, speaking of which, such matters can only be understood best by the class monitor. Tang Xiaowu nodded. Yeah, always reading indecent books, your mind must be indecent too. Ning Shu retorted angrily. Where am I indecent? I am very pure, I just have a broader knowledge base. Jiang Yao sighed leisurely. Since that's the case, I'm afraid you might lead Xiaozhu astray. Tang Xiaohua shook her head like a rattle drum. Tang Xiaohua can't do it, Jiang Yao can't do it, and Ning Shu can't do it either. At this point, Lin Qianqian weakly said, since no one can do it, then I will. She thought for a moment and added, just in time, I'll try to change some of my strange mindset. What do you mean? Do you want Lu Jie to help you change your preference for girls? That way you'd be safer. In any case, Qianqian can't do it either. At that moment, Ning Shu suddenly thought of a plan. How about this, we take turns to be on duty? What duty? Starting today, each person will take turns to be Lu Jie's duty girlfriend for a day, responsible for supervising and constraining him. Other people will supervise the duty girlfriend. Make sure to set boundaries and above all ensure that he restrains his inappropriate emotions. Duty girlfriend, that could work. Tang Xiaohua snapped her fingers. Wait. What counts as crossing the line? At most, holding hands. Any behavior beyond holding hands is considered crossing the line. Holding hands. Jiang Yao recalled the night she had fallen asleep on Lu Jie's shoulder. By the way, those things that happened before must have crossed the line. Survival-related matters don't count. Jiang Yao nodded. Then I think this is feasible. And you, Qianqian? Lin Qianqian blushed and pursed her lips. I have no objections. Ning Shu nodded, looking into the distance solemnly. Sisters, I declare. The second plan to save Lu Jie officially starts. Hey, why are you all lying down again? The three girls said lazily together. We are too tired. Ning Shu shrugged. Since you are all tired, then the first day will be me, the class monitor, as the first duty girlfriend, just to set an example for you and let you understand the specific workflow for future tasks. Any objections? Tang Xiaohua reminded. Remember what the class monitor said, no crossing the line. Aren't you all worried about me? Jiang Yao sighed. Being a professor-level old pervert is indeed not very reassuring. What are you talking about? Lin Qianqian weakly waved her hand. Class monitor, I'll cheer for you. Meanwhile, over at Lu Jie, using a slingshot to shoot at the frigate birds, he couldn't find any round stones, so the trajectory was all off. But fortunately, there were plenty of stones. After over 20 attempts, he finally hit a frigate bird. To be precise, he aimed at one, but ended up hitting another one nearby. If one doesn't care about the process, the result is still quite good. Then he quickly pulled out a piece of grass rope from his pocket and tied the wings and legs of the unfortunate frigate bird together. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a new protein source, the redfoot frigate bird. It turns out this fellow is called a redfoot frigate bird, no wonder its feet are so red. Next, information about the redfoot frigate bird appeared in his mind. It is a type of seabird that is widely found in the Pacific and Indian Oceans. Due to its delicious meat, low intelligence, and ease of capture, it has been heavily hunted by some islanders and is considered a protected species in some countries. It can be eaten and it's tasty. That's enough. Who cares if it's a protected species? Didn't teacher Luo say? When you can't survive in the wild, if you want to eat a golden monkey, eat a golden monkey. If you want to eat a Siberian tiger, eat a Siberian tiger. Of course, the premise is that you have to be able to catch it and overpower it. All in all, obtaining a frigate bird is quite a reason to be happy. It's just a matter of how to eat it. There's no fire. Forget it, I'll talk about it later. Lu Jie carried the frigate bird back to the camp, and the girls all widened their eyes as Ning Shu exclaimed, Lu Jie, you really caught one. Lu Jie modestly boasted, for me it's just a beginner's task, extremely simple. As he spoke, he hung the frigate bird on a branch. That Lu Jie. What's up? We have something to discuss with you. Seeing that the four girls seemed to have something on their minds, Lu Jie was also a bit curious. What is it? You sit down first. Lu Jie sat down in a daze. Looks quite formal. It is indeed quite formal. Ning Shu cleared her throat and said, it's about you. Me, what's wrong? To ensure the harmony and stability of life on the deserted island and the peace and unity of the survival team, I have decided. Starting today, we will implement a 41 mutual assistance activity among classmates. Lu Jie looked bewildered. What is that? In short, I will be your duty girlfriend for today. Wait. Lu Jie was even more confused. Duty girlfriend. What the hell? Responsible for supervising you and also to protect you. Why do we need a duty? Each person for a day. Lu Jie imagined for a moment and his eyes lit up. What's going on? Can you explain it a bit clearer? Starting today, each of us will be your temporary girlfriend for a day, but only to care, understand, help each other, and overcome the various emotions and strange thoughts that are not conducive to survival. Lu Jie thought for a moment having 4 campus beauties take turns as duty girlfriends would be great. But, hey, since the survival began, I have been thinking about issues from the perspective of survival. It's you girls who always have strange ideas, right? We don't have any. Then I don't. Then explain what you plan to do with that thing. As she spoke, Ning Shu picked up the small blue bag and proudly waved it in front of Lu Jie. This is not a... Lu Jie was about to say instant noodle seasoning packet when he suddenly felt something was off. Upon taking a closer look, he was struck with alarm. Damn, this isn't a seasoning packet, it's a condom. What a mistake. But can I be blamed for this? Who would think someone would toss it in an instant noodle bag? And it hasn't even been opened. Now that I think about it, no wonder several girls had a conversation. They must have mistakenly thought I was going to use this on them. Just then Lu Jie seemed to have thought of something. He looked up at the sky and instantly became excited. Quick, give it to me. What are you going to do? Ning Shu hid the item behind her back. There's no time to explain. Just hurry and give it to me. Oh. Though Ning Shu was confused, she still handed the item to Lu Jia. Lu Jia held it in his hand, consulting the survival manual in his mind. In the wild, there are several main ways to start a fire: friction flint, utilizing natural fire sources from lightning or magma, and using a convex lens to focus sunlight. Among these, the quickest and easiest method as well as the safest is to use a lens to focus sunlight. The difficulty with this method lies in acquiring a convex lens or a substitute, but right now using the condom filled with seawater is the perfect substitute for a convex lens, isn't it? Looking up at the time again, it was already 5 o'clock. Soon the sun would set. Although the evening sun wasn't as intense, the light was still ample. If I hurry, I might actually start a fire. He quickly tore open the small packet and indeed pulled out a new condom. The 4 girls shrank back in fear upon seeing it. So it really is something indecent. What is Lu Jia planning to do? Stay calm. Is he preparing? Preparing to use it on us. Lu Jia, don't put others in a difficult position. If you're going to do something, just come at me. Lu Jia ignored them entirely, instead breaking some twigs and gathering some dry grass shavings. Lu Jia, are you even listening to us? No time for that. He then quickly ran to the seaside with the condom and a bottle, and after a while he returned. He was holding a large water balloon with a cute little character on it. Then he placed the twigs and dry grass shavings on the ground, using the water balloon to catch the last rays of sunlight. A bright spot coalesced on the dry grass. Only now did the 4 girls realize what Lu Jia was planning to do with the condom. I think I understand now. So it's actually to start a fire. Class monitor, didn't you say? Oh my god. How embarrassing. The 4 girls exchanged glances, feeling utterly foolish. Yes, he was just using the condom to start a fire. It was they who had concocted a whole bunch of lewd scenarios and made up a ridiculous story about a duty girlfriend. The 4 girls sat there awkwardly watching the bright spot turn into a dark spot, the dark spot into a black hole, and then smoke began to rise. Lu Jia blew gently, and the flames shot out from the black hole. What are you still dawdling for? Quickly go find some more twigs. Realizing their mistakes, the girls all uttered an "oh" and dragged their exhausted bodies to search for more, soon returning with a small pile. These twigs were enough for Lu Jia to start the fire, but not enough to keep it burning for long. Meanwhile, the sun had just set below the horizon. It was too late to go chop wood in the forest now, so they gathered some sticks nearby. Nightfall arrived, and the kindling in the fire crackled as it caught flame. It brought warmth and comfort to everyone. Lu Jia killed and plucked a bonito, propping it up on the fire with sticks. So you actually used the condom to start a fire? Ning Shu said awkwardly, her face flushed. What else could it be? Lu Jia sneered. Tell me who is always thinking of strange things. The 3 girls pointed at Ning Shu together. Ning Shu, blushing with shame, said, We thought. Oh, I can't continue. It's all the class monitor's fault for leading our thoughts astray. I vaguely remember someone saying, come at me. Who was it? Jiang Yao shrugged, not me. Tang Xiaowa shook her head, not me either. Lin Qianqian sighed, not me. Ning Shu, blushing, waved her hand. Hey, I thought you were going to go wild, you see. After all, we are classmates. I couldn't bear for you to harm other girls, nor did I want to see you go down the wrong path, so I was ready to sacrifice myself to save you. At worst, it would just be me suffering. You're not afraid I might really come for you? Lu Jia chuckled. Who is afraid of whom? Tang Xiaowa pointed at Ning Shu and shouted disdainfully, sounds like you're very self-aware, but actually, class monitor, you're the most scheming one here. Jiang Yao nodded. Now I'm actually worried about Xiaojia. It's all a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Ning Shu nudged Lu Jia with her elbow and said, Lu Jia, just take it as a joke, all right? You won't be angry, right? Angry? Lu Jia smiled and deliberately put an arm around Ning Shu's shoulder. How could I be angry if you're giving me such a beautiful girlfriend for free? By the way, class monitor is with me today, who is on duty tomorrow. Ning Shu looked confused. Huh? The 3 girls exclaimed in shock. No way. What's wrong? We're worried you might be indecent, so we decided to take turns as supervisors. Supervisors? Jiang Yao explained. Yes, it's a duty of supervision in the name of being a girlfriend. Lu Jia nodded. You're afraid that I'll act lewdly and then want to control me as your boyfriend. I just can't understand your reasoning. If you don't understand, then don't try to understand. In any case, this is something only the best friends would do for you, so please don't take it seriously. That's not okay. Lu Jia wasn't actually taking it seriously, but he thought it would be inappropriate to keep signing in secretly. If I had a fixed check-in partner every day, wouldn't it be much more convenient? But he feigned a wounded expression. Twice I started a fire, twice I was misunderstood by you. Is this what best friends do? I'm so sad. The girls panicked. The strong sense of guilt left them somewhat at a loss. Tang Xiaowa pouted. Then what do you propose? I don't know. I'm sorry, Xiaojia. I need effective psychological comfort. Lin Qianqian said then. Should I sing you a song? Lu Jia shook his head. Jiang Yao said, should I give you a back rub? Lu Jia shook his head. Tang Xiaowa stretched out her little foot. Can I let you touch my feet? Lu Jia facepalmed. Tang Xiaowa, can you be normal? That's not what I meant by psychological comfort. Tang Xiaowa shrugged. Then what do you suggest? Of course you have to take responsibility for what you said. Ning Shu thought for a moment. Do you mean we continue to take turns being your girlfriend? Lu Jia snapped his fingers. That's right. You all come up with a duty roster and give it to me later. I'll check if the bonito is done roasting. With that, Lu Jia happily got up to tend to the roasting bonito. leaving the four girls staring at each other in disbelief. Class monitor, you've really got everyone involved. The grilled frigate mackerel brushed with honey and oyster sauce emitted an enticing aroma, albeit a bit hot to the touch. There were also fragrant sweet potatoes. Lucia took a moment to savor it before using a knife to cut into the thigh and breast meat. To be able to enjoy such a delicious meal when utterly exhausted was simply blissful. Dividing it into 5 portions, he used broad leaves to serve, keeping one for himself and giving the rest to the 4 girls. Ning Shu handed her notebook to Lucia and said, "Here, Monday is Yao Yao's turn, Tuesday is mine, Wednesday is Qian Qian's, Thursday is Guai'er's, and from Friday to Sunday it's fair game. Isn't today your turn? Why are you on for Tuesday too? Today is just an internship." Lucia nodded. "Oh, what's the schedule based on?" "By size order." "Oh." Lucia glanced at the girls' chests, giving a look of realization. Suddenly Ning Shu seemed to realize something. "Stinky Lucia, what are you thinking?" Saying this, she reached out to pinch Lucia, who looked bewildered. Hey, what are you doing?" Let's see if you dare to drive carelessly again." Lucia feigned innocence. "What do you mean by driving?" Ning Shu articulated clearly, "I mean in terms of age." "What else?" Lucia blinked. "You." Ning Shu was so exasperated that she lost her temper. "Let me say it again, a girlfriend is fine, but no holding hands." "What about kissing?" "Of course not." "What about last time in?" Ning Shu glared. "Fine, only light touches are allowed, no French kissing." You certainly know a lot." The grilled frigate mackerel released an appetizing scent. Tang Xiaowu deeply inhaled. "Wow, it's hard to imagine eating such fragrant seagull meat on a deserted island." "This is a frigate mackerel. Look, this chicken leg is so fat." "I said it's a frigate mackerel. Why are its feet red?" "This is a redfoot frigate mackerel, a type of seabird found on islands throughout the Pacific." Lin Qianqian pondered. "I know in the South China Sea, there's an even rarer blue-footed frigate mackerel, which is a national second-class protected species." Tang Xiaowu remarked, "I don't care if it's a protected species, it looks easy to catch. That flight attendant should be fine with food." Lucia shook his head. "You think it's easy because I caught it, or why don't you give it a try?" As they chatted, the group finished an entire frigate mackerel and 5 sweet potatoes. Still wanting more, they had some coconut meat for dessert afterward. Having eaten their fill, the group laid down beside the campfire to rest. They simply had no strength left to build a shelter, so that night the 5 of them slept closely on the sandy grass, drifting into a deep slumber. In the morning, sunlight filtered through the leaves of the trees, shining on Lucia's face. He stretched and sat up. Checking the time, it was 6:30 a.m. It was now June 17th, the 8th day they had been stranded on the deserted island. Looking out at the sea, the waves washed over the beach, leaving patches of foam. The distant coastline stretched endlessly, monotonous enough to drive one to despair, yet still no sign of a rescue team. That night, everyone had recovered well, though their arms and legs remained sore. This muscle soreness was due to excessive physical activity the day before. Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian prepared breakfast. It was still grilled coconut meat and seaweed crab soup. The 5 of them simply ate a bit to fill their stomachs. Lucia thought they should consider further exploring the island to find sustainable freshwater sources while also looking for the flight attendant. So he asked everyone if they could set out. Yao, how's your ankle?" "It's pretty much healed. As long as I don't run or jump, it's fine." Lucia nodded. "Guai'er, how about you?" "What about me?" "Weren't you bitten by a snake before?" Tang Xiaowu wiggled her toes. "I'm recovered, super agile." "What about class leader Qianqian?" "I've been great all along. So we can set off together." Jiang Yao happily walked up to Lucia. "Hi, dear." "Don't forget today, I'm your duty girlfriend." Ning Shu interjected. Hey, girlfriend rule, 3 no overly cheesy nicknames." Jiang Yao smiled sweetly. "Got a class leader." "Xiaozha, what are your plans for today?" Lucia thought for a moment. "This time we'll act together, heading to the east coast to search, looking for both the flight attendant and a sustainable freshwater source. After we finish breakfast, we'll set off." Just like that. Mentioning the outing, the 4 girls became excited. After making plans, Lucia packed all the supplies into his backpack, then chopped open coconuts, cutting a small bottle to make a funnel, allowing the girls to cooperate in pouring coconut water into the bottle for easy transport. The coconut water in the bottle must be consumed the same day, otherwise it will spoil. Jiang Yao helped Lucia tidy up the larger items. Noticing the campfire, she asked, "What about the campfire? Should we take it with us?" Lucia shook the empty water bottle. "This journey might be a bit far. Carrying fire is really inconvenient. As long as we have sunlight and seawater, we can still use the bottle to start a fire." Jiang Yao nodded. "If it weren't for being stranded on a deserted island, I really wouldn't know this little thing had such uses." "You didn't know, huh?" Lucia elaborated. "In the wild, its uses are not limited to that. It can also serve as a tourniquet, life jacket, water storage bag, cooling bag, trap, oxygen bottle, and even a slingshot." Jiang Yao nodded. "I was quite ignorant. It seems that in the wild, the least suitable use for it is its intended purpose." Yao, does that count as driving?" Jiang Yao pouted. "Of course not. For girls, can it be called driving?" Within half an hour, everything was ready. Lucia slung on his backpack, carrying the newly made harpoon and stone axe, extinguished the campfire, and led the 4 girls along the beach towards the southwest. Everyone joked while collecting supplies. "Feels like a picnic," Jiang Yao said, holding Lucia's hand facing the sea breeze. At that moment, she felt as if she had the whole world. "Hey, I feel like this is much more fun than a picnic. You can't find such interesting things on a picnic." Tang Xiaowu found a children's water squirt toy. Although it was a bit shabby, it surprisingly squirted water once filled. The little girl was overjoyed holding the water gun and making bu sounds. Lin Qianqian picked up a complete glass jar, washed it, and happily placed it in her bag. This can be used for pickling vegetables. Scavenging can sometimes be quite fun. It's just that in the previous city, I wouldn't dare to do this. Hey, what's this? Jiang Yao spotted a black piece of cloth, shook it out, and it turned out to be a pair of men's sports shorts. Although a bit old, it was not damaged. If she had seen something like this normally, she would have definitely avoided it in disgust. But now she happily ran over. Xiaozhi, you should try it on. Lu Zhi smiled wryly. How can I try it on now? True. Jiang Yao nodded. These have been soaked in seawater for quite a while, and are covered in seaweed. They're pretty dirty. I'll wash them for you later, let them dry, and then you can wear them after removing the salt. All right. Jiang Yao folded the shorts and placed them in a plastic bag. Tang Xiaohua pouted in jealousy. Look, you're already starting to care about him. Ning Shu sighed. Yeah. Then she changed the subject. After we get back, I'll open a recycling station, and everyone can come work for me. We'll reminisce about tough times while scavenging on the streets every day. Tang Xiaohua declared. Class leader, if you dare to open it, I'll dare to go. Jiang Yao gave a thumbs up. Graduating from college and collecting waste. Class leader, you're really talented. Lin Qianqian said happily. It is only on the deserted island that we can happily gather things. Once we return to the city, everything seems dull. Tang Xiaohua nodded. That's true. Lin Qianqian was filled with hope for the future. We still need to study hard, then take the postgraduate entrance exam together and find good jobs. The postgraduate exam. Jiang Yao hesitated for a moment. Hey Lu Zhi, do you want to take the postgraduate exam? Lu Zhi, what are you doing? As they chatted idly, they noticed that Lu Zhi had run ahead to look among a pile of large rocks. What is it? Good stuff. Come look. Several girls gathered to see. They noticed that each rock was covered with strange shellfish, densely packed, making anyone with a fear of clusters feel uncomfortable. Lu Zhi's eyes sparkled. Jiang Yao twisted her body and frowned. Why are there so many oysters? My fear of clusters is acting up. These things naturally grow in groups on the rocks. People living by the sea are too lazy to eat them. It's just that we hadn't found a large gathering of oysters before, and now we have. Great. This should last us a long time. Lu Zhi nodded. With these oysters, we won't lack protein. Once we have a pot, we can use them to make oyster sauce. This whole area is full of them. It's a pity there's no minced garlic, vermicelli, or small chili peppers. Otherwise, I could eat them every day without getting tired of it. Should we collect some to eat? Lu Zhi shook his head. Today's main task is to find a water source and survivors. Later we can set up a temporary camp not far from here, and then we can eat however we want. Let's name this place Oyster Beach. How about that? Sounds good. Lin Qianqian noted the location of Oyster Beach in her notebook and continued walking forward. After walking about 2 kilometers, they finally discovered signs of human activity. Look, coconuts. On the beach, it was not unusual to see coconuts, but seeing over 30 coconuts arranged to form an SOS was noteworthy. Ning Shu couldn't help but exclaim, TSK tisk, look at them with a big family and a rescue signal made out of coconuts. The group hurried over. Lu Zhi discovered that not only was the SOS signal made from coconuts. Next to a protruding rock, several coconuts were scattered, and a closer look revealed that almost all of them bore marks of being smashed, but only 1/3 had been cracked open. It was clear that the survivor had put in a lot of effort to open these coconuts. However, these coconuts alone were not enough to conclude that the flight attendant was the one who washed ashore here. Next, Tang Xiaohua discovered a snack bag. Look at this. Lu Zhi took it and saw it was Lay's potato chips tomato flavor. There was still a faint smell of potato chips inside, but not a trace of leftover crumbs to be found. Lu Zhi said, if it came drifting from the ocean, the smell would have dissipated completely. The fact that there's still a smell indicates that it was eaten recently. Jiang Yao said, look, they even flipped the bag over and licked it clean of crumbs. Ning Shu thought for a moment. It must be that flight attendant. She shouted at the top of her lungs, is anyone there? Is anyone there? The other girls joined her in calling out. Lu Zhi did not shout, but continued searching, yet there was no response. Then he discovered something more convincing. A blue flight attendant's rolling suitcase. He opened it. Inside were empty bread bags, beef jerky packets, and sausage skins, chocolate wrappers, as well as a 2L bottle of mineral water for civil aviation and an empty 2L orange juice bottle. It was unclear how much had been left before. Lu Zhi clearly remembered that on the plane the flight attendant had filled Ning Shu's space cup with water using such a bottle. Additionally, the orange juice was from the standard bottle type that was served to passengers. Lu Zhi felt slightly relieved as it seemed her survival situation was much better than his. But these food supplies would soon be consumed. Oh, what would happen next? Could they last for 8 days? Then he found her wallet in the backpack, which made his heart tighten suddenly. At this moment, Lin Qianqian shouted, everyone come look at this. Several people walked over to see traces of fire in the center of a few rocks with a large shell placed on top, containing some unknown objects being boiled. The fire had long been extinguished. The items in the shell attracted a swarm of large ants. Lu Zhi deduced that the thin smoke he had seen earlier might have come from this fire. Seeing this, Ning Shu exclaimed in excitement. Wow, amazing, they managed to start a fire. Lu Zhi picked up a nearby broken cell phone battery and half a chocolate wrapper. How fortunate the lattice phone still has power and hasn't been soaked by seawater. It's just uncertain if any calls were made. Tang Xiaohua asked in confusion, where did the flight attendant go? Lin Qianqian pondered, could she have gone to catch fish or to the woods to look for food? Lin Qianqian touched the cold ashes of the fire pit, worrying, but it seems like this fire has been extinguished for a long time. If she went to find food, there would be no need to put out the campfire. Jiang Yao thought for a moment. Could it be that she found a better survival site and moved the camp? Tang Xiao said, that's possible. Didn't we also relocate our camp? Lu Zhi pulled out Ruan Bing's backpack. If we were to relocate the camp, would we throw away this backpack? The girls exclaimed, oh my god, it really is a flight attendant's suitcase. Lin Qianqian thought, this is very important survival gear, we absolutely cannot throw it away. Jiang Yao speculated, what if the rescue team came and took her away? She might have thought the backpack was useless and just left it here. Lu Zhi shook his head and took out Ruan Bing's wallet. What about this? Everyone was stunned. They opened it. Inside were her ID card, work permit, and bank card. Other things could be discarded, but these items cannot be left behind. Ning Shu said, is it possible that when the rescue team arrived she fainted and the rescuers didn't notice this bag? Lu Zhi surveyed the beach and shook his head. I don't see any foreign boats docked or any footprints of others. At that moment Lu Zhi noticed the items being cooked in the shell. They were mushrooms. Lin Qianqian also recognized the food inside. I know this, it's a common mushroom. Examining the mushroom closely, it did resemble an ordinary mushroom, but it was somewhat twisted and deformed from being cooked. Lu Zhi reached out using 2 fingers to pick it out from the already moldy food. Information about this item flashed in his mind. Ding! Dangerous item. Naked cap mushroom contains neurotoxins, hallucinogenic. Lu Zhi immediately threw away the mushroom in his hand. Then a plethora of information about this mushroom appeared in his mind. It was toxic and hallucinogenic. In many places, criminals even cultivate this mushroom as a substitute for drugs. The fact that the mushroom was cooked in a shell indicated that the flight attendant might have consumed this type of mushroom. Could it be that the flight attendant has already met her end? I see, so that's how it is. What's wrong? This is a naked cap mushroom, a type of poisonous mushroom that can cause hallucinations. In the medical field, it can be used as an antidepressant, but consuming too much can be life-threatening. Some criminals have turned it into a drug. Jiang Yao exclaimed in horror, are you saying she ate the poisonous mushroom? Lu Zhi nodded. Yes, it's very likely. Isn't that dangerous? Given the current situation, she must have eaten some, but we don't know how much. So what should we do? Right now, we can only find her as quickly as possible, then consider helping her induce vomiting to detoxify. Lu Zhi knew that this was a stopgap measure. If she had ingested the poison for too long, most of it would have been absorbed, significantly diminishing the effectiveness of vomiting. However, there was another possibility that Lu Zhi did not mention, which was that the flight attendant might have hallucinated after consuming the poisonous mushroom, thinking that a rescue team had arrived in the sea and then ran into the water to feed the sharks. Or perhaps she got lost in the jungle and ultimately perished there. But Lu Zhi also reminded himself to be mentally prepared. To put it realistically, this flight attendant was a good person, but their relationship was a bit distant. This trip to Volcano Island was not primarily for her, but rather for a better living environment and more useful resources. As for her, it would be great if she could be saved. But if she couldn't be saved, one must accept that she might not have been destined to survive. To be more realistic, if she were a man, Lu Zhi might not even wish for him to survive. It sounds cruel, but there is no other way. Resources are limited, and there are 4 beautiful girls to consider. In the absence of legal and moral constraints, it's strange not to have any thoughts. On a deserted island, the first priority is the safety of oneself and one's companions. But right now, Lu Zhi was very eager to know where she was. Even if she was already dead, he still wanted to understand how she died. This would help him gain a comprehensive understanding of this small island. Since there was no way to search the sea, Lu Zhi decided to look in the jungle to see if he could find any clues. This place is just right to serve as a temporary campsite. Everyone stay here, I will go check the forest to see if she has gone in there. Let's go together. Lu Zhi thought for a moment. The tropical jungle is too dangerous with poisonous insects, snakes, and ants. If we all go, I might not be able to take care of everyone. How about I take one person with me? If I need to carry anyone, they can help me carry things. I'm the duty girlfriend, so I will go with you, Jiang Yao said. Lu Zhi shook his head. This isn't an adventure, it's survival. It's about saving someone. Besides, your Nguire's injuries are not fully healed, and your shoes are not suitable for exploring the jungle. Will you be able to run when needed? All right, then I will stay here. Give me the TT, and I will try to use it to start a fire, Jiang Yao said. Lu Zhi handed the TT to Jiang Yao. Tang Xiao said, so I can't go either. That's right. Lin Qianqian said, Xiaozhou, I will go with you. What if we encounter that flight attendant, and she is unconscious? Lu Zhi, you will carry her, and Qianqian will help with the supplies. Someone must take care of you, so I will go with you too. Lu Zhi thought for a moment. You two can come, but you cannot wear sandals or flip-flops in the jungle to avoid stepping on poisonous insects. Change back to your own shoes. Understood. Also, once we enter the jungle, stay close to my footsteps. In the jungle, you must listen to me. Got it. Yao Yao Guir, if you encounter a snake, use a stick to tap the ground to scare it away. Don't try to provoke it, the snake may climb the stick and bite you. In any case, you must be careful. Jiang Yao nodded, rest assured. Lu Zhi filled 2 bottles with coconut water and then entered the forest with Ning Shu and Qianqian. They soon discovered that the variety of vegetation on Volcano Island was far greater than that on Egg Yolk Island. The species found on Egg Yolk Island, such as junkienzi fish, mint, raspberry purslane, and banana hemp, were all found here. Additionally, there were true bananas. Ripe fruits can be eaten. Even if the fruits are not ripe, the cores, flowers, and roots of the banana can also be consumed. If someone knowledgeable about these wild vegetables were stranded here, they would never take the risk of foraging for mushrooms due to a lack of carbohydrate sources. Now Luja had no time to gather these wild vegetables and fruits. He held a harpoon in one hand and a stone axe in the other, cautiously making his way deeper into the forest. Lin Qianqian had never seen such a dense rainforest and grabbed Luja's clothing, feeling a bit afraid. Hey Xiaozhi, do you think there are tigers, lions, or wolves in here? Luja shook his head. You can rest assured about that. The food chain on islands usually does not allow for large, obligate carnivores to exist. Lin Qianqian sighed in relief. Oh. But while there are no lions, tigers, or wolves, I can't guarantee there are no small feline carnivores like servals or leopard cats, as well as omnivorous wild boars and bears, which might be more dangerous than tigers. Ning Shu shivered. Haha, it's definitely not simple difficulty. Lin Qianqian asked again. Are there any that are more dangerous than them? Yes. In the tropical jungle, poisonous snakes, parasites, and insects like spiders, centipedes, mosquitoes, and flies are far more dangerous than carnivorous mammals. However, there was one more thing that Luja did not mention. He was afraid of frightening the two girls. That was the pythons. In Southeast Asian islands, enormous pythons often appear, and their immense constricting force can easily crush a human chest and swallow a fainted person alive. But at the same time, there is a duality to everything. Islands where pythons are active usually indicate the presence of freshwater resources. The three of them cautiously walked over 100 meters and discovered a bamboo forest. After that, they could see small patches of bamboo forest at intervals. This is something to be happy about. Bamboo is an extremely important survival resource, not only for making various tools, but also for storing fresh water. Bamboo leaves can replace toilet paper, and the heart of bamboo shoots is a highly nutritious wild vegetable. It seems we really came to the right place. Is bamboo very useful? It is extremely useful. If we had made a bamboo raft on Egg Yolk Island, hollow bamboo would provide much greater buoyancy, and we could have arrived here 2 days earlier. I learned something new again, Lin Qianqian said, taking notes. Ning Shu smiled. I thought you were like a panda seeing bamboo, like seeing a family member. At that moment, they heard a strange sound. Daddy, mommy, save me. A sobbing female voice came from deep within the bamboo forest. Luja, Lin Qianqian, and Ning Shu were shocked at the same time and exclaimed in unison, the flight attendant. Something's not right. Ning Shu frowned. Why would she call for her parents at this time? Lin Qianqian shivered. Her tone sounds like a child. Luja tightened his grip on the stone axe. No matter what, we should go check it out first. The three people hurriedly ran towards the sound. They ran for more than 20 meters. They saw a woman in a dirty flight attendant uniform weakly lying on the ground in the bamboo forest. She was wearing one high heel, while the other lay scattered nearby, sobbing and murmuring to herself. The flight attendant named Ruan Bing. It was really her. Just 5 meters away from her, a 7 or 8 meter long python was slowly crawling towards her. This scene made Luja's head break out in a sweat. If they were even a few seconds late, this young lady would have been completely finished. The three of them shouted, "There's danger, run." The python, having poor hearing, showed no reaction to the shouts. However, Ruan Bing also remained unfazed. That flight attendant, standing at 1.7 meters tall, was beautiful and elegant. At this moment, she resembled a clueless child, helplessly calling for her parents. Luja didn't have time to think much. He handed a harpoon to Lin Qianqian and rushed towards the python with a stone axe. Luja, what are you doing? Don't mind me, find an opportunity to drag her away. Huh. He charged directly towards the python, raising the stone axe to chop at its neck. He understood that if this strike landed, everything would be fine. If he missed, he might get into trouble. If he got entangled by this creature and squeezed at the chest, then no matter how strong he was, he would still be finished. Fortunately, the axe struck accurately at the python's neck. However, it was a bit regrettable that the axe had dulled from chopping too much wood, and even with nearly 3 times the strength, it couldn't sever the python's head in one blow. The python recoiled in pain, quickly curling into a ball. Its head retreated into its coiled body, resembling a twisted lump. Luja found it impossible to strike at its vital points now. Fortunately, the python had no time to worry about its prey. Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian took this opportunity to pull Ruan Bing aside. What should we do, Luja? Let's go back to the camp, he said, handing the axe to Ning Shu before turning and carrying Ruan Bing back the way they came. Luja slowed down, we can't keep up. All right, but you all need to hurry. Lin Qianqian and Ning Shu closely followed behind Luja, not daring to fall behind. After running for 10 minutes, the three arrived at a clear area with some rocks, gasping for breath. It was then that Luja noticed that Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian's legs and shoes were all wet. They had scared themselves and wet their pants. At that moment, who cared about wetting their pants? As long as their legs were still strong, they should give the two young ladies a thumbs up. Did it follow us? I didn't see it. Luja took a couple of breaths. It's seriously injured. It shouldn't chase us for a while. Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian were still worried. The two stood back to back, watching different directions. How could there be such creatures in the jungle? It scared me to death. If we were a second later, Ruan Bing would have become the python's snack. By the way, how is she? Luja laid Ruan Bing flat on the rock and noticed her face was pale and weak. Judging solely by her looks and figure, she was quite a perfect woman. Unlike the four girls, she was not only beautiful, but also had a touch of maturity and intellect. But at this moment her eyes revealed a childlike innocence. Lu Zhi saw that she still wore a name tag that read Huaxia Southern Airlines Ruanbing. He gently patted her cheek. Ruanbing, it's us, wake up. Ruanbing opened her watery big eyes looking at them, and suddenly pouted, crying out, Dad, Mom, sister, you finally came. The big snake wants to eat me. I'm so scared. Saying this, she leaped into Lu Zhi's arms. This completely stunned the three of them. The former flight attendant now behaved and spoke like an immature child. Lu Zhi scratched his head. What the hell is going on? She doesn't recognize us anymore. I think this is worse than not recognizing us. She's at least 25 or 26, yet she considers us her parents. Lu Zhi's expression turned serious as he thought it must be the poison of the Amanita muscaria, causing her hallucinations. We need to find a way to induce vomiting. But right now she was clinging tightly to Lu Zhi and Ning Shu, crying like a child of just a few years old. And the jungle was fraught with danger, making it a poor place for inducing vomiting. Let's comfort her first, we can figure it out when it's safe. Lu Zhi picked up Ruanbing. Be good, Ruanbing, Daddy and Mommy are here to protect you. This scene was too eye-watering. Ning Shu forgot about the earlier incident of wetting herself and couldn't help but laugh. Lu Zhi, can you stop messing with me? Lu Zhi maintained a serious face and whispered, I'm trying to build a connection here, be a bit more serious. Ning Shu waved her hand. Sorry, I really couldn't hold it in. After a while, seeing that the python didn't chase after them, the three finally brought Ruanbing back to the camp. At that moment, Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaohua had already started a fire using a water balloon and were gathering branches. Quick, we found the flight attendant. Oh my god, we really found her, thank goodness. Wow, you guys are amazing. The two girls hurriedly put down what they were doing and prepared a spot with their clothes. Lu Zhi laid Ruanbing down, but when he tried to stand, he found Ruanbing gripping his fingers. Ruanbing wants Daddy. This statement nearly dropped Tang Xiaohua and Jiang Yao's jaws to the ground. What's going on? Tang Xiaohua pretended to be angry. When did you have a daughter? Lu Zhi pointed at Ning Shu. You should ask the class leader. She's the child's mother. Jiang Yao put her hands on her hips. Humph, what were you two doing behind my back? Ning Shu frowned. Don't say nonsense, Lu Zhi said. It was the poisonous mushroom that messed with her head, and now her perception is a bit off. Besides, even if you did have a child, would it be one that's several years older than you? That's quite a difference. We need to quickly induce vomiting for her. Lin Qianqian asked, how do we induce vomiting? Lu Zhi supported Ruanbing's shoulder gravely, saying, Ruanbing, you ate something bad, you need to throw it up. Ruanbing obediently nodded, trying to gag a couple of times, but pathetically shook her head. I can't throw up. He'll do it. Ning Shu reached her finger down Ruanbing's throat, making her cry out loudly. This isn't working. Jiang Yao sighed. Why is it like this? Lu Zhi thought for a moment, having survived alone on a deserted island for 7 or 8 days, facing hunger, thirst, cold, fear, and even death, people are most likely to think of those they can rely on. She ate the Amanita muscaria, and missing her loved ones too much, had hallucinations thinking we are her family. Ning Shu worriedly asked, so what do we do now? Lu Zhi checked the survival manual. Using foul-smelling substances to stimulate her can induce vomiting. Foul-smelling substances. If we let fish or shrimp sit overnight, that could work. What about using poop? Hey, does anyone need to take a dump? The four girls shook their heads simultaneously, like a rattle. Lu Zhi helplessly said, seriously, when I really need it, it's all gone. Lu Zhi, don't you think this is inhumane? Lu Zhi did not use real feces. He spotted a sea urchin stranded on the nearby beach and pried it open with his dinner knife. Fortunately, its interior still held a generous amount of golden roe. A sudden whiff released a nauseating fishy stench, clearly long dead, unfit for consumption, yet perfectly suited to induce vomiting. Tang Xiaohua strolled over, teasing Xiao Zhigo, what are you cooking up? Is your daughter causing trouble again? Lu Zhi retorted playfully, could anyone possibly cause more trouble than you? Puffed hardly. I'm far worse than her. Lu Zhi scraped all the urchin roe onto his finger with a smirk. Humph, just watch me handle her. Meanwhile, Ruanbing sat surrounded by Lin Qianqian and Jiang Yao, who patiently coaxed her to vomit. She whimpered softly, Bing Bing can't throw up. Please stop making Bing Bing throw up. Lu Zhi nodded reassuringly. All right, Bing Bing. Listen to Daddy. Hold this in your mouth and you won't have to vomit anymore. Okay, Ruanbing obediently opened her mouth and gently took his finger between her lips. Ugh, it's so stinky. What is this? Lu Zhi nodded calmly, his tone gentle. Exactly. It's supposed to smell foul. This is your Annie Xiaohua's feces. EW, disgusting. Tang Xiaohua's eyes widened in mock outrage as she sank her teeth into Lu Zhi's arm, leaving behind a faint row of tiny tooth marks. Ouch! At that very moment, Ruanbing's face contorted in utter despair, and then she heaved violently, vomiting uncontrollably. A chaotic mess splattered across the ground. Jiang Yao couldn't help but marvel. Xiao Zhi truly is a genius. Even fake feces are masterfully crafted. Once the vomiting ceased, she burst into wails. Daddy's mean. Daddy made Bing Bing eat dirty things. Bad Daddy. Ning Shu sighed softly and comforted her tenderly. Bing Bing, don't cry. Daddy loves you deeply. He only wanted you to expel whatever was poisoning you. Ruanbing nodded solemnly through her tears, then worn out by sobbing buried her tear-streaked face in Ning Shu's arms. Exhaustion soon overtook her and she drifted into sleep. Ning Shu leaned against a tree, cradling her, while the three young women carefully changed her soiled clothes. Lu Zhi examined the vomitus. Its acrid sour stench hung thick in the air. He needed to determine precisely what she had ingested, but nearly everything had been digested beyond recognition. Yet he possessed an extraordinary ability. Gently brushing his fingertip across the mess, he triggered a sensory feedback system. Every object he touched emitted an instant mental report. Ding, digested grass roots, digested wild chrysanthemum, digested raw banana, residual psilocybe mushrooms, residual Hawaiian volcanic yellow bamboo fungus. So the flight attendant, driven by hunger, had consumed a bizarre array of flora, including the hallucinogenic psilocybe. Hawaiian volcanic yellow bamboo fungus. He paused. What was that? A quick mental query revealed its aphrodisiac properties. He wondered whether vomiting had already mitigated its toxic effects on her body. Next, he detected traces of chocolate and potato chips, evidence that Bing Jie had rationed her snacks meticulously to survive as long as possible. Suddenly, Lin Qianqian gasped, "Oh, why does the older sister have such a huge swelling on her arm?" Hearing her, Lu Zhi sprang to his feet and rushed over to inspect. In dense jungle terrain, minor insect bites were commonplace, but this swelling was alarmingly large, crowned by a tiny white speck that faintly pulsed with movement. The girl's skin prickled with dread. What is that thing? Lu Zhi pressed his fingertip to the lump, and a chilling realization struck him as the data flooded his mind. It's a horsefly larva. What's a horsefly? Does it bite? Lu Zhi shook his head. It's a parasitic fly, not a biter itself, but a cunning vector. It deposits its eggs upon mosquitoes, which then transmit them to mammals during feeding. Once the eggs land on warm skin, they burrow inward, mature, and finally erupt outward in their next developmental stage. Jiang Yao shuddered, imagining the scene. When it lays eggs, does the mosquito even feel violated? Is that really the point? Ning Shu grimaced. Just thinking about something crawling beneath the skin makes my scalp crawl. Quick, get it out now. Not yet. Lu Zhi mentally consulted his survival manual, the most scientifically validated method for extracting horsefly larvae. Then it struck him. Class rep, do you still have that jar of Vaseline hand cream? Hold on. Ning Shu rummaged through her bag and retrieved the 100 milliliters Vaseline hand cream, the maximum permissible skincare volume allowed aboard the aircraft. It had remained untouched since the initial inventory check. What on earth do you need that for? Lu Zhi scooped out a dollop with his index finger and smoothed it evenly over the swollen lump. Tang Xiaowu blinked blankly. Are we giving it a facial? As he applied the ointment, Lu Zhi explained direct removal is possible, but risks rupturing the larva, releasing corrosive bioacids into the bloodstream and inflicting far greater agony. Vaseline suffocates it by sealing off oxygen. A once lifeless extraction becomes safe and painless. Tang Xiaowu nodded slowly. So it actually breathes. Of course it does. Just then Lin Qianqian interjected urgently. Lu Zhi, she's bleeding? Period. No, her calf. Lu Zhi looked down. Her pantyhose was torn and fresh blood welled steadily from the wound. It was a fresh injury, likely sustained in the jungle. After carefully removing the pantyhose, a 5-centimeter gash lay exposed, not deep, yet bleeding profusely. We need to dress it immediately. But the laceration's too long. Suturing was required, yet surgical tools were absent. Could Lin Qianqian's long hair and Tang Xiao's earrings serve as makeshift thread? Wait, there was a better solution. A thought flashed across his mind. Don't bandage it yet. Yao Yao, hold the wound steady. I'll fetch something. Fetch what? Before she could finish, Lu Zhi had already sprinted away to the shell cooking site, where he scoured the area until he found exactly what he sought. Ants. He picked one up. Ding. Acquired Holmgren's double-jointed army ant. Below appeared its profile: aggression, moderate. Jaw strength, high. Mandible size, medium. Less potent than African driver ants, but serviceable under duress. He sealed the ant inside a small vial, then captured a dozen more. Mission accomplished. Lu Zhi, where'd you vanish to? Catching ants. Why on earth catch ants now? You'll see, in just a moment. Pour some coconut water to cleanse the wound. I'll pour, Jiang Yao offered. Fresh coconut water rinsed the gash clean. Then he pinched the wound's edges tightly together. Hold these sides firmly. Let me. Lin Qianqian swiftly stepped forward and clamped her fingers around the skin. Lu Zhi placed a single ant upon the wound. Drawn by the scent of blood, it opened its mandibles and clamped down. In that instant, Lu Zhi snapped its neck, leaving only its head and jaws embedded in the flesh, drawing the wound tightly shut. Lu Zhi discarded the ant's severed body, leaving only its head and mandibles firmly clamped onto the wound. Then a second ant, then a third. 7 ants in total secured the wound tightly together. Lin Qianqian asked, what does this mean? Ant suturing, a traditional African method. It leaves minimal scarring and can sometimes prove more reliable than thread and needle. Learn it well. Jiang Yao blinked, bewildered. Vaseline suffocating horseflies. Ants as surgical sutures. Good heavens. I've just absorbed the strangest knowledge imaginable. Tang Xiaowu, amused. One wonders if the horsefly ever dreamed it would perish from oxygen deprivation. Ning Shu added wryly, and the ants surely never imagined they'd be drafted as seamstresses. Lin Qianqian exhaled deeply. Surely that's sufficient now? Not yet. Lu Zhi shook his head. I cannot confirm whether parasitic larvae remain elsewhere on her body. To eliminate all risk, we must conduct a thorough examination, every inch of her skin. Ning Shu paused thoughtfully. So, we'll need to remove every article of clothing from the young lady. Lu Zhi nodded. Precisely. Therefore I entrust this task to you. Lin Qianqian brightened instantly. We shall uphold this responsibility without fail. The other three girls shuddered inwardly, picturing tiny maggots wriggling beneath the skin, and then solemnly nodded. Let's begin while she remains unconscious. Together the girls hurriedly helped Wan Bing disrobe. Jiang Yao suddenly voiced concern. What if she wakes up mid-procedure? Might she think we've gone ravenous and intend to devour her? Ning Shu frowned. Yao Yao, could your train of thought possibly follow a more conventional track? They commenced the meticulous inspection and breathed a collective sigh of relief. Wan Bing harbored the parasite solely on her arm. Jiang Yao sighed. Who would have guessed? She's an F. Tang Xiaohua pouted. How utterly enviable. Ning Shu sighed helplessly. Must you two fixate on such trivialities? Look at Qianqian. Oh Qianqian, where exactly are you looking? Lin Qianqian stared intently at the inner thigh of Wan Bing, murmuring, I've found a suspicious little red dot. All three girls followed her gaze and instantly flushed crimson. Qianqian, your focus is even more peculiar. You're scrutinizing this area? Lu Zhu instructed us to examine every patch of skin. I'm merely doing my duty. This spot truly does seem suspicious. If it is here, then tragedy looms. But is it? It's genuinely difficult to determine. This is my first time observing such anatomy from this angle. Could it be a horsefly egg? Shall we consult Lu Zhu about this? I believe he should verify it, but this particular location poses delicate complications. The girls hesitated, until Ning Shu decisively concluded better to let Lu Zhu assess it. Saving a life outweighs all else. Lin Qianqian nodded. I agree. We must treat him as a physician. Patients owe their doctors absolute candor. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaohua exchanged affirming glances. Lu Zhu, please come over. What's happened? Examine this spot. Lu Zhu turned and followed Lin Qianqian's pointing finger. His mind reeled, blood nearly surged from his nostrils. I'm still a virgin, and yet forced to witness such a harrowing scene. How heartless you all are. Sorry, Lu Zhu, but this is for her survival. Consider it a test of character. Only by passing may you claim true gentlemanly virtue. Spare us the theatrics. I'm no paragon. I'm simply a normal young man capable of embarrassment, you know. Embarrassment. Ning Shu burst into laughter. Don't feign such wide-eyed innocence. Huh. Lu Zhu's blushing. How adorably flustered. All right, enough teasing. What's the verdict? There's a small red here. We're uncertain what it is. Hold on. Lu Zhu collected himself, reciting an ancient passage to steady his nerves. The late emperor had not completed half his great enterprise when he passed prematurely. Now stranded upon this desolate isle. What was I meant to inspect again? Never mind, never mind. Lu Zhu remained uncertain whether the red dot signaled a horsefly larva. He gently touched it with his fingertip, and a soft chime echoed in his mind. Cinnabar mole detected. He released a long, relieved breath. This isn't a horsefly larva at all, merely a cinnabar mole. You only realize that after touching it. Feel whether the larva moves or not. The girls collectively exhaled. After all that tension, just a cinnabar mole. Lu Zhu nodded. Indeed. Yet I commend your rigorous diligence. Tang Xiaohua smirked. Tell me, wasn't that quite the visual feast for you? My eyes observed only that tiny red dot, nothing else. Jiang Yao suppressed a smile. I believe you. No, wait, enough explanations. We understand. We all do. Ning Shu changed the subject. Let's dress her now. Not yet. Why not again? Lu Zhu explained her garments may still harbor eggs. They must be thoroughly washed, sun-dried, or baked for 6 to 7 hours before reuse. I see. Ning Shu pondered. Then perhaps she could wear Qianqian's jacket. No, I cannot rule out latent eggs on her skin surface. We must cleanse her completely first. The four girls exchanged glances, their skepticism softened by Lu Zhu's reasoned caution. So what do? I recommend a full body cleansing, from crown to sole. Take care not to disturb the sutured site, and wash her clothes thoroughly. After a pause, Lu Zhu added, moreover, each of us has made contact with her, so theoretically our own clothing may carry dormant horsefly eggs. Then we must all launder our clothes, and bathe, to ensure no eggs remain. Ning Shu gasped. Does that mean we'll all be exposed to one another? Jiang Yao imagined the scenario, and felt an unexpected thrill. Don't get carried away. We have ample banana leaves. They can be fashioned into temporary skirts or shorts. We'll manage tonight, then roast our clothes dry by fire. Tomorrow we'll wear them anew. The four girls exchanged nods. Agreed, let's proceed. Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaohua departed to collect clean seawater for the cleansing. Jiang Yao and Ning Shu carried Wan Bing's garments to the rocky shore to wash them. Jiang Yao called out, Hey Xiaozhe, hand over your clothes so we can wash them too. A warm feeling stirred in Lu Zhu's chest, but he declined gently, not yet. First I'll forage wild vegetables for tonight's meal, I'll return before washing. Meanwhile, Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiaohua finished bathing Wan Bing and wrapped her tenderly in broad banana leaves. Lin Qianqian said to Tang Xiaohua, let's gather oyster meat from the tidal flats first. We'll share it with everyone. After bathing and laundering, it'll be inconvenient to wander far. Tang Xiaohua eagerly agreed. I'd love to. Let class rep and Yao Yao tend to Bingjia. With 2 plastic bags in hand, the 2 girls set off toward the oyster beds. Meanwhile, Lu Zhu grasped his fish spear and entered the forest to forage, yet halted mere steps into the grass. Cold sweat broke across his brow. 15 meters ahead, a colossal python, its neck grievously wounded, fixed him with a predator's unblinking gaze. Indeed, it was the giant python he had wounded, and now it had come seeking him. Blood flowed from the gash on its neck with flesh turned outward, creating a horrifying sight. The python, seeing Lu Zhi, showed signs of hesitation. Its head fixated on him, eyes filled with malicious hatred. Now both man and serpent faced each other, neither daring to advance a step. What to do? Lu Zhi knew that while he might be able to kill the giant python with sheer force, he could also risk getting injured. If he fled with class leader Guer and the others who knew if this beast would return in the dead of night. He tightened his grip on the harpoon, pondering his strategy. Soon he devised a plan. He bit down on the harpoon with his teeth, undid his long pants, and began to take them off. At that moment his gaze never left the python. He understood that the moment his eyes strayed, this beast would likely attack, coiling around him, leaving him no chance of survival. The python had no idea what Lu Zhi was doing. It saw him holding a stick in his mouth and didn't know where to strike, merely fixating on its opponent. Taking advantage of this moment, Lu Zhi safely removed his pants and began to swing them in circles. This was behavior beyond the comprehension of the python, which stared at the pants in bewilderment. Suddenly Lu Zhi threw his pants at the python's face. The python instinctively bit down on Lu Zhi's pants and immediately began to coil around them. This was an instinctual behavior for the python, one it couldn't change. It was at this moment that its weakness was completely exposed. The cloaca. It was essentially the python's anus. Lu Zhi aimed the harpoon at that spot and thrust it fiercely. Puff! The python's powerful body trembled, instantly shaking violently, its form straightening and rolling, no longer able to mount a second attack. Lu Zhi discarded the harpoon, picked up a large stone weighing over 100 Jin, raised it above his head, and smashed it down onto the python's head. Bang! Blood and mud splattered everywhere, creating a pit in the ground. The python's head reduced to a pulp, its body still twitching in convulsions. Lu Zhi let out a breath and sat down. After resting for a while, he pushed the stone aside. The python's head was already smashed to pieces with no chance of survival, yet its body continued to convulse. He picked up his pants, which were stained with snake blood and dirt, too filthy to look at, but he needed to wash them anyway. He casually draped them over his shoulder. What to do with the giant python? Lu Zhi felt a bit troubled. If left to rot here, it would stink to high heaven in just a couple of days. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have discovered a new source of protein, python meat. Right, I almost forgot this thing is edible. Let's drag it back and take a look. With that thought, he tugged on the python's tail, dragging it back to the camp. At that moment, Ning Shu and Jiang Yao were washing clothes while Ruan Bing lay behind them, covered by banana leaves, sleeping soundly. Then they saw Lu Zhi approaching with his pants draped over his shoulder, wearing boxer shorts and bare-legged, struggling to pull something along. Hey, what is Lu Zhi dragging? I don't know, it's colorful and looks quite nice. Let's go see. The two girls then got a clear view of the giant python, nearly screaming in shock. Their screams lasted a full 3 minutes before they subsided. Ning Shu angrily shouted, "Hey Lu Zhi, how did you manage to catch that?" Jiang Yao also cried out, "Quick, throw it away." Lu Zhi tossed the giant python onto the beach, stretched his waist, and said, "Don't be afraid. This guy was crawling towards the camp, probably wanting to take revenge on me, but I managed to turn the tables." "What?" Jiang Yao exclaimed. "What do you mean you turned the tables? Look, it's still moving." Lu Zhi turned to look, the python occasionally twitching its neck, its mangled head drooping to the side, blood splattering everywhere. "It's true. But that's just muscle spasms. The head is completely destroyed and has no attack power left." Ning Shu adjusted her chi and said, "Lu Zhi, why did you bring this thing back to the camp?" "What for?" "Of course, to eat. A python this big will provide enough food for a long time, right?" The two girls were dumbfounded. Eating a small snake was one thing, but could they really eat such a huge python? It could very well be by Sujin. Jiang Yao trembled and asked, "Dear, tell me you're joking, right?" "Of course not, I'm serious." "Can this thing be eaten?" This is a Burmese python, also known as the southern snake, piano snake, or double-banded python. It is a subspecies of the Asian rock python and one of the 6 largest snake species in the world. The snake skin is the best material for making eru, and the snake meat can be cooked and eaten or made into smoked cured food and sausages. The two girls were at a loss for words. "My goodness, how do you know so much about this? Don't forget I'm the man who has watched 100,000 Ys." Saying this, Lu Zhi took off his shirt, picked up the axe, and began chopping down at the python's head. Blood splattered across his delicate fair face, creating a stark contrast. Before long, he chopped off the python's head and then began to dissect its body. The snake skin was tough and resilient, Lu Zhi couldn't cut through it with a small round knife or a kitchen knife, so he had to use the stone axe. Still, it wouldn't budge. With no other choice, he spent a long time sharpening the axe on a rock by the sea, and finally the blade became sharp again. This time he was able to open the python. The two girls stared blankly. Is this really the Lu Zhi we know? The contrast with the handsome young man from school is too great. Yet despite the rough and brutal appearance, it brought a sense of security. They believed only by surviving alongside such a man could they safely make it to this point. If they had someone weak and ineffectual, they would have perished many times over. Lu Zhi exerted great effort dividing the python meat into chunks and laying them out on the rocks on the beach to dry. The chunks of python meat still twitched slowly, and the patterned skin displayed undulating waves, giving one a creepy feeling. Jiang Yao widened her eyes and shouted, "It's already been dismembered, why is it still moving?" "It's just muscle memory spasms, don't worry, it's completely dead." Also, the term dismemberment isn't quite right, it makes me feel like a perverted serial killer. Ningshu pointed at his bloodied face and shouted, "You look just like one right now." "Really?" Jiang Yao glanced over and said, "It does look quite similar. But more importantly, when will these things stop moving? I'm worried the meat will run away on its own." "They'll stop moving soon. Actually, freshly slaughtered beef does the same thing, but just indicates it's fresh. It is said that in the beautiful country across the ocean, chefs will place roasted Burmese python meat on pizza. It's said to be quite flavorful." Ningshu immediately imagined a pizza with pieces of moving meat on it. "Oh no, I now have a phobia of pizza. Burmese python is actually more nutritious than rat meat and more suitable for consumption. Oh, once cooked you will come to love it." The two girls shook their heads in unison. "No. Absolutely not." Luja managed to harvest roughly 40 gene of python meat, taking only the tenderest cuts because there was no need to store excess. The remaining scraps and snake blood were tossed into shallow tidal pools to serve as bait for catching sea fish. Without a refrigerator, 40 gene of python meat was far too much to eat at once. Then he remembered that smoking the surplus over a fire would prolong its edibility. Meat smoked over a fire could be kept for a week to half a month. In a dry, well-ventilated place, it would last even longer. To preserve the food, Luja threaded the meat with strips of bark, hung the strings over the woodpile to smoke, and left a single chunk to roast on a stone. At that moment, Lin Qianqian and Tang Xiao returned. The two girls had hauled back half a gene of oyster meat, saying they had had to hammer at the shells for over an hour, and they proudly showed Luja the fruits of their labor. They saw 2 neat rows of strange meat hanging across the camp. Holding their half bag of raw oysters, the two girls suddenly felt self-conscious. When they learned that the hanging meat came from the enormous python that had nearly swallowed the flight attendant, they all trembled. Then they went to the shore to gather some kelp, dried it, and rubbed the crystalline residue onto the python meat. Those white crystals were mannitol with a little salt, useful for replenishing electrolytes and natural seasoning, and even a tonic for the eyes. By then, Wan Bing, the flight attendant, had woken. She murmured, "Let's eat first, then we can wash." Luja handed the prepared slab of python meat to Wan Bing. It was fragrant and slick with oil. She nibbled cautiously at first, then began to eat in great mouthfuls, even scalding herself. "Good heavens, how many days has it been since I last ate properly?" The 4 girls had originally refused the meat, but seeing her devour it with such relish, they hesitated, tore off a piece, and put it in their mouths. "Not bad. The texture is so tender, pleasantly springy. Apart from the look, it almost tastes like soul." In an instant, a new culinary world opened to them. Their survival menu gained a hardcore dish: roasted python. After eating their fill, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Half an hour later, their clothes were mostly clean and ready for bathing. Ningshu hesitated. Boys and girls shouldn't bathe together, right? "I don't mind it to be a gentleman. I can go further out," one of the boys offered. "No," Jiang Yao said, blushing. "There are sharks in the water. If you go too far away, we won't feel safe." Tang Xiao remarked, "Still, it's awkward for the sexes to be so candid with each other." They agreed to stay in shallow water near the shore, about 10 meters apart. They decided to wade to waist depth so little could be seen, and Jiang Yao would wash at the shoreline. The others all nodded in agreement. They entered the water and, except for their heads, immersed their bodies before removing their garments one by one. Only then did Luja realize he had made a small mistake. The seawater was astonishingly clear. Through the waves, he could dimly discern the girls' silhouettes. Fearing that a nosebleed might attract sharks, he turned away and in silence recited the Chu Shi Biao to steady himself. He then noticed Jiang Yao standing on the shore. At that instant, Tang playfully splashed water at him. Luja put on a mischievous expression and teased, "Humph, you've roused my beastly heart. None of you will escape." Tang feigned terror with a shriek. "Ah, Brother Lu is going to eat us. He is so frightening." She crouched behind Ningshu and peered this way. Ningshu laughed, reached under Tang's arm, and tickled her until she giggled. Lin Qianqian ran over and hugged her, smiling. "Brother Lu, I caught Guire for you." Luja nodded. "Could help me bully her a little." "Roger, don't." Tang's shrieks echoed over the sea. An hour or so later, everyone had scraped the seawater from their skin with cards and fashioned makeshift bras and skirts from banana leaves. They draped their damp garments over the fire to dry. Surprisingly, once scrubbed clean and wrapped in banana leaves, the girls looked oddly graceful, like woodland nymphs. After eating and bathing, Luja fashioned a rustic grass skirt for himself from banana leaves in a teasing parody of style, then checked the horsefly larvae on Wan Bing's arm. In his mind came the information that horsefly larvae might already be dead. They could die within 6 to 7 hours, although when their status is uncertain, one ordinarily waits 24 hours. "What luck! We can operate now. Guire, lend me your earring." "Okay." Using Tang Xiaoguo's earring, Luja hooked the larva by its head and, pinching it, pulled it out with ease. The thing was about a centimeter long and resembled a maggot. Though it no longer writhed, its pale body, speckled with tiny black dots, made one's scalp tingle. The girls squealed in disgust. Luja quipped, "No time for fishing tackle. It could even be used as bait." Then he crushed it underfoot. They then turned to building a proper camp. He cut long branches nearby to form the shelter's frame. With prior experience, the task was far easier this time. With everyone cooperating, raising the frame, twisting grass ropes, and laying banana leaves, they finished a simple shelter before nightfall. Though plainer than their previous refuge, it would suffice for the night. They would reinforce it in the morning. That day, Luja had found the sixth survivor, killed a python, and successfully performed a minor surgery. They had experienced some adrenaline-charged episodes along the way. Yet one important task remained, the sign-in. He had wanted to try the newcomer first, but out of respect he refrained. Yao Yao. What is it, Luja? Lend me your hand. What are you doing? Jiang Yao blushed, but still offered her hand. Luja took her hand and gently kissed the back of it. Ding. Congratulations, host sign-in complete. Agility 1. Consecutive sign-ins, 8 days. Strength 13, Endurance 11, Physique 10, Agility 13, Perception 11. Indeed, the change had registered. At the same time, Luja noticed a pattern. Touching Ning Shu to sign in increased strength. Touching Jiang Yao increased agility. Touching Lin Qianqian increased endurance. Touching Guerre increased perception. Coincidence or design? Luja did not know, but physique had not increased yet. What to do about that? He did not have an answer. In any case, the day's tasks were done and his abilities had grown. Luja prepared to rest. Hey, it's not over yet. Jiang Yao cocked her head and looked at him with tender eyes. Suddenly, she leaned forward and kissed his lips lightly. I won't be shortchanged, you know. Luja smiled. I'm going to sleep first. Jiang Yao nodded. Good night. He retired early to the shelter and fell asleep on the banana leaves. Ruan Bing still bore the emotional fragility of a child. Ning Shu had coaxed her to sleep, and the four girls placed her gently inside the shelter. Seeing Luja sleeping soundly nearby, their hearts ached. He had done so much for his companions that day, oh, he must be exhausted. They set Ruan Bing carefully beside Luja and then made another sweep of the camp. Finding no imminent danger, they returned to the fire. Night had fallen and the temperature was dropping. The light and warmth of the flames drove off the cold and darkness, offering solace to their spirits. Jiang Yao murmured with concern. Luja worked so hard today, he must be exhausted. Lin Qianqian added sadly. I feel we could have borne more of his burden. Ning Shu then proposed, is everyone tired? A little, but certainly not as much as Luja. I think so too. I'm fine as well. Since we are not short of water or food for the moment, I suggest we tidy the camp tonight and give Luja a surprise tomorrow. How about it? Good idea. I second that. I concur. How this time follow my lead. While the girls bustled outside the shelter, the woman inside drifted into a dream and recalled something from before. Let us rewind time to 10 days earlier. Shinbing badge number 10538588646. For this assignment, she assumed the alias Ruan Bing and the codename Jin Yao. Your mission is to pose as a flight attendant, cooperate with the captain and fellow agents, and accompany the passenger known as Xun on flight CZ-125 from China to Australia, delivering him to the Australian authorities. During the operation, you must not alarm other passengers, cause adverse social repercussions, or trigger panic. Because Xun possesses extensive evidence against his organization, resistance from the gang may be expected. To ensure the mission's success, we coordinated with the airline to cancel 5 passengers from the previous flight, creating the illusion that those passengers had already taken an earlier flight. Please all escorting agents exercise utmost caution and prioritize your safety. Shin Bing believed this was meant to be a mission fraught with tension, but ultimately without real peril. After all, even the most reckless criminals would never dare blow up an airplane. Australian police awaited them at the airport for handover. Once the plane landed, the mission would essentially be complete. She might even have time to browse nearby outlet stores and pick up some light luxury items for her colleagues. Yet no one anticipated that her adversary's madness would far surpass her imagination. Mid-flight, disaster struck. The aircraft broke apart, and she was hurled into the void, cast adrift onto a desolate island. Fortunately, she caught on a tangle of branches. She survived. And tumbling down with her were several everyday items from the cabin. Bottled drink, snacks, and her mobile phone. She tried dialing repeatedly, but the signal refused to connect. At first, she assumed that with these scattered supplies and the survival training she'd received at the police academy, she could easily endure until rescue arrived. Yet confronting reality proved infinitely harder than theory suggested. That first night passed in profound solitude and gnawing fear. On the second night, watching her phone's battery dwindle, she resolved to do something meaningful. Using the battery and chocolate foil, she sparked a fire and built a rudimentary camp. That act severed her final tether to the outside world. That night her mind began to wander, unmoored, untethered. She thought of her elder sister, of her father, still alive or already gone, of the innocent passengers aboard that flight, of her fellow officers who had been deployed alongside her. She wept for a long time. When the tears finally subsided, she resolved to live fiercely and unflinchingly. By the third day, her fresh water was gone, her rations nearly exhausted. She launched several Messagina bottle drifters into the sea. Then she turned to coconuts. It took her 4 grueling hours to crack open just one, only to sip a few mouthfuls of water. Such despair cannot be grasped unless truly lived. With food gone, she ventured into the jungle to forage, only to discover that every survival principle she'd memorized at the academy dissolved into irrelevance here. Real plants bear only vague resemblance to textbook illustrations, similar enough to stir memory, yet distinct enough to betray it. She could only rely on fragmented recollection, boiling each uncertain find before daring to eat. By the 5th day, loneliness, terror, thirst, and hunger converged into pure, unadulterated despair, the kind that strips away illusion and leaves only raw, trembling truth. Do not mistake genuine wilderness survival for mere adventure. Of course, if you undertake it as a challenge, imagining yourself soon reclining on a soft bed savoring roast duck and fine wine while counting your reward, that vision may sustain you. Or perhaps watching videos of Bear Grylls weeping like a child after prolonged starvation will steal your resolve. But what if you are utterly alone, and the entire world believes you are already dead? No one is searching. What if your next 10, 20 years, or your entire lifetime, must unfold within this endless, suffocating solitude and hopelessness? Then you will understand how profoundly painful mere existence can be. She longed for someone, anyone, to speak with, even a murderer. But there was no one. Only silence, only fear, only herself. Suicide crossed her mind. Yet unlike her teammates, who carried sidearms as part of their operational gear, her role had been liaison with the flight crew. She carried no weapon. So she looped her belt over a low-hanging branch and slipped it around her neck. But at the last moment she stopped. Because she had spotted a mushroom. One she recognized. Poisonous, hallucinogenic, strictly prohibited. Perhaps it would dissolve her present anguish. Perhaps it would grant her a gentle, blissful death. Or perhaps in those final moments, she might glimpse her family and friends once more. And so she ate it, and then she dreamed. She dreamed of childhood, of innocence, simplicity, carefree days. She wandered through sun-dappled woods. On her final foray into the forest, she encountered a colossal python. Her leg wounded, unable to flee, she sobbed for her parents. Until at the very brink of despair, a miracle unfolded. Her father descended like thunder, axe in hand, driving the serpent away. Then her mother and sister rushed forward to carry her to safety. Dazed, she awoke, only to find herself lying on a broad, ornate bed, its sheets embroidered with vivid crimson she characters, symbols of marriage. Could it be that everything before had been nothing but a dream? Or am I still dreaming now? Then she noticed a man sleeping beside her, his face indistinct yet radiating an unmistakable ethereal handsomeness. Who is he? My husband. She couldn't recall ever marrying. Her breath quickened. Suddenly, an overwhelming urge rose within her to reach out to hold him close. If it's a dream, and if he is truly mine, why hesitate? Meanwhile, Luja too was dreaming. Yes, he was after all an ordinary young man. After enduring such a day, total emotional numbness would have been stranger than any reaction. He dreamed of Jiang Yao. She was the first girl he met after moving in with his adoptive parents. Kind, attentive people who, though perpetually busy, enrolled him in a government-run kindergarten. There he met Jiang Yao. Terrified by the unfamiliar setting, he refused to speak. Yet this little girl chattered endlessly, reminding him to wash his hands, telling him stories, even applying scented lotion to his skin. Later he learned their families lived in the same residential complex. Coincidence? Perhaps, but they entered the same elementary school, assigned to the same class. They attended the same middle school, and for a time sat as deskmates. They enrolled in the same high school, remained in the same class, and walked home together daily. So often that classmates mistook them for a couple, leaving Jiang Yao untouched by suitors throughout those years. Then, astonishingly, they both gained admission to the same university, joined the same class, and even became dance partners in the university's dance club. This uncanny synchronicity made Luja feel deep down that he might spend his entire life entwined with her. Sometimes he wondered, marrying Jiang Yao wouldn't be such a bad prospect. Yet she too seemed hesitant. They remained inseparable friends. Close, yet neither dared take that final fateful step. Until the island, until becoming her de facto partner in survival, reignited his long-dormant feelings for Jiang Yao. In his daze, he felt a woman fling herself into his arms. Yao Yao stopped teasing. As dawn's first light seeped through the trees, Luja opened his eyes, and his first words were, "Damn it, did I just sleep with Yao Yao?" Then he saw who lay beside him, and his scalp prickled with shock. At that very instant, Shin Bing stirred awake as well. In that suspended moment, both froze, then instinctively recoiled, pushing each other away. Shin Bing scanned the surroundings, her gaze clouded with bewilderment. Luja rubbed his temples. What the hell? Shin Bing glanced down. Her makeshift loincloth of banana leaves had come undone. Hastily she tightened it and clutched her chest. What's going on? Her head throbbed violently. Reality and dream blurred beyond distinction. She slapped her own cheeks, wincing at the sharp sting. What do we do? She gripped her hair, as if her skull might split open. Luja massaged his temples again. What is happening? I was about to ask you the same thing. I rescued you. You're that college student. Damn it. Finally, you remember me. Just then a woman's voice rang out from outside. Wow. So beautiful. Xiao Zhigu will love it. Humph. After pulling an all-nighter, if he doesn't love it, I'll twist him until he does. Curious, the two peered through the foliage and found the campsite immaculately cleaned, clothes dried, and scrubbed free of salt, neatly folded one by Jiang Yao. A rustic fence of stones and branches encircled the clearing, adorned with vibrant purple asters. Even the firewood beside the hearth had been stacked with meticulous order. What had been a crude functional shelter now shimmered with a faint storybook enchantment. Shin Bing stepped hesitantly outside. Who are you? The women paused mid-task, turning toward her with open curiosity. She's awake. She won't call me mom again, will she? Shin Bing pressed her temples. Fragmented images from earlier surged back, chaotic and disjointed. Ning Shu stepped forward. Hey, do you remember us? Jiang Yao smiled. We were all first-class passengers, you know. Actually, we owe you thanks. You upgraded us to first class. Lin Qianqian added. Tang Xiaohua chimed in, though we saved your life too. You're the 5 college students whose flights were swapped. Exactly. Exactly. Oh my god, I need a moment. Xinbing sank to her knees, gently massaging her temples. In that instant, countless scattered fragments coalesced in her mind, fusing into a single seamless continuous narrative. You saved me. Tang Xiaohua beamed, that's right. Ning Shu explained, we drifted onto another island first, but it was barren. When we found your messagina bottle, we rode straight here. And there you were, about to be swallowed whole by a giant snake. So we snatched you away. Xinbing exhaled deeply, a tide of indescribable emotion rising within her. Gratitude, awe, disbelief, relief. In that moment she longed, desperately, to weep. At that moment she finally understood that the world before her was the true world. She was saved by a boy and 4 girls. Tang Xiaohua shrugged and said, no, we didn't see a single shadow of a rescue team. At this moment Jiang Yao reminded, oh right, the clothes are dry now, everyone can change into their own. Ning Shu added, breakfast is ready too, you can tell us about your story while we eat. The dried clothes, though still a bit rough, felt dry and warm, much more comfortable than before. This brought an immense sense of relief and comfort to Xinbing. Indeed, a week of terrifying solitude on a deserted island had brought her to the brink of despair. Especially at night, the howling of the night wind resembled the mournful cries of starving beasts. At that time she longed for a companion to face it all with her, even if it was someone old and ugly. Looking at the 4 lively and adorable girls in front of her, along with a boy who appeared somewhat melancholic and indifferent, an indescribable sense of relief surged in her heart, and she couldn't help but burst into tears. As for Lu Jia, he wasn't melancholic or indifferent at all. He was troubled. He had inexplicably given his first time to a woman 7 or 8 years older than him. Wouldn't that crush you? He thought it was Jiang Yao, his childhood friend, and thus didn't reject it too much. Why didn't he compare the most obvious characteristics at that time? Also, would the girls find out? If they learned of this matter, the consequences would surely be severe. And, this woman cried. Why is she crying? Is it because of what happened last night? Big sis, she was sleeping well, and it was you who crawled over first. By the way, I remember there was no one beside me when I fell asleep, so how did she come to my side in the middle of the night? Strange. Too strange. Oh, the sign-in is complete. My physique has finally reached 11. Xiaozhi, the new shorts are dry, try them on. Jiang Yao smiled as she handed over the shorts. Oh, Lu Jia took them and put them on, they were warm and fit perfectly. Lin Qianqian smiled and showcased the campsite. Aren't we all well behaved? Lu Jia looked at the revitalized campsite and said behaved. Tang Xiaohua cheerfully said, Xiaozhi, you have new shorts now, this pair belongs to me from now on. Can I keep the old ones for washing? Quick. No way. Ning Shu linked arms with Lu Jia, frowning as she asserted her claim. Watch your limits, Xiaozhi's girlfriend is still here. Jiang Yao quietly reminded, there are outsiders, let's not make a big deal out of the girlfriend duty. That's true. After changing clothes, it was time for breakfast. Ning Shu grilled python meat, dried coconut meat, and prepared oysters and small fish skewers. Here, sister, try a skewer. Xinbing took a fish skewer, wiped her tears, and an overwhelming sense of emotion surged in her heart. How did you manage to get so much food? Tang Xiaohua proudly said, that's nothing, we've also had roasted chicken before. Ning Shu corrected, that was skipjack tuna. Skipjack tuna. Xinbing recalled her mission code name, and couldn't help but smile as she asked, how did you catch it? It was caught by Lu Jia. Lu Jia? Xinbing paused. Was that the name of the boy? She glanced at him again, feeling a strange sensation in her heart. He was handsome indeed, quite handsome. But she never imagined that she would give away her youthful innocence, which she had guarded for over 20 years. But can she blame anyone for that? Last night, she had lost her mind for no reason. Speaking of which, she shouldn't have eaten that damned poisonous mushroom. What would others think of her? A promiscuous woman. God, this is unbearable. Sister, why is your face so red? Lin Qianqian asked curiously. It's nothing. I'm fine. Ning Shu handed her the wallet. Air hostess, is your name Ruan Bing? Xinbing took out her ID card and looked at it. After pondering for a long while, she raised her head and suddenly smiled faintly. No, my name is Xinbing. Just call me Sister Bing from now on. Saying this, she tossed the ID card into the fire. The girls exchanged glances. Why? Xinbing replied with a calm smile, just following my family's surname. Lu Jia vaguely felt that this woman had a story. You are called Lu Jia, right? How old are you this year? 18. Xinbing sighed in relief. He was an adult now and her pressure significantly eased. Thank you for saving me. Lu Jia absent-mindedly replied. We are all compatriots, but it's nothing special. Xinbing glanced around. Remarkable, 5 people managed to gather so many resources. Oh, I need to learn from you. I wouldn't burn my ID card even if it was useless, but it has many uses in the wild. Xinbing felt a bit embarrassed. Yes. Is that so? Lu Jia ate a bit of python meat and continued, Sister Bing, I have something to ask you. Feel free to ask. After you were stranded on the deserted island, did you make any phone calls? How was the situation? Xinbing shook her head, her tone becoming serious. I dialed no less than 60 or 70 times 110, 119, as well as my colleagues' airlines and emergency rescue services, but there was absolutely no signal. None of the numbers could connect. Luja nodded. This place is still too far from our mainland. It's no wonder the signal can't reach. Shinbing asked, where was your original island? Luja pointed in one direction. That way the island is too small and resources are scarce, so we can't see it. What are your plans next? I want to know everything about this island so that I can survive better here. Shinbing smiled helplessly. This island isn't very rich in resources. Zhang Yao and Tang Xiaobo exchanged glances and reached the same conclusion. Is this really called scarce? Compared to Egg Yolk Island, this place is no different from a farmer's market. It practically has everything. Luja asked again, have you found any freshwater resources? Shinbing shook her head. I've been searching too, but I haven't found any. Will there be any here? Where there are pythons, there should be freshwater. Perhaps it is hidden, or maybe it's underground. Shinbing felt puzzled. How do you know so much about survival? I have a keen interest in this. Ning Shu corrected. No, he has read 100,000 Ys. Shinbing looked at Luja, who appeared handsome yet delicate, and smiled. You don't seem like it at all. There are many things that don't seem right like you are right now. You don't seem much like a flight attendant. Shinbing tilted her head and smiled. Is that so? The girls exchanged glances and nodded. Your vibe is a bit different. Shinbing pondered for a moment, sighed, and said, to be honest, I am a police officer disguised as a flight attendant for a mission. Wanbing is my alias. The girls gasped in unison. Luja's heart stirred. So that's how it is. Ning Shu exclaimed. I said you shouldn't be telling us this, right? It's certainly inconvenient to talk about the mission, but regarding my own matters. Shinbing thought for a moment, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. I don't want to hide. Having lived alone for 8 days, he was besieged by solitude and fear, desperate for someone to speak with. Now he had them. 5 vibrant, youthful university students. She truly wished to conceal nothing. So you're not just a flight attendant. You're also a police officer, Ning Shu murmured, astonished. Anyway, the mission is over, and I'm already dead. Zhang Yao studied her carefully. But you're clearly very much alive, miss. I imagine my colleagues and I have already been laid to rest in memorial services on the mainland. As for me, it doesn't matter, but I wonder whether they'll be honored as martyrs. Yes, after all the aircraft had crashed into the sea, 10 days had passed without a trace. Would anyone still believe the passengers and crew could possibly be alive? Rationally speaking, no one would. Shinbing pressed her lips together and exhaled deeply. Sorry. I've been alone for so long, and it's felt unbearably oppressive. Speaking aloud eases the weight. You won't mind, will you? Of course not. Lin Qianqian replied sweetly. Tang Xiaobo nodded. I feel the same way. Xiaobo, ever since we washed ashore on this island, I haven't seen a shred of that oppression in you. You're practically more animated than usual. Who says? I cried several times right after we stranded. Meanwhile, Shinbing learned from Luja and Ning Shu that everyone aboard the plane had perished at sea. That included her colleagues, elite officers disguised as ordinary passengers. She sniffed softly. I knew it. Then she sighed again, long and slow. Still now my heart feels settled, no longer suspended in uncertainty. After finishing their meal, the girls grew utterly exhausted and slipped into the shelter for rest. Lin Qianqian gently tugged Shinbing's sleeve. Jia, would you like to sleep a little more? I've slept enough. Ning Shu yawned. I'll wait a while too. All right then. Lin Qianqian entered the shelter slightly disappointed. Luja, what will you do today? I'll accompany you. Luja glanced at her dark circles and pinched her cheek. Look at you. You need rest, not company. I told you I'm fine. Ning Shu patted his arm and grinned. All right then. What's on the agenda for today? Shinbing gazed at the young man and woman before her. Perfectly matched, as if crafted by heaven itself. A pang of quiet envy stirred within her, followed by an inexplicable sense of loss. Are you two a couple? Luja smiled faintly, just teasing. Ning Shu slung an arm around him. Exactly. We're joking about romance. We're actually inseparable friends. I see. Shinbing nodded. Sister understands. Stranded on a deserted island. You need a spark of levity, or else you'd suffocate. Ning Shu shook her head. Absolutely true. Shinbing smiled wryly. By the way, what's planned for today? Let me help if I can. Indeed. They'd rescued lives. Now it was time to plan ahead. Luja paused, thoughtful. We have food, coconut water, shelter, and fire. Next we'll need to explore the jungle, to locate sustainable freshwater sources and arable land. But entering the jungle means confronting unknown dangers, so upgrading our tools is essential. Where shall we begin? Luja handed her the steak knife. Class rep, sharpen this blade carefully. Focus on refining both the tip and edge. Got it. Leave it to me. What about me? He passed her the stone axe. If possible, refine this further. Make it sharper, but not overly so. Shinbing hefted it, surprised. Good heavens, a stone axe. How did you even make this? It's a rudimentary version, not built to last. I'll teach you step by step later, but not now. I've work to do. Next, he intended to craft a stone mortar. What was its purpose? Luja anticipated swarms of mosquitoes, and possibly horseflies, within the jungle. He needed to gather insect-repellent herbs, crush them into paste, and apply them to the skin. The stone mortar would serve precisely for grinding and pounding medicinal herbs. First, he selected a large, oval-shaped river stone, roughly 20 centimeters in diameter. Using a pencil, he sketched a circular outline, about the size of a bowl, on one side. Then with a nail, he tapped shallow indentations along the circle. then struck it sharply, causing a small segment to break away, leaving behind a relatively smooth flat surface. He then smoothed that surface further against rock, before hollowing out a depression within the semi-oval stone, transforming it into a functional mortar bowl. This task demanded patience. He wedged the semicircular stone firmly between several others, and rubbed a coarse stone back and forth inside the marked circle. All the while he rinsed away debris with seawater, gradually carving a shallow concave basin into the flat surface. At that moment Shinbing approached. "Hey, what is it? Your little girlfriend has fallen asleep." "Huh." Luja turned, and saw Ningshu, half-finished knife in hand, slumped over a boulder, drooling softly in slumber. Of course, she'd been up all night, utterly spent. Seeing her like that, Luja felt a quiet pang of tenderness. He realized how profoundly these girls had come to matter to him, yet his feelings were growing increasingly tangled. He sensed his affection deepening for each of them. Setting the knife aside, he lifted her gently and carried her to the shelter, laying her softly beside Jiang Yao. Sleeping women possessed a rare, delicate charm. Watching them breathe, deeply lost in peaceful slumber, Luja's lips curved into a faint, tender smile. Suddenly an idea stirred within him. Perhaps living here indefinitely wouldn't be so unwelcome after all. Returning to his work, Shinbing drew near. "Mind if I join you?" "Not at all." Luja offered a light smile. He sensed she wanted to speak with him. For young women, all seem quite taken with you. They're simply relying on one another in extremis. Mutual support born of shared peril. Let tension rise and trust collapses into scheming. Which one is your official girlfriend? Luja shook his head. "None." "You too." Shinbing hesitated, searching for words. "Did anything happen last night? The way we did, oi?" "What kind of thing?" Cautiously choosing her phrasing, Shinbing clarified. "What occurred between us last night?" Luja paused mid-motion, then shook his head. "Truthfully, our relationship remains entirely pure." "So this was your first time?" Heaven's irony indeed." Gazing at the boy's faint blush, Shinbing gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. "Don't worry, you're not losing out. Neither am I. This was my first time too." Luja suspected the yellow-skirted bamboo fungus had clouded her judgment. Otherwise a rational woman would never act so recklessly. Yet how then should this situation resolve? "How do you wish to proceed?" "Well, you're responsible for me now. Just so you know, sister won't be marrying anytime soon after this." "Huh." Shinbing burst into laughter. All right. I'm teasing. Actually, I owe you an apology." "Why, oi? I must have eaten poisonous mushrooms. Please believe me, I'm conservative by nature. This isn't who I am." Luja nodded. "I understand. Can you forgive me?" This time he didn't pause his work. "You aren't solely to blame." Shinbing nodded. She genuinely found this young man admirable. She trusted he hadn't acted deliberately. "Then, let's agree. This stays buried between us. Never spoken of again." "Agreed." "Fine," Luja replied, still wearing a wounded expression. Yet no one knew deep inside, he felt quietly elated. Why? Because he feared consequences, whether entanglement or discovery by the other girls. Both would spell trouble. And yet to walk away callously would mark him as heartless. Her own request to bury the matter. How perfectly graceful, how utterly welcome. Still Luja maintained his downcast demeanor. He nodded slowly, murmuring a distracted, thoughtful leaving Shinbing heavy-hearted. Oh, it seemed he wouldn't accept reality. Not just yet. She'd find a chance later, to comfort him properly. Fortunately, everything that needed to be said has been said. There is no need to linger on this issue any longer. In Shinbing's view, although she lost her first time, she gained 5 companions who could share both joys and hardships in a dire situation. That was worth it. The key was that the other party was also a pure-hearted young boy, which made her feel she had not suffered a loss. Some things, when laid bare, bring a sense of relief. Overthinking is useless. What truly matters is to lift one's spirits and live courageously. She picked up the stone axe and began to grind it with determination. Luja continued to make the stone pestle. His strength was substantial, now gradually deepening the shallow pit on the round stone. Next he placed some sharp stones in the pit, using one end of a wooden stick to press down while twisting it back and forth. The powerful friction produced more stone shavings, and the pit became deeper and deeper. After 2 hours of continuous grinding, Luja had carved out a small pit about the size of a bowl, approximately 10 centimeters deep. Then, using a handful of sand to polish and clean the inside, the pestle was ready. The rest was simple. Find a piece of wood, carve a pestle stick with a small round blade, and smooth it with sand, completing a perfect stone pestle. During this time, Shinbing sharpened the stone axe and also honed the kitchen knife to a point, leaving her shoulders sore and tired. How does it look? Luja picked it up and looked at it. Not bad. Let me see yours. Luja handed her the pestle bowl. Shinbing couldn't help but exclaim, my goodness, how much strength does it take to grind such a large pit in a stone? What did you study before? Finance, and I also like playing football, swimming, and figure skating. Wow, I really didn't see that coming. Just looking at this bowl, I thought you were into weightlifting. Shinbing suddenly thought of something. Hey Luja, are you interested in learning combat? I can teach you. Not interested. Luja thought that with no fresh water in sight and no confirmed land for farming, he really had no mind to learn that. Let's talk about it once things stabilize. He set the pestle bowl aside, took 2 plastic bags, and walked toward the forest. Hey, where are you going? Just nearby to pick some mosquito-repellent herbs, otherwise you'll be covered in bites. Shinbing thought for a moment. Then I have nothing to do, we'll go with you. Sure, we can collect more. Entering the forest, Lu Zhe discovered several wild mint plants. This type of plant is edible and also has mosquito repellent and anti-itch properties. Lu Zhe picked several leaves. At that moment, Xin Bing caught a strange scent. It wasn't necessarily pleasant or unpleasant, just a bit odd. Following the scent, she found a cluster of small white flowers. Hey little Lu Zhe, moi, do you recognize what kind of flower this is, eh? Lu Zhe reached out and touched it. Ding, congratulations host, you have discovered wild stone heather. This is stone heather, it has mosquito-repelling properties. As he spoke, Lu Zhe picked the flowers and put them into the plastic bag. Stone heather. Xin Bing pondered for a moment. I've heard this flower can be quite dirty, could it be? She suddenly covered her nose. This wouldn't be the scent from boys, would it? Lu Zhe sniffed it and nodded. Correct, the scent is similar, but this one is even stronger. Xin Bing couldn't help but laugh. How did you smell it yourself? Lu Zhe replied calmly. Everyone is curious, okay? Xin Bing held back her laughter. Are you sure you want to put this scented flower on a few young girls? Compared to being bitten all over by mosquitoes or letting horseflies build a shelter under our skin, I think applying it is the right choice. Besides, we can add some wild mint to balance the scent. At least we humans will smell a bit better. Building shelters under the skin. Okay, I believe you. Xin Bing helped Lu Zhe collect more, feeling that this boy was not only focused and capable, but also had an interesting soul. Back at the campsite, Lu Zhe placed the stone heather and wild mint into the pestle bowl, added some coconut water, and began to mash it continuously with the pestle. Xin Bing watched him from the side. No wonder he could survive on a deserted island with 4 girls for so long. It seemed he really had strong survival skills. How wonderful it would be if this kid were a few years older. Or if she could be a few years younger. She sighed softly. Shortly after, the stone heather and wild mint were mashed into a light green paste by Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe applied the herbal paste on himself in several places on his clothes. Do you want some too? Xin Bing didn't hesitate. Of course I want some. She dug a handful and evenly applied it to herself. My sister, can you help apply this to the others? And also prepare more mosquito repellent paste. I still need to make other tools. What else do you need to make? A stone knife. Don't we already have an axe? The focus of our survival will definitely still be finding a stable water source. To find water, we have to enter the jungle. While walking through the jungle, it's inevitable to encounter overgrown weeds and vines blocking the way. We must have a knife that can cut through the thorns. An axe is fine for chopping wood, but not very handy for clearing paths. The direction is correct, and the thought process is clear. Xin Bing nodded, feeling a sense of realization. Even if the most survival-capable colleagues from the police station came to this deserted island, they might not do better than this boy. It seemed that showcasing her clumsy survival skills was not the right choice. Cooperating with him was the best option. Alright, I will continue to make more mosquito-repellent herbs. Lu Zhe began to focus on finding materials to make the knife. He needed to select flat stone shards from the diverse rocks. The best approach was to find layered rocks, smash them open, and find hard layers to grind into knife blades. This was also the most challenging task. Lu Zhe spent over 2 hours searching by the sea and finally found suitable stone material. It was a rock slab about 1/2 meter long and 2 feet wide. It resembled a peeled rock layer, thinner on one side and thicker on the other, with the thickest part being about 3 centimeters, making it ideal for crafting a stone knife. He dragged the rock slab ashore and used a pencil and ruler to outline the shape of the knife blade. Then, using a nail tip, he pressed hard along the outline. After carving deep grooves, he hammered nails at intervals of 3 or 4 centimeters to chisel out small pits. This was a very time-consuming and labor-intensive task. If one weren't careful with the force, the entire stone could be ruined. Just chiseling this circle of small pits took Lu Zhe almost an hour. After chiseling around, he gently tapped with the stone axe, and soon the excess material was knocked off. In this way, Lu Zhe obtained a stone piece that was 30 centimeters long, about 10 centimeters wide, and 5 centimeters thick, slightly curved. Next came the polishing. He poured seawater over the stone and meticulously ground the thinner side. After 3 hours, one side had been honed to a sharp edge. Considering the strength of the stone knife, he didn't dare to make it too sharp. The final step was to create the handle. He cut a 1/2 meter long sapling thick enough for a girl's wrist, trimmed off the branches, peeled the bark, and then split one side to insert the small stone piece. He pressed it tightly and then bound it securely with hemp rope. This way, a primitive stone knife was completed. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Zhe has progressed from having nothing to possessing a complete set of primitive tools. Although the process of crafting these tools was arduous, they will play a crucial role in his future survival endeavors. Looking up at the sky, it was already afternoon. Lu Zhe roasted some banana hearts and coconuts to eat. For now, food will not be in short supply, or it is time to consider elevating his standard of living. Bamboo leaves can serve as toilet paper. They should suffice. There are plenty of bamboo here. He can gather some bamboo leaves. Xin Bing is still busy making mosquito repellent, so he decided to explore the bamboo forest himself to gather some leaves and improve the campsite with a bit of bamboo. Lu Zhe cut several segments of bamboo and bundled up some bamboo leaves, preparing to carry them back to the campsite. Just then, he noticed a small creature crouching not far away. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a bamboo rat. This is a great source of wild game, providing a substantial amount of protein and fat for the body. He quietly took out his slingshot and loaded the projectile. At that moment, the small creature sensed danger and darted away. Luja didn't want to give up. He quickly chased after it. After running over 30 meters, the bamboo rat slipped into a hole. Luja felt a slight sense of regret. However, the predominant feeling was one of joy. For now, there was enough meat stored, but if he didn't catch it, he didn't catch it. Even though it had escaped, as long as this species existed on the island, it would eventually make its way onto the menu. He prepared to head back. Just as he turned, a prompt appeared in his mind. Ding. Important supplies detected the neem tree. Looking up, he saw a large red-skinned tree not far away. Curious, he walked over. As his fingers lightly touched the bark of the neem tree, information about it instantly appeared in his mind. Luja was overjoyed. It turned out that this tree was the legendary toothbrush tree. This type of tree is widely distributed around the globe, and many indigenous people in Africa and India use its branches to clean their teeth. The resin contains fluorides, and chewing it can strengthen and whiten teeth. This is also the reason why many African people have such white teeth. Luja broke off a few branches, then carried the bamboo and neem tree branches back to the campsite. By this time, several girls in the campsite had woken up and rushed over to see what Luja had brought back. "Wow, Luja, what good stuff have you found again?" Luja set down his load. "I've got some substitutes for commonly used items. I know bamboo leaves can be used for tea, which helps clear heat and diuretic effects, treating kidney deficiency." Shin Bing then smiled meaningfully. "But why gather so much? Are you trying to replenish yourself?" "Well," Luja chuckled bitterly, "you have a point, but I collected so many because they have a more important function." "What function?" "We've run out of toilet paper, and dried bamboo leaves are a relatively safe substitute. They are less irritating to the skin. The downside is that they are somewhat narrow and the material is slightly inferior, but until a more suitable alternative is found, they can serve as toilet paper. Of course, if you want to use them for tea, that's fine too." Shin Bing was taken aback. "Sorry, but I have no such thoughts right now." Tang Xiaoguo picked up a leaf and examined it. "It's so narrow that it might get poop on my hands." Lin Qianqian nodded. "Guar, don't be picky at this time. Having something is better than having nothing." "Exactly, thumbs up for that." Ning Shu gave a thumbs up. "It's specific, I approve." Jiang Yao picked it up to take a look. "I bet the bamboo never imagined its leaves would be used for this. By the way, what is this branch? It looks quite nice." Luja took out a neem branch. "This is our toothbrush." "Toothbrush?" Several girls exchanged glances, and Tang Xiaoguo blinked. "It doesn't look like a toothbrush at all. This is a neem branch. People in Africa and India use it to brush their teeth." As he spoke, Luja took one out and chewed one end. The end of the branch was chewed into a brush-like shape. "What about toothpaste?" Luja picked up a piece of bamboo charcoal from the fire, crushed it with a stone, and then applied the powder to his teeth. "Bamboo charcoal is a natural teeth cleaning material," he said. Watching Luja brush with the black foam in his mouth, Shin Bing and the other girls were shocked and nearly burst out laughing. Even if bamboo charcoal has adsorption properties, is this hygienic? Yet looks really disgusting. I already have a psychological shadow. If you keep this up, I won't drink from the same bottle as you anymore. It just looks a bit dirty. The bamboo charcoal burnt in fire has no microorganisms or bacteria. It is the most hygienic cleaner. Just don't brush for too long at once, or it could harm your gums." After 3 minutes, Luja brushed both inside and outside his teeth with the neem brush and felt it was about time. He took a sip of coconut water, puffed out his cheeks to let the water wash away the carbon residue on his teeth, and spat it out. Looking at his teeth, they had become incredibly clean and white. Lin Qianqian exclaimed, "Wow, this is really effective. Of course, do you want to give it a try?" As he spoke, Luja offered the neem branch to a few people, but the girls unconsciously stepped back. "What's wrong? Don't you want to brush your teeth?" Ning Shu said, "The effect is indeed good, but bamboo charcoal is a bit hard to accept. Of course, you don't have to try it if you don't want to. Even if you don't brush your teeth, it won't affect survival. It's just that in a few weeks your teeth will turn yellow and tartar will form. After a few months, you'll have coffee-colored teeth." Oh, the girls were all surprised. "Oh no, I can't face having coffee teeth." Shin Bing was the first to take the branch. "I think it's necessary to give it a try." As she spoke, she also chewed a section of the neem branch, then picked up a piece of bamboo charcoal from the fire, crushed it, and applied it to her teeth. Following Luja's example, she rinsed her mouth and spat it out. Like magic, her teeth also became incredibly bright and white. It was even better than using a real toothbrush and toothpaste. The other girls were envious. Indeed, in the 9 days of survival, they had been worried every day about fresh water and food. Who had the time to clean their teeth? Chewing gum could only temporarily remove debris between teeth. It was a superficial solution, and they hardly had any left. It seems that if they wanted to maintain a bright set of teeth, they had to do this. Seeing the elegant and beautiful policewoman doing it, what were they still hesitating about? They followed suit, chewing on the branches, applying bamboo charcoal, and then taking a sip of water. Finally, they chewed on a piece of mint leaf, and their teeth indeed became bright and white, and their breath fresher. Look, this is the proper way for young girls to open up. At this moment, Luja noticed that the stone pestle he had made earlier was placed on the fire, still containing water. "What's going on here?" Tang Xiaoguo asked with a smile. "Cooking something." "This is a stone pestle. I know, I'm just exploring a new method to see if it can be used as a pot." "But," Tang Xiaoguo squatted down, "it's been boiling for so long, why hasn't the water started boiling?" Ning Shu also looked. "I told you it wouldn't work. It seems to be maintaining a constant temperature." Luja said, "The idea is good, but because the opening is too small, it can't be used over high heat, and the stone wall is too thick, so the heat dissipates before it can reach the inside. Looks like we won't be able to drink soup after all." Shin Bing smiled slightly. "Not that we can't drink it. I have a way like this." As she spoke, she used a branch to pick up a small stone from the fire and tossed it in. Sizzle. The water inside immediately began to boil. Although it seems a bit unhygienic, we can just use clean stones next time. Wow, thanks to Miss Shinbing for developing this new method of using the stone pestle. Impressive, right? This is what I learned in the police academy. He then looked at Lu Jia as if waiting for praise. I can't believe it can be used this way. Lu Jia nodded in shock. Shinbing was a bit surprised this wasn't particularly advanced survival skill, was it? Wasn't that expression of astonishment a bit excessive? Lu Jia was surprised, but not by Shinbing's actions. He suddenly thought of a third way to use the stone pestle. Regardless, we can cook some seafood tonight. Yeah, ever since the iron pot got lost, I haven't had hot seafood soup. Lu Jia stood up. Even if the python meat is delicious, we can't eat it all the time. They'll go check if there's anything big trapped in the stone pit where the python bones are. You guys prepare some clean stones and roast them over the fire, and we will use them to make fish soup when we come back. Ning Shu said, They'll go with you. You all chat with Sister Bing for a while. Lin Qianqian smiled and said, Sounds good. Lu Jia nodded. All right, bring the fish spear, a knife, and a plastic bag. Understood. The two arrived at the sea pit, which was a pile of rock formations. There was a larger sea pit about 2 meters deep and over 30 square meters, exactly where Lu Jia had thrown the python carcass yesterday. Floating inside were the remains of the python that were discarded yesterday. After a night of tidal cleansing, the previously bloodstained sea pit had become crystal clear. Several python bones floated in the clear water, with the flesh remaining in the bone seams turning pale, giving it a somewhat eerie appearance. I don't see any fish down there. The water is too clear, they might be hiding among the rocks. Wait for me to go down. After saying that, Lu Jia took off his tank top and shorts, wearing only a pair of swim trunks, and jumped into the water with the fish spear. Ning Shu bit her lip, nervously looking down. Lu Jia held his breath and dove to the bottom, carefully sweeping the fish spear under the rocks. Soon he emerged with a big fish. The big fish swam out, darting around in a panic, realizing it could no longer find its way back to the ocean, and began trying to wriggle into the rock crevices. Lu Jia reacted extremely quickly, having already anticipated its trajectory, and jabbed the fish with the spear. The iron nail pierced through the fish's body. Ding. Acquired new protein cloud pattern stonefish 1. 8 kg. Wow, that's quite substantial. Lu Jia surfaced and shook the fish towards the shore. Catch it. The big fish flopped around on the sand, and Ning Shu was both surprised and delighted, quickly grabbing a plastic bag. I can't hold it down. Just deal with it. There might be more down there. Hey, be careful. Lu Jia dove back into the water and caught another fish weighing over a pound, along with 3 half-pound striped sea breams and an eel. Ning Shu laughed joyfully. Haha, it seems we can really start a Douyin account now. This was all exchanged for the remains of an entire python. Normally, they wouldn't come to this place. Lu Jia pointed at the python carcass. What we actually paid in protein is far greater than what we received. We just changed the flavor. That's still not bad. Should we come up? There are still some other things below. Wait for me to retrieve them, and then we can go back. What is it? There are a few sea urchins at the bottom. Saying this, Lu Jia dove back underwater, and while picking up the sea urchins, noticed clusters of khaki-colored things on the rock wall. Could this be? Lu Jia's eyes lit up as he touched it. Ding. Discovered sanitary supplies, sea sponge. Below are some introductions about sea sponge. It is a simple multicellular marine animal and the prototype of SpongeBob. The household sponges made from foam polymer are crafted based on the principles of this sponge. This is a true natural sponge. The world's highest quality sea sponge is produced in the Mediterranean, appearing pure yellow. In fact, the quality of the Southeast Asian sea sponge is not inferior. It's just that the color isn't as visually appealing, so it doesn't receive as much attention. But it's still pretty good. It can be used for bathing, washing dishes, personal care, and even for bathing infants. It is the most natural, clean, and safe bathroom material. However, this kind directly pulled from the sea may still carry some bacteria and microorganisms. It can be pried off with a small knife. He collected a dozen sea urchins and over 10 pieces of sea sponge, and then broke through the water's surface. Ning Shu curiously asked, I know what a sea urchin is, but what is this? Lu Jia gasped for air. What, you haven't seen SpongeBob? Huh. Ning Shu picked one up to feel it, only to find that it felt like countless tiny bugs wriggling in her palm, and she was so scared that she immediately threw it back. Oh my god, it's alive. Yes, it's alive now. Oh, it won't be long before it dies, and then we can use it. Saying this, Lu Jia picked up a piece of sea sponge and squeezed it in his hand, releasing a large amount of seawater. When he released it, the sea sponge became soft and fluffy. It really is. Want to try again? Ning Shu cautiously took it. It still feels prickly in my palm, but it's quite fun. Once understood, the fear dissipated. Ning Shu even began to enjoy the sensation of holding the sea sponge, evaluating it in her own words. This is simply a stress relief artifact. Ning Shu and Lu Jia squeezed all the seaweed dry and returned to the campsite with a bag full of seafood. As soon as they arrived at the campsite, Ning Shu couldn't help but shout, Haha, look at what we caught. Holding a bag full of items, she noticed that her companions weren't cheering. Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaobo both had their lips pursed and looked teary-eyed. What's wrong with you? Did you guys have a fight? The two girls remained silent. Lu Jia was also a bit puzzled. What happened, you young ladies? Tang Xiaobo said, Lu Jia, this is none of your business. Class leader, please mediate. Shin Bing shrugged helplessly and pulled him aside. It's like this Guerrer has her period, but Yao Yao used up all the sanitary pads, leaving only the last one. The last one. Guerrer can't use it anymore, so she's very unhappy. Qianqian asked, Luja, can you make sanitary pads? Luja was petrified. Is there a line in the survival manual about this? Making sanitary pads. Would Daga know how? Would Beiyi know how? Even Xiao Su and Ma Te would be dumbfounded. From a boy's perspective, hanging them out to dry seems to be the best way to handle it. But that wouldn't work, it would attract bugs and ants. That's not a place for them to visit. We really need to find something to protect it. Wait. Luja seemed to think of someone. Sister Sparrow. She's a tough woman. As far as he remembers, she seems to have made sanitary pads. However, those wild versions made from hay moss and tree bark, are they sure they won't hurt the girl's delicate areas? That material, of course, would be entirely unsuitable. Compared to Sparrow's sister, he now possessed a far superior alternative sponge. Using it as the primary component, combined with bamboo charcoal and cotton cloth, he could certainly attempt a prototype. Yet it had to be prepared only after the sponge was fully deceased. Living specimens would writhe, and the sensation of tiny creatures crawling beneath one's seat would surely overwhelm the girls. Even if they remained composed, Luja himself would never permit it. That region was sacred and inviolable. No living being save himself would ever be allowed near it. Digressing. In truth, sponges retrieved from water perish swiftly, then desiccate and harden. Upon rehydration, however, they soften once more, exhibiting properties paradoxically opposite to those of conventional sponges. When maintained at optimal humidity, they retain a consistently pliant, springy resilience. Until a superior substitute emerged, this material offered viable potential, yet direct use posed risks. Residual bacteria and microorganisms could disrupt the delicate pH balance of feminine physiology. Once that equilibrium was compromised, a maiden's natural fragrance might vanish, replaced instead by an odor reminiscent of middle-aged women. Merely imagining several radiant young women exuding such a scent sent shivers down Luja's spine. No. It was imperative to eradicate all microbes and bacteria. But how? Boiling and scalding water seemed the simplest solution, yet impractical. While high temperatures would indeed sterilize, they would also degrade the sponge's internal structure, reducing it to mush. Luja, however, had already conceived a solution, the renowned pasteurization method. Though its name evoked scientific grandeur, its principle was elegantly simple. Maintaining a steady temperature between 50 and 60 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes eliminates 99% of pathogens, without compromising structural integrity or functional properties. This technique is routinely employed for sterilizing pasteurized eggs and milk, proven highly effective. But what instrument could sustain such precise thermal control? Precisely, the stone mortar. This marked the third innovative application Luja envisioned for it: thermal sterilization. He set to work immediately. First, he constructed a compact fire stand, carefully regulating flame intensity. Then he filled the stone mortar with coconut water and began gentle heating. The low flame proved insufficient to penetrate the mortar's thick walls, yet sufficient to maintain the water within at a stable, consistent temperature. After a short interval, Luja tested the water with his fingers, warm enough to feel distinctly hot, yet not scalding upon tasting. Yes, approximately 60 degrees Celsius. He waited longer, the temperature held steady. This was it. Next, he submerged several sponge pieces into the mortar, set a timer for 30 minutes, and seized the opportunity to gather supplementary materials. His backpack contained several salvaged garments, including a cartoon-printed cotton vest, slightly torn, likely discarded by a mother after her toddler outgrew it. This vest would serve perfectly to encase the sponge and bamboo charcoal. Cotton withstands heat, while he washed it thoroughly, scalded it with boiling water from an aluminum can, then sun-dried it completely. 30 minutes later, he retrieved the sponges. Now lifeless, their microbial inhabitants nearly eradicated. Although rapid cooling post-sterilization yields optimal results, circumstances precluded that luxury. Still, when squeezed, the sponges retained full elasticity. Yet excessive softness would prove uncomfortable when placed between the thighs. To ensure the girl's utmost comfort, the sponges required thinning. Slicing them thinner, however, would compromise absorbency. No matter. Luja layered fine bamboo charcoal between two sponge sheets, significantly enhancing liquid retention. He then cut the child's vest into 20-centimeter strips, tightly wrapping each sandwich of sponge and charcoal within the cotton fabric, preserving absorption capacity while preventing bulkiness or discomfort. Worn discreetly within undergarments, this innovation would perform flawlessly. Luja crafted 5 complete units, sufficient for now. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao and Tang Xiaohua had both conserved their final commercial sanitary pads. What began as tense disputes had evolved into mutual deference, and now matured into collaborative problem-solving. All pondered the same urgent question: how henceforth would they manage without sanitary pads? Suggestions abounded: dried grass, cloth rags, seawater rinses, or even air drying without washing. Yet upon reflection, none proved truly viable. At that moment, Luja returned to camp, and the girls fell silent, averting their eyes. After all, matters concerning female physiology felt deeply embarrassing to discuss with a man. Yet they underestimated Luja's bluntness. What's wrong? Running out of pads? Both girls flushed crimson. Jiang Yao sighed softly. Well, yes, but having a boy state it so directly feels rather strange. No need to worry, the issue is resolved. How? Luja unveiled his creation. Use this. Ningshu blinked rapidly. What is this? Luge's exclusive island edition sanitary pad. Qian gasped, good heavens, you actually made it. Ningshu stood frozen, then erupted with existential disbelief. Why on earth would you make this? The other girls stared wide-eyed. Yes, truly bizarre. Only for your sake. Luge replied smugly, as the sole male in our group, it falls to me to resolve your most pressing challenges. You ought to feel grateful. The four exchanged stunned glances. Grateful? They felt profoundly unsettled. Shinbing awkwardly accepted the item and gave it a tentative squeeze. Surprisingly convincing. What did you use? Sterilized sponge and activated bamboo charcoal, both exceptionally absorbent, encased in sanitized pure cotton fabric. It draws moisture effectively while remaining gentle on delicate skin. More crucially, the cotton pouch itself can be repeatedly sterilized and reused. Only the inner sponge and charcoal require replacement. Hygienic, comfortable, and unobtrusive, it permits unrestricted daytime activity and prevents leakage during nocturnal movement, offering unwavering care and intimate protection. When he finished, the girls gaped speechlessly. Tang Xiaohua murmured, Xiaozhizha, are you serious? Absolutely. Ningshu stared dumbfounded. Luge, don't tell me you learned this from 10,000 Ys. Well, Luge hesitated, searching for another plausible explanation, then conceded with a nod. Yes. Which edition of 10,000 Ys teaches this? That detail is irrelevant. What matters is that it solves the very real challenge you'll face going forward. Even 10 packs would deplete rapidly. That is undeniably logical. Yet being instructed on such matters by a boy leaves one feeling utterly disoriented. Enough. Luge is no outsider. Shinbing, though faintly exasperated, recognized the sobering truth: prolonged isolation on this island would inevitably force confrontation with such fundamental needs. She squeezed the device again. Its suppleness and comfort were genuinely impressive. A thought stirred, unassuming as it appeared. This humble invention might well resolve the profound dilemma looming before them. Shinbing squeezed again, saying, I think we could give it a try. How about you all try it? We can't just leave it like that. Zhang Yao and Tang Xiaohua exchanged glances. Since it was made by Luge, then let's be guinea pigs for once. Zhang Yao and Tang Xiaohua each took one, went behind the shelter, fiddled with it for a while, and then came out with flushed faces. Lin Qianqian curiously asked, how does it feel? Zhang Yao tilted her head and thought, to be honest, it's not as hard to accept as I imagined. Tang Xiaohua pursed her lips. After all, it's Luge's creation. It's quite comfortable to use it like this. Ningshu nodded. In any case, this is the best alternative to sanitary pads available at this stage. I said, Luge, you truly are talented. You can make such things. Luge said lightly. People must grow through practice. Only by being as serious and studious as my brother and observing carefully can one gain a more comfortable life experience in harsh environments. Is he bragging? It sounds quite like it. Shinbing curiously walked over to the stone mill and noticed the tools Luge used to make these things, suddenly realizing the sterilization principle. In fact, he is truly impressive. Hey, how do we prepare so many fish? Lin Qianqian's voice came from the other side. We can kill 2 for fish soup and the rest we can make into grilled fish slices, which can be preserved for longer and can also serve as snacks. Wow, grilled fish slices. That sounds exciting. Can you do it? It's very simple. We'll teach you. Is this taught in 100,000 Ys? Stop talking nonsense and focus on learning. The survival manual has clear instructions for making it. Luge picked up a kitchen knife and began to operate. Kill the fish, gut it, then remove the bones and skin, lay the meat on the stones while using a bamboo tube to squeeze out the moisture and roast the stones. The sea fish itself is salty. Apply some honey and keep pressing back and forth to dry out all the moisture while roasting. By evening, everyone finally had fish soup to drink and also harvested over 2 pounds of grilled fish slices. Summarizing the gains of the 9th day, they made 2 important stone tools. This means they have officially entered the Stone Age. Moreover, they used resources like bamboo leaves, neem tree branches, and sponges to improve their quality of life. The rescue team still hadn't arrived, but life was gradually getting back on track. However, the biggest problem remained unsolved. They had yet to find a sustainable water source. On the deserted island, lacking a continuous freshwater source means they can never escape the threat of death. June 19, Sunday, sunny. At 6:30 a.m. it is now the 10th day of being stranded on the deserted island. Luge had a piece of python meat, 2 fish mint, and 2 pieces of roasted coconut meat for breakfast. He replenished his carbohydrates, vitamins, proteins, and fats. He planned to venture deep into the jungle today, searching horizontally along the mountain jungle. His only goal was to find a water source like a mountain spring, creek, or lake, and then move the camp closer to that water source. He prepared some tools: a stone knife for clearing the way, a slingshot for hunting. He wrapped small stones in mud, shaped them, and roasted them to harden the projectiles. These projectiles have far greater shooting accuracy than ordinary pebbles. He also made a simple compass from a magnetic card. Then he applied mosquito-repellent herbs to his body. He also took Ningshu's backpack, which contained 2 bottles of coconut water and some jerky fish slices. Luge originally planned to go alone, but everyone disagreed. Shinbing was very worried. Luge, I might not know as much as you, but it is very dangerous to act alone in the wilderness. I had no choice before, but now that we have the conditions, it's best to take someone with you. Luge thought it wouldn't be bad to have a girl accompany him. She could share some of the tools, and they could talk. Most importantly, he could take the opportunity to check in. Okay, but just one person at most. Originally, Xinbing was the most suitable to go together as she was more familiar with the terrain here and could serve as a guide. But the stitches on her calf had not healed yet, and a long trek could worsen her injury. Guer just got her period while Yao Yao's period hadn't ended. Only Ning Shu and Lin Qianqian could act more conveniently. It was a choice between the two. In the end, it was decided that Qianqian would accompany him into the jungle as today was Wednesday and Qianqian was the duty girlfriend. Qianqian, you make me feel the most at ease. Remember, the duty girlfriend must prevent him from being too flirty, Ning Shu earnestly instructed. Qianqian smiled and nodded. Don't worry, squad leader. Lu Zhou also applied mosquito-repellent herbs to Lin Qianqian, and at 8 a.m. the two entered the jungle together. After entering the jungle, they walked uphill along the slope, reaching a point about 300 meters from the coastline, and began to traverse horizontally along the mountain. This path was not easy to walk, but it was the easiest route to find fresh water. Under the shade of the trees, the air was filled with the calls of unknown insects, which made people a bit anxious. In the distance, they could vaguely hear the calls of birds and beasts deep in the forest, but could not distinguish the species. Lin Qianqian felt a bit scared. Lu Zhou walked in front, continuously swinging the stone knife to cut through the thorns ahead. Lin Qianqian followed closely behind him, chatting along the way to alleviate her fear. Originally, Lu Zhou thought Qianqian would only pay attention to plants and geological information. As they chatted, Lin Qianqian suddenly asked, Lu Zhou, do you like Bing Jia? Lu Zhou was taken aback. He did not expect Lin Qianqian to ask such a question out of the blue. Why do you ask that? I feel that when you talk to her, it gives off a vibe. Lin Qianqian furrowed her brow. It's like your relationship is not ordinary. That's not the case, don't talk nonsense. Lu Zhou thought, could it be that girls really have a sixth sense, or did Lin Qianqian notice something that night? Lu Zhou feigned a joke. What are you, jealous? Lin Qianqian smiled lightly. Not at all. Actually, I quite understand you. What do you mean by that? Because I also like looking at cute and pretty girls. Sometimes I think if I were a boy, I would definitely be like you, a flirt. It's rare for you to be so frank. To be honest, just in terms of looks, Lin Qianqian is the most beautiful among the girls. But who would have thought that such a cute girl would have such a strange side? If you like girls, would being my duty girlfriend make you feel uncomfortable at? Lin Qianqian shook her head. Being your duty girlfriend feels great. It at least makes me feel like a normal girl. And what? Lin Qianqian blushed and bit her lip. You are the only boy I don't dislike. Then should I be a little proud? Of course. Lin Qianqian flipped her hair. I understand why Xiaozhe likes pretty girls. Also, I really like you this way. Lu Zhou felt that something seemed a bit off. You like me, eh? Lin Qianqian followed behind Lu Zhou, seriously saying, I think I would feel jealous. But for some reason, seeing the boy I like being close to the girl I like makes me inexplicably happy. Qianqian, you are not quite right. Lu Zhou maintained a calm exterior, but inside, he was greatly surprised. This was the first time he realized that there were girls like this in the world. Should he give her some guidance? Wait, why should he guide her? From his perspective, there's nothing wrong with that. At least she wouldn't be like Tang Xiaogui, getting jealous over trivial matters. So the question arises, if you encountered a girl like this in real life, would you guide her? The two walked and talked unknowingly, spending more than 4 hours on their feet. Yet they had found no water source. There was not even a ditch or a puddle to be seen. Didn't the weekly check-in say this island had fresh water? Where is it? Lin Qianqian felt tired and uneasy. Lu Zhou, haven't we walked too far? He peered through the gaps in the foliage to determine the sun's position and felt something amiss. He took out a half bottle, poured out some water onto the ground, and set his magnetic card compass upon it. As the ripples settled, the magnetic strip finally pointed in a single direction. To be certain, Lu Zhou repeated the test in 3 different spots. Each time the result was the same. He knitted his brow. What's wrong? Lin Qianqian asked. Like at the camp, the reverse side all points toward the sea. Isn't that normal? She replied. Not normal. Lu Zhou shook his head. Having traveled this far, we should theoretically have reached the island's flank or far side, yet we remain on the same side as the camp. That suggests this island must be enormous. Lin Qianqian looked around. It does seem very large. I already suspected it was bigger than we imagined. Judging by what we see now, it could be 10 or more square kilometers, nearly the size of a medium town. An island of that magnitude ought to have fresh water. Perhaps the dry season has been unbroken for too long. Lu Zhou murmured as he crouched to inspect the ground. He noticed patches of desiccated moss, the sort that should thrive in damp places, while other mossy grasses grew quite lushly. Look here. What is it? Lu pointed at some of the vegetation. If I'm not mistaken, there once ran a small stream here, but it has been dry so long that plants have colonized its bed. Lin Qianqian had not paid attention before. At Lu Zhou's prompting, she studied the slope more carefully. From the mountain downward, a strip of vegetation differed markedly from the surroundings. A closer inspection revealed the telltale scouring of water having flowed down that path. It really is a stream bed. A pity it has dried up, Lin said, thinking. The island experiences sharp shifts of heat and cold. One would expect ample rainfall. Lu Zhou mulled the same thought. Under normal circumstances, yes. Perhaps the island harbors some peculiar little-known climatic feature. So what shall we do? Lu considered. Wandering about like this will not suffice. Even if we search until nightfall, we are unlikely to find it. He continued, we must find a way to reach the island's highest point and survey the whole terrain from above. Only then might a water source reveal itself. But, Lin Qianqian wearied pleaded, let's not climb to the summit today. Of course. Luja glanced around. Climbing to the peak demands far better preparation. Judging from the mountain's bulk, entering the jungle now would be premature. We are not sufficiently equipped. What more do we need? Hammocks, greater supplies of fresh water, and preparations for spending a night in the forest. Sleeping in the jungle. Yes. That's too dangerous. But if the rescue team does not come, we must face these necessities. Let us rest a while, eat, and call it a day. With that, Luja shouldered his pack and fetched coconut water and strips of dried meat. Lin Qianqian sighed and settled onto a nearby rock. At that moment, she did not notice an uninvited guest reclining upon the stone. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot up from below. Ouch! What's wrong? Lin Qianqian's face drained of color with fear. I've been stung. What? Luja dashed over and helped her to her feet. They discovered to their astonishment a flattened large scorpion where she had been sitting. Luja was taken aback. The creature measured nearly 10 centimeters, its carapace jet black, and its tail a vivid red. Luja's heart gave a jolt. The beast looked fearsome indeed. Lin Qianqian began to cry. It's over, it stung me. He hurriedly picked up the dead scorpion, and information about the species flashed through his mind. Malayan red-tailed rainforest scorpion. Used medicinally, as a pet its venom is generally non-lethal, but can cause swelling pain and slight muscular discomfort. It looked terrifying, but its venom was not especially potent. Scorpions differ from other venomous creatures. Those in cold regions and deserts are often the most poisonous, whereas many tropical jungle scorpions are comparatively mild. So despite its fearsome appearance, this fellow relies more on its stout pincers than on its sting. Luja sighed as he held the scorpion. The poor creature had been basking in the sun and was fatally squashed by an unlucky seat. Relieved that the venom seemed weak, Luja felt somewhat reassured. What should we do now? What to do now? Try to move as little as possible. It's all right. The scorpion's venom should not be severe. Though Luja spoke soothingly, he remained unsettled. If Lin Qianqian were to suffer any real injury, the consequences could be grave. Qianqian, don't move. Luja, what are you doing? Think of me as a physician. I'll examine your injury. This. Qianqian tilted her delicate face aside, blushing softly as she nodded. Luja fell into quiet contemplation. A message surfaced in his mind. Diagnostic result normal. Diagnostic result normal. Diagnostic result normal. Diagnostic result normal. Diagnostic result minor scorpion venom wound. Itching for 3 days, self-resolving. Luja breathed a sigh of relief. It's nothing serious. Just a mild toxin. The itching will pass in a few days. Could you please withdraw your hand now? Of course. In the dense thicket, Luja stood upright while Qianqian sat on the mossy ground. Neither dared meet the other's gaze, an awkward hush settling between them. Finally, Luja broke the silence. How are you feeling? Can you walk? Still a little uncomfortable, but it's bearable. Though she spoke lightly, the faint furrow between her brows betrayed lingering discomfort. Let's eat something first, then head back to camp. Luja produced dried snake meat, roasted fish strips, and coconut water. The two shared a simple meal right where they sat. Luja climbed atop a boulder and surveyed the terrain. Retracing our steps would be both arduous and pointless. This time, let's descend to the beach first, then follow the shoreline back. We might even find treasures along the way. Lin Qianqian nodded gently. I have no objection. Whatever you decide is fine. Yet though she claimed she could walk, her swollen limbs still pained her. Reaching the beach proved exhausting. Still unwell, aren't you? Yes, friction stings a little. Then, may I carry you? Lin Qianqian fell silent for several seconds before nodding. Luja secured his stone knife to his back, then swept her up in a graceful princess carry. Lin Qianqian nestled quietly against his chest like a fledgling bird. I'm sorry. I've troubled you again. Luja smiled unruffled. If it were a man, yes, it'd be troublesome. But with a girl, not at all. His strength and stamina had surged significantly since before. Lin Qianqian felt as light in his arms as a kitten. Is carrying a kitten troublesome? Not really. Luja, moi, could you not tell the others about the scorpion sting? I don't want them worrying about me. No problem. And when we near camp, could you let me walk on my own? Luja knew Lin Qianqian was the sort who refused to burden others. She'd never accept being carried unless truly unable to walk. That request wasn't unreasonable. Agreed. Carrying her meant foregoing treasure hunting along the way. Yet the daily sign-in became effortless. Luja lowered his head slightly, and his lips brushed softly against Qianqian's silken hair. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've completed today's sign-in. Stamina 1. Consecutive sign-ins 10 days. Status panel. Strength 13. Stamina 13. Physique 11. Agility 12. Perception 11. Indeed, the system's so-called randomness wasn't truly arbitrary. Perhaps initial allocation was random, but once assigned, each trait appeared permanently bound to a specific individual. In that instant, Luja's stamina surged to full capacity. He strode forward briskly along the sunlit shore, cradling Qianqian, and after 2 hours the camp came into view. He was certain with his former physique, carrying a woman for 2 hours would have been impossible. Even now, however, he breathed heavily. Sweat glistened on his temples, and a faint flush warmed his cheeks. Luja set Lin Qianqian down gently. We're nearly at camp. Can you walk the rest of the way? She bit her lower lip. Yes, Thank you for everything. Meanwhile, back at Camp Shinbing wove hemp rope with Ning Shu while Tang Xiaohua and Zhang Yao prepared food over a small fire. In less than 2 days, Shinbing had already won the girls' trust, becoming their wise, dependable elder sister. As dusk deepened, Ning Shu glanced skyward, growing anxious. Didn't Luja say he'd return by 2 o'clock? Why hasn't he come back yet? Zhang Yao replied, perhaps the path was difficult to navigate. I know Luja, he's meticulous about timing. Ning Shu paused thoughtfully. Do you suppose something happened between them? Tang Xiaohua fretted, could they be in danger? Ning Shu shook her head. I trust Luja's ability to handle crises. I meant something else entirely. Zhang Yao understood instantly and shrugged. What could possibly happen? Qianqian isn't drawn to boys. Not quite. Tang Xiaohua reflected. Back in school, more boys pursued Qianqian than pursued me, but she always declined, politely keeping everyone at arm's length. Yet since arriving on this island, I haven't seen her treat Luja that way, not even once. Ning Shu mused, true. Around Luja she seems just like any other girl. Shinbing, listening, smiled faintly. Let me offer a psychological perspective. This is what we call dual orientation. Most individuals with this pattern display overt attraction toward the opposite sex and latent attraction toward the same sex, appearing indistinguishable from others in daily life, only revealing their inner orientation under specific circumstances. Qianqian is the inverse. Her attraction to women is overt while her attraction to men remains latent. Stranded together on this island, prolonged contact with Luja and her growing recognition of his exceptional qualities naturally awakened that hidden inclination. Ning Shu gasped, goodness, Sister Bing, you know so much. As a public servant, I studied psychology extensively at the police academy. I merely possess foundational expertise. Tang Xiaohua frowned. So, Qianqian is actually the most dangerous one here. Zhang Yao pondered aloud. Remember when she said she wanted Luja to help her overcome some unusual habits? Ning Shu worried. Then, could they have done something unspeakable? What on earth are you imagining? Shinbing chuckled warmly. I believe neither Xiaozhen nor Qianqian are impulsive people. As their friends, you understand them better than anyone. Hearing this, Ning Shu nodded slowly. You're right. Tang Xiaohua hesitated, then asked, but, just hypothetically, if something had happened, could we tell by subtle signs? Absolutely. Shinbing smiled confidently. I am a professional. Ning Shu pressed, then Sister Bing, would you share those signs with us? Well, since you're all mature young women, there's no harm in discussing it. Shinbing decided this was an ideal opportunity to teach the girls practical insight into human nature and spare them future missteps in life, observed from several key angles. The 3 girls leaned in attentively. First, men tend to tire more quickly than women in such situations. Watch for excessive perspiration or slight breathlessness, signs often evident within 20 minutes and difficult to fully conceal. For instance, sweat-dampened undershirts clinging to the skin or hair slightly disheveled. Second, do they blush or appear shy, even after the fact? Careful observation reveals fleeting blushes when glancing at each other, or even when alone, accompanied by a palpable air of preoccupation. A girl like Qianqian who rarely masks her emotions is especially easy to read. Third, observe their gait. This manifests most clearly in women. A maiden experiencing such intimacy for the first time will almost certainly feel physical discomfort. Her stride becomes hesitant, constrained. Shinbing subtly adjusted her posture. If her walk differs markedly from usual, legs held tightly together, pace unusually slow, that's a telling sign. Oh, stunned silence followed. Then all 3 burst into astonished murmurs. Sister Bing, you're incredible. How do you know all this? Shinbing gave a serene, knowing smile. Don't forget, I spend my days confronting criminals. Reading people is my profession. Ah, look, here they come. At that very moment, Lu Zhe and Lin Qianqian emerged from the distance, walking side by side along the shoreline. Coconut. Quick, chop one open. Under the watchful eyes of several girls, Lu Zhe grabbed a coconut the moment he returned to camp and cracked it open with sharp, crisp strikes. His shirt clung damply to his skin, soaked through with sweat, evidence of recent strenuous exertion. Lin Qianqian, meanwhile, wore a faint rosy flush across her cheeks, as if burdened by some unspoken thought. Strangely, Lu Zhe, the more physically robust of the 2, appeared markedly more fatigued, while the delicate Lin Qianqian seemed comparatively fresh. Having finished splitting the coconut, he handed it to her with a quiet, here, have some. She shook her head shyly, her voice barely above a whisper. You must be exhausted. Please drink first. When you've had your fill, it'll take what's left. All 3 girls gasped in unison. Even Shinbing froze, stunned. The boy is sweating. The girl is blushing. They're attentive to each other, yet their expressions are strained, unnatural. It fits every point sister outlined. Sisters, could there possibly be more obvious evidence? Ning Shu's voice trembled. Lu Zhe approached, frowning. Hey, what exactly are you all talking about? Ning Shu modulated her tone carefully. Lu Zhe, what did you and Qianqian do out there? We went searching for fresh water, of course. Did you find any? Wiping sweat from his brow, Lu Zhe shook his head. No, we didn't even reach the island's far side. Do you believe me? Zhang Yao's eyes glistened with quiet resentment. Of course you didn't find any. Your energy was clearly spent elsewhere. What do you mean? Tang Xiaohua's cheeks burned crimson as she blurted out, Just tell the truth. Luja Qianqian. Did anything happen between you two? Lin Qianqian instantly recalled Luja examining her scorpion's sting, and her face flared deeper, still her legs pressing tightly together, her expression dissolving into flustered panic. And no, nothing happened. Then why does Luja look so tired? What kind of question is that? Luja snapped, exasperated. We walked miles. Wouldn't you be exhausted too? Then why does Qianqian seem so fresh? Remembering Lin Qianqian's wish for discretion, Luja improvised. She's just naturally more fit. Does that surprise you? Qianqian is fitter than you. Is that forbidden? Tang Xiao was stared incredulous. If my memory serves, you're on the university football team. Jiang Yao added, bristling. She's a dance club member, a level 2 national swimmer, and ran the city marathon upon graduation, finishing in under 3.5 hours. So Qianqian is fitter than you. Shin Bing, blushing faintly, watched the drama unfold like a spectator at a carnival. This guy really is something. Enough. Let's drop it for now. Ning Shu gathered herself. I saw you two returning from the beach. Did you pick up anything along the way, eh? In truth, they'd encountered scattered usable supplies, but carrying Lin Qianqian, Luja hadn't collected any. Luja resolved to honor his promise. Nothing useful caught my eye. Something's off. Far too off. Tang Xiaohua burst into tears. You did go into the woods together, didn't you? What? The woods? Lin Qianqian flushed deeper. And no. Absolutely not. Look, her blush deepens even now. It has to be true. Luja finally grasped their implication. He sighed, exasperated. Ladies, your imaginations have truly soared beyond reason. Why would you leap to that conclusion about Qianqian and me? I suppose. Shin Bing stepped forward. She believed exceptions existed. Even if every sign pointed to suspicion, perhaps this time was different. Wait, what is this? She extended a slender finger and plucked a long strand of hair from Luja's neck. Among all the girls present, only Lin Qianqian possessed hair of such length. It seems an explanation is in order. They did go into the woods. He won't even take me into the woods. Jiang Yao's eyes welled with tears. That on-duty girlfriend idea was the worst plan ever. Luja offered a wry smile. This misunderstanding has grown rather monumental. At last Lin Qianqian could bear the injustice no longer. Luja deserved the truth. Steeling herself, she declared, You've misunderstood entirely. Luja carried me back. Carried you back? Why? I. Her face burning, she whispered, I was stung. Tang Xiaohua blinked, bewildered. Stung by whom? By Luja. No, it was a scorpion. At those words, the girls' expressions tightened in shared alarm. In crisis, loyalty surfaced instantly. Qianqian, you're not lying. No, I swear it's true. Lin Qianqian rarely lied. Her unwavering sincerity made doubt nearly impossible. Where were you stung? My bottom. Her voice dropped to a mosquito's hum. There's no need for modesty. We're all women here. Speak up. Tell us exactly where. Oh, come on. I already said where. Shin Bing stepped forward. Let's examine it. Poisoning could be dangerous. Concern for their friend was genuine, but so was their desire to verify her honesty. Seeing no alternative, Lin Qianqian reluctantly nodded. As Luja lingered, hoping to observe, Ning Shu thrust a water pistol, retrieved earlier by Tang Xiaohua, into his hands. Off you go. Play over there. And don't look this way. She added, narrowing her eyes. If this turns out to be baseless, well, you're finished. Huh. Meanwhile, Lin Qianqian endured another soul-crushing episode of social annihilation. Tears traced silent paths down her cheeks as she gazed blankly at the endless blue sky and sea, while her closest friends examined her most private injury. A moment etched, forever, into memory. Good heavens, it is a sting. Qianqian, does it hurt? Was it treated? Don't fret. It doesn't appear serious. Relax. The sting isn't severe. And Shin Bing exhaled slowly. Luja and Qianqian did nothing improper. How can you be sure, sister? Shin Bing lowered her voice. Qianqian is a virgin. How on earth can you tell? Observe here. 2 minutes of rigorous clinical explanation broadened the girl's understanding immeasurably. Sister. You know this too. Humph. She's clearly a seasoned veteran. Not quite. It's occupational knowledge. Occupational. Puzzled glances converged upon her. Shin Bing shrugged, rueful. You'd be surprised where female drug traffickers conceal contraband. Some areas are inaccessible to male officers, so specialists like us conduct those inspections. Experience breeds expertise. Your first time, though, you missed it entirely. Who else have you examined? Recalling the time Shin Bing lay unconscious while they searched for botfly larvae, the girls exchanged sheepish grins. Ourselves, of course. In the mirror? Yes, the mirror. You actually looked in the mirror? Jiang Yao giggled nervously. Curiosity is human nature after all. Relieved that Luja and Lin Qianqian were innocent, the girls still worried deeply for Qianqian's well-being. Qianqian, where exactly were you stung? In the jungle. What color was the scorpion? Black, with a red-tipped tail. Shin Bing breathed easier. It's a Malaysian rainforest scorpion. Venomous, yes, but mild. And look closely. The wound shows no signs of systemic toxicity. Rest for 2 days, avoid exertion, and you'll recover swiftly. May I? Put my clothes back on now. Yes. Lin Qianqian's face burned crimson. Her dignity, she felt, had reached its final irreversible collapse. We're sorry, Luja Qianqian. We wrongly accused you both. It's just that your behavior matched every detail Ice Sister described. Exactly. Ice Sister, aren't you the expert? Shin Bing rubbed her temples, embarrassed. Even seasoned trackers misread signs sometimes. Luja feigned indignation, class rep. Others may misunderstand, but you of all people should know better. Fine, I admit it. Punish me however you like, but no mentioning this again. All right, no more self-reproach. Let's resolve henceforth to pause, reflect, and verify before leaping to conclusions about our companions. Let's unite in resilience. Face every challenge shoulder to shoulder. Her words carried the quiet authority of someone accustomed to leadership, and the girls nodded in solemn agreement. By the way, Luja, what did you discover exploring the jungle? He replied earnestly. We followed the mountainside for a considerable distance, yet never reached the island's opposite shore. All the streams were dried up. Shin Bing mused aloud. Could it be that this island hasn't seen rain in months? Luja paused, thoughtful, judging by moss growth patterns. The streams had been dry for nearly 2 months. The island had not seen rain for 2 months. Its scarcity of fresh water was painfully evident. Luja asked, by the way, how many coconuts have we used these past 2 days? Ningshu replied, nearly all the coconuts we picked earlier are gone. Only about 1/3 of the later harvest remains, and most of those are still out of reach. Luja nodded. At this rate, the coconuts nearby will be exhausted in less than a week. Ningshu asked, are there other areas with more coconut palms? Luja shook his head. Relying solely on coconuts is unsustainable. Even if every palm on the island were ours to harvest, they would last no more than a few months. Shin Bing added, each coconut yields barely any water, and some contain none at all while others are rotten and utterly undrinkable. Ningshu remarked, and drinking nothing but coconut water must eventually harm our bodies. Tang Xiaoguo agreed fervently, yes. We've been drinking it nonstop for days. I feel queasy, and even the scent of coconut makes me want to vomit. Jiang Yao chimed in, me too. I'm practically turning into a coconut spirit. Luja understood the women's discomfort. He felt it too. No matter the circumstance, coconut water could never fully replace fresh water. Moreover, we must clear land and cultivate fields. Finding a sustainable source of fresh water is imperative. Shin Bing turned to Luja. So what are your plans moving forward? We'll venture deep into the jungle and ascend to the island's highest peak in search of water. Ningshu asked, does that mean today didn't truly count as entering the jungle? It doesn't. Luja shook his head. Today Qian and I followed the mountain's midslope, searching specifically for mountain streams, but all appear to have dried up. Continuing this way is unlikely to yield fresh water. Shin Bing asked, will entering the jungle guarantee success? Luja paused thoughtfully. I can't promise we'll find it, but at least our options will multiply. We could attempt to scale the island's summit and survey the entire terrain from above. Lakes or rivers, if present, would surely be visible. We could also seek groundwater deep within the island. Groundwater? Jiang Yao looked puzzled. Even if an island has groundwater, could it possibly be fresh? Yes. Luja nodded firmly. Have you ever heard of the term freshwater lens? Shin Bing pondered briefly. It sounds vaguely familiar. The freshwater lens, also known as the Geiben-Herzberg lens, is a unique geological feature found on coral islands. Lin Qianqian said, I think it was covered in high school geography, but like so much else I've long since returned those lessons to my teacher. Ningshu nodded, same here. Could you explain it in detail? On coral islands, certain zones are thicker at the center and taper toward the edges. The minute pores in coral form a natural filtration layer that captures and stores rainwater, allowing freshwater to float atop seawater without mixing. Because this phenomenon resembles a convex lens buried underground, it is called a freshwater lens. Lin Qianqian's eyes lit up. I remember now. Our nation's artificial island, Yongshu Island, yielded freshwater in over 1/3 of its numerous drilled wells during development. Scientists confirmed this was precisely due to the freshwater lens effect. Exactly, that's it. Luja nodded. This volcanic island is larger than Yongshu Island. Though not purely coral-based, parts of it possess coral-like structures, making similar geological formations highly probable. Ningshu marveled. Never imagined you'd know so much about geography, Luja. Jiang Yao, however, voiced concern. But earlier Qianqian mentioned that despite drilling many wells on Yongshu Island, only 1/3 struck freshwater. So isn't this largely a matter of chance? Indeed, prolonged drought or volcanic geology may render even deeply dug wells barren. That too is perfectly normal. Luja spoke candidly. Yet doing nothing guarantees zero chance. Shin Bing reflected a moment, then asked, then we truly must enter the jungle. When do you suggest we depart? Luja considered it. Not until your leg injury and Qianqian's sting wound have fully healed. Ningshu asked, so we'll all go into the jungle together. Won't someone need to guard the camp? Luja nodded. Within a week these coconuts will be gone, and we'll have to relocate anyway. Rather than splitting up, we should enter the jungle as one group. If we discover a reliable freshwater source, we can establish our new camp there immediately, saving us the trouble of returning to fetch those left behind. Ningshu glanced at Jiang Yao beside her. Exploring a primeval jungle together sounds thrilling, doesn't it? Lin Qianqian added, but if we set up camp deep in the jungle, reaching the shore will become far less convenient. Tang Xiaoguo added, and we won't be able to collect seashells or scrape barnacles anymore. Every choice demands sacrifice. Right now, sustained access to fresh water outweighs all coastal resources. The women exchanged glances. Though each felt a pang of regret, they all recognized Luge's judgment as sound and inevitable. Luge paused, then added, "Still, there's no need for undue worry. Perhaps once we locate fresh water, we'll find it lies surprisingly close to the coast, allowing us to continue daily beachcombing as before." Shinbing asked, "If all 6 of us enter the jungle, we'll need considerable preparation." Luge reflected a moment, then nodded, "Let me outline the essentials. First, each person must carry at least 5 bottles of fresh water. We must also stock ample food, so that in the jungle's early days we needn't expend energy hunting or foraging. Second, protection is vital. Mosquitoes and insects abound far more in the jungle than along the shore. 2 people will share 1 bottle of insect repellent. Third, sleeping directly on the jungle floor is perilous. We'll need extra rope to construct hammocks for safe, elevated rest." Shinbing nodded. "We'll use coconut water for hydration. As for food, we already have sufficient reserves, so rope is our priority. Today Ning Shu and the others taught me how to braid cordage from banana fiber and tree bark. We'll spend these recovery days weaving as much rope as possible." All the women agreed, though they mourned leaving behind their carefully crafted cozy camp. "Agreed, the plan stands. For now, cease maintaining the shelter. Instead, focus on diversifying our freshwater and food supplies in preparation for the jungle expedition." Luge checked his watch. "It's growing late. Let's eat something light and rest early. Tomorrow we begin preparations for the mountain ascent." That night, they retired early. At dawn, Luge opened his eyes to find Tang Xiaowa gazing at him with wide-eyed winsome charm. "Senior sister, what are you doing?" Tang Xiaowa pouted. "Doesn't the book say every man's fondest morning wish is to wake to his beloved girlfriend's gentle, affectionate gaze? Today I'm your designated girlfriend." Luge raked his fingers through his tousled hair and sighed wryly. "Well, you shouldn't startle me like that. How utterly unromantic." Tang Xiaowa bristled, then hesitated and relented. "I've made up my mind. I'll be the sweetest, most thoughtful girlfriend today. No matter what you say, I won't get upset." With that, she handed him a carefully prepared breakfast. It was quite rare for Guerre to be so thoughtful, and Luge was genuinely surprised. Unwrapping the leaves, he found 2 sea conchs, some fish mint, half a bottle of coconut kelp fish soup, and a piece of grilled fish. There wasn't much, but the cooking was on point and the arrangement was quite meticulous. There's protein, carbohydrates, and vitamins." He then picked up the sea conch. "Hi, even the shell and liver have been removed. How considerate." Tang Xiaowa said happily, "Aren't you going to praise me? Hey, you made this morning." "Yep." She tossed it in her mouth and chewed. "Not bad." Tang Xiaowa looked disappointed. "Is it over?" Luge thought it's not easy for the young girl to make breakfast for him early in the morning, and it tasted quite good, so there was no harm in giving her some praise. Luge immediately furrowed his brows, adopting a seriously earnest attitude. "Hey, I must say it felt mediocre when I first tasted it, but after a few chews the flavor came through. Upon savoring it further, wow, it's delicious, truly delicious. The cooking is just perfect." Saying that, he tossed another piece into his mouth. Tang Xiaowa, smiling, pursed her lips. "TCH, you should see who made it." Luge flicked his fingers and looked around. "Hey, where are the others? Didn't you say we needed a lot of ropes?" The class monitor and Bing Jia went to gather tree bark and charred hemp. "As your duty girlfriend today, I'm here waiting for you to wake up." "I see. Still no news from the rescue team." What news could there be? They've probably forgotten about us." Luge nodded. "Looks like they are really serious about planning the next steps." Then he smiled gently. "Guerre, thank you." Seeing Luge's sincere attitude, Tang Xiaowa was quite satisfied. "Seeing you so obedient, I've decided wherever you go today, I'll follow you. Off. I promise today I will definitely behave and not cause any trouble." Luge pointed at Xiaoguo's toes. "Can you handle that?" "No problem, as long as we don't go into the water, we can go anywhere." Luge thought for a moment. "We need to first get some freshwater reserves." "Still coconut. Coconuts are easy, we need to find some other freshwater sources." In Luge's view, not only could they adjust the taste of freshwater, but obtaining more sources would also earn potential points. "Where do we find it?" "Take a bottle and come with me." "All right." Luge led her to the bamboo forest. Besides coconuts, some bamboos also contain freshwater. We need to identify these bamboos and extract the bamboo core water. I know I've seen it on Douyin, some can even produce red wine. That's pre-filled, it's all a scam. How boring. Just for traffic. Luge picked up a stick and lightly tapped the bamboo joint, producing a thud-thud sound. "Listen to this sound." Tang Xiaowa squinted her eyes and listened for a while, but couldn't discern anything. "This one is empty." "Oh." She then tapped another one. "This one is also empty, probably because the dry season has lasted too long." After tapping around 30 pieces, finally one bamboo made a dad-ass sound. "This one, Guerre, get ready with the bottle." "All right." Luge took out a nail, punched a hole at the top of the bamboo joint, and another hole at the bottom, causing a stream of clear bamboo water to flow out. "Luge, this is really bamboo water. Give it a try." Tang Xiaowa took a sip. It tastes like clear water at first, but on closer inspection, there's a glutinous fragrance, and it's better than coconut water. This section of bamboo filled half a bottle with water. "Keep looking." The two of them searched the entire bamboo forest, but only collected 5 bottles of bamboo core water. But that was still good. Just then Luge leaned against a slightly dry bamboo, and information suddenly came to his mind. New protein source, discovered bamboo worm. Potential point 1. It turned out there were bamboo worms inside this bamboo. Bamboo worms are the larvae of bamboo bees residing within the bamboo joints, plump and white, rich in protein and amino acids, with nutritional value 5 times that of beef. Although eating worms might be hard to accept, these things were too scarce, and it was said that in some places they were considered delicacies, so they had to be obtained. Luja picked up an axe and quickly made a notch in the bamboo. Crack, crack. This bamboo unexpectedly broke off by itself and fell onto another bamboo with a loud crash. Although the break was a bit messy, that wasn't the goal with this bamboo, right? Tang Xiaohua stared dumbfounded. Wow, Luja, do you have a grudge against this bamboo? There are good things inside. Hearing about good things, Tang Xiaohua hurried over to take a look and then screamed in fright. What good things? It's clearly maggots. Actually, calling them maggots isn't wrong. Some people in certain places call them bamboo maggots. Do you know what they're used for? Tang Xiaohua thought of something. For fishing, it must be for fishing. How could such premium things be used as fish bait? Luja said as he picked up the bamboo worms one by one. To be honest, we're eating these. They can be deep fried or grilled, and if conditions are really lacking, they can even be eaten raw. Want to try one? Tang Xiaohua turned pale. Little Zhui. We don't have any food, right? Indeed, we have plenty of food now. Then why do we still need to eat these things? On a deserted island, it's essential to ensure a variety of food sources to provide comprehensive nutrition for the body, which makes it easier to resist diseases. Tang Xiaohua covered her mouth. No way. Don't worry, although these can be eaten raw, we have fire now, so it's better to grill them first. Luja collected over 30 bamboo worms and put them into a bottle. Just then the bamboo's break seemed to have startled the local residents. A bamboo rat poked its head out cautiously. Luja's heart stirred. Last time one got away, this time he wouldn't give it a chance. Because the bamboo rat was too close to Luja, any advanced hunting method was no match for a direct kick. Holding the bamboo worm bottle in his hand, Luja kicked the bamboo rat directly. The little creature flew away like a soccer ball with a squeak, crashing into a tree and falling down motionless. Tang Xiaohua exclaimed in surprise, Luja, you killed a rabbit. This is a bamboo rat. You actually killed a rabbit. I'll say it again, when in the wild, one must try to ensure a variety of food sources. Tang Xiaohua stared blankly. I've wanted to eat rabbit for a long time. Luja almost twisted his waist. Where can your thought process be a bit more normal? Also, this creature is called a bamboo rat. Only those with long ears are called rabbits. Are you sure? Luja walked over, picked it up to take a look. Absolutely no mistake. In the wild, its value is much higher than that of a rabbit. A rabbit's fat content is only 3, while a bamboo rat's fat content can reach 20. Living in the city, low-fat, high-protein is the healthiest, but on a deserted island, high-fat, high-protein is the way to go. Yeah, ever since we got stranded on this deserted island, I've really missed the dompa pork from our restaurant. I used to not like eating greasy things. Today we collected bamboo water and even caught a wild delicacy. Next I need to get some salt. We don't seem to be lacking in salt, do we? Eating fish, shrimp, crabs, and kelp by the sea can basically replenish the salt needed by the human body, but once we go into the jungle, it will be hard to supplement salt, so before entering the jungle we need to make enough edible salt. I know how to make salt too, Tang Xiaohua said, smugly pursing her lips. Boil seawater, then add fresh water to separate magnesium chloride and other impurities based on differing solubilities. Once the remaining water is fully evaporated, you're left with table salt. Luja smiled faintly. I didn't expect you'd held on to your high school chemistry knowledge after all. Tang Xiaohua giggled. I learned it on TikTok. Luja shook his head. What TikTok teaches isn't always scientifically sound. While theoretically viable, this method proves highly impractical. Crystallizing salt demands precise temperature control. Sea salt produced by boiling is not only laborious and time-consuming, but also far too impure for direct consumption. Then do you have a better method? Of course. Let's go find one. Luja walked along the shore until he spotted stones, and within their crevices discovered crystalline deposits. Traditional salt production requires salt pans. Seawater is channeled onto shallow sunbaked fields, repeatedly replenished, gradually concentrating until brine forms. I've heard of that, but wouldn't it be even more cumbersome? Look, these shallow stone depressions naturally fill with seawater, evaporate under wind and sun, and cycle through day and night. Over time, they accumulate brine and spontaneously form salt crystals. In essence, each crevice functions as a miniature naturally occurring salt pan. The resulting crystals are coarse salt. Indeed, ancient salt-making techniques evolved precisely from such natural phenomena. As he spoke, Luja plucked a crystal from the crevice. This single piece is far closer to edible salt than anything boiled, and can even be used directly with food. Isn't it simpler, more elegant? So easy. Tang Xiaohua pointed at the salt. But it looks a bit dirty. No matter, we can purify it using basic chemistry knowledge. Though we'll need some fresh water. I know. Let's use coconut water for purification. Distilled water would be ideal. Coconut water contains sugars. Boiling it dry would impart bitterness to the salt. Bamboo core water will suffice, but we still lack filter paper. Tang Xiaohua frowned, then turned away, rummaged briefly, and pulled out a small yellow brazier. Luja took it, still warm, and murmured with a grin, "Huh? So it's an A-cup. Dare you mock me?" Not at all. I think small has its advantages. At least it won't bounce around during physical activity. Stop. Let's not discuss this. Tang Xiao was forced to smile. Okay. Luja gave a thumbs up. Since our core tools are ready, why not proceed? They dissolve the salt in water drawn from bamboo cores inside an aluminum, can then purify it using the brazier as a makeshift filter, soon producing a vial of pure white table salt. Tang Xiao dipped a strip of dried python meat into the salt and tasted it. Not bad. There's even a subtle fragrance of glutinous rice. That's because bamboo water imparts a layered, nuanced flavor to the salt. Huh, another lesson learned. Let's head back. It's nearly noon. We'll roast the bamboo rat for lunch. Yage? Tang Xiao linked her arm through Luja's. On their way back, she suddenly asked, Xiao Zhigu, do you think I was good today? You were great. Then, she bit her lip. Do you like me, the way I am right now, eh? That question. Frankly, Tang Xiao had been unusually well-behaved today, far more compliant than usual. Yet Luja sensed something was missing. After long contemplation, he replied earnestly, to be honest, I still prefer the old Tang Xiao, the one who teases, who stirs things up. She froze. Why, oi? You don't dislike that side of me? Luja gazed at the distant clouds and sighed. Frankly, you can be quite exasperating sometimes. Yet when it truly matters, you rein in your temper and contribute meaningfully to the team. That's the real you. Unruly, yes, yet authentically spirited, refreshingly genuine. Compared to this quiet version, I genuinely prefer her. Time seemed to freeze. Luja noticed Tang Xiao had halted mid-step. Turning back, he saw her small face streaked with tears. Stupid Luja, I made such a huge effort to be perfectly well-behaved on my very first day as your girlfriend. And you? Luja blinked, inwardly wondering, did I say something wrong? Tang Xiao strode forward, raised a tiny fist as if to strike, hesitated, then let her arm fall. Suddenly, she flung herself into his arms and burst into sobs. Luja felt her grip tighten so fiercely he could barely breathe. I'm jealous. Jealous of how kind you are to other girls. I act spoiled just so you'll indulge me, cherish me. I'm terrified. Terrified you'll grow to hate me, yet I keep doing things that drive you away. And I'm terrified. Terrified that if I don't behave well today, you'll never let me be your on-duty girlfriend again. Her tears fell like spring rain. Days of pent-up emotion finally breaking free. Luja wanted to let her cry longer, but her embrace was suffocating and, crucially, she wasn't wearing her brassiere. The sensation of close, unmediated contact was unexpectedly pleasant. His body betrayed him at the worst possible moment. Gently patting her back, he murmured, Your Royal Highness, might you please loosen your grip? You're throttling His Majesty. Tang Xiao sniffled and released him. Xiao Zhigu, seriously, after saying all those odd things today, you won't revoke my on-duty girlfriend status, will you? Never. I swear. Luja bent low, solemnly raised 3 fingers and gazed into her eyes with profound sincerity. From this day forth, every Thursday of my life belongs solely to you. Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao was deeply moved, until she paused, reconsidered, and, unable to resist, burst into laughter, blowing a comically large bubble of mucus. The mood instantly shifted. Such shameless words, delivered with such gravitas. Luja nodded. See, this is the Tang Xiao I know. Tang Xiao wiped her tears and huffed, Humph. I'll bite you. Leave my mark on you. Luja fled in mock panic. Amid playful scuffles, Tang Xiao nipped him several times, and Luja, seizing the moment, stole a kiss. A chime rang in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've completed today's check-in. Perception 1. Consecutive check-ins, 11 days. Strength, 13. Stamina, 13. Physique, 11. Agility, 12. Perception, 12. Just as expected. Their light-hearted tussle restored Tang Xiao's spirits. Meanwhile, Shin Bing and the others had gathered abundant abaca leaves and were soaking them in seawater to prepare fiber for rope making. You're back? Did you catch anything good? Rabbits? Idiot, it's a bamboo rat. Wow, you two are amazing. Lin Qianqian marveled aloud. Jiang Yao eyed the rodent. This gentleman bears an unmistakable resemblance to a capybara. Exquisitely edible, no doubt. It's a bamboo rat. Same difference as a capybara. Both are rodents. We also found bamboo worms. Worms. Pass. Everyone assumed all the women would refuse, until Ning Shu's eyes lit up. Bamboo wasp larvae. Paired with chili, honey, and salt. They're sublime. Pity we lack chilies. Who says we don't? Ning Shu triumphantly brandished a handful of slender, fiery red pods. Ta-da. Chilies. Genuine chilies. She'd foraged wild chilies deep in the jungle. Wow, Tang Xiao gasped. How bizarre. How could chilies possibly grow here? Indeed, it sounds improbable. Luja picked one up, rolled it between his fingers, and a flash of information surged into his mind. Yet while most chilies originated in South America, Thai chilies trace their roots to Southeast Asia. Not only Thailand but Malaysia and Indonesia also produce this type of small red chili pepper, which is exported all over the world. It is very likely that seabirds brought them to this island, and due to the suitable climate and soil they took root and thrived on the island. As a result, they were discovered by Ning Shu, a foodie, while she was gathering banana fibers. With bamboo rats, bamboo bees, salt, chili, oyster sauce, and honey, one can only imagine what would happen next. With chili, I can finally do justice to our lovely rabbit, allowing it to showcase its most beautiful side. This is a bamboo rat. Soon the plump bamboo rat started to sizzle as oil oozed out, and even the smoke rising from it carried an enticing aroma. The oil from the bamboo rat, when smeared on the bamboo insect and grilled with a sprinkle of salt and chili, created another delicacy. Jiang Yao took a deep sniff. I never expected that we stranded on this deserted island would finally have a barbecue. Ning Shu chopped up a pile of chili fragments, swallowing hard. Luja, I want it extra spicy, super spicy, extremely spicy. Then she exclaimed in a local dialect. I've been craving this for a long time, it's just perfect. Xin Bing curiously asked. I didn't see it coming. Xiao Ning is actually a girl from Sichuan. Ning Shu chuckled. That's from my hometown. Lin Qianqian weakly added. I want less spice and more honey. Luja said. No, you've been stung by a scorpion, so it's better not to eat spicy food. Lin Qianqian blushed, feeling quite aggrieved as she responded with a soft, oh. Xin Bing remarked. I just want it normal. Jiang Yao added. I also want it less spicy with less salt and regular honey. Don't overcook it, please. Luja pondered. Why do I suddenly feel like I've become a barbecue shop owner? Jiang Yao laughed. From now on, our class leader can run a recycling station, and Xiaozhi, you can set up a barbecue stall. Tang Xiaohua happily said, sisters, let's go enjoy a feast, ha. Luja didn't think much of it. Sure, we are all the boss ladies, so why not eat freely? Luja, you brat, you're taking advantage of us again. The group laughed and temporarily forgot the fear and confusion of being stranded on a deserted island for days. Luja enjoyed the grilled meat, listening to the girls' cheerful laughter and gazing at the vast ocean, feeling a long-lost sense of ease. But when he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with thoughts of fresh water. Indeed, things seemed good now based on the available freshwater reserves. However, once they exhausted those reserves before finding a sustainable freshwater source, trouble would follow. Speaking of which, the heavens haven't sent any rain. After finishing our meal, we must continue working to prepare for entering the mountains. Thus 3 more days passed. After 3 days of preparation, Jiang Yao's period had ended. Tang Xiaoguo's was also about to finish, and Xun Bing's leg injury had healed, allowing her to remove the stitches and wrap her leg with a bandage made of dry cloth, enabling her to move freely. During those 3 days, Lu Zhe had completed the sign-in on time every day. He signed in with Ning Shu once, with Gora once, and with Jiang Yao once. All were hand-kissed, and the 3 girls did not refuse. They had signed in for 14 consecutive days, completing the weekly sign-in for the second week. The reward for the weekly sign-in was an important tip. 35 degrees northwest of the jungle, 2 kilometers from the southern bank, important resources discovered. Luja's heart trembled. Just when he was worried about how to enter the jungle, the system provided a recommendation. It was simply too considerate. He didn't know if the so-called important resources would be a sustainable freshwater source. Meanwhile, preparations for entering the forest were nearing completion. Most of the coconuts had been picked, and the stored coconut water had basically met the requirements for entering the mountains. During this time, Luja also taught them how to weave hammocks with ropes. It involved pulling a long rope between trees and tying a short rope every 10 centimeters along this long rope, then interlacing and knotting the short ropes. In just 2 hours, one could weave a hammock, which was very simple and easy to learn. 2 more days passed. June 25th, the 16th day since the plane crash and the 8th day since arriving at the volcanic island. On this day, they prepared 6 sets of simple rope hammocks, 20 meters of long rope, 30 bottles of coconut water, and 3 bottles of mosquito-repelling herbal medicine. Additionally, Luja gave each person a handy bamboo pole. In the jungle, they could use it to fend off intruders, drive away snakes and insects, and when tired, use it as a walking stick. Moreover, one should not wear high heels in the jungle. Tang Xiaohua and Ruan Bing could only wear the flip-flops they found, and then wrap their feet and calves with strips of cloth soaked in mosquito repellent to guard against bites and keep the soles of the flip-flops secured. Finally, Luja used Xun Bing's wheeled backpack as a treasure chest, putting all sorts of strange things found on the beach inside. He then modified it with ropes into a backpack, which he carried on his back. The rest of the supplies were also packed into military bags made from old clothes and fabric scraps, making it easy to distribute evenly among everyone. Everything was ready, and they were about to enter the jungle. Luja instructed everyone. I will be at the front, followed by the class leader Qianqian, Guo Yao Yao, and Sister Bing at the back. We will use a rope fixed to our clothes or belt buckles so that if someone stumbles, they can grab it at any moment. The others will pull the person back up. Then Luja looked at Xin Bing. Sister Bing, your position is very important. Xin Bing made an okay gesture. Rest assured, I will keep an eye on the rope behind us at all times. Tang Xiaohua asked in confusion, why leave a length of rope behind? Ning Shu quickly replied, to see if it's straight, it can determine whether there are bends in the jungle. Lin Qianqian was surprised. The class leader knows this too. Haha, it's something Master Bei taught me. Alright, everyone stay close. Let's begin entering the jungle now. Luja used a stone knife to cut through the thorns in front and ventured deeper. The jungle of the island was dark and vast. The sounds of insects and birds echoed, but due to the dense foliage, it was hard to catch a glimpse of them. However, he did not find nothing. Luja discovered a feather from a mountain chicken in the jungle, which greatly delighted him. If he could capture a few, they could be tamed and raised, providing free eggs and chicken meat later on. By noon, they had already entered the depths of the jungle, but unfortunately, they had still not found fresh water. Luja climbed a tree and after surveying the terrain, jumped down. There is a very high cliff ahead, roughly estimated to be around 300 meters above sea level. To know the full view of the island, we must climb that cliff. After saying that, he noticed several girls were sweating profusely and panting, and he finally realized that everyone was quite tired. Luja looked around. Although the forest was dense, there was still some sunlight breaking through, making it a good spot to rest. He checked his watch. It's noon now. Let's set up camp here, rest for 2 hours, and then set off again. That's great. I'm dead tired. Let's rest quickly. Let's set up a hammock. I need to use the restroom. Shin Bing reminded. Be careful, remember. Ning Shu continued. Do not leave this place. Lin Qianqian said. 2 people must go together to the restroom. Jiang Yao added. Even when going to the restroom, do not stray more than 10 meters from the camp. Tang Xiaohua said. Also be wary of snakes and insects in the grass. Oh, don't worry, Sister Bing and Luja, you two have already reminded us several times. Luja nodded reassuringly. You all go ahead. I will go tie up the hammock. Just then something darted in the grass and several girls screamed. Luja quickly made a gesture. He quietly approached and pounced hard, capturing a snake with a black body and white rings. Ah, snake. Luckily I didn't step on it. Luja held the snake by its neck, letting its tail coil around his forearm. Don't worry, this is a white-ringed snake, and it is not venomous. Today's lunch is once again abundant. After the first encounter with the silver-ringed snake and the second with the Burmese python, the girls seemed to have lost some of their fear of snakes. So it turns out to be a non-venomous little snake. Can I touch it? Tang Xiaohua looked over with curiosity. Of course you can. Luja straightened the snake's body, saying, everyone can have a feel. Tang Xiaohua reached out her finger and poked the snake's belly. Each poke made the snake twist uncomfortably. Oh, it feels quite strange. Ning Shu also came over to try it. She held the snake's body and said, wow, it's quite thick and still moving. It feels pretty strong. How thrilling. Lin Qianqian shook her head. I still don't dare. Jiang Yao smiled and said, what's there to be afraid of? Watch me. After saying that, she slipped her little cool hand into Luja's shirt. Nice abs. Luja helplessly said, Yao Yao, take your hand away. I'm letting you touch the snake. Jiang Yao shrugged in disdain. Not interested then. Shin Bing smiled and said, I want need to the police academy taught me how to handle snakes. So are you going to handle this one or start a fire? Shin Bing glanced at the wriggling snake and shivered. She smiled and said, I'm better at starting fires. By the way, we need to cook this before eating it, right? Luja shrugged. Sure, you start the fire and I'll handle the snake. The others can make hammocks. Shin Bing leaned closer to Jiang Yao. Hey dear, didn't you say it's easy to start a fire with a condom? Do you have one with you? Jiang Yao pulled out a condom. Here. Shin Bing took it and suddenly realized a new problem. To start a fire with this, we'll need to fill it with water, right? Yeah, we've been filling it with seawater before. Shin Bing straightened up and looked around. But we're quite far from the sea. Yeah, that's true. So what do we do? How about using the water we drink? No way, there's hardly any fresh water. How can we use it here? Then we can fill it back into the bottle after starting the fire. Jiang Yao hugged her backpack in fear and nodded. That's fine, but don't use mine. I am a bit of a germaphobe. Shin Bing imagined filling the bottle with the water from the condom and felt something was off. What if Luja or any girl had used it? That would be a disaster for her. So what do we do? She had volunteered to start the fire, and if Luja handled the snake while she had no spark, it would be too embarrassing. After all, she was a female police officer. She couldn't let down the people's guardians. Suddenly, she seemed to think of a way. Some survival shows have used this before. Hey Yao Yao, do you still need to go to the bathroom? Jiang Yao shook her head. I just went. Wait. Bing Jie, you aren't. Shoo. She lowered her voice again. There's no other way. Then she gestured to the nearby girls. What about them? They've all gone too. Shin Bing was taken aback. Could it be? She had to use her own. Oh well, for survival, it's not a big deal. She looked around to make sure no one was watching, turned behind a tree, and unbuckled her belt. It was much harder for girls to do such things than for boys, but Shin Bing had a more determined resolve and a stronger will. Soon she produced a slightly yellowish water-filled balloon. Jiang Yao was surprised. Bing Jia, are you exaggerating? Shoo, don't tell anyone else. Sure, but you'll have to keep this for future use. Alright. Shin Bing found a spot where sunlight streamed down and began to start a fire. Though the light penetration was a bit poor, she still managed to ignite the tinder. This indicated that urine combined with a round bag could indeed serve as a means to start a fire in the wild. The fire was lit, and Luja had finished processing the snake. He carved bamboo sticks and threaded pieces of snake meat onto them, roasting them over the fire while sprinkling salt and chili flakes. This heavenly delicacy received unanimous praise from all the girls. A few girls sat on the hammocks dangling their feet, enjoying spicy snake skewers and chatting, feeling immensely joyful. After eating and drinking their fill, they rested for a while, packed their bags, and continued on their journey. Luja followed the originally assessed route, but the thorns and vines grew denser. In the span of 2 to 3 kilometers, they took 4 to 5 hours. They only reached the foot of the mountain by afternoon. Due to the steepness of the mountain, they ended up going around in circles and couldn't find a suitable climbing point. Luja calculated that they should be quite close to the important supplies indicated by the system, yet they still hadn't found out where it was. As night approached, Luja suggested setting up camp right there, lighting the campfire before sunset, and looking for a climbing point the next day. The howls of unknown creatures in the jungle sent chills down their spines. Needless to say, this night was exceptionally perilous, and someone had to keep watch. Moreover, it couldn't be just one person. In the end, everyone reached a consensus. From 8 p.m. to 11 p.m., Ning Shu and Tang Xiaohua would keep watch. From 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. Shinbing and Zhang Yao would take their turn. From 2 a.m. until dawn it would be Lu Zhe and Lin Qianqian's turn. As a result, in the middle of the night something terrifying happened. At 1 a.m. Shinbing and Zhang Yao were roasting the fire while chatting when they suddenly saw something unusual. Bing Jie, look over there. The bright moonlight filtered through the dense leaves and fell onto the treetops where a figure seemed to be lurking in the shadows. Not only Zhang Yao, but even Shinbing broke out in a cold sweat. What is that? The others were awakened and Lu Zhe asked, what's going on? There's someone. How could there be someone in this deep mountain forest? Could it be a mirage, eh? Where? Zhang Yao and Shinbing simultaneously pointed into the air and everyone looked in that direction. On a tree a figure was clinging to the trunk, swaying slightly in the breeze, making it look ghostly and sending chills down their spines. It's a ghost. The girls screamed in fright, huddling closer to Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe also found it strange. But being a materialist, he didn't believe they had encountered a supernatural event in the dead of night. What on earth is that? Could it be a corpse? Shinbing pondered. It looks like a puppet. See how it's swaying in the wind. Lu Zhe focused his gaze and the night didn't seem so dark anymore. His perception had not only enhanced his distance vision, but also improved his night vision. As Shinbing said, that thing indeed resembled a puppet. Its body wasn't heavy, swaying its arms gently with the breeze. But when he looked up again, cold sweat began to pour down. Lu Zhe composed himself and calmly said, perhaps this really is a corpse. No way. Several girls were terrified. Should we leave here quickly? Yeah, the longer I look at it, the more uncomfortable I feel. Oh no, I have a psychological shadow now. I can't sleep, they'll definitely have nightmares. Lu Zhe recalled the system's prompt. Could this be the thing? If it were indeed a corpse, what kind of important supply would it be? Not yet, we still have something important to do. Shinbing said, what? What do you want to do? Get it down. Let's first see what it really is, and then check what useful supplies it has. The 5 girls stared in shock. Lu Zhe, I advise you to calm down. Yeah, we have everything we need now, we aren't short on supplies for living. There's no need to mess with a corpse, right? There's no choice. Lu Zhe gazed upward at the shadow concealed among the branches, his expression grave. What if it carries vital supplies? Besides, Tang Xiaohua added timidly, if we don't uncover its true nature, I doubt it'll sleep soundly tonight. Just thinking about it makes my hair stand on end. Lu Zhe himself felt a chill crawl up his spine. Yet he replied calmly, certain fears arise precisely from ignorance of cause and origin. Once all is understood, certainty replaces dread. Don't worry, they'll handle it. The girls exchanged glances, hesitant, yet conceding there was wisdom in Lu Zhe's words. Indeed, the unknown breeds imagination. And imagination terror, clarity by contrast dispels fear. Zhang Yao murmured anxiously, so high. Do we have to climb up? We do, but rest assured this tree is solid. He pulled a fire-hardened stick from the kindling pile. Its flame would last 1 or 2 minutes, and even after extinguishing it would retain embers for some time. He stepped beneath the trunk, clenched the stick between his teeth, gripped the bark with astonishing strength, then launched himself upward, agile and precise like a seasoned free climber, scaling the canopy with effortless grace. Shinbing exclaimed in awe, truly remarkable. Ning Shu turned to Zhang Yao. Yao, did you know he had this skill? Zhang Yao shook her head, frankly, I'm just as surprised. Shinbing suddenly recalled something. Girls, let's rig a hammock below in case he falls. On it. Hold the hammock with your palms, not your fingers. Gripping the mesh could tear them off. Understood. By now Lu Zhe had ascended nearly 15 meters, and there it was. Though braced for the sight, he nearly retched. It was unmistakably a corpse, utterly, irrevocably dead. Its pitch-black, desiccated skin clung taut over bone, its bared teeth gleamed ghastly white, grotesque, and menacing in the flickering firelight. Lu Zhe exhaled slowly, steadying his breath. Who was this person, and why had they died here? He had to know. Only then could he find peace. Calm returning, he began a meticulous inspection. Less a corpse, more a mummified skeleton. Most flesh had desiccated or been devoured by insects and birds, exposing vast stretches of bare bone. Then, his gaze caught a small round aperture on the skull's forehead. A gunshot wound. That was likely the cause of death. He wore tattered, unidentifiable uniform remnants and bore a decayed, resin-coated pack whose original color was long lost. Resin encased several areas, shielding them from erosion and decomposition. Nationality remained unclear, but so long as it wasn't one of their own, it mattered little. Slung across his chest hung a long rifle, heavily rusted. A strap to his back was a military pack thickly coated in viscous resin. The resin might have preserved contents intact, but examination up here was impractical. Better to bring it down. Lu Zhe called out, step aside. I'm lowering it. What is it? A mummy. What a... Lu Zhe, are you joking? Don't bring it down. No time for chatter. Move now, or you'll get hit. Shinbing and the 4 girls scattered. Lu Zhe braced against the trunk, planted his foot against the corpse, and kicked hard. Crackle rush. The desiccated body plummeted, along with its pack and a slab of bark. Screams erupted below. Ah, it's a ghost. Nonsense, I'm coming. Lu Zhe descended swiftly along the trunk. Lu Zhe, don't frighten us. What is that thing? Zhang Yao's voice trembled near tears. I told you, it's a mummy. The girls shrieked again. Only Shinbing held firm, lifting her torch to circle the figure. Heavens, it is a corpse. Sister Bing, can you tell who he was? She studied the garb closely. His attire gives no clear clue. Luja pointed to the small hole on the forehead, a bullet wound. Proof he was killed before impact, then suspended in the canopy by parachute lines. The suspension cords have fully rotted away. Shin Bing examined them carefully. Yes, exactly so. Let's see what else he carried. Luja picked up the long rifle. Its barrel was deeply pitted with rust. The stock had decayed beyond recognition. Only half remained. Ning Shu murmured, reminds me of the legendary Type 38 rifle. Shin Bing took the weapon, tried cycling the bolt, and found it utterly seized, fused solid by corrosion. Not a Type 38. It's a collapsible paratrooper rifle. This dates back 70 years. Pity the age has rendered it useless. Had it survived intact, it would have been invaluable. Quick, what else? Luja searched the body and found at the waist a sidearm and a 20-centimeter paratrooper knife. Like the rifle, the pistol had suffered severe corrosion, completely inoperable. The paratrooper knife, however, proved exceptional. Though its plastic grip was encased in sticky resin, it remained undamaged, its blade sheathed and protected bore only minimal rust. Evidence of premium-grade steel retaining lethal sharpness without polishing. Next, he discovered a Type 30 bayonet at the lower back, a design wholly distinct from modern triangular combat knives. Mounted on a rifle, it served as a bayonet. Detached, it functioned as an effective long blade. Its total length measured roughly 50 centimeters, blade 37, hilt 12 to 13, with guard locking ring and protective scabbard intact. Though lightly rusted, it required only light honing to restore full utility. Luja tested its balance with a few fluid cuts, perfectly weighted. The system had not misled him. This was survival gear of the highest order. He also uncovered an ammunition pouch, its cartridges damp and inert, and two grenade-like devices likely long since degraded beyond use. Luja set them aside with extreme caution, then turned to the backpack, the true prize. Every paratrooper carried a full field kit. This was where answers and resources would be found. First, affixed to the pack's exterior, an 18-type steel helmet, thick, robust, and deliberately unventilated to preserve structural integrity. Perhaps due to climate, the man had jumped wearing only a field cap, not the helmet. Now resin had sealed its surface, preserving it perfectly. A surge of elation warmed Luja's chest. Friends, we've struck gold. This helmet is quite something. Rusty yet solid in thickness, once cleaned it could serve as a cooking pot. The only trouble is it is caked with filthy resin that is hard to remove. It will take hot water and a blade to scrape it bit by bit, then endless rubbing with palm fiber. Once the grime is gone, its usefulness will be immense. By rough estimate, this steel helmet could boil 3 to 4 liters of water. Bringing water to a boil or making fish soup would be effortless. In fact, many soldiers used helmets to cook. Later, because those helmets became stifling, they were replaced by Type 90 helmets with ventilation holes, and that makeshift function was lost. But that was not all. Luja soon unearthed another prize, an entrenching shovel. In plain terms, a slightly smaller short spade, not the multipurpose kind. To Luja, the simpler the design, the less likely it was to fail, and the more practical it remained. A modern entrenching shovel, after decades of wind and sun, would have long since lost many of its functions. The short wooden handle had long since rotted and snapped, but the blade itself was unscathed. Find a sturdy stick, lash it in place, and it would be serviceable again. Further rummaging revealed another good find, a Type 92 mess kit, aluminum, with a maximum capacity of 2.5 liters, and an inner container suitable for holding vegetables or soup. It had a bail handle, so it could be hung over the fire to cook. It bore little resin, once cleaned it would be usable. Keep it. Finally, there were two 1-liter military canteens, one pierced by a bullet and ruined, the other intact. When he unscrewed the cap, there was still water inside. But Luja did not have the courage to drink water that had sat there for 70 years. He poured it out. The insides would have to be thoroughly cleaned before use. There were also rotted bedding, a gas mask, spare leather shoes, a lighter, a flashlight, parachute cord, toiletries, and rusty rounds. These items were so decayed by age that only their shapes were discernible. Some were too fragile, even to lift. Imagine a single soldier carrying so much personal gear. The equipment was kept, the mummified body was discarded. Luja bundled the useful items together. This haul was tremendous. Had they had these supplies at the outset, survival would have been perhaps 90% easier. He checked the time, 1130 p.m. He crushed the corpse and buried it. There is still time before dawn, let us sleep on. The earlier rush of adrenaline had made the girls forget their fear. Once the adrenaline faded, a thread of fear returned. Jiang Yao fretted, do you think that skeleton might come back as a ghost to look for us? Yao, you're scaring everyone again. Luja pictured the girls digging up the corpse and could not help laughing. Are you sure it would dare come back? Shin Bing teased, if it did, we'd beat its soul to pieces. Ning Shu chimed in approvingly, well said. Yet despite the banter, by 10:30 the girls huddled close to the fire, talking from tales of drawing the sword to the 800 stories of our regiment. The more they talked, the more awake they became, and sleep would not come. In the end, the 4 girls kept vigil through the night until dawn. Fortunately, Lu Jie and Shun Bing had fallen asleep. In the morning, Lu Jie woke in the hammock, glanced at his watch, 6:50 m. It was June 26, Wednesday, the 17th day since they had been stranded on the island. Lu Jie had successfully located a system prompt. Though it was not a water source, it was enough to lift their spirits. That day, they would continue to search for fresh water and for a route to the high ground on the summit. But the situation looked grim. Packs where heavier sleep had been scant, and their pace grew slower. After walking along the mountain's base all morning, they still had not found a path upward. With freshwater nearly exhausted, everyone's strength began to flag. Luja decided to change tactics. He observed the ley lines and found a relatively flat area to prepare for a short rest. As soon as the word rest was mentioned, several girls couldn't help but want to lie down in the grass. Seeing the exhaustion of the young girls, Luja understood that carrying so many heavy items while looking for a cost-effective solution was far too inefficient. He looked around at the environment and said, "Let's set up camp here, build a shelter, and everyone can catch up on some sleep and rest well." Shin Bing asked in confusion, "Aren't we going to look for the way up the mountain?" Luja picked up a stone, attempting to sharpen the paratrooper knife and military dagger. "Of course we need to look, but searching aimlessly is too inefficient. It's better to use this place as a camp. Leaving supplies in place, 2 to 3 people can go light to find the way up the mountain, while the others can rest at the camp or dig. This area matches the characteristics of a freshwater lens. I wonder if we can dig for underground water." Hearing that Luja wanted to camp here, Tang Xiao was still felt a bit scared. "But what if we encounter a ghost while sleeping here? I'm so frightened." Luja nodded. "That's the best. We can also see if there are any survival supplies on the ghost, or if it can be used for something." Ning Shu asked, "What can we do with it?" "Use it as a grinding tool. We don't have any money. You'd be surprised." Shin Bing thought for a moment and said, "I heard from a colleague that in earlier times some villages that lived by tomb raiding would take treasures from tombs and also carry back dry corpses. Guess what for?" Zhang Yao pondered, "To sell to archaeology teams for research. They don't have that awareness." Tang Xiao asked, "Then what for?" Shin Bing lowered her voice to poke into the ground and use as scarecrows to chase away birds. It's said to be surprisingly effective. Oh, the girls all widened their eyes in horror. Luja slapped his thigh in regret. "So we wasted an important survival resource last night." "Ah, don't say that. Yeah, I have goosebumps all over." But then again, Shin Bing also carefully observed the surroundings. "There are many banana plants here. Maybe there really is underground water." The other girls looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Shin Bing asked, "So Luja, where should we start digging the well?" Luja thought for a moment. "Everyone, let's not rush into digging the well. Let's take a short break first and then tackle the immediate issues. I suggest splitting into 2 groups. One group stays here to clear grass, set up hammocks, and build the camp, while the other group searches around for any directly usable freshwater." The group discussed for a while. Since the camp task was heavier, Shin Bing took Jiang Yao, Lin Qianqian, and Tang Xiao to stay here and set up the camp, while Lu Zhe and Ning Shu searched for freshwater and the way up the mountain nearby. Having unloaded their heavy packs, both Lu Zhe and Ning Shu felt considerably lighter. They searched around the camp area, but only found some wild vegetables. Then they went to the bamboo grove to search for freshwater. The two spent 2 hours scouring a large area of bamboo forest before collecting 3 bottles of bamboo shoot water. Ning Shu complained, "I didn't expect freshwater in the mountains to be so hard to find. Do we have to go back to the beach to crack coconuts? That's too troublesome. There are actually ways to obtain freshwater." Lu Zhe walked to a banana tree, pulled out a relatively sharp paratrooper knife, and cut the base of the banana plant at a 45-degree angle, making a circular incision until the entire banana plant was severed. "Why did you cut down a perfectly good tree? Look here." Lu Zhe pointed to the cut at the root, forming a bowl-shaped depression, and said, "Banana leaves need a lot of moisture, so the roots will draw water from underground to replenish the stem and leaves." Ning Shu snapped her fingers. "I get it. The roots still think they are sending water upwards, even though the top has already been cut off. Soon there will be condensed freshwater here." I don't know how to comment on that, but that's indeed the principle." Ning Shu sighed, "But to get this bowl of freshwater we had to destroy an entire banana plant. That is indeed a bit wasteful." Lu Zhe patted her shoulder. "It will grow back. Right now our lives are the most important." He then cut down more than 10 banana trees. "By tonight we can come back for water." Suddenly Lu Zhe frowned. "That's strange. What's wrong?" Lu Zhe examined the top of the cut banana plants. "Where did all the fruits go? It can't be that they never grew at all. Look here, there are obvious signs that they have been plucked from the stems." Ning Shu looked around. "Could there be monkeys in this forest?" "I don't know, it could also be some kind of bear or monkeys. We need to be cautious." Ning Shu nodded gravely. After walking for a while they discovered other plants. A lemon tree. A wild lemon tree that had sprouted from the edge of a low cliff about 3 meters high. The tree bore dozens of yellow wild lemons. Perhaps because they were too sour they hadn't attracted much animal attention, with some having fallen to the ground and rotted. But for Lu Zhe these were free vitamins, and collecting some was definitely worthwhile. Ning Shu peeled one, eagerly biting into it, and immediately shutting her eyes from the sourness. Seeing her distressed expression, Lu Zhe couldn't help but sigh. "You don't seem very smart. I'm just learning from Shin Nong, tasting herbs for the benefit of others." "Also sour. This can be soaked in honey water to supplement vitamin C. The leaves can also be brewed into tea for a unique flavor. It's a pity we don't have enough freshwater now. It would pair nicely with fish. Let's gather some to take back. The fire should have been started by now." Ning Shu collected the scattered lemons from the ground, filling a plastic bag to the brim. As she said, they would rot here anyway, or perhaps they would be useful later. This trip could be considered a fruitful one. When they returned to the camp, the 3 girls had already cleared most of the wild grass here. But they found Shin Bing using a simple bow drill to start a fire. Lu Zhe was quite puzzled. "Sister Bing, what's going on? Don't we have a simpler method?" Shin Bing smiled apologetically. That one broke. Broke? How did it break? Shin Bing handed over the set, which had a large hole in it. Then she sighed helplessly. I was careful, but it still broke. It's my fault. Luja gently tugged at the item, realizing that the rubber was no longer as elastic as when it was first opened and had become quite brittle. It was overdue for failure. He smiled nonchalantly. It's not really your fault. This isn't something that can be reused. Each time it's used, its elasticity and toughness diminish. It's normal for it to break. Then he felt something was off. Hey, what's that smell? Nothing. Shin Bing awkwardly blushed and grabbed it. Let's just throw it away. How about I start the fire? No need, you'll take care of the fire. I will definitely get it going tonight. Luja thought that since she had said so, he might as well let her handle it. Since they were a team, they should trust each other, right? Besides, if she could start the fire, it would lighten his burden a lot. Zhang Yao asked, did you find any fresh water? Found a little. Luja set down his backpack, producing 3 bottles of water, a bunch of wild vegetables, and a large bag of lemons. What are you doing with so many lemons? Ningshu shook her head. I don't know, but what if they come in handy? Luja thought for a moment. We still have plenty of food reserves. Hey, let's eat something first. I'll go chop some bamboo, and after we finish eating we can build the shelter. Jiang Yao said, all right then. Qianqian and Guer, let's gather palm fronds together. Lin Qianqian and Guer responded cheerfully in unison, yes. After finishing their meal, the group worked in harmony and quickly erected a small thatched hut as shelter. The girls then rested for another 2 hours. But by evening, Shin Bing still failed to kindle fire. Her clothes were reduced to a single layer. Gritting her teeth, she strained fiercely at the bow drill, the spindle whirring rapidly, exuding a wild, untamed allure. Yet no smoke rose. After watching for a while, Luja remarked, say, shall we consider alternative methods? Shin Bing, jaw clenched, pulled the bow back and forth as she replied, though this method appears laborious, it remains the most reliable means of igniting flame under current conditions. Is that so? Luja suddenly felt a surge of curiosity, to witness precisely how the girls had once misjudged him. He stepped farther away, observed Shin Bing from behind and frowned. Clearly this isn't a craft. It demands excessive force. One risks injury. Just then the girls returned with banana pith water. They spotted Luja, and instantly every young woman's expression shifted. Simultaneously they dropped what they held. Luja, danger. Luja, run. Though he already sensed the heavy, ragged breathing, Luja did not flee. Instead, he raised a hand slowly to his lips, gesturing for silence. At the same time his body coiled low, his right foot braced sideways against the earth, his arm lifted slightly, his head bowed, his eyes peering backward through the armpit. In an instant a figure lunged toward Luja, but he rolled aside just in time. The attacker struck empty air. Shin Bing too sensed the peril. She instantly abandoned the bow drill and executed a fluid somersault, drawing her Type 30 bayonet from her pack. Xiongda! All 4 girls shrieked in unison. Indeed, a massive black bear weighing nearly 200 to 300 jin had abruptly emerged into camp and launched its assault on Luja. Its appearance resembled that of a sun bear, but its frame dwarfed any known sun bear. Good heavens, what in the world is that? He evaded the first strike, and the bear immediately realized this opponent would not be easily subdued. It pivoted, spotting the screaming girls, seemingly easier prey. Luja murmured inwardly, not good. It lowered its torso, growling deeply as it charged toward the girls. Shin Bing brandished her bayonet, stepping resolutely before them. Yet her arms, fatigued and trembling from prolonged fire-making, caused the blade tip to quiver uncontrollably. Yet just as the beast neared her, it let out a piercing, agonized howl and whirled violently around. Shin Bing clearly saw something embedded deep within the bear's hindquarters. It was the paratrooper knife. Crimson droplets fell steadily. In rage beyond measure, the bear scanned furiously for its assailant, only to find Luja crouched opposite, a cold, mocking smile playing upon his lips, his gaze sharp with defiance. Blinded by searing pain and unbearable humiliation, the bear erupted into fury, lunging again to bite. Luja slipped deftly aside. The bear's jaws snapped shut on the trunk of a tree. At that critical moment, Shin Bing acted without hesitation, hurling the Type 30 bayonet forward. Catch it! Luja dove leftward and snatched the hilt midair with flawless precision. Yet at that very instant the bear wheeled about and slammed Luja to the ground, pinning him beneath its massive bulk, and lunged fangs bared toward his throat. Luja! All 5 girls screamed in unison. Shin Bing rushed forward first, her sense of duty and responsibility forbidding her to stand by while an innocent life perished before her eyes. Moreover, he was the first man in her life. The others, now past fear, seized whatever tools they held and charged, striking wildly at the bear, desperate to divert its attention and save their friend. But it was no use. After several seconds of violent thrashing and convulsions, the bear gradually lost all vitality, motionless despite their frantic blows. Then Ningshu noticed a thick crimson stream welling forth. Within seconds a large pool had formed. Luja! Ningshu cried out, her voice raw with anguish. From beneath the bear came Luja's muffled, gravelly reply, what? That voice brought tears of overwhelming relief to every face. In the next breath, Luja kicked the bear aside and rose, drenched in blood. There, embedded fully into the beast's heart, stood the 30-centimeter-long bayonet blade. Ningshu, heedless of staining her clothes, flung herself onto the blood-soaked Luja and burst into sobs. Seizing the moment, Lu Zhi gently kissed her forehead. Another sign-in completed. Lin Qianqian, Zhang Yao, and Tang Xiaowu rushed over, embracing Lu Zhi and weeping uncontrollably. Xin Bing exhaled deeply and collapsed onto the ground. The situation had been perilous beyond measure. In that lightning flash instant, Lu Zhi had driven the bayonet with perfect accuracy into the bear's heart. Had he hesitated even a second longer, the consequences would have been catastrophic. What an extraordinary young man. And just then Xin Bing noticed with quiet concern a fresh claw mark scoring Lu Zhi's forearm. Clearly Lu Zhi also realized that he was injured. Find that lighter and see if we can scrape out some flint, then use the rusty part of the knife to strike it. I need to burn some palm leaf sheath ash. In the wild, palm ash is a good hemostatic agent, effective for both external and internal bleeding. In the deep night jungle, without fire they might face attacks from wild beasts. Just dealing with one big bear is already challenging enough, let alone another one. It's hard to imagine. But that flint, after so long, can it still be used? Xin Bing quickly rummaged through the suitcase and found the lighter. It was a kerosene lighter similar to a Zippo commonly equipped by both the American and Japanese armies during World War II. Due to its age, the exterior was completely rusted and unusable. Xin Bing smashed it open and indeed found something resembling flint. However, this thing was too old. Once held, it crumbled into hard little fragments. There was a way. She carefully placed the fragments on the edge of a stone and laid down the dry grass she had prepared earlier. With the parachutist's knife pressed on the fragments, she firmly stepped on the knife with her foot. Gathering her chi, she suddenly pulled the knife with force. Sizzle. The blade scraped against the flint and rock, producing a shower of sparks that fell onto the dry leaves below. Xin Bing hurriedly picked up the tinder and blew on it, and suddenly a flame ignited. She smiled wryly. After toiling all afternoon with a bow drill to start a fire, Lu Zhi only gave her one hint and managed it effortlessly. It was so frustrating. With no time to think too much, she quickly stoked the fire, adding kindling while starting to burn the palm leaves. Fortunately, Lu Zhi's wound wasn't deep. After cleaning, there wasn't much blood loss. At this moment, the palm ash was no longer too hot. Lu Zhi sprinkled a bit of palm ash on the sutured area and looked for something to bandage it. Without him saying, several girls had already prepared sanitary pads and cloth strips. That was the last piece, the one Zhang Yao and Tang Xiaowu had been reluctant to use. At this stage, it was the cleanest material available. Zhang Yao covered the wound with the absorbent side of the sanitary pad, then Lin Qianqian brought over a sun-dried cloth strip to tie it tightly, completing the wound treatment. Lu Zhi waved his arm, seemingly unimpeded in movement. Zhang Yao reproached with concern, "No moving around, you need to take care of your injury." Lu Zhi sighed, "I'm afraid that won't work." "Why, oi?" Lu Zhi pointed at the big bear lying on the ground. "Can you all handle it?" At this moment, everyone finally remembered that there was a freshly dead bear in the camp. What do we do about this thing? Should we change camps? Change the place we just set up? All the work of the day would be in vain. Besides, it's too late for that. Then we can only move it away, or I really don't want to sleep in the same camp as a corpse. It's so heavy, how can we carry it away? By the way, what kind of bear is this? Look at its tongue hanging out. Wow, it's so long. What is it for? Lu Zhi touched the big bear with his left hand, and information flooded into his mind. New species identified by the system: wide-bodied, sword-measuring bear. A subspecies of the Malayan bear characterized by the temperament of a Malayan bear and the physique of a black bear. Fierce, irritable, with a strong desire to attack and a very strong territorial awareness. Likes to eat bananas, bamboo shoots, tubers, wild fruits and grasses, and sometimes catches fish and monkeys. Lu Zhi pondered. It looks like a Malayan bear, but Malayan bears are small bears, and the largest Malayan bear in the world weighs only about 150 pounds. Yet its weight is at least 200 to 300 pounds, with a physique resembling a black bear. Ning Shu imagined and considered a strange theory. Hiss. Do you think this is a case of a black bear going astray or a Malayan bear cheating? Tang Xiaowu sighed, as expected of an old pervert still making jokes at a time like this. But Lu Zhi remarked, actually the class leader makes a good point. This creature might really be a hybrid of a Malayan bear and a black bear. Xin Bing asked curiously, can different species of bears interbreed? Lu Zhi explained, most bear species do not have reproductive isolation. Although their sizes vary greatly, they can still produce offspring. Just like with dogs. Tang Xiaowu imagined a Tibetan mastiff riding a Bichon Frise, and then the Bichon carrying 5 or 6 Tibetan puppies in its belly, and couldn't help but shiver. That's too terrifying. Zhang Yao thought for a moment. I guess the Malayan bear must be the father, since it's also known as the sun bear. Tang Xiaowu helplessly said, Yao, you just finished talking about the class leader. How come you're making jokes too? Really? Zhang Yao shrugged, but it is indeed called the sun bear. Lin Qianqian nodded. The danger of a baby bear being born from a small bear father and a big bear mother would be significantly reduced. Ning Shu mused, but the risk for the bear father would increase, right? Hey, do you think with such a size difference, the bear mother would eat the husband like a mantis? Zhang Yao frowned. It's not like cheap things like cucumbers. It would be too wasteful to eat the husband after using him. Lu Zhi felt a headache coming on. I'm asking you, can we please discuss serious matters without getting sidetracked into such topics? Hearing Lu Zhi's words, the girls felt a bit embarrassed. Indeed, the most pressing issue at hand was how to deal with the dead bear. How did we end up on the highway while chatting? Ning-Shu sighed. So what do you suggest we do with the bear? Lu Zhu examined the bear. There are plenty of treasures on this bear. The bear's fur can be used for blankets, the breastbone can be turned into tools, and the bear paw can be used as medicine. Jiang Yao suddenly recalled, by the way, I heard that bear paws are one of the 8 delicacies and taste exquisite. Don't get your hopes up too high. Bear paws are delicious, but it's said they need to be prepared in a specific way. Roasting them directly might yield results similar to pig trotters. Ning-Shu retorted, what are you talking about? Pig trotters are incredibly delicious. Lin Qianqian asked, what about bear meat? We don't have time today, but we can try it tomorrow. However, you all need to be mentally prepared. Bear meat has a strong gamey odor. Jiang Yao pinched her nose. No need to mention it. I can smell it already. Tang Xiao sighed, forget it. Let's just eat some spicy little snakes and wild plantains. Shin Bing pondered. Lu Zhu, you aren't planning to keep the entire bear, are you? Lu Zhu shook his head. To be honest, I want to keep everything from this bear. But the issue is that we can't store all the meat and the texture won't be good. Given that we don't lack protein, we can only make some sacrifices, keeping the most important parts and discarding most of the rest. We have to throw it away. Shin Bing expressed her concerns, but the key question is how to dispose of it. Are you going to dismember it? It sounds a bit terrifying, but we really have to do it this way. This place is the most convenient for storing freshwater nearby. We can't move, so we can only cut it up and dispose of it in batches. Otherwise, within a day, the foul odor and mosquitoes will turn this place into hell. Shin Bing's eyelid twitched. I never expected that one day I would participate in dealing with a corpse. We need to hurry, but it's best to finish it while it's still cool at night. By tomorrow during the day, it'll definitely start to smell. Shin Bing nodded. Ning-Shu timidly asked, is there anything we can help with? Lu Zhu shook his head. You all didn't sleep well yesterday. Just eat something and rest. We'll need you tomorrow. Oh. The 4 girls were indeed very tired and didn't want to witness the dissection of a mammal, so they quickly ate something and crawled into the shelter, holding hands as they fell asleep. Outside the shelter, the moon was dark and the wind was high. The flickering firelight cast somewhat sinister shadows on their faces. Shin Bing nervously glanced at Lu Zhu. Hey, why do I feel like we're acting like murderers dealing with a corpse? Lu Zhu deliberately lowered his voice. You can still call the police right now. Shin Bing chuckled. Stop joking. I'm telling you, I've dissected frogs before, but this is my first time dissecting a bear. Lu Zhu nodded. You're not at a loss. It's my first time too. Shin Bing recalled a particular moment they shared earlier and blushed. Stop being silly. How do we start? Let's begin with the bear bile. Saying this, Lu Zhu gripped the handle of the Type 30 dagger and made a downward cut. This made the opening a bit larger, and then he withdrew the dagger. More blood flowed out. He'll reach in and take out the bear bile, but it might be connected to some tissue. My right hand isn't very convenient, so you'll need to help me then. That sounds a bit awkward, doesn't it? Do you even know which one is the bear bile? Just take it out, and we will see. Be careful. Lu Zhu reached his left hand into the bear's body through the incision, and a sound like squishing organs filled the air. What's it like? It's still quite warm since it just died. No wonder people can hide inside animals to keep warm during the cold. While speaking, information flashed through Lu Zhu's mind. Bear, heart, bear, lungs, bear, liver, bear, pancreas, bear bile. This one is it. Lu Zhu pulled out a black bag-like object still connected to bloody vessels and tissues. You really found it. Shin Bing hurriedly used the paratrooper knife to cut through the tissue. This thing isn't used directly right. Yet it needs to be sterilized, dried, and then ground into powder. It can be used both externally and internally. It's a premium traditional Chinese medicine, quite expensive, I tell you. Hey, your knowledge is quite broad. Are we going for the bear skin next? Lu Zhu shook his head. I want to see what it usually eats. It helps us understand the existing vegetation and resources. You want to check its stomach. Exactly. With that, Lu Zhu opened the incision and pulled out a large bag. When he cut it open, a foul odor wafted out. Plantain. He knew that the plantains they had picked before were what it had consumed. There were also bits of albatross meat. Who knows how it caught that? Along with large quantities of bamboo shoots and grass roots. Lu Zhu frowned slightly. From the numerous plant roots, it was clear that this large bear had gone to great lengths to find moisture. Otherwise, it wouldn't have left so many uneaten plantains to search for roots. Lu Zhu speculated that roots have more water content. It seems that certain creatures on this island are also suffering from a lack of water. Next, let's deal with the bear skin. Speaking of the bear skin, Shin Bing recalled we once confiscated bear skins, all of which were whole skins with heads and claws attached. Quite scary. Lu Zhu mused. Actually, I think the head and claws aren't that useful. They might be there to prove it's truly bear skin, or the buyers just want to showcase their morbid personality. We're after practicality, so there's no need to keep the bear's head. With that, Lu Zhu used a stone axe and military dagger to sever the bear's head and paws, then cut along the bear's belly, separating the tissues and fat bit by bit. The two spent 3 hours cutting off the entire bear skin. Now, not only was Lu Zhu covered in blood, but Shin Bing also looked like a murderer. This odor is unbearable. So don't expect the bear meat to taste too good. But we can render some bear oil. When done right, it won't be too pungent and can be used for cooking. They'll take care of this. Thus, the two of them worked through the night and completed the dissection of the entire bear. Afterward, Lu Zhu threw the bear's head, the dismembered bone frame, and a large amount of bear meat far into the forest, estimating that it wouldn't be long before wild animals would clean it up. Lu Zhu kept the bear skin, bear bile, shin bones, leg bones, some bear meat, some bear oil, and 4 bear paws. The bones of this large bear were too hard, and to split them, Lu Zhu's stone axe had become useless. They could only discard it. Morning was approaching, and they felt a bit hungry. Luja and Shin Bing grilled a few meat skewers with bear meat, but despite adding more chili, the strong gamey smell couldn't be covered. The meat was tough and dry. However, bear meat provides a lot of protein and amino acids. Luja chewed for a while, but couldn't break it down, so he swallowed it directly. Shin Bing gagged for a while, but couldn't eat it, so she had to drink some plant and water and snack on python jerky and fish slices. Having not slept well the previous night, both of them felt a bit drowsy and leaned against the fire pit as they fell asleep. On June 27, the 18th day, stranded on the deserted island, Luja awoke to find Shin Bing leaning against him. Her long eyelashes rested upon a dirty yet beautiful face. Luja took the opportunity to complete his daily check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the check-in physique 1. You have checked in for 18 consecutive days. Strength 15, stamina 13, physique 13, agility 14, perception 13. However, this woke Shin Bing. Hey, you little brat, what did you do to me? I said I did it for a stronger body, do you believe me? What are you talking about? Shin Bing felt that if she had been offended, she would surely be very angry. Yet at this moment, not only was she not angry, but she also felt a bit pleased. They'll let you off this time, but don't be so abrupt next time, understand? She lectured like a teacher. But Luja had never seen such a gentle teacher. Let's tidy up and make breakfast for the kids. Kids. Luja scratched his head, feeling as if his identity had changed. Early in the morning, 4 greedy little girls were overwhelmed by the strange smell of meat, dizzy and staggering. What on earth, how can there be such disgusting meat in the world? It's too awful. Could it have been urinated on? No, Guerrero's urine is much easier to accept than this. Chanchian, can we not mention this? Sorry. Luja, what on earth is going on? Luja stretched and yawned. This is the original taste of bear meat. If you ignore the taste, its nutritional value is still quite rich. I still can't accept it. The reason you can't accept it is that your recent meals have been pretty good. If you go hungry for 3 to 5 days and then eat this, it will taste fine. Ning Shu looked around. Did you really dismember the bear? All that's left are its skin and 4 paws. Jiang Yao added, and some bones. Yeah, it took some effort, but we got it done. Don't disturb me. Ooh, I need to catch up on sleep. Okay, sleep well. But what should we do today? We need to gather more firewood and also dig a well as deep as possible. Where should we dig? Right where Guerrero is sitting. By the way, be careful of bears and other wild beasts. Ning Shu waved a half-broken soldier shovel. I understand the rest, you all hurry and sleep. Luja and Shin Bing got onto the hammock, covered their eyes with torn clothes, and continued to catch up on sleep. They slept until noon, and Luja got up to check how his beloved ones were doing. The little girls were covered in dirt, almost turning into dirt people, yet they achieved remarkable results and really dug a deep pit. How deep? Tang Xiao stood up straight, just revealing half of her little forehead, and Luja immediately knew that the pit was probably about 1.5 meters deep. I'm quite surprised, though I didn't expect it to be this deep. We took turns digging. Ning Shu rubbed her shoulders. I'm exhausted. Why hasn't this little hole produced water? Humph, now you understand how hard it is to be a man. Luja squeezed Ning Shu's shoulder. I'll go down to take a look. Luja pulled Tang Xiao up and jumped down himself. He carefully examined the wall structure. It had volcanic and coral components, theoretically meeting the conditions for the formation of freshwater lenses. He crouched down to check the soil quality below, squeezing a small piece of dirt from the bottom of the pit. When he flattened it, his fingers surprisingly felt a bit wet. He was overjoyed. His judgment was not wrong. You all did well. As long as we keep digging, we will definitely find water. Jiang Yao wiped the sweat from her forehead. All right, Xiaozhi, you come up. Your hand is injured. Oh, let us handle the rest. Shin Bing said. You all take a break. I'll dig for a while. Luja nodded. Then the glorious and arduous mission of digging the well will be entrusted to you. I'll go explore nearby and look for a path to the mountaintop. Lin Chanqian pondered. If we find fresh water here, is it still necessary to climb to the mountaintop? Of course it is necessary. Even if we can dig out fresh water here, it may not be stable long-term and could turn salty over time. Moreover, the location is too close to the mountain. Once it rains heavily, it will be very dangerous here. So even if there is water, this place isn't a perfect camp. Several girls nodded. Shin Bing was still very worried about Luja. You're injured, you shouldn't act alone. It's best to have 2 people go with you for mutual support. What about the camp work? The well can be dug slowly. We have campfires to fend off wild beasts, don't worry. She looked around. Ani Ning's period just came. Guerrero just finished digging and is exhausted. Chanqian Yao Yao, you both should accompany Luja. Don't worry, Bingjia. We'll leave the camp to you. All right. With 2 sisters accompanying him, Luja wouldn't feel bored. At certain times, they might truly be able to help. The 3 of them applied mosquito-repellent herbs, took stone knives, hemp ropes, paratrooper knives, and several water bottles, and re-entered the jungle, continuing to search along the mountainside. After 20 minutes of traversing the jungle, they unexpectedly discovered a cave. The cave entrance was more than 5 meters above the ground. Next to it, there were rocky cliffs to climb. From the smell emanating from the cave, Luja could judge that this might be a bear den. Malay bears do not hibernate, and black bears from the north, even if they are in the south, and do not hibernate, will still retain the habit of sleeping in dens. He wondered if this cave was the lair of the bear he had killed. Luja wanted to take a look. In his previous physical condition, he would never have dared to explore a bear den. But now with the system's support, he had the confidence to handle emergencies. You all wait here, I'll go take a look. Lu Zhi, it's too dangerous. What if this is another bear's den? Don't worry, I have my ways to deal with it. You two just stay here to support me. Just be careful. All right. Lu Zhi bit the paratrooper knife and climbed up the nearby rocks, cautiously peering inside. The cave was empty and the ground had some weeds, but the smell was a bit heavy, reminiscent of a zoo. Perhaps it was a naturally formed cave that had been occupied and expanded by bears, making it their home. Jump in and take a look. Lu Zhi found that the cave entrance was a vertically oval shape about 1.5 meters high and less than a meter wide. It was just enough for the bear to bend down to enter. The cave was quite shallow, only about 3 meters deep. The smell inside was not as strong as he imagined, and he found a lot of black fur among the weeds resembling the fur of the bear he had killed. It was very likely its nest. There was still some smell left. If it were empty for a few days, the smell would gradually dissipate. At certain times, it could serve as a temporary shelter. There was nothing fresh left. Lu Zhi jumped out of the cave and approached the two girls. How was it? Lu Zhi shook his head. It's very likely the old home of the bear we killed. Jiang Yao nodded. Looks like bear 2 isn't home. Animation is all deceiving. Bears are not social animals. 2 adult male bears cannot coexist. Lin Qianqian tilted her head curiously, asking, what about 2 female bears? Lu Zhi sighed. Let's be reasonable. Qianqian, a male bear and a female bear won't be together either. Then how do they have babies? You could say that during the breeding season they meet for a while and then each goes their separate ways. Only when the cubs are underage will the mother bear take them along to live together. Jiang Yao nodded. I've gained some strange knowledge again. Let's go. We've found the bear's den. Perhaps we can find a water source nearby. The 3 continued along the mountainside, and after walking for less than 10 minutes, they really discovered signs of a water source. This was the mountain's northern face. Even on the north side, there was sunlight, only slightly weaker than the southern slopes, because the proximity to the equator made the sun nearly vertical to the earth. Yet the surface rock felt somewhat cooler. Lu Zhi's mind stirred. Because rock warms more slowly, it might condense droplets from the air. Perhaps mountain water trickled down the stone crevices. Thus, by following the mountain's contours, they stood a good chance of finding fresh water. Come over here, Lu Zhi said as he walked, listening intently. A keen perceptiveness rendered Lu Zhi's hearing extraordinary. Usually dormant, this faculty could be awakened with a moment of meditation, allowing him to catch sounds others could not. Lin Qianqian and Jiang Yao followed, curious. Lu Zhi advanced along the slope, listening. After several steps, he abruptly halted. He adopted a grave expression. It's right here. What? I can't hear anything, one of the girls said. Me neither. Both women heard nothing, yet Lu Zhi was certain he had. A faint, almost imperceptible tick resonated nearby. He moved cautiously toward the sound and discovered a small stone cavity about 30 centimeters across. At the bottom of the hollow lay a small stone basin. Mountain water dripped into it, forming a clear little pool. Ah, there is fresh water there. Is it potable? Lu Zhi slid his hand and a single drop fell onto his fingertip, and he immediately discerned in his mind that it was fresh water. He affected a casual taste. It is fresh. Very likely the place where that big bear comes to drink. How can you be so sure? Look here. Lu Zhi crouched and plucked a dried blade of grass. If I'm not mistaken, when it drank, it would have sat here and pressed the grass into this shape. The two girls then noticed the flattened traces in the nearby grass. But this hole is so small. How could it put its head in to drink? With its tongue. Lu Zhi reflected. That bear seems to possess genes from 2 species. A Malayan bear's tongue can reach 30 centimeters. I saw yesterday that the elder's tongue was nearly half a meter. Jiang Yao frowned. A puzzling direction of anatomical evolution. A Malayan bear's long tongue is originally adapted for licking honey and termites. Here it serves to lap water. Jiang Yao frowned with distaste. Wouldn't the water in the pit be contaminated by its tongue? In theory, yes. We're not going to drink that pit water, are we? Lu Zhi shook his head. Bear saliva carries pathogens. Unless one is on the brink of death from thirst or boils it, I don't recommend drinking the water in the basin. So what do? The pit water is contaminated, but rest assured the droplets that fall directly from the rock fissure above are clean. He unscrewed a bottle cap, held it under the drip, and caught a small amount. The cap filled quickly. He sipped carefully. It's fresh. Lin Qianqian took the cap and drank what remained, refreshing and thirst-quenching. Jiang Yao tried to insert the empty bottle to catch the flow, but the cavity was too narrow for the bottle to stand upright. What now? We can't keep using the cap forever. Lu Zhi could have cut the bottle to make a funnel, but stranded on the island, they had a limited number of containers and had to conserve them. Moreover, such a solution would require someone to stand watch and continually pour, which was inconvenient. Which is the largest bottle you brought? I have a 1-liter bottle. Good. Wait here a moment. He decided to fashion a simple diversion device to channel the drips into the bottle automatically. The first task was to find something suitable as a conduit. That proved easy. The jungle held many bamboos. Within 5 minutes, Lu Zhi located a slender straight shoot. At that moment, a piercing scream from Jiang Yao split the air. Something had happened. Why had Qianqian not cried out? He sprinted back and encountered an embarrassing sight. Yao, can you explain? I was gone less than 5 minutes. How did you end up like this? Lin Qianqian spread her hands helplessly. Jiang Yao insisted on drinking by herself. A muffled, resonant voice came from the little hole. Think of something. Get me out of here quickly. The situation was as follows. Jiang Yao's upper body was wedged inside the stone cavity, while her lower body remained outside, her toes just touching the ground. She had been thirsty and found an angle that seemed to allow her to crawl in and reach the dripping water. She went in, but on the way out became stuck, half trapped within the rock. Look at her. She never considers her own constitution. Oh, others can slip in and out with ease. What shall we do? Lu Zhu observed for a moment. It's not a big problem. He explained calmly. Because she is caught at a particular spot, Qianqian, we can each support one side with one hand and use our other hands to grasp her waist, then together we pull her out. At Lu Zhu's words, Qianqian brightened instantly. I can't wait to try this rescue method. Jiang Yao cried, don't let Qianqian touch me. Why not? She's even more lecherous than you. Did you bully Jiang Yao just now, eh? I didn't. Lu Zhu looked at Qianqian, who she blushed and murmured, I just kissed Jiang Yao once to encourage her. Judging by Jiang Yao's posture, one might suspect opportunism. Lu Zhu pressed a hand to his forehead in exasperation. All right, enough teasing. Saving her is the priority. Very well. Yao Yao, hold on. Each of them supported aside, then after reciting the Chu Shi Biao together as a brief distraction, they heaved and truly managed to pull Jiang Yao free. Jiang Yao immediately shrank behind Lu Zhu, regarding Qianqian with the disdain reserved for a lecherous onlooker. I won't do it again. Can you forgive me, eh? Qianqian pleaded. Jiang Yao had every reason to be angry, but seeing the reddened skin on Qianqian's hand, scraped while shielding her chest, she nodded slightly. Lin Qianqian smiled, gently lovely as a descending fairy. Lu Zhu thought to himself, it was his wife after all. If anyone else so much as touched her, they'd answer for it. All right, back to work. Lu Zhu produced the bamboo. What are you going to do with that? Make a channel. He unscrewed the 1-liter bottle and set it on the ground. Then he split the slender bamboo lengthwise, kept one half, and scraped away the internodes with his knife. He extended one end into the cavity to the dripping spot. The other end aimed at the mouth of the beverage bottle. Sure enough, drops struck the thin bamboo, ran along its groove, and fell into the waiting bottle. He secured the setup and waited. Let's search a little further, then return and bring the water back. The three of them searched for another 2 hours, but they still couldn't find the way up the mountain or any new freshwater sources, and had no choice but to return the way they came. When they returned to the water cave, Lu Zhu discovered that the bottle had collected about 800 milliliters of fresh water, but the dripping had already stopped. It turned out that by this time the sun had shifted towards the west, and the temperature difference between the rocks and the air was no longer significant, making it impossible for new droplets to condense. It seems they must come early tomorrow and prepare a larger container. However, this is not too bad if they can serve it. Tonight's drinking water is sorted. Packing up, they returned to the campsite. By the time they arrived, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Shen Bing, Ning Shu, and Tang Xiaoguo were all exhausted, sprawled on their hammocks, dozing off. How did it go? Shen Bing said. We dug another half-meter down, but still no water. Tang Xiaoguo weakly suggested, should we try another spot? With so much digging and no water, I finally understand how hard it is to be a man, Ning Shu lazily remarked. Is it already 2 meters deep? Lu Zhu was a bit puzzled. He walked to the well opening and looked down, stunned. The bottom of the well reflected a mirror-like image of his dirty face. I mean, isn't that just water? What? Lu Zhu, don't joke. We dug. Ning Shu rolled off her hammock and walked over to look down the well, immediately exclaiming loudly. Then an ecstatic wave of joy hit her. What's going on? Shen Bing and Tang Xiaoguo also gathered around, asking, what happened? They both froze in place. After a moment, Tang Xiaoguo pondered a strange theory. Could it be that this little hole only produces water when a male shows up? Lu Zhu nodded. You really have the talent of Di. Are you praising our survival skills? No. It's all just clever banter when the wind is at your back and rational arguments when it's against you. Hey, stop twisting my arm. Let me analyze the water situation. The characteristics of the freshwater lens mean that when you dig to a certain depth, you might not hit water immediately, but after a while the groundwater will permeate here through the unique porous geological structure of the coral reefs. I see, huh? That's great. The joy of success made everyone smile at each other. After all, their hard work from the day wasn't in vain, and anyone would be thrilled to forget themselves in such happiness. However, is it definitely fresh water? Not necessarily. If the drought lasts too long, the underground fresh water might run out and seawater could be drawn in. He jumped down, supporting himself on both sides, using a 92-style lunchbox to scoop up a basin of water. The moment his fingers touched the water, a prompt flashed in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have obtained muddy fresh water. Lu Zhu finally felt relieved. It was indeed fresh water. He climbed back up, exclaiming, great, it's fresh water. Really? Can we drink it? I'm dying of thirst here. Ning Shu reached for the aluminum box about to drink, when she suddenly paused, saying, wait, can this stuff be drunk? It turned out that this underground water was contaminated with a lot of mud, and there were many suspended particles in the water, making it look very dirty. Tang Xiaoguo frowned, saying, yeah, it's filthy. Lu Zhu, however, was unconcerned. It's a bit dirty, but it is indeed fresh water. While it certainly cannot be consumed directly in this state, if we filter it and boil it, it will be fine. Shen Bing nodded. I get that. Ladies, let's take apart the plastic bottle to make a filter. We can only take apart one at most. Lu Zhu offered his suggestion. Since we can't find bottles in the woods, we must conserve our water. We'll use bamboo tubes for the rest. Shinbing nodded, asking, how do we make the bamboo tubes? Luja began directing, class monitor prepare bamboo charcoal, Qian find some fine sand, look for some gravel, Yao grab some fabric and a sponge. The four girls busily got to work, and soon everything was prepared. Luja chopped a piece of bamboo, made small holes in the mineral water bottle cap, with a nail inverted the bottle, and put in fabric, gravel, bamboo, charcoal, fine sand, and a sponge for the first layer of filtration. The bamboo tube was pierced through the bamboo partition with a sponge and more fabric for the second layer of filtration. Using bamboo for support, he tied the filter on top and poured the muddy water into the filter after letting it settle for a bit. Sure enough, after a while, clear water flowed out from underneath the bamboo. Though it looked clear, they still couldn't guarantee that there were no bacteria or microorganisms in it. The filtered water was poured into the 92-style lunchbox and placed over the fire to boil. Tang Xiaohua curiously asked, is boiled water completely safe to drink? Luja nodded, of course, unless you mind it being hot on the lips. Ning Shu said gloomily, then it will take a long time to cool down, right? Is the campsite's water all gone? Shinbing nodded. You doing this kind of work, you need to drink a bottle in no time. Oh, it's too wasteful of water. Luja understood just how much fresh water is needed for heavy physical labor. Indeed, the remaining water in the campsite was not enough for them. By the way, we've got a bottle of fresh water. Let's conserve it and share it. Once the water boils, we can drink honey lemon water. Lin Qianqian said excitedly, so we can drink some beverages even on this deserted island. Luja nodded, that's right. Sure enough, an hour later the sun began to set. Two bear paws were roasting over the fire, and everyone held a cup made from bamboo tubes sitting in front of the fire, savoring the lemon-flavored fragrant tea, feeling overwhelming happiness. This is so delicious. It reminds me of those nights in the dormitory when I would get up to brew flower tea. Ning Shu thought for a moment and suddenly said, I feel like something might be off, but I'm starting to enjoy life on this island. Zhang Yao smiled slightly, actually me too. Lin Qianqian joyfully said, I've always felt that way because I'm with my favorite friends. Tang Xiaohua thought differently. She was still fantasizing about having a grand wedding with Luja. What would they do without friends and family attending? Only Shen Bing's brow was furrowed, filled with immense worry. Years of consistent exercise had made her body very healthy. For the past 10 years, her period had always been punctual, arriving exactly every 28 days without fail. But counting the days, it was already 3 days late with no signs of coming. Was it the drastic decline in her physical condition after being stranded on the deserted island that caused her menstrual irregularity, or was there something else going on? She then glanced at Luja and thought of a worrying possibility. She gently rubbed her forehead, silently praying within, Heaven, please don't let anything bad happen. She tried to calm down and began to think about what to do if the worst outcome really happened. Give birth? No way. She wasn't married yet, and Luja wasn't prepared either. How would she face having a child at this time? Moreover, given the medical conditions in this place, there was a high chance that both mother and child might end up with a fatal infection. What about an abortion? What would she use to do that? Using the wrong medicine would still be very dangerous for herself. What to do? What to do? She was overwhelmed with worry. At this moment, Ning Shu asked, Bing Jia, how about you? Have you also started to like it here? Shen Bing was taken aback. Frankly speaking, the days spent here surviving with 5 college students were the happiest moments of her life. However, she looked down at her lower abdomen. If she were to be pregnant, she would only be able to safely deal with this mischievous little thing by returning home. She shook her head. No, I think we should return. Then she put down her bamboo tube cup, stood up, and smiled, saying, You all keep chatting. I'm a bit tired, so I'm going to sleep now. After saying that, she turned and returned to her hammock, lying down silently. What happened to Sister Bing? She seems troubled. Jiang Yao glanced at Shun Bing's bamboo cup, noting that she had hardly touched her lemon water. Ning Shu pondered, perhaps Sister Bing is thinking about her family and friends again. Tang Xiaohua sighed, sadly I miss my parents too. Mentioning family made the girls a bit sentimental. Luja also thought of his parents. He knew that those who raised him were not his biological parents, but his adoptive ones. Yet their feelings were no less than that of biological parents. His adoptive father was a comrade of his real father, said to have had a life and death bond with him. When he was 5, an accidental incident claimed his father's life. The funeral was held with great solemnity, attended by many high-ranking officials. A few days later, his mother handed him over to his adoptive parents and uttered an inexplicable phrase, Little Jamami is going to find daddy. And then she vanished without a trace, as if she had evaporated from the world. Many people said that his mother had died as well. Luja then began to be cared for by his adoptive mother, and 10 years later his adoptive father transferred to a local position, becoming a mid-level official in the Development and Reform Commission. His family's life was relatively comfortable, and his adoptive parents treated him as their own, nurturing him with care. He also studied diligently, hoping to repay their kindness one day. Little did he expect that such an incident would occur during a college event. However, fortunately, he had a younger brother 5 years his junior, who was the biological child of his adoptive parents. He took great care of this brother, treating him like his own sibling. It was also because of this brother that he hoped his own misfortune would not inflict too much psychological trauma on his adoptive parents. Sometimes Luja would think that when he was not around, if his brother could understand things a bit, he would grow up early and fulfill his filial duties. Thinking of family, everyone felt a wave of sadness, but life must go on. Luja, what are your plans next? Ning Shu asked, wiping her tears. Luja also came back to his senses, pondering for a moment before beginning to analyze the current situation. Today we have obtained 2 new sources of fresh water, but both have certain limitations. The fresh water from the rock crevices takes time to drain into the bottles, and since it's quite distant, we can only bring back 1 bottle of water each time. The groundwater needs to be filtered and boiled before it can be consumed, requiring 1 person to operate repeatedly, and the filtering speed is rather slow. Lin Qianqian asked, is there any way to solve this? First, regarding the groundwater, I have thought of an automatic filtering method. How do we do that? Like this. With that, Luja stood up, took out a piece of ragged clothing from his bag, and cut it into 1 centimeter long strips with a steak knife. He then braided 3 strips into a loosely woven rope. Jiang Yao picked up a piece of hemp rope. Can't we use this? Luja shook his head. For filtering, the fabric rope needs to have better water absorption than the hemp rope. Then he tied several knots in the middle of the rope. He filled a 2-liter bottle with dirty water and placed a smaller empty bottle slightly lower. He placed one end of the fabric rope in the dirty water and the other end in the empty bottle. The fabric will absorb water but not dirt easily. Each knot acts as a filtering point. Once the entire fabric rope is soaked, clean water will drip into the empty bottle below. Lin Qianqian exclaimed, that's a clever method. Ning Shu snapped her fingers. This way we can make 10 or 8 of these flow-through filters. By tomorrow morning, we will have a large amount of filtered water, which we can boil together to drink. Luja nodded. Exactly. Sisters, what are we waiting for? Let's get to work. Luja reminded, it doesn't have to be 1 tin. A 1 large bottle can drain into 35 small bottles, which would be more efficient. Understood. This device is simple to make. In less than 15 minutes, the 4 girls made more than 20 filtering ropes. This way we won't need anyone to watch over it. And tomorrow we will have fresh water that can be boiled directly. Luja thought for a moment. The water from the rock crevices can also be improved. How do we improve it? We just need to get some larger containers. Larger containers. But the largest bottles are already used for the automatic filtering devices. Luja shook his head. That's still not big enough. Tang Xiao was suggested. Then can we fetch water several times? That won't work either. The distance isn't very close, and it would consume too much energy. The cost-effectiveness of doing so isn't high. Lin Qianqian said, how about having 2 people guard it? Still not feasible. Since it's a water source, it could easily attract other animals. If there are too few people, encountering bears or wild boars could be troublesome. Ning Shu thought for a moment, what if we use that helmet to collect water? The helmet does have a larger capacity, but it's contaminated with too much resin, and besides it's not large enough. What should we use then? Luja squeezed the soil beside him, which was dug up by the girls while searching for groundwater. We can use this. Soil. Luja nodded. This soil is just below the surface layer and above the coral layer. It is rich in volcanic ash, kaolin, and quartz, and has strong stickiness and plasticity. Lin Qianqian said, it wouldn't be for pottery, would it? Exactly. Luja smiled gently. We can use this soil to make some pottery. For example, larger pottery jars and basins can hold a lot of water at once and also improve the quality of life. But won't the pottery leak water? We can glaze them. Jiang Yao thought for a moment, but what can we use to make the glaze? Luja picked up a steel helmet and tapped it. We can use this. Tang Xiao blinked. Are you going to melt the helmet to glaze it? Of course not, it's the resin on it. Luja explained, of course, it's not true glaze material, but rather a resin unique to Southeast Asia with a softening point around 120 degrees. It can be burned off and applied to the surface of the pottery to make it waterproof. If that's not enough, we can gather more in the forest. There's plenty here. Is this stuff toxic? Of course not. It can be used as a food additive and for making chewing gum. When melted and applied to the surface of the pottery, it will seal the pottery's pores. However, its low softening point means it can hold water, but it cannot be used as a cooking pot. Ning Shu nodded. You really know a lot. Did you learn all this from the 100,000 Whys? Yes. Shall we start now? Luja glanced at the clock. The steps to make pottery are a bit complicated. We can't do it today. But everyone can get up early tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, we will officially enter the era of pottery. After discussing, the group divided the bear paws, which are rich in collagen. After the skin is removed, the taste isn't as strong. In comparison, it is indeed the best part of the bear. After finishing dinner and saying goodnight, the partners all climbed into their hammocks and gradually fell asleep. Xin Bing, however, had actually not fallen asleep. She lay on her side looking at Luja, who was sleeping in the adjacent hammock, her mind filled with worries. You are so handsome and exceptional. Surely your child will be very smart and adorable as well. You saved my life, and no matter what happens, I am willing to bear this consequence for you. Even if there is danger, even if we can't go back, even if I can only give birth on the island, I am willing to take this risk for you. I don't need you to take responsibility. I just want this child. Even if you marry one of them, I wish you happiness. Some things don't need to be forced. Having experienced them is enough. She reached out and gently touched Luja's face. A sweet smile appeared on her lips. Thinking of this, Xin Bing secretly kissed Luja's cheek. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the sign-in physique 1. You've signed in for 19 consecutive days. Power 15, stamina 13, physique 14, agility 14, perception 13. Another morning. It is now June 28, the 19th day, stranded on the deserted island. Luja began preparations for entering the pottery age. 20 automatic filters yielded a total of 4 liters of fresh water. Qian, Jiang Yao, and Guager started boiling water, heating steel helmets, and cleaning resin. Lu Jia and Ning Shu took a 2-liter bottle to the stone crevice to create a diversion. The pottery hasn't been made yet, we can only make do with the largest bottle for now. Soon the diverter was set up, just waiting for the water to fill the bottle. On the way back, Ning Shu asked, where should we start when we get back? By making charcoal, then building a furnace to fire pottery. Ning Shu thought for a moment, hey, I remember that using firewood directly should work. The ash will become ash glaze. You know about ash glaze. Lu Jia smiled in approval and continued, however, forming ash glaze requires extremely high temperatures. To achieve high temperatures, we need a bellows. It's not that I can't make a bellows, but doing that now is too time-consuming, and just for ash glaze the cost-performance ratio is too low. Compared to wood, using charcoal in the furnace will yield higher temperatures, and the pottery will be more durable. Ning Shu nodded, so how do we make charcoal? When we return to the camp, they'll teach you. Back at the camp, Shin Bing approached with a smile and said, I heard you guys are making pottery today, take me along. Lu Jia, teach me, and Xiao Ning. Hey Bing Jie, you're fine, right? I was doing just fine. Shin Bing tilted her head with a smile. I feel like life here is pretty good now. Then I'll do it my way and you and Xiao Ning can follow along, that way the efficiency will be higher. Lu Jia nodded, that sounds good. You all wait for me for a moment. He took a 30-style dagger and entered the jungle to chop wood. Less than 20 minutes later, he dragged back a dried-up small tree. Your efficiency is quite high. In this jungle, it's easy to find dead trees. I just chopped it up and brought it back. The wood from dead trees has less moisture, making it great material for making charcoal. Don't bother collecting branches, we can just use this. Alright, what do we do next? Just watch. Lu Jia chopped a thick stick into the ground, then chopped branches into circles, stacking them tightly around the thick stick to form a neat pile of firewood. Then he picked several large banana leaves, wrapped them around the pile of wood, and tied them with hemp rope to prevent the leaves from scattering. Finally, he fetched some muddy water from the well and applied it around the banana leaves. Thus, a large semicircular structure formed on the ground. This is the charcoal kiln. About 2 meters away, Ning Shu and Shin Bing had also made one, and it was surprisingly well done. Tang Xiaohua looked over and said, hey, what do you think they are making over there? Jiang Yao tea's bigger than yours, smaller than mine. Who are they copying? Lin Xianxian looked up and immediately blushed. You are all so mean. Hor shouted, hey, what are you making? Lu Jia replied, it's a kiln. Tang Xiaohua shrugged, see, I knew it was something improper. It's the kind of thing men love to do. Jiang Yao shot her a disdainful glance. Gore, I don't mind you mocking me, but please don't use puns. Once the charcoal kiln was finished, Lu Jia dug a hole at both the top and bottom, then took out a burning branch and inserted it into the kiln while we used dry banana leaves to fan the fire. Before long, the branches inside were burning fiercely. Now seal the openings. Lu Jia and Shin Bing together plastered large chunks of mud over the vents. Done, now we just wait for the kiln to extinguish and we can retrieve the charcoal. During this waiting time, let's make pottery. Shin Bing thought for a moment, oh right, don't we need something that spins? Lu Jia shook his head, it's fine without it, making that thing now would be too complicated. We can directly use the coiling method with clay strips. Ning Shu asked, is there such a method? Of course, I'm not just talking nonsense. I know where you learned that from. Please elaborate. Lu Jia explained while demonstrating the specific method is to first press a base with clay, then roll some clay into long strips, stacking them one by one. Finally, smooth out the gaps and pinch them together to maintain consistent thickness of the pottery. Ning Shu snapped her fingers, got it. Ning Shu and Shin Bing decided to make a pottery basin as it can hold a lot of water and also be used for washing vegetables and faces. Lu Jia decided to make a pottery jar mainly for collecting water. This seemed simple, but it was very troublesome to make. After 2 hours, Ning Shu and Shin Bing finally completed their pottery. Meanwhile, Lu Jia not only completed the pottery jar, but also made some pottery cups and bowls. Compared to theirs, the basin still looked a bit like a ladle, but after Lu Jia's adjustments, it finally looked better. Shin Bing smiled, Riley, you haven't even learned pottery, have you? Lu Jia chuckled, I have a little understanding. At that moment, the charcoal was also ready. He opened the charcoal kiln, revealing blackened charcoal inside, roughly estimating there were about 40 to 50 pounds. Ning Shu exclaimed happily, haha, so much charcoal. We can use it for barbecuing in the future. Using it to grill bonito and bamboo rats will definitely enhance the flavor of the meat. In the future, we can use charcoal for barbecuing, and it's all natural. Well, let the pottery basin dry, and then we can fire it. During this time, Lu Jia stacked another kiln. Once the pottery dried, he carefully placed the basin in the center and filled the kiln with charcoal. Then he lit it. This kiln not only didn't need to be sealed, but also required fanning with dry banana leaves to ensure enough oxygen inside. A few hours later, the charcoal inside the kiln was completely burned out. He pried open the charcoal furnace and used branches to take out the fired pottery. After cooling down, he tapped them, producing a crisp and pleasant sound. Lu Jia knew that this pottery firing was a great success. As long as he applied resin to seal the fine pores in the pottery, the task would be complete. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao Xiaohua and Qianqian, apart from managing the 3 meals a day, cleaned the steel helmets and some supplies and collected half a pound of dammer resin. Lu Jia placed the dammer resin on a stone to melt it, then found a branch, smashed one end. The smashed end served as a brush, carefully dipping into the resin to apply it to the surface of the pottery. As night fell, they finally completed the first batch of pottery.